The school's genius Bell had just publicly demanded to break up with Su Chen, unexpectedly activating a system notification. Option 1. Refuse, and be rewarded with a supreme cultivation level, but endure 3 years of cold ridicule. Option 2. Accept, and be rewarded with the Sword God system, which would not only instantly heal his current fundamental injuries but also awaken the heaven-defying supreme sword body. Su Chen looked at the choices before him and smiled in relief. Even a fool would know which one to pick. The moment he confirmed, an unparalleled surge of energy frantically poured into his body. In the next instant, he went from a cripple with severed meridians to a 5-star blood and ki realm expert. It was worth noting that among the martial arts exam candidates, the one with the highest cultivation was only at the 3-star blood and ki realm. This was truly complete domination. But before he could even rejoice, Lu Kangxian's astonished voice rang in his ear. She never expected him to agree so decisively. She had originally thought he would surely beg and plead, trying every way to win her back, giving her the chance to make him transfer the house to her name and thus squeeze out his last bit of value. But she never expected this outcome. Therefore, Lu Kangxian flared up and asked, "Seriously? You're not going to try and keep me at all? What on earth were our 2 years of relationship in your eyes?" Hearing this, Su Chen appeared completely indifferent. "Keep what? There's nothing to keep. That foolish thing would only slow down my sword draw." Seeing Su Chen turn to leave, Lu Kangxian was momentarily stunned, but less than a second later, she began her shocking statement. "Su Chen, if you're willing to try and keep me just a little, and transfer your house to my name, maybe I'll reconsider not breaking up. 2 years of feelings. Plus, I can't bear to let it go either." The moment Lu Kangxian's words came out, everyone around was stupefied. At first, they thought she had a change of heart and wanted to be a decent person. They never expected she was just waiting here to demand he sign the house over to her. Truly shameless. Is she not even trying to disguise her begging anymore? Su Chen didn't bother to look at Lu Kangxian. Another glance at her was nauseating. Just then, a voice like rolling thunder boomed, overpowering all other sounds. Following the voice, a middle-aged man stood on a high platform, announcing, "The results of your martial arts exam are in. Next, we will proceed with the talent test. After its completion, you may apply to the martial arts university of your choice." Hearing this, Su Chen paused. He had almost forgotten about this part. "Next, I will call names from the school list. The person whose name is called, please come up. First from No. 1 High School, Su Chen." Hearing his name, Su Chen was slightly surprised but calmly walked onto the platform. Seeing him ascend, the expressions of the people below were complex. Everyone knew his talent was great, but they also knew he had suffered a fundamental injury and lost all his cultivation. But just as that thought formed in their minds, in the very next moment, a storm of sword ki condensed around him, and the sky filled with dense dark clouds and rolling thunder. Feeling this terrifying storm of sword ki, all the students and teachers present were so shocked they had to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with horror. Even the Minister of Education and the other leaders shot to their feet, their pupils constricting. This is another celestial phenomenon, triggering a celestial phenomenon during a talent test. Something that only existed in legends was happening right before their eyes. Su Chen himself was unaware of what was happening as he entered an indescribable, mystical state. Within just a few breaths, a beam of swordlight shot straight into the sky, tearing apart the dark clouds. In the middle of the air, the phantom of an immortal appeared, her forming one sword opens the heavenly gate. This terrifying scene sent a shock through the souls of countless people in Luoqing. At the same time, deep in the forest outside Luoqing, a white-robed figure flying on a sword came to an abrupt halt in astonishment. A sword immortal phantom. Could it be that a sword Dao genius has appeared in the world? The white-robed figure muttered before vanishing on the spot the next second. A moment later, the phenomenon in the sky suddenly transformed into a beam of spiritual light. As the spiritual light entered his body, the sky instantly cleared. Relieved, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. When he turned around, he found countless eyes fixed on him, each person's expression a mask of pure exaggeration. Weren't they saying Su Chen had suffered a fundamental injury? What the hell was this? A celestial phenomenon? This was a talent that only existed in legends. In the future, he was destined to become a venerable saint. Lu Kangxian, on the other hand, was stunned speechless for a long time. He could actually trigger a celestial phenomenon. Just how terrifying is his talent? Of course, she knew what this meant, but so what if his talent was good? He had already suffered a fundamental injury, unable to recover, unable to cultivate anymore. This thought seemed to awaken those around them, and they all frowned. If that was truly the case, It was a great pity. The Minister of Education standing before him naturally thought of this as well. No matter how good his talent was, his future achievements would be limited, unless a saint took action or a demon king bestowed a cure. Otherwise, it was fundamentally impossible to heal. But this thought had barely flashed through the minister's mind before it was shattered by reality. Someone spoke up. Su Chen, I am a teacher from the admissions office of Kingju University. Are you willing to join me? Yes. Another person interjected. What's so great about Kingju University? I'm from Jingdu University. After you enroll, we will ask a king-level expert from the academy to find a way to restore your fundamental injury. In an instant, the admissions officers from the major universities swarmed around him, shamelessly competing for him. Only the people from the imperial sects remained unmoved, as they had many other geniuses to cultivate and couldn't waste vast resources on a gamble. But for the other first-year universities, he was still an extremely precious seedling. If they could heal his injury, their university might have a chance to be promoted to an imperial sect in the future. Seeing the prestigious schools fighting madly over him, Liu Qingxian's expression turned ugly. It was clear that even with her excellent martial arts exam results, she still couldn't compare to him. Faced with the invitations from the first-tier universities, Su Ten just gave a faint smile and chose Luoqing Technical College. Luoqing Technical College had a rather low ranking, because the system had just displayed a notification. As long as he chose it, he would receive a divine artifact. It was no exaggeration to say that across all of Huaxia, there were only 2 divine artifacts. Now, with a simple choice, he could obtain a heaven to find divine artifact. Even a fool knew what to choose. However, contrary to his thoughts, everyone in the martial arts square was dumbfounded. So many first-tier universities were fighting for him, even offering all sorts of conditions. Yet he chose a low-ranked technical college. The Minister of Education and the principal of the No. 1 martial arts high school were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. The high school principal said hurriedly, Su Chen, don't be rash. With your talent, only a first-tier university can best develop your potential. Don't joke with your own future. The Minister of Education also advised, that's right. Su Chen, don't act foolishly. Consider this carefully. Hearing this, his gaze became even more determined. He replied, I've thought it through. I choose Luoqing Technical College. After speaking, without waiting for anyone to object, he walked straight up to the president of Luoqing Technical College. Seeing this, Liu Qingxian felt a small sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but sneer. It seems you have some self-awareness after all, knowing you're not worthy of a prestigious school, and only fit in with that pile of trash. Hearing this, the president of Luoqing Technical College, Feng Yu, retorted, Wash your words, little girl. In its heyday, this Luoqing Technical College of mine outshone even the imperial sects. Half of the martial arts universities in Huaxia combined couldn't compare to my college, if it weren't for the... He trailed off, his expression shifting slightly, and didn't continue. He turned to Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, have you really thought this through? The conditions they offered, my Luoqing Technical College. Su Chen didn't wait for him to finish, directly cutting him off. Use arrow up, and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. And under the astonished gazes of everyone, he signed his name on the application form. Seeing this, the old principal immediately threw his head back and roared with laughter. Haha, good. From now on, you are a student of Luoqing Technical College. At that exact moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient divine artifact, the Dragon Abyss Sword. Mission activated. Enter the abyss beneath Luoqing Technical College and slay 100 members of the aberrant race. Reward an upgrade to the sword Dao Fizi. As the system's voice faded, Su Chen smiled faintly. Witnessing this, the admissions teachers from the other universities said nothing more and turned to leave. The people from the imperial sects let out a cold laugh, shook their heads, and paid him no more mind. What good is talent? With a fundamental injury that prevents cultivation, he's destined to be trash. Liu Qingxian spoke up again, her voice dripping with mockery. Su Chen, I thought you had high standards. Who knew you'd actually choose Luoqing Technical College? How embarrassing. Oh, right. I get it now. You must be trying to get my attention this way, right? I'd only agreed to be with you before because of your family background. Who would have thought you were just a bastard? And your mother is also a... Before Liu Qingxian could finish her sentence, she felt a powerful force slam into her face. Her body was sent flying, spitting out blood and teeth at the same time. Su Chen's voice was a low growl, laced with the terrifying killing intent of a beast on the verge of madness. Say one more word, and I will kill you. Seeing this, The surrounding crowd was completely stunned. No one expected something like this to happen, but this Lu Kingxian was truly too shameless. "You dare hit me? You're asking to die." Lu Kingxian scrambled to her feet, her eyes blazing with fury. In the next second, she lunged forward, aiming for his vital points. She was at the peak of the 2-star blood and key realm, about to break through to the 3rd star, placing her among the top of all the martial arts exam candidates. What gives a cripple like you the right? However, sensing the attack that Lu Kingxian was so proud of, Su Chen just chuckled. He brought his fingers together, and a beam of sword ki suddenly shot out, tearing through the air straight towards her. Seeing this, Lu Kingxian froze in fear. He's not kidding, he actually wants to kill me. But just as the sword ki was about to pierce her brow, a streak of spiritual light flashed by, blocking his attack. So vicious at such a young age. The one who intervened was Leng Mengqiu, the admissions teacher from Star River University, a Marquis realm cultivator. She held Lu Kingxian in high regard. How could she stand by and watch her be killed? Leng Mengqiu said coldly, "Lu Kingxian is now a student of our Star River University. Making a move against her is considered a declaration of war against Star River University." Ha. The old principal, Meng Gan, also stepped forward to shield Su Chen, chuckling. "So, by your logic, since you attacked Su Chen, I should also consider it a declaration of war against Luoqing Technical College." Leng Mengqiu snapped, "Meng Gan, don't be absurd." "I'm just following your logic, and now I'm being absurd. Are all of you from the so-called first-tier universities, and imperial sects this nauseating?" Old Meng Gan was fearless, continuing bluntly, "I'll make it clear here today. If you dare to touch a single hair on Su Chen's head, I will immediately summon the people of Luoqing Technical College to fight you to the death." Meng Gan's thuggish demeanor made Leng Mengqiu fume with anger. "Our Star River University is not afraid of your Luoqing Technical College." However, just as Leng Mengqiu finished speaking, a light chuckle echoed. "You are all of advanced age. Why are your tempers still so fiery?" In the next second, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the white-robed figure appeared in front of Su Chen, looking at him with a gentle and refined expression. Sword Heavenly King. Meng Gan recognized the person before him and immediately cried out in shock. This man was a true martial king, and one of the 36 heavenly kings of Huaxia, no less. As the Sword Heavenly King, his swordsmanship could be considered the best in all of Huaxia. Why would he appear here now? Everyone present, including Leng Mengqiu, also recognized the Sword Heavenly King. After the initial shock, they hurriedly bowed in respect. However, the Sword Heavenly King paid them no mind. Instead, he grabbed Su Chen's hand, using his spiritual energy to inspect him. He found that his fundamental injury was indeed severe, but there seemed to be a faint power suppressing it. Moreover, he could clearly sense that Su Chen's cultivation was at the 5-star blood and K realm. This level was not low for his age. It was truly a case of a damaged foundation. The Sword Heavenly King frowned deeply and looked at him. "But a Demon King's sacred plant can heal your injury. With the resources of the Imperial sects or these first-tier universities, they could find one for you." The Sword Heavenly King's meaning was clear. He truly didn't understand why he had chosen Luoqing Technical College. Su Chen replied, "I know, but I don't need it." He didn't elaborate, as he couldn't very well reveal the existence of his system. "Alright." Hearing this, the Sword Heavenly King shook his head helplessly, then said with renewed seriousness, "In half a year, if your fundamental injury hasn't recovered, I will personally find a Demon King's sacred plant to heal you." The Sword Heavenly King's words shocked everyone present. For him to value Su Chen so much, to the point of being willing to personally seek a Demon King's sacred plant for him. For a moment, those first-tier universities felt a pang of regret. If they had known earlier that the Sword Heavenly King would back him, they could have secured a genius capable of triggering celestial phenomena. But now, it was too late for regrets. He was already a member of Luoqing Technical College. The Sword Heavenly King's next words sent an even greater shockwave through everyone present. "I have loved the Sword Dao since I was a child. Are you willing to become my sworn brother?" Heavens, when the Sword Heavenly King's words fell, even Su Chen was stunned. What does he mean? Sworn brothers? The Minister of Education and the admissions teachers nearby were completely speechless. That was the Sword Heavenly King, the strongest existence in the Martial King realm. Yet, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Sword Heavenly King chuckled lightly. "Haha, I had originally intended to take you as my disciple, but it seems I am not qualified to be your master now. Your talent in the Sword Dao surpasses mine, and you have your own path. If I were to teach you, I fear I would only hinder your future." As the Sword Heavenly King's regretful voice echoed, his words struck a deep chord in the souls of everyone in the martial arts square. To them, let alone a heavenly king, just being accepted as a disciple by a martial king was an supreme honor, enough to warrant a dedicated page in their family genealogy. Yet, when it came to Su Chen, a heavenly king himself was saying he wasn't worthy to be his master. Just how heaven-defined was his talent? In truth, the sword heavenly king had his own considerations. Firstly, Su Chen's talent was too terrifying. His future as a peak expert was certain, and he might even have a chance to break through to the Saint Realm, a legendary state. He wanted to ensure that Su Chen could grow up smoothly. In other words, he wanted to be his protector. Secondly, the sword heavenly king genuinely admired him and wanted to nurture someone who could surpass him on the path of the sword. After his initial shock, Su Chen replied with some embarrassment, I'm just a kid in the blood and key realm. I'm afraid I'll tarnish the sword heavenly king's name. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the sword heavenly king laughed heartily. Your future accomplishments will be no less than mine. To say that is to sell yourself short. Su Chen gave a helpless smile and finally said, then, thank you, sword heavenly king, for thinking so highly of me. Ha, good. My real name is Liu Wuxuan. From now on, you can just call me Big Brother Liu. Take this as a meeting gift from me. As he spoke, a storage ring appeared in the sword heavenly king's hand, which he then pressed into Su Chen's. This was a priceless treasure, and inside the ring were vast amounts of cultivation resources. Su Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Thank you, Big Brother Liu. He felt a bit dazed himself. He had somehow gained a heavenly king as a big brother. Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways from now on? If he had slapped that Lang Menkyu a few more times just now, she probably would have had to endure it. Thinking this, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just then, he heard the sword heavenly king speak. Little Kyu, let's just let this matter drop. You're not a child anymore. Why pick a fight with a junior? Hearing this, Lang Menkyu could only nod repeatedly. Yes. I was in the wrong. Seeing this, Su Chen laughed to himself. This was what true strength was. If the sword heavenly king hadn't arrived, who knows what other tricks that old hag would have pulled. Standing behind Ling Menkyu, Lu Qingxian was seething with rage, glaring daggers at Su Chen. He clearly has such talent and ability. Why didn't he tell me? If he had told me earlier, I wouldn't have demanded to break up at this time. And now look at this, it turns out I was the clown all along, while he has become an existence I can never hope to reach. It's all his fault. After 2 years together, he still kept this from me. In the end, it's all his fault. Just as Lu Qingqian was about to step forward and vent her anger, the hall master of the Luoqin martial artist Grand Hall spoke first. Brother Su Chen, I am Luo Tianyi, the hall master of the Luoqin martial artist Grand Hall. I wonder if Brother Su Chen would be willing to join our martial artist Grand Hall. Of course, the Grand Hall won't require you to do anything, we'll just give you an honorary position. Annually, the martial artist Grand Hall will pay you a salary of 100 million yuan, along with the benefits of an elder. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding people were even more astonished, shocked into silence. One must understand that to become an elder in the martial artist Grand Hall, one needed a cultivation level of at least the 6-star Marquis realm. Yet Su Chen was only at the 5-star blood and key realm, a gap of several major realms. Everyone could see that the martial artist Grand Hall was trying to win him over. After speaking, Luo Tianyi didn't even give Su Chen a chance to refuse, directly stuffing a card and a token into his hand. He said, then it's settled. If Brother Su has time, feel free to drop by the martial artist Grand Hall for a visit. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. As expected, one had to make oneself valuable. This principle was the same everywhere. Seeing this, the surrounding students were at a loss for words, their hearts filled with endless shock. They could only stare dumbly at him, full of admiration. Why can't I even compare to a single strand of his hair? Lu Qingqian felt even more upset. She thought the matter with the sword heavenly king becoming his sworn brother was absurd now, but now he had instantly become an elder of the martial artist Grand Hall. It was no exaggeration to say that his current starting point was a destination that many people couldn't reach even after graduation, or even in their entire lifetime of effort. Lu Qingxian's expression was complicated. It wasn't exactly regret, just a feeling that she had spoken of breaking up too soon. But after 2 years together, he liked me so much. I refuse to believe he can let go so quickly. And so, she began another one of her shocking speeches. Su Chen, I admit I was a bit loud just now. Actually, I was just momentarily confused, making a mistake that any girl could make. He've always liked you. Let's make up, okay? As she spoke, Lu Qingxian immediately put on a pitiful and pathetic act. If you don't believe me, I can let you hold my hand. Hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Not only Su Chen but the other students also felt their skin crawl. Just how thick must this person's face be to say such things? Even Mangan, who had lived for so long, felt he couldn't stand it. What kind of monstrous thing is this? Su Chen glanced at Lu Qingxian, feeling only nausea. At the same time, he thought the original owner of his body must have been blind or desperate to have fallen for someone like this. In the next instant, under Lu Qingxian's astonished gaze, he threw a punch straight at her face. Her already slightly swollen face ballooned up like a pig's head. However, Su Chen didn't stop there. Instead, he rushed forward, kicking and punching relentlessly. Lu Qingxian had no strength to resist, and was beaten to within an inch of her life. If Mangan hadn't held him back, fearing that he would actually kill Lu Qingxian and bring trouble upon himself, Su Chen would have truly finished her off. What is this trash? He spat. Chasing after me for so long and treating me like a simp. You think you're worthy? This time, Lang Mengqiu didn't rush forward to stop him. Su Chen now had the sword Heavenly King as his backer. Even the president of their Star River University would have to show the sword Heavenly King some respect. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. It was truly gratifying. He had done what they didn't dare to do. The Minister of Education also stepped in to take Lu Qingxian away, and only then was the matter considered over. The test continued, but Su Chen had lost interest in watching. This no longer concerned him. The urgent matter at hand was to quickly hunt and kill 100 demonic beasts to obtain the Sword God bloodline, which would allow him to heal his fundamental injury. With his current cultivation at the 5-star blood and Ki realm, combined with the divine artifact Dragon Abyss Sword, as long as he didn't venture too deep into the demonic beast forest or encounter a Kisu realm beast, it shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing that he was about to leave again, Meng Gan was taken aback. He hadn't even told him about the enrollment procedures yet. He said hurriedly, "The enrollment date for Luoqing Technical College is next Monday. At that time, there will be a test that requires you freshmen to evade the pursuit of the older students. The final ranking will determine the cultivation resources you can receive at the college in the future." As he spoke, Meng Gan handed Su Chen a badge from Luoqing Technical College. 1 week from now, bring this badge to Lu Mountain on the outskirts of the city. Su Chen took the badge, nodded, and left immediately, heading into the forest on the city's edge. 1,000 years ago, when dimensional spaces collided, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was revitalized. Many wild animals, even poultry, underwent mutations, becoming the demonic beasts of Blue Star. As he was pondering this, Su Chen suddenly stopped. In front of him was a black scorpion, half as tall as a man and 3 meters long. It was a 3-star blood and Ki realm poison scorpion with extremely potent venom. Even a Ki realm demonic beast would struggle to survive its sting. The poison scorpion had obviously seen him as well, its cold eyes staring as it approached. Without hesitation, Su Chen drew his sword and slashed. A storm of sword ki condensed in an instant. The poison scorpion sensed the mortal danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The sword light flashed, leaving a 3-foot deep trench in the ground. The scorpion's body was sliced in two and fell to the ground. One down, Su Chen smiled. A smooth start. He was about to collect the scorpion's corpse, but in the next second, he felt a chill wash over him. He whipped around to find that he was surrounded by a dense swarm of countless poison scorpions. His expression changed slightly. He could sense that the strongest scorpion among them had reached the 6-star blood and Ki realm, while the weakest was at the 2-star level. It was no exaggeration to say that even an 8-star or 9-star blood and Ki realm cultivator would have no choice but to retreat from such a force. But now, with scorpions on all sides, escape was impossible for him. Good. This is a perfect chance to test the power of a heaven and martial skill. The moment the words left his lips, a terrifying sword key shot into the sky. Xiaojiao sword art. First form, the sword light swept past and silence instantly returned to the surroundings. With that single strike, aside from the 6-star scorpion, at least 40 other poison scorpions were slain. This was the power of just one of his sword strikes. He was slightly stunned, then instantly overjoyed. A heaven bank martial skill was truly something else. He had only just begun to learn it, yet it was already so terrifying. How much stronger would it be once he mastered it? After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to the remaining scorpions, let out a cold shout, and swung his sword again. Just like that, he slaughtered every last poison scorpion present, killing a total of 87. He was only 13 short of completing the mission and receiving the Sword God bloodline. Along the way, he killed every demonic beast he encountered. He quickly slayed another 12, one of which was even an 8-star blood and Ki realm wolf demon. In other words, He now only needed one more beast to reach the count of 100. Roar! Just then, a heaven-shaking roar echoed, followed by the sounds of a fight. Su Chen paused for a moment, his face lighting up with joy. Isn't this perfect? Without a shred of hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. Soon, he saw a large black gorilla fighting with a young woman. The woman's cultivation was only at the 4-star blood and ki realm, while the black gorilla was at the 9-star level. It was a complete beatdown. As expected, the woman was soon sent flying by a punch, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The gorilla pounded its chest a few times and charged straight for her. Seeing this, a flash of panic appeared in the woman's eyes. Am I going to die here today? I had just finished the martial arts exam and wanted to get some training, but I never expected to run into a 9-star blood and ki realm demonic beast. But just as the gorilla's fist was about to land, a beam of sword light suddenly shot out. The gorilla's reaction was incredibly fast, and it managed to narrowly dodge the attack. However, a nearby ancient tree as thick as a water barrel was sliced clean in half by the sword's passing. The gorilla was forced back. In the next second, Su Chen directly executed the Xiaoxia sword art, and with a single strike, sent the gorilla's head flying as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The gorilla's corpse collapsed, and Su Chen immediately collected it. The corpse of a 9-star blood and ki realm demonic beast could still fetch a good price. Ding! It has been detected that the host has slain 100 demonic beasts, rewarding the sword god bloodline. In light of the host's excellent performance, an additional reward of 1 innate sword bone is granted. Does the host choose to fuse? Fuse. He made the choice without hesitation. In the next second, he felt a warmth spread through his chest. His fundamental injury was completely healed. But it didn't stop there. A spiritual light flashed, and his blood and ki surged. He felt his blood and ki index skyrocket to 100, and he broke through directly to the 6-star blood and ki realm. Not far away, the young woman had yet to recover from her shock. The 9-star demonic beast that had been hunting her down was killed so easily. More importantly, the person who killed it was only at the 6-star blood and ki realm. Just 2 minor realms above her. Thank you for saving my life, young master. May I know your name, so that after we return to Luoqing? Su Chen, he replied. No need for thanks. With that, he intended to leave. Just as he was about to go, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Frieren, are you alright? Where's the demonic beast that was chasing you? The man in the lead didn't seem to see Su Chen, rushing straight forward and shoving him to the side. I'm fine. He's the one who saved me, Luo Fenian said, her gaze never leaving Su Chen. The other man, Mo Feng, noticed this. He looked up at Su Chen, frowned slightly, and then let out a sneer. Ha ha. My name is Mo Feng. Thank you, brother, for saving Fenian. Fenian and I grew up together. If she were harmed in the slightest, my heart would break. As he spoke, he eyed Su Chen. But I see her only at the 6-star Kai and blood realm. I wonder how you managed to save her. Mo Feng's words were laced with contempt and suspicion, making Su Chen frown. It was clear Mo Feng doubted his strength. Mo Feng, what do you mean by that? Before Su Chen could speak, Luo Fenian stepped forward, her voice cold with accusation. Su Chen saved me. What are you implying? Are you questioning him? Hearing Luo Fenian's angry tone, Mo Feng gave a slight smile. Fenian, I'm just worried about you. Your status is noble. It's inevitable that some people might try to get close to you with ulterior motives. Su Chen looked at Mo Feng with a deadpan expression, feeling that this man might not be mentally sound. If you're weak, train more. Stop spending all your time suspecting others, will you? Having said that, Su Chen prepared to leave. What terrible luck. First, he had to deal with the nose-eating Lu Qingxian. And now he had run into this clown. Idiots truly were plentiful this year. Stop. Mo Feng blocked his path. Did I say you could leave? You're not going anywhere until you explain yourself clearly. He then released the pressure of his 3rd-star Sea of Ki realm cultivation, directing it at Su Chen. Are you sure you want to stop me? Su Chen's own anger began to rise. He had acted out of kindness to save Luo Fenian, only to be slandered by this imbecile. It was utterly unreasonable. Mo Feng sneered. Ha ha, so what if I stop you? I'm a 3rd-star Sea of Ki realm expert, while you're just a 6-star Kai and blood realm cripple. You really think you can fight me? Slap. The next second, a crisp slapping sound echoed. The one who had struck was not Su Chen, but Luo Fenian. She asked furiously. Mo Feng, what do you mean? What do you mean by the Kai and blood realm cripple? I'm only at the 4th-star Kai and blood realm. By your logic, doesn't that make me even less than a cripple? Luo Fenian's voice was filled with rage. She was genuinely furious. Someone had kindly saved her, only to be slandered by Mo Feng. If word of this got out, how could she face anyone? Mo Feng quickly tried to explain. No, I wasn't talking about you, Fanian. I was calling him a cripple, I really didn't mean you. But Luo Fanian had no desire to listen to him anymore. She pushed Mo Feng aside, stepped forward, and took Su Chen's hand, intending to leave with him. Seeing this, Mo Feng seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. He had always been infatuated with Luo Fanian, but she had never given him a chance. Now she was actively taking Su Chen's hand right in front of him. It was a fatal blow. At that thought, a dark broadsword appeared in Mo Feng's hand, aimed straight at Su Chen. As a disciple of the martial artist's hallmaster, he had never been looked down upon in Luo City. Even elders from some of the great martial families treated him with respect. Furthermore, he was a third-star Sea of Key realm expert at his age, which could loosely be considered the mark of a genius. Su Chen scoffed. Aha, so what if you were the hallmaster's disciple? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword strike. The air filled with boundless sword K, carrying with it an unparalleled sword intent. Feeling the exquisite swordsmanship, Mo Feng was horrified. He was suppressed to the point where he could only retreat continuously, desperately defending and dodging, unable to even launch a counterattack. Mo Feng's face turned pale. Unable to hold on, he gritted out, "Damn it, who the hell are you? There's never been a sword master like you in Luo City." Luo City Technical College. Su Chen, he replied. When he announced his name, not only Mo Feng but also Luo Fanian was stunned. They had assumed he was from a first-tier university. They never imagined he was from an academy ranked at the bottom of Huaxia. Mo Feng asked, "How come I've never heard of someone like you at Luo City Technical College?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "Perhaps because I haven't completed my enrollment yet. I just finished the martial arts exam." The Dragon Abyss sword in his hand let out a clear hum, a faint dragon's roar echoing in the air. He continued, "A third-star Sea of Key realm expert with only this much strength. I'm actually a little disappointed." He had originally wanted to test the gap between himself and the Sea of Key realm, but he hadn't expected Mo Feng to be so weak. Mo Feng's expression was unnatural. "You've got a sharp tongue." If they were peers, Su Chen's current cultivation at the 6th Star Kite and Blood realm wouldn't be anything special. But as someone who had just finished the martial arts exam, a 6th Star Kite and Blood realm was a terrifying existence. The highest record in all of Luo City was only the 5th Star Kite and Blood realm, a record he had just shattered. But why would such a genius join Luo City Technical College? His talent was enough to compete for a spot in the Imperial sect. Both Mo Feng and Luo Fanian were utterly shocked, finding it more and more unbelievable the more they thought about it. Su Chen, however, paid them no mind and directly executed the free and unfettered sword art. His swordplay was unpredictable and ruthless, making it impossible for Mo Feng to track his movements. Swish! A beam of sword light flashed past. Mo Feng fell to the ground, screaming and writhing in pain. If he hadn't reacted in time, that single strike would have been enough to kill him. Luo Fanian's eyes whitened in disbelief. A Kite and Blood realm expert had defeated a Sea of Key realm expert. If news of such a feat spread, it would be enough to make his name famous throughout Luo City, and perhaps even all of Huaxia. But she didn't know that his name was already famous throughout the city. Su Chen shrugged and said to Mo Feng, "If you're weak, train more." He then glanced at the sky. Time to head back to the city. Today's harvest wasn't bad. The sun had completely set. If he didn't leave now, he'd be out after dark. After speaking, he ignored Luo Fanian and started to walk away. Luo Fanian paused for a moment, then hurried to follow him. Mo Feng, lying on the ground, was helped up by his companions. A venomous look filled his eyes as he watched Su Chen depart. "Luo City Technical College, is it? I don't care who you are. You'll regret crossing me. I'll head back to the martial artists hall first." Aster dotes on Fanian the most. If he finds out some punk is trying to get close to her with ill intentions. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the martial artists hall. It was the largest gathering place for martial artists in all of Luo City. Here, one could not only buy anything they desired but also sell any resources in their possession. After slaying so many demonic beasts, he had collected the demonic beast corpses precisely to sell them for a good price here. Although he still had a villa and 40 million yuan left by his parents, this amount was truly insignificant for a martial artist cultivation. Even a few low-level pills or spiritual herbs cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Slightly better ones were over 1 million, or even tens of millions. Cultivation would only become more and more expensive. His parents had lost their lives on the aberrant race battlefield during an attack 4 years ago. The second floor was mainly for purchasing demonic beast corpses. Luo Fanian, who had been walking beside him, seemed to guess his intention and began to introduce the place. A store employee immediately greeted them. "Young master, are you looking to sell some demonic beast corpses?" At the same time, outside, Mo Feng and his two companions had finally returned to the martial artist Grand Hall. Mo Feng's chest was crudely bandaged to stop the bleeding. Seeing Su Chen and Luo Fanian enter a shop, Mo Feng sneered, "Give the order to my subordinate. Tell that shop owner to lowball him severely, and keep them there. I'm going to find my master." After speaking, Mo Feng was helped away by one of his men, limping as he left. Inside the shop, when Su Chen took out a pile of poisoned scorpion corpses, the employee was instantly dumbfounded, staring at him with astonishment. Although the cultivation realm of these poisoned scorpions wasn't high, they were pack animals and possessed extremely potent toxins. Even a Kisi realm expert, or a Grandmaster realm expert, would find it difficult to neutralize their poison. Yet this young man had brought so many, and they looked to have been killed very recently. After the employee counted them, there were a total of 99 poisoned scorpion corpses, with a rough value of over 40 million yuan. In other words, he had earned more in a single day than the inheritance his parents had left him. At this thought he was overjoyed, and directly took out the corpse of the 9-star blood and key realm black gorilla. Seeing this, the employee was even more shocked. He could sense that Su Chen's cultivation was only at the 6-star blood and key realm. How could he have killed so many demonic beasts? Could he have just found them? But that didn't matter. The employee said, "Sir, please wait a moment. The sum of money involved with this merchandise is quite large. I need to report to the owner to have him appraise it." No need for an appraisal. Just as the employee finished speaking, a deep voice rang out. Su Chen looked up to see a pot-bellied middle-aged man walking over, smoking a pipe. "There's no need to appraise this stuff. Just leave it here. The two of you can go." The employee asked, confused, "Owner, what do you mean?" The owner glared at him. "Are you a pig? Don't you have a brain? They're so young, and his cultivation is only at the 6-star blood and key realm. How could they possibly kill so many poisoned scorpions? Even a Kisi realm martial artist would have a hard time. Not to mention there's also a 9-star blood and key realm beast. Therefore, there can only be one truth: the two of them stole someone else's kill." Su Chen was truly speechless. How did this suddenly turn into him stealing someone's kill? But when he saw a black-clothed figure lurking outside, the same one who had been following Mo Feng, he understood immediately. He challenged, "Owner, do you have any proof for saying that?" The owner scoffed, "Haha, proof? What proof do you want? If you don't leave, I'll report you to the law enforcement. Besides, what proof do you have that you killed these beasts?" The owner seemed certain he had the upper hand and sneered. Hearing this, Su Chen didn't want to waste any more words. He prepared to take back the corpses and leave, but the owner blocked him. "Leave the items here. I will notify the owner to come and claim them." Su Chen asked, "You mean you know who the owner is? I don't mind you calling them over so I can meet them." The owner waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't someone you're qualified to meet." Scram. With that, he tried to drive Su Chen and Luo Fanian away. Luo Fanian immediately became furious. "Who the hell do you think you are to chase me away? And you want to steal the demonic beasts my friend killed? Do you believe I'll..." The owner shouted, "Believe what about you? Who the hell are you?" Scram. "Now. Or don't blame me for being impolite." Luo Fanian was about to explode with anger. "My father is the hall master of the martial artist Grand Hall. I dare you to say that to me again." The owner was contemptuous. "You're hall master Luo's daughter. And I'm his father. Now, get lost." The owner yelled angrily, calling for the martial artist Grand Hall's guard team to throw Su Chen and Luo Fanian out. He was acting on Mo Feng's instructions. If the woman before him was really hall master Luo's daughter, wouldn't Mo Feng, his disciple, have known? However, facing dozens of guards, Su Chen just gave a cold laugh and calmly took out a token. It was the token Luo Tian had personally given him, representing his status as an elder of the martial artist Grand Hall. However, when the shop owner saw it, he snatched it directly and threw it hard onto the ground. "Damn you! You even dare to impersonate an elder of the martial artist Grand Hall. This time, it's not just a matter of throwing you out. One of you fakes being Hall Master Luo's daughter, the other fakes being an elder. If I don't drag you two before Hall Master Luo, I'll stop doing business here. Make your move. Drag these reckless fools before Hall Master Luo to await judgment." As the owner's words fell, the members of the law enforcement team surrounded Su Chen. Seeing this, the subordinate of Mo Feng who had been outside turned pale. He had only told the owner to target Su Chen, not to involve Luo Fenian. Luo Fenian was the Hall Master's daughter, with the Hall Master's notorious doting nature. If he found out his daughter had been harmed, wouldn't he kill him? But now, he didn't know what to do and could only hurry to inform Mo Feng. The members of the law enforcement team were all at the Qixi realm. They rushed forward to surround Su Chen and attacked without hesitation. He gave them a cold glance, the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand flashed out, and Sword Kai instantly surged. Countless beams of sword light, carrying a sharp aura, flowed out to meet the attack. The sounds of the fight attracted the attention of countless onlookers. In all these years, this was the first time they had seen someone dare to cause trouble at the martial artist Grand Hall. A newborn calf truly doesn't fear the tiger. The headquarters of the martial artist Grand Hall was backed by a venerable level expert. Even a martial king had to follow the rules here. This kid, Su Chen, was truly audacious. Not far away, Lin Mengqiu and Lu Kangqian were passing by and were stunned by the scene. They never expected the person causing a disturbance and fighting at the martial artist Grand Hall would be him. That kid with the damaged foundation who joined Luoqing Technical College. Lin Mengqiu's face was full of surprise as she sensed that Su Chen's cultivation had actually reached the 6th-star blood and K realm. But wasn't his foundation damaged? How could he cultivate? At the martial arts square today, his cultivation was only at the 5th-star Kai and blood realm. This wasn't the crucial point. What mattered was that he was now fighting against the enforcement team of the martial artists hall. The members of the enforcement team were all at the Sea of Ki realm, with their leader even at the 5th-star Sea of Ki realm. Yet, a lineup like that couldn't take down a single 6th-star Kai and blood realm fighter. Lin Mengqiu's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. Those who can fight above their level are all prodigies of their generation. One could even call them monstrous talents. But this guy, he wasn't just fighting above his level. He was fighting against several opponents at once without falling into a disadvantageous position. Lu Kangqian, of course, also noticed him. Her face was as cold as ice, but it carried an endless, venomous resentment. To be humiliated by him like that today, how could she swallow this anger? Sure, she was the one who asked for the breakup. But could she really be blamed? She just wanted a better life. What was wrong with that? Besides, she had already apologized to him. Yet he was so ungrateful, refusing to forgive her. What a scoundrel. Lu Kangqian sneered, idiot, daring to cause trouble at the martial artists hall. Does he really think Hall Master Luo values him that much? She gloated internally, hoping to see him beaten to death right here. Freed and unfettered sword art, first form, Su Chen roared in his mind. A brilliant sword light suddenly shot out. The next moment, a powerful wave of sword kai directly blasted the surrounding enforcement team members back, sending them tumbling to the ground, coughing up blood. One move defeated 6 Sea of Ki realm martial artists. If one hadn't seen this feat with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Luo Fenian was just about to notify her father when the battle ended. Su Chen ignored the enforcement team members and turned to the shop owner. Speak. Who told you to cause trouble for me? Seeing this, the shop owner stumbled back in terror. He leaned against the wall, his face pale. You're done for. You're in deep trouble, daring to strike the enforcement team of the martial artists hall. You're a dead man. Slap. Su Chen slapped him across the face. The owner was stunned. Before he could say another word, Su Chen rained a flurry of slaps on him until his face swelled up like a pig's head and he collapsed to the ground. I'll ask you one more time, Su Chen demanded. Who told you to cause trouble for me? The owner stammered. You're done for. Su Chen had no patience for his nonsense. He raised his hand and thrust his sword down. The Dragon Abyss sword pierced through the owner's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. If you won't talk, then die, Su Chen said coldly, preparing to deliver the final blow. The owner was utterly terrified and blurted out. It was Mo Feng, he's Hall Master Luo's disciple. I didn't dare to disobey. Hearing this, Su Chen withdrew the Dragon Abyss sword and sneered. As expected, it was him. Luo Fenian rushed forward in a rage, kicking and punching the shop owner to vent her anger. Are you his dog? You do whatever he tells you to do. Su Chen glanced at Luo Fenian, just now recalling what she had said earlier. She was Luo Tianhe's daughter. This came as a bit of a surprise. Stop, a deep voice commanded. A powerful force enveloped Luo Fenian, immobilizing her. A man in training clothes slowly walked over, his cold gaze fixed on Su Chen. The man exuded the aura of a Grandmaster realm expert, pressing down on him, daring to cause trouble in the martial artists hall. No matter where you come from or what your background is, you must abide by the rules. Elder Luo has come in person. Upon his appearance, all eyes in the martial artists hall turned to this top-tier expert of Lucy. Elder Luo sneered, haha, You two little brats. It seems even the gods can't save you today. As he spoke, a sky-encompassing pressure bore down, attempting to suppress both Su Chen and Luo Fengyan. He was a grand master, while they were only at the Kai and Blood realm. Under his pressure, they struggled to resist. Damn you, Su Chen roared. The Kai and Blood in his entire body erupted. A slash of his sword directly shattered the man's pressure. His body became a blur as he charged forward to attack. How was this possible? The man's face was filled with shock. Before he could react, Su Chen's sword was upon him. He was forced to retreat continuously, raising his hands to channel his power and defend. But the force of the sword strike still knocked him back several steps. Su Chen unexpectedly entered a state of emptiness. The sword Kai around him began to disperse uncontrollably, then suddenly condensed into a sharp gale, swirling around him. This is the sword armor. Seeing this, Ling Mangqiu cried out in alarm, her face a picture of utter shock. Sword armor was the second major realm for sword cultivators, a testament to their swordsmanship achievements. Before this, Su Chen had only been at the initial, entry level of sword guy. To think he had comprehended sword armor in such a short time was astonishing. To this day, the youngest person in all of Huaxia to comprehend sword armor was the current sword heavenly king, Li Wuxuan, at the age of 20. Yet, Su Chen was only 18, and had already grasped it. 2 years younger than the sword heavenly king. In that instant, the entire martial artists hall fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of his sword armor ringing out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the man was sent flying once again, crashing into the shop from before, and shattering everything inside. Just at that moment, Luo Tianyi also rushed to the scene. Seeing him arrive, the shop owner, with tears and snot streaming down his face, crawled over and hugged Luo Tianyi's thigh. He wailed, "They caused trouble in my shop, sold stolen goods, and even beat me. You must seek justice for me." Seeing Mo Feng behind the hall master, the owner cried even louder, though he didn't dare reveal that Mo Feng was the one who had instructed him. Everyone knew Luo Tianyi was an upright man. If he found out, Mo Feng would be punished, let alone a small shop owner like him. Elder Luo stood up and said, "Kid, I'm impressed. To comprehend sword armor at your age. I'm impressed from the bottom of my heart." He wasn't seriously injured, but his eyes burned with a fervent passion as he looked at Su Chen. He continued, "But rules are rules. No matter who you are, causing trouble in the martial artists hall requires corresponding punishment." Su Chen paid him no mind. He turned around and saw Luo Tianyi standing right behind him. Luo Tianyi was frowning, but when he got a clear look at Su Chen, his brows immediately relaxed. "Brother Su, why is it you?" Luo Tianyi was a little surprised. He had heard from Mo Feng that some punk was harassing his daughter, and he had been so furious he'd rushed down to beat the guy to a pulp. He never expected it to be Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't surprised and simply greeted him, "Brother Luo." Hearing that, Mo Feng was instantly petrified. Before, when Su Chen had addressed Luo Tianyi so casually, he had thought Su Chen was arrogant and didn't know his place. But now, it was clear that he was the clown. Luo Fengyan was also stunned. She never expected that Su Chen actually knew her father, and it seemed their relationship was quite good. The shop owner was completely dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. "So, it turns out I was the only one out of the loop this whole time. Father, if you don't give me an explanation, I'm not letting this go." Without waiting for Luo Tianyi to ask, Luo Fengyan stepped forward and said angrily, "Are you just going to stand by and watch your precious daughter get bleed like this?" The moment these words were spoken, the shop owner became even more petrified. She really was Luo Tianyi's daughter. When Luo Tianyi understood the full story, his expression immediately turned incredibly grim. The shop owner was completely frozen, only able to look towards Mo Feng. Mo Feng was just as stunned, not knowing how to react. Luo Tianyi asked coldly, "Give me an explanation." The shop owner was so scared he nearly wet his pants. "No, this is a misunderstanding." Thud. The owner was sent flying with a single kick. Luo Tianyi spoke, his voice filled with rage. "Last chance." The owner didn't dare to hide anything anymore, otherwise he would really be beaten to death. "It was young Master Mo Feng who told me to do it." Mo Feng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Master, this is probably a misunderstanding. I didn't know." Slap. Before he could finish, a slap sent him sprawling to the ground. Luo Tianyi was no fool. He understood what had happened the moment he heard the explanation. "Is this how I normally teach you?" Being scolded by Luo Tianyi like this, Mo Feng didn't dare to reply. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with venomous resentment for Su Chen. Luo Tianyi roared, apologized to Brother Su. A powerful aura, faint yet immense, radiated from him, causing Mo Feng's face to turn pale. Luo Fenian said, Mo Feng, I never thought you were this kind of person. Su Chen saved me. And not only did you not thank him, but you also attacked him. After you couldn't beat him, you resorted to such despicable tricks. I am so disappointed in you. Don't look for me again in the future. I don't want to see you. Seeing Luo Fenian's anger, Mo Feng hurriedly tried to explain. That's not it. Fenian, listen to my explanation. Luo Fenian cut him off. What more is there to explain? You act recklessly without thinking of the consequences, you're a hypocrite, and you're narrow-minded. What else is there to say? Luo Fenian berated Mo Feng fiercely before delivering a line that pierced his heart. Look at Su Chen. In what way can you even compare to him? Mo Feng froze on the spot, his body stiff. He could have ignored the previous words, but this last sentence was a fatal blow to him. Hearing Luo Fenian's words, Luo Tianyi grew even angrier. Not expecting this twist to the story. Apologize to my brother, Luo Tianyi roared. Losing isn't scary. What's scary is being unable to admit defeat. Luo Tianyi, have always been an upright man. Yet I took in a disciple like you. What a disgrace. Mo Feng still tried to argue. Master, there's a misunderstanding in this. It's not what you think. Insolent bastard. Before Mo Feng could finish, Luo Tianyi couldn't listen anymore. His anger flared, and he kicked Mo Feng, sending him flying. The surrounding crowd stared blankly. What on earth was happening? Why did Luo Tianyi refuse to even listen? And just beat Mo Feng to a pulp? That was his own disciple. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Chen. What was his background to be held in such high regard by Luo Tianyi? Soon, Mo Feng was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. Luo Tianyi said, pack your things and get out immediately. Luo Tianyi, have no such disciple as you. He was truly disappointed in Mo Feng. Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't expel me from the sect. Mo Feng, ignoring the pain, crawled and begged before Luo Tianyi. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll apologize to Brother Su Chen right away. I'll apologize right now. Mo Feng crawled in front of Su Chen, trying to grab his pant leg, but Su Chen sidestepped him. He wailed and pleaded, Su Chen, I was wrong. I'm a petty villain. I'm not human. You are a man of great magnanimity. Don't lower yourself to my level. Can you forgive me? I promise to stay away from Fenian from now on. I won't compete with you anymore. I'll give Fenian to you, okay? Please forgive me. I can't be expelled from the sect. Once I'm expelled, I'll have nothing left. Mo Feng cried his heart out, prostrating himself and begging. Su Chen frowned and glanced at him. First, I don't want a dog like you. Second, this is the first time I've met Luo Fenian. There's no such thing as liking her or not, as you claim. Besides, she is not an item to be passed around. And another thing, your current appearance truly disgusts me. Su Chen kicked Mo Feng away, paying him no more mind. Luo Tianyi's disappointment reached its peak. If Mo Feng had shown a bit of backbone, perhaps he would have softened and given him a chance. But he never expected this. Was he afraid of being expelled from the sect? No, he was afraid of losing everything he had after leaving the martial artist Grand Hall. Luo Fenian was even more furious. She marched over, grabbed Mo Feng, and slapped him repeatedly. She cursed. I knew your feelings for me weren't pure. I never expected I was just a stepping stone for you to stay in the martial artist Grand Hall. In your eyes, I'm just an item that can be passed around. You animal. I'm glad I wasn't blind. Mo Feng wanted to say something more, but Luo Tianyi stood up and gave him a cold glance. You can go. I will announce to the world that you are no longer my disciple. As these words were spoken, Mo Feng collapsed on the ground, the light gone from his eyes, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. However, in the next second, Mo Feng suddenly sprang up, mustering all his strength. A dagger appeared in his hand as he lunged toward Su Chen. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that I was expelled. Do you have any idea what that means to me? Seeing this, Su Chen stepped back, drew his Dragon Abyss sword, and a gleam of sword energy shot out, blocking Mo Feng's attack. He countered with a punch. Su Chen sneered. It means you've been expelled from your sect. Then, an endless stream of sword gleams shot towards him. Mo Feng wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. The next moment, the sword gleams swept past, trailing strings of blood flowers in the air. Mo Feng spat out a large amount of fresh blood. His eyes glazed over as he collapsed to the ground. His life force was extinguished. If you wanted to kill me, then don't blame me. Su Chen felt not a shred of guilt. With a cold glance at Mo Feng's corpse, he felt the chi and blood within his body surge slightly. Luo Tianyi opened his mouth to say something, but then stopped. He had intended to stop Mo Feng, but it was too late. Su Chen turned to Luo Tianyi. Brother Luo, you saw it yourself. He tried to kill me first. Luo Tianyi shook his head and gestured for someone to clean up the body. The shop owner nearby was completely petrified. How could he not see how important Su Chen was in Luo Tianyi's eyes? He had even been willing to expel Mo Feng from his tutelage. And him. He was just an ordinary merchant. At this thought, the owner ignored the pain in his body, scrambled over to Su Chen, and began to beg. Grandmaster Su, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. It was all that bastard Mo Feng's doing. He forced me. I never intended to target you. Sir, you see, the misunderstanding is cleared up now. Can you spare my life? I have elderly parents and young children to care for. Su Chen frowned, and said mockingly, I am just an imposter. Why are you doing this? Hearing that, the owner was terrified and hurriedly slapped himself. I was wrong. It was I who had eyes but failed to see, offending a great man. I deserve to die. I am guilty. I beg Grandmaster Su to give me a chance to atone. As he spoke, an idea seemed to strike him. He hastily crawled over to pick up the token he had thrown away and presented it with both hands. I deserve to die. My eyes were blind, and I failed to recognize your esteemed status. Su Chen took the token, not bothering to look at the owner. He had no desire to even glance at such a fair, weather sycophant. He said nothing more. But Luo Fenian couldn't swallow her anger. She sneered, so now you know you were blind. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Calling me an imposter and even claiming to be Hall Master Luo's father. Cold sweat dripped down the owner's back. For such a treasonous remark, Luo Tianyi would have every right to kill him now. He stammered, I know I was wrong. It was my wretched mouth. I'm not human. I beg the young miss to spare my life. Luo Fenian's smile vanished, her voice turning as cold as a domineering CEO's. Get lost. The martial artists hall has no need for trash like you. Thank you, young miss. Thank you, Grandmaster Su. The owner was so scared he wet himself, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Soon, Su Chen received a message. 100 million yuan had been deposited into his account, undoubtedly compensation from the shop owner. He couldn't help but remark, doing business with martial artists is incredibly profitable. Ordinary people work their entire lives just to make ends meet, while martial artists can easily earn tens or hundreds of millions. No wonder so many people want to become one. Luo Fenian said. That's natural. Martial artists earn a lot, but they also constantly face life and death situations. The number of martial artists who die at the hands of demonic beasts each year is already staggering, let alone in the abyss. As the daughter of the martial artist's hallmaster, although she had never experienced it directly, she had heard Luo Tianyi mention it. Su Chen didn't refute her, because it was the truth. The abyss had descended, and alien races had emerged from it, their strength formidable. Countless prodigies had fallen in the beginning, and the human race had paid a heavy price to drive the alien races back into the abyss. But with the appearance of the abyss, spiritual energy had revived even more strongly, causing animals to mutate into demonic beasts. They emerged from the deep forests and quickly occupied several cities. Now the living space for humans was only half of what it used to be. In other words, the human race had to not only fight the alien races in the abyss, but also guard against the demonic beast on the surface. The situation was dire. At that moment Luo Tianyi smiled and said, If you're interested, I can hand this shop over to you to manage. How you manage it is your business. The rent is free, you only need to pay 5 of the annual profit. Before Su Chen could refuse, someone was already sent to handle the paperwork. Su Chen stopped him. He had only made a casual remark. Had Luo Tianyi misunderstood? He really had no such intention. He quickly said, No, Brother Luo, you've probably misunderstood. I have no such intention, and besides, I don't know how to run a business. Luo Tianyi laughed. It's no problem. I'll send someone to help you manage it. You don't need to worry. Su Chen was stunned. Did this mean he didn't have to do anything, and could just sit and wait for the money to roll in? Soon, the contract was brought over. Luo Tianyi signed it, and handed it to him. Luo Fenian saw his hesitation and spoke up. Su Chen, just sign it. Consider it a thank you gift for saving me. Hearing that, Su Chen smiled faintly. Well, this thank you gift of yours is quite valuable indeed. He then picked up the pen and signed his name. The neighboring shop owners watched with envy. This location was prime real estate. The annual rent alone was in the tens of millions, plus a 10 profit share. Yet for him, the rent was completely waived, and he only had to pay 5 of the profits. Don't underestimate that 5. For a shop like this, 5 could mean several million or even tens of millions. Among the onlookers, the shock on Lang Mangkyu's face had yet to fade. After all, the surprises he had brought her were truly too many. A 6th-star Kai and Blood Realm expert had actually slain a 3rd-star CFK Realm expert. The most upset person was naturally Liu Kingxian. She had thought his life was over, but it turned out this was just the beginning for him. The value of this shop. She couldn't even imagine how much profit it could generate if it had fallen into her hands. After signing, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. He chatted with Luo Tianyi for a bit, and then prepared to leave. Luo Fanian wanted to say something, but seeing that he was already leaving, she swallowed her words. Luo Tianyi noticed her expression, and couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Has my dear daughter's heart been moved?" Luo Fanian's face turned crimson, and she glared at her father. "You old rogue, who's been moved? I was just curious about which university would accept someone with his incredible talent." Luo Tianyi looked at Luo Fanian with a knowing gaze. How could he not know what was in his daughter's heart? If she wasn't interested, why would she ask such questions? He smiled faintly and replied, "Luo City Technical College." "Luo City Technical College? Are you mistaken? Someone with his talent is going to a technical college." Luo Fanian's voice rose several octaves, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Luo Tianyi chuckled, looking at his daughter with a meaningful expression. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. For that, you'll have to ask him yourself. Luo Fanian looked truly speechless. By this time Su Chen had already left the martial artist Grand Hall. His fundamental injury was healed, and his next step was to prepare for the Luocheng Technical College entrance exam in 1 week. Even though it was a technical college, he had to take it seriously. After all, it was directly related to the distribution of cultivation resources he would receive there. University was different from high school. There were no teachers to guide them and distribute resources fairly. In university, everything depended on one's own strength. Those with good talent and high strength would enjoy better and more resources, while the rest would be eliminated. That was the reality of it. Furthermore, there was the system's mission: enter the abyss beneath Luocheng Technical College and slay 100 members of the aberrant race. Completing the mission would grant him an upgraded sword body. "I am the man who wants to become the sword god," he thought to himself with a small smile. Su Chen. Just then, after he had only taken a few steps, a voice called out. He stopped and turned to see Lang Mengqiu and Liu Kingxian standing behind him, their expressions a bit strange. "What is it?" he asked. He was a little curious about why Lang Mengqiu was looking for him. If it were only Liu Kingxian, he wouldn't have stayed for even a second. Hearing his question, Lang Mengqiu paused for a moment before getting straight to the point. "With your talent and ability, are you truly content with going to Luocheng Technical College?" "Ah, so she's here to poach me. I admit," she continued, "I was very surprised when you took the talent test today. But after learning that your foundation was damaged, I hesitated. To restore a fundamental injury, one must obtain a Demon King's sacred plant. But you know how difficult those are to find. Even for Star River University, obtaining one comes at a great cost. But now, your talent has once again shocked me. To comprehend Sword Gleam at 18 and fight above your level. Your talent is enough to be classified as monstrous, completely worthy of us paying that price. So Su Chen, come to Star River University. We will provide you with the best cultivation resources, something a place like Luocheng Technical College can't even compare to." After listening to Lang Mengqiu's speech, Su Chen smiled lightly. Instead of answering directly, he asked her a question in return. "I'm a bit curious. If I had agreed to join Star River University today, but hadn't comprehended Sword Gleam and my talent appeared very ordinary, what would you have done?" Hearing this, Lang Mengqiu paused for a moment before replying, "If the value you displayed was not worth the price we would have to pay, you would have been abandoned." Su Chen laughed. "How realistic. Star River University is very good, but I'm sorry, I choose Luocheng Technical College. No reason needed. If I go to Star River University, how can I enter the abyss? How can I kill the aberrant race? How can I upgrade my sword body? As for cultivation resources, haha, what a joke. I'm a man with a system. I get stronger by killing. And it just so happens there's an abyss right under Luocheng Technical College. Isn't it a joy to be able to enter and hunt the aberrant race?" Lang Mengqiu was dumbfounded by his response. Was everything I had just said for nothing? Did you not hear a single word? Can you at least give me a reason? Without much thought, Su Chen pointed at Liu Kingxian and said, "Because she is at Star River University, and I find it nauseating." Liu Kingxian was stunned at first, Then her face filled with anger. Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you, a man, really that petty? Is this fun for you? Su Chen, you're not a child anymore. Isn't this just childish? He replied, alright, I'll be honest. I have another reason for going to Luochen Technical College, to avenge my parents. This wasn't a lie. 4 years ago, his parents had died while providing reinforcements to the abyss beneath Luochen Technical College. He didn't want to say any more on the matter. Okay, I'm leaving. He turned to go. Lang Mengqiu wanted to say something more, but ultimately held her tongue. She could see that he was not going to come to Star River University. Seeing him leave, Lang Mengqiu also prepared to depart. But Lu Qingxian remained rooted to the spot. She said, teacher, you go on ahead. I have something to take care of. Hearing this, Lang Mengqiu didn't think much of it and left alone. The next second, Lu Qingxian started following Su Chen. He was standing at a street corner, directly across from his residential complex. But Lu Qingxian stood before him, blocking his path. She was crying a river of tears. Su Chen, are you really so heartless? He was extremely annoyed. Are you sick? I've already told you, there's no possibility between us anymore. The sight of you makes me nauseous. He was truly speechless. He didn't know where Lu Qingxian got her confidence from. She was always so overly self-assured, which brought the phrase delusions of grandeur to his mind. Lu Qingxian said, oh, I don't believe it. You said you would love me for a lifetime, that you would treat me well for a lifetime. Have you forgotten all of that? I was wrong today. I was just momentarily confused and impulsive. But you've already hit me and scolded me. So your anger should have subsided. Let's make up. Besides, she added, you know I've always had a good head for business. Don't you have a shop in the martial artist grand hall now? If you hand it over to me, I can definitely make a lot of money for you. Lu Qingxian spoke nonstop, her face streaked with tears. Anyone who didn't know the situation would think he was a scumbag who had abandoned her. Hearing her words, Su Chen understood. No wonder she came to make up with him. It was because of that shop in the martial artist grand hall. He had to admit. Her calculation was good, but he would never agree. Graham. Immediately, he said. He turned to leave, not wanting to stay another second. No, I won't go. You said you would love me for a lifetime. You can't treat me like this. Lu Qingxian said as she rushed forward to grab him, preventing him from leaving. Inside, Lu Qingxian was also furious. She had just broken up with him, and this bastard's fortunes had soared like a kite. Not only did his damaged foundation not hinder him, but it also propelled him to new heights in a single step. She couldn't just stand by and watch him succeed, which was why she wanted to reconcile. So she granted him a chance, bestowing her grace upon him. She never expected that not only would he refuse, but he would also beat her. This made Lu Qingxian even angrier. But after thinking it through, she realized he was no longer the same person he used to be. So, she decided to change her approach. If the hard way didn't work, she would try the soft way. Oops, oops, oops. Looks like I've come at a bad time, Kevin Day. Just as Su Chen was getting frustrated and about to kick Lu Qingxian away, he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw Luo Fenian standing under a streetlight across the road. Both he and Lu Qingxian were stunned. Then, Luo Fenian walked over, naturally linking her arm with his, and looked at Lu Qingxian. Miss Lu, you were the one who proposed the breakup. What are you doing now, bothering my boyfriend? Could it be that you saw he's now wealthy and powerful and want a share of his money? Luo Fenian asked with feigned surprise. Her words left both Lu Qingxian and Su Chen speechless. Since when had Luo Fenian become his girlfriend? Lu Qingxian, exposed, hurriedly tried to explain, but her voice was weak. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. He said he would love me and treat me well for a lifetime. I don't believe he could be with you right after we broke up. Is that so? Do you want to hear him tell you himself? Luo Fenian smiled. Her aura and appearance both surpassed Lu Qingxian's by a level. She turned to Su Chen and pinched his waist hard. Tell her. Are you my boyfriend or not? No matter how dense he was, Su Chen understood Luo Fenian's intention. Yes, I am Luo Fenian's boyfriend. For some reason, as he said the word boyfriend, his voice was noticeably weak, and Luo Fenian's face immediately flushed red. Now can you leave? Luo Fenian said. Don't bother my boyfriend in the future. Lu Qingxian refused to believe it, shouting in anger, no, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You two are lying to me, you're conspiring to deceive me. She glared fiercely at Luo Fenian, and yelled frantically, he said he would love me forever. You bitch. Don't you two scoundrels even think about monopolizing the money that belongs to me. Lu Qingxian. as if possessed, lunged forward. Both Su Chen and Luo Fenian were dumbfounded. What money belonged to her? Get lost, Su Chen roared, unable to hold back any longer. He threw a punch, already filled with killing intent. But his fist struck a dark broadsword, creating a metallic clang. Lu Qingxian was saved in the nick of time. Su Chen composed himself and saw that the one who had blocked his attack was a young man dressed in black. Big cities are really different, the young man said, getting to see such a dramatic scene late at night. He looked at Su Chen with disdain. You look decent enough, but it's obvious you're the type to live off a woman, a pretty boy. I hate your kind the most. He stood protectively in front of Lu Qingxian. Behind him, another female student helped Lu Qingxian up, gently comforting her. In an instant, 4 other male students stepped forward, surrounding Su Chen and Luo Fenian. Lu Qingxian, seeing that their cultivation levels were not weak, put on a tearful performance. She lamented, that heartless man forgot about me as soon as he found someone new. I came to him for an explanation, and he took this fix inside and hit me. Lu Qingxian sobbed loudly. Anyone who didn't know the truth would really think she was the victim. Don't worry, the young man with the broadsword, named Wan Lin, shouted coldly. I'll get justice for you. He swung his horse-copping saber and charged at Su Chen. Pretty boy, taste the blade of the Wan family. Seeing Wan Lin rush forward, Su Chen pushed Luo Fenian behind him. His kai and blood surged, and the Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a clash of metal, Wan Lin was knocked back by a single sword strike. He said, pretty boy, you've got some skills. Su Chen questioned coldly, a hint of anger in his heart. Who are you people? This has nothing to do with you, and it's not what you think. Wan Lin roared, still trying to argue. I'll cut you down. His kai and blood surged as he slashed forward. Even an 8th or 9th star kai and blood realm martial artist might not have been able to withstand this strike. However, Su Chen completely disregarded it. A beam of sword armor shot out, instantly dissipating his attack. At the same time, another sword strike sent Wan Lin flying back. Damn it. This pretty boy has some serious skills, Wan Lin shouted. Everyone, let's get him together. Without another word, he called for the others to join him in a group attack. Another young man named Wu Tao sneered, wanting the 6th. I told you weren't good enough. A dark spear appeared in his hand as he thrust it towards Su Chen. The next second, as expected, Wan Lin and the others were all sent flying. Wu Tao, sprawled on the ground and feeling humiliated, wanted to get back up and regain some face. This pretty boy really does have some skills. The female student from before stepped forward, frowning at Su Chen. As a martial artist, aren't you ashamed of doing something like this? Seeing Lu Qingxian's pitiful crying, she had believed her story. Su Chen scoffed. Ha ha. A bunch of morons. He couldn't even be bothered to explain. I'll say it again, this has nothing to do with you, and it's not what you think. If you dare to stand in my way again, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, the female student was quite angered. Before she could say anything, Wan Lin stood up, his fury soaring. He roared, damn it. I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me. If I don't kill you today, I'll be your grandson. Wan Lin was truly enraged. He released his kai and blood. Though he was only at the 6th star kai and blood realm, the aura he emitted was stronger than that of a 3rd star expert. Wu Tao and the others also got up and attacked. This time, the female student joined the fight. 5 of them ganged up on Su Chen. Luo Fenian was anxious and wanted to help, but the battle was too intense for her to intervene. Lu Qingxian stood aside, smirking. She was also curious. Where did these idiots come from? Why were they so naive and brainless, believing everything she said? But it was a good thing. The skills of these 5 were not weak. They could teach him a lesson. If they could knock him out, it would be even easier to handle. While he was unconscious, she could take the contract, press his thumbprint on it, and transfer all his assets to her name. At this thought, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle silently. Chuckling, my ass. A slap landed squarely on Lu Qingxian's face. She was stunned. Before she could react, Luo Fenian grabbed her and started beating her relentlessly. She was no match for Luo Fenian and was beaten to a pulp, unable to fight back. Wan Lin and the others had intended to save Lu Qingxian, but were blocked by Su Chen. He was clearly enraged. The sword in his hand struck out fiercely, and countless beams of sword armor shot out, sending all of them flying. They fell to the ground, coughing up blood violently. The female student, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, demanded, "Who on earth are you? A strong expert like you has never appeared in Luo City." Thinking back, there had never been such a character in Luo City. A 6th star Kai and blood realm expert who was so monstrously strong. They had thought Wan Lin and Wu Tao were monstrous enough to beat up senior students. But now they were the ones getting beaten up. And the crucial point was, he was also at the 6th star Kain and Blood Realm. Wan Lin and Wu Tao were also surprised. They had never lost to someone at the same level before, and now they had been so easily defeated. What are you asking for? Wang Lin shouted. Go back and call for reinforcements. Call the old man. Wu Tao chimed in, yeah. Are they bullying us Luo City Technical College because we have no one? The female student asked again, a hint of shock in her heart. I am Bai Qingjian, a second-year student at Luo City Technical College. Who exactly are you? Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned, his expression odd. They are from Luo City Technical College. I am Su Chen, an admitted student of Luo City Technical College. As his voice fell, the scene became silent. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Bai Qingjian asked in surprise, you are Su Chen, the admitted student of Luo City Technical College. They had come to Luo City this time precisely to find him, to deliver his admission notice and cultivation resources, to prevent him from changing his mind and going to another university. They just never expected their first meeting would be under such circumstances. At the same time, Su Chen was also a bit embarrassed. He had beaten up a senior before even enrolling. Wan Lin craned his neck, his tone full of suspicion and a hint of dissatisfaction. You say you're Su Chen. What proof do you have? Hearing this, Su Chen took out the Luo City Technical College emblem that Mengan had given him that day. Seeing this, Bai Qingjian looked at him with a complicated expression. He was indeed a student of Luo City Technical College. His identity was confirmed, but the situation was a bit awkward. Bai Qingjian looked deeply into his eyes, recalling her purpose for coming here. She took out a spatial ring, and with a flick of her finger, 300-year-old spiritual herbs and 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng appeared in her hand. By order of the principal, I'm here to deliver your admission notice for Luo City Technical College. These are the cultivation resources the principal specifically asked me to bring for you. Bai Qingjian's tone was a bit cold. The incident just now had given her a very bad impression of him. She admitted that his talent was good, but his character was really questionable, typical scumbag. Su Chen took the admission notice and the spiritual herbs, frowning. He knew what this meant, and accepted them without courtesy. At this time, Luo Fanian had finished her fight. Lu Qingxian was beaten into a pig's head and lay on the ground, speechless. Luo Fanian finally let her go, walked over to the group, and said loudly, Luo City Technical College. Haha, a bunch of morons. Her words immediately angered Bai Qingjian. Wan Lin and the others also scowled. What do you mean by that? Say that again if you dare. Seeing this, Luo Fanian was not afraid at all, jumping in to beat someone up without distinguishing right from wrong. If you're not morons, what are you? I am not targeting Luo City Technical College. I just feel that you people are a disgrace to it. Do you know the whole story? Do you know what happened? Do you know the relationship between me and Su Chen? You just listened to her one-sided story, and immediately concluded that I'm a bitch and Su Chen is a scumbag. If you not morons, what are you? Luo Fanian said, glaring at Bai Qingjian's crew. Bai Qingjian wanted to say something, but on second thought, she really had only listened to Lu Qingxian's side of the story. She asked in a low voice, sneaking a glance at Su Chen, so what is the real story? Luo Fanian explained, that woman, Lu Qingxian, during the martial arts exam, he was injured while saving her, but not only did she not thank him, she demanded a breakup and abandoned him. Now that she sees he has potential and can be used, she wants to cling to him. Hearing this, Bai Qingjian's face flushed red, and she wished she could dig a hole to hide in. Luo Fanian's words reminded her of a video she had seen that day, the one that had caused a stir at the martial arts square. First sword strike to cut down the beloved before me. The main characters in the video were him and Lu Qingxian. Wan Lin and the others were also extremely embarrassed. At the time they had been cursing and shouting, wanting to go and cut down that woman to rid the world of a menace. They never expected to have caused such a blunder now. The atmosphere became very awkward, with only the painful groans of Lu Qingxian lying on the ground. Luo Fanian looked at Su Chen and said, sorry, I just didn't want them to misunderstand you. It's clearly not your fault. This was what she had found out about him after he had left. He shook his head, feeling that this was also for the best. He didn't want to explain, he was too lazy to. But if he didn't, and these people went back and spread rumors, his reputation would be ruined before he even enrolled. It's fine. I should thank you for explaining for me. Luo Fanian smiled at his words. The most embarrassed person right now was Bai Qingjian. Sorry, we wronged you. Wan Lin and the others looked awkward, too ashamed to apologize. They just craned their necks and said, well, You beat us up, so let's call it even. Su Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Seeing this, Wang Lin sidled up to him with a sly grin. Brother, your skills are not bad. The entrance exam is coming up soon. Interested in forming a team? I've heard that this year's entrance exam will have members of the Luo City Technical College Student Union participating. Those guys are considered the elite students of the school. There's also a group of foreigners. I've had my eye on those bastards for a while. Want to team up, give them a good beating, and snatch the academic points from their hands. Wu Tao also stepped forward, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and joined in without a care. Yeah, with us teamed up, those senior students are nothing. Let's beat the crap out of them. Hearing Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words, Su Chen was a bit surprised. What do you mean? You guys are new students too. Wang Lin grinned and moved closer, chuckling. So what do you say? Interested? We'll split the academic points we snatch evenly. Wu Tao also came closer and said, in the academy, you can't do anything without academic points. It's like money on the outside. Without it, you can't even take a step. The few hundred points the academy gives out each month are not nearly enough for cultivation. Hearing this, Su Chen also frowned. He really didn't know about these things. Bai Qingjian, standing nearby, also said softly, that's right. Only 200 academic points a month is really not enough for cultivation. We all have to take on extra tasks to earn points. This time, for delivering things to you, the principal promised me 1,000 points. If not for that, she wouldn't have bothered to come. He frowned and asked, are the people from the Student Alliance very strong? The Student Alliance is an alliance formed by all the elite students in Luocheng Technical College, including the strongest from all 4 academic years. The weakest among them are at the Qixi realm. To join the Student Alliance, besides having personal strength, there's a mandatory requirement. You must have entered the Abyss to fight and have killed members of the aberrant race. The top 10 in this entrance exam can directly join the Student Alliance. At the same time, a chief student will be selected, basically, the boss of your year. The chief student enjoys supplementary resources, has special authority within the academy, and can also enter the Abyss earlier. Hearing this, Su Chen became genuinely interested. His current mission was precisely to enter the Abyss and slay 100 aberrants. If he entered the academy and wasn't allowed down there, it would all be for nothing. It seemed he would have to fight for this chief student position. Thank you for the information, senior sister. In his mind, he began to strategize. Seeing that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Bai Qingyan and the others suggested going to a nearby restaurant to celebrate. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxin was still lying on the sidewalk. After a long while, she staggered to her feet. Her eyes filled with venomous hatred as she looked towards Su Chen in the restaurant not far away. Then, none of them are any good. Su Chen, you will regret this. She muttered venomously before dragging herself away. A week quickly passed. Su Chen had refined all 21 spiritual herbs, and his blood and Qi had grown significantly. With just one more day, he was confident he could break through to the 7-star blood and Qi realm. But there was no more time. Today was the entrance exam for Luocheng Technical College, and he couldn't be late. Let's go. At the door, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were already prepared. The 3 of them set off immediately, heading towards Luocheng Technical College. Towering ancient trees reached for the sky, covering it completely. At the peak of Luo Mountain was Luocheng Technical College. When the 3 of them arrived, the base of the mountain was already crowded with students, all new freshmen waiting for the entrance exam. At a glance, most were at the 2 or 3-star blood and Qi realm, even 4-star cultivators were extremely rare. After all, those with that level of strength would compete for better academies. Who would come to a technical college? Just then, an ice-cold aura emanated, instantly silencing the noisy crowd of students. A white-robed figure appeared. You are all new students of Luocheng Technical College. Next, you will face our entrance exam. I'll briefly go over some of the rules. After the exam begins, each of you will be issued a student card containing 200 academic points, which will serve as your basic points upon enrollment. However, whether you can hold on to these points until you enter the college will depend on your own abilities. Within Luo Mountain, senior students will be lying in ambush to steal your points. Of course, you can form your own teams, and you can also rub each other. As for the rules, there are no rules. The white-robed figure spoke a few simple sentences, chuckled lightly, and then vanished, his voice echoing back. Anyone who fails to reach Luocheng Technical College by sunset will be considered eliminated and can go home on their own. After a moment of shock, the 3 of them received their student cards. When handing Su Chen his card, Bai Qingjian spoke softly, Su Chen, don't be careless. There are over 4,000 new students this time, and half might be eliminated. She added a quiet warning. Furthermore, I don't know what price the president paid, but he managed to find some students with decent talent. Among them, one new student has already reached the 7-star blood and key realm. The moment she said this, even Su Chen was stunned, finding it a bit hard to believe. 4,000 new students. And the college plans to eliminate half. What kind of operation is this? And paying a great price to find some geniuses. What is Luoxing Technical College planning? He frowned, then thanked Bai Qingjian. Thanked. Beside him, Wang Lin and Wu Tao appeared calm, as if they already knew about these things. But both were sensible enough to remain silent. Just as they were about to enter Luo Mountain, a commotion arose. Get out of the way, you yellow-skinned pigs. The curse was accompanied by the sound of someone being hit. Su Chen's gaze followed the sound, and he saw a group of arrogant-looking blonde, blue-eyed people walking over. What is this garbage place? The air is so polluted. A middle-aged man in a Luoxing Technical College uniform hurriedly bowed and scraped in response. Yes, 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 the air in this Huaxia place is all full. Please bear with it for a moment. Once you reach the academy, I will immediately have the president arrange the best accommodations for you. However, you will still need to participate in today's entrance exam. But rest assured, it's just a formality. The man's sycophantic tone earned him contemptuous looks from many onlookers. Seeing this, Bai Qingjian's eyes also showed a hint of anger, but there was nothing she could do. These exchange students enjoyed the best resources, yet they did nothing of value at the academy. Every day, they were either fighting or causing trouble, and the academy was powerless to deal with them. Su Chen was a bit curious. Then why not expel them? From the first glance, he felt a dislike for this group, especially the man who was bowing and scraping. He was even more detestable than the exchange students. Bai Qingjian continued, they're all useless trash, dregs of society. Their families have some connections, so they were shoved into Huaxia to use our resources for cultivation, only to cause trouble everywhere. She added a warning, in the academy. It's best not to get involved with them. Su Chen said nothing. Wang Lin merely gave them a cold glance. And then the three of them entered Luo Mountain directly. As soon as they stepped inside, he felt that the surrounding spiritual energy was even richer than outside. However, before the three of them could even get used to the environment, they sensed a wave of danger. Turning around, they saw a black-clothed male student leaning against a large green rock, looking at them with a taunting expression. You knew. As your senior, I won't be too harsh, but these are the rules. If you don't want a beating, hand over your academic points. I won't take much, just 100 from each of you. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What luck, running into a plundering senior student right at the start. This senior's strength wasn't bad, he was already at the 2-star Kisi realm. But Su Chen paid him no mind, and looked at Wang Lin and Wu Tao. You dare. What's there not to dare? Before Su Chen could finish, Wang Lin had already charged forward, with Wu Tao close behind. The senior student sneered. He knew these freshmen were all in need of a lesson. Just like when he first enrolled, a good beating would make them behave. He chuckled lightly, a bit surprised to sense that Wang Lin and Wu Tao were both at the 6-star blood and key realm. It seemed these two were students the academy had spent a pretty penny to recruit. But so what? He was a 2-star Kisi realm cultivator. He had nothing to fear. However, in the next second, he was completely stunned. They had just exchanged blows, and he was already beaten to the ground before he could even react. And from beginning to end, Su Chen hadn't even made a move. You're not all that, oh. I thought you were so tile putting on such a show. The words from Wang Lin and Wu Tao were like daggers to his heart. The senior student lay on the ground, feeling worse than dead, and began to doubt his own existence. Wang Lin grinned. Hand over your academic points. The senior student couldn't believe it. A new student dared to rob him of his points. The world had been turned upside down. What did you say? Still pretending. Wang Lin kicked him and gave him a beating, then took the senior student card himself, swiped it against his own, and transferred all 800 of the senior's academic points to his card. Wu Tao added a line that was even more soul-crushing. What a poor bastard. Only 800 points. The senior student wanted to cry. What kind of logic was this? They robbed him and then called him poor. He had saved up those 800 points for a long time, planning to snatch some more during the freshman exam. He never expected to be cleaned out by a freshman right at the start. If word of this got out, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. He might as well just drop out. It was too humiliating. They knew better than to keep the stolen points, and handed them to Su Chen. He smiled. I'll hold on to them for now. We can divide them after we get into the academy. But I didn't do anything this time, so I won't take a share. Hearing this, Wan Lin and Wu Tao were silent for a moment. Knowing what he was concerned about, Wan Lin said, how about this? Wu Tao and I will take 8 parts of these 800 points, and the remaining 2 parts are for you. It'll be the same in the future. Whoever puts in more effort gets the bigger share. You can keep a record, and we'll divide it all up at the end. Wu Tao felt that this was a job best left to Su Chen. He didn't trust Wan Lin to keep a record. That guy would definitely cheat. Wan Lin had a similar thought about Wu Tao. When Lin agreed, then it's settled. I have no objections. Su Chen wanted to say something else, but Wan Lin had already made the decision. He grinned and asked the senior student, Senior, tell us. Which of you senior students are here this time? What are your strengths, so we know how to deal with you? Hearing this, the senior student froze. If anyone else had asked, he would have thought they were trying to gather information to avoid them. But when these 3 asked, he felt like they were planning to go rub the other seniors. He couldn't say anything. The moment he refused, in the next second, Su Chen had him hanging from a tree. If you don't talk, don't blame me. Without any mercy, he gave the senior a thorough beating. Wan Lin and Wu Tao's mouths twitched. They suddenly felt that Su Chen was no good guy either. They had really misjudged him. With a 3-on-1 assault and brutal torture, the senior student couldn't hold out any longer. I'll talk. If he didn't, these 3 bastards might actually beat him to death. The strongest among the seniors this time is the second in command of the Student Alliance, Lu Qingfeng. His cultivation is already at the 6-star Sea realm. Then there's Mo Hankum's team. Everyone in their group is at the 3-star Sea realm or above. And there's Jian Tiany's team. Their 3 teams are the strongest this time. The rest are just some scattered small teams. Su Chen was a bit surprised. The second in command of the Student Alliance is personally attending a freshman entrance exam. Is that really necessary? The senior explained, of course it is. There are over 4,000 of you freshmen, each with 200 points. That's 800,000 academic points. That's 1/5 of the total academic points for the entire year at Lucian Technical College. Hearing this, Su Chen was also taken aback. The calculation checked out. It was indeed not a small number. After getting this information, he stroked his chin and thought, if we run into these 3 teams, what are our chances of winning? 6-star Sea realm. To be the second in command of the Student Alliance, he must be no ordinary person. Before long, the 3 of them reached the central area of Lu Mountain. This was the most dangerous location. Most of the senior students were ambushing here, compared to the other freshmen who were sneaking around trying to slip past. The 3 of them were completely different, walking openly. Wan Lin dragged his horse, laying saber, strutting about with boundless arrogance. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Wu Tao were already in ambush positions nearby, just waiting for the prey to walk into their trap. As expected, it didn't take long for 3 senior students to notice Wan Lin. The freshmen nowadays are not only arrogant, but they also have no brains. It would be a disservice to our status as seniors if we don't teach him a lesson. With that, the 3 of them walked towards Wan Lin. Little did they know, they were walking straight into the ambush set by Su Chen and Wu Tao. The next moment, the 3 of them struck, their coordination flawless. They instantly knocked out 2 of the seniors, leaving only a large, muscular one. Seeing that the situation was bad, he turned to run. But how could Su Chen let him escape? He chased after him with the Dragon Abyss sword. This senior was at the 4-star Sea realm, which was decent, but he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from Su Chen before being knocked out and dragged back by his leg. Wan Lin and Wu Tao couldn't help but admit that Su Chen's strength was definitely a cut above theirs. Soon, all 3 seniors' academic points were transferred, adding another 4,000 to their total, a fat sheep indeed. After finishing up, the 3 were about to leave, but the sound of fighting nearby caught their attention. Looks like there's more business. I love being the oriole that preys on the mantis. Wu Tao and Wan Lin shared a cunning smile, and Su Chen immediately snuck towards the sound of the fight. A voice rang out, "You yellow-skinned pigs. Hand over your academic points now." Another blonde, blue-eyed person spoke up. "Are Huaxi as martial artists this week? What a disappointment." Beside them, a Huaxia male student nodded his head repeatedly, then looked at the 3 people lying on the ground. "Hurry up and hand over your points. It's your honor that Lord Nick has taken an interest in them." Hearing this, the 3 on the ground immediately started cursing. "You running dog. If you have the guts, then kill us. If I don't find you and cause trouble every single day after we get to the academy, then I'm not human. And you running dog, were you born without a spine?" Do you enjoy being someone's lapdog that much? They could accept being defeated by senior students, or even by other new students that was due to their own lack of skill. But to be defeated by these foreign devils was something they absolutely could not accept. The most crucial part was that there was a damn traitor who had sold them out, which made them hate this scum in front of them so much they wanted to tear him to pieces. Hearing this, the running dog just sneered. Not only did he not feel any shame, but he even looked quite pleased. Nonsense. To be valued by Lord Bill is my honor. I like being a dog. So what? What good has your so-called backbone brought you? Getting beaten into an idiot or getting eliminated directly. This scene further infuriated the three on the ground. Just as they were about to say something, another blonde, blue-eyed man suddenly spoke up. They're just a bunch of trash. Just kill them and be done with it. The running dog hesitated. Killing them. It might not be easy to explain to Luo City Technical College. The one called Bill glanced contemptuously at the three on the ground. Not easy to explain. How do they want it explained? If they're dead, they're dead. What can they do to us? Hearing this, the others nodded, showing no fear. The running dog hesitated again. If he made a move, he feared the academy wouldn't let him off. Killing a student during the exam. Those foreigners might get away with it, but he wouldn't. At this thought, he wavered, but the foreign students behind him urged him on. The running dog had no choice but to close his eyes, grip his saber, and charge. However, just at that critical moment, a beam of sword armor shot through his shoulder. The saber in his hand clattered to the ground. In the next instant, Su Chen's figure appeared before them, his icy gaze fixed on the foreign students. The running dog screamed in pain as Wang Lin and Wu Tao stepped forward and beat him to a pulp. They then took his student card, only to find that he didn't have a single academic point. His points had all been transferred away by the foreign students. One of the foreign students spoke up, not at all angry. Who are you? Your strength isn't bad. Bill also glanced at Su Chen again, then sneered. Passable. I can give you a chance. Replace him, and be my dog. Hand over all your academic points. And I'll give you this opportunity to follow me. This is your supreme honor. Honor, my ass. Su Chen was truly enraged. A terrifying sword light swirled around him, and a wave of killing intent spread out. You're asking for death. He was also at the 6th star kind and blood realm. But he was facing a peerless expert like Su Chen. Seeing this, the other foreign students also made their move. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, who had been holding back for a while, charged into the fight. However, in just a few breaths, Bill was on the ground, beaten by Su Chen until he had 2 black eyes. Damn it, you damn pig, you dare hit me. You're done for. I'll report this to the higher-ups and make you pay with your life. Slap. Su Chen slapped him again, the blow knocking out several of Bill's teeth. Was it you who broke their legs? Bill, hearing this, put on an arrogant face. So what if it was? I am from the noble empire where the sun never sets. You dare touch me. Your principal won't let you off. He'll throw you out to be slaughtered to appease the wrath of my empire. Su Chen couldn't even be bothered with his nonsense. A single kick directly crippled both of Bill's legs. Bill screamed and cursed in pain, only to have Su Chen stuff a rock into his mouth. The other foreign students also had their legs broken and mouths gagged. Then, their student cards were thoroughly searched. They had a hopping 10,000 academic points, which Su Chen transferred away immediately. Only then did he turn to look at the running dog on the ground. The foreign students were detestable, but the running dog was the most disgusting of all. The running dog was scared to death. What? What do you want to do? He tried to resist, but it was obviously futile. Su Chen didn't even say a word, just beat him to a pulp and hung him up. Soon, after taking turns beating him, the running dog was left with only a final, faint breath. During this time, 4 senior students from the enforcement team arrived. They were responsible for maintaining order. After taking the 3 students with broken legs away, they dragged the foreign students off. Before leaving, they only gave Su Chen one instruction: don't kill anyone. After hanging up the running dog, Wang Lin even carved the 2 words "and traitor" on his face. Damn it, I hate this kind of person the most. Once I get into the academy, I'll beat up every single one I see. Wu Tao also cursed incessantly, punching the running dog one more time before turning to leave. Fellow student. Wait a moment. Just a few steps later, 3 to 5 senior students stepped out and blocked their path. The hot-tempered Wang Lin pointed his horse-copping saber at one of them. What is it? You want to rob us of our academic points? Get lost. Wu Tao also spoke with a mocking gaze. We didn't see any senior students stepping up just now, but now a few of you have appeared. Hearing this, the senior students were so ashamed they wanted to dig a hole and hide. We have our own difficulties. That group has special privileges. Before they could finish their sentence, Wang Lin charged forward in a rage. Weaklings, if you're cowards, just say you're cowards. They were bullying your own countrymen right in front of you, and you still have the face to hide. If I were you, I'd rather cripple my own cultivation and go home to shovel manure. And when you're shoveling manure, remember to cover your face. Not because of the smell, but because it's so damn shameful. Wang Lin showed no mercy, scolding the senior students until they had nowhere to hide. Su Chen also asked angrily, since when did the martial artists of Huaxia become so spineless? If they didn't know or didn't see, that would be one thing. But they clearly saw it, and still hid in the shadows, pretending not to notice. To put it bluntly, those injured were their junior students, yet they stood by and watched them get their legs broken, and humiliated. This was what angered Su Chen the most. The senior students hung their heads in shame, not knowing how to answer. They felt they had lost all face. They had no choice. They were scared. After scolding them, Su Chen didn't plan to leave. He looked at them. What, you still want to rob us of our academic points? A skinny, shifty man spoke up. Not rob. Those. Just borrow a few points. But before he could finish, another person covered his mouth. They wanted to explain, but Su Chen didn't want to hear it. He attacked directly, brandishing the Dragon Abyss sword. Beams of sword armor shot out, his swordsmanship as exquisite as an immortal descending to earth, making it impossible for the senior students to dodge. They scrambled to defend themselves. Wen Lin cursed loudly, trying to rub me. You should be burning incense and thanking me for not robbing you. He swung his horse-copping saber. Its blade kicked terrifying. In less than a minute, all of them were knocked to the ground. But Su Chen didn't stop, pressing them down and beating them to a pulp. It was a thorough beating. Wu Tao even turned his spear around and used the shaft like an iron rod, striking them repeatedly. Wan Lin was even more outrageous, picking up a large rock and smashing it on them until even the rock shattered. The tragic screams of the senior students echoed throughout Lua Mountain. The enforcement team students watched from a distance, their mouths twitching, but they didn't dare to step forward and intervene. The new students these days are so damn terrifying. Every single one of them is at the Kai and Blood realm. Yet they're beating up these Sea of Gi realm's senior students. Their arrogance is off the charts. Su Chen dusted off his hands, picked up a wrench that had fallen to the ground, and under the astonished gazes of Wan Lin and Wu Tao, tucked it back into his clothes. He coughed and said, I normally like machinery. It's perfectly reasonable for me to carry a wrench, right? Wan Lin and Wu Tao said nothing. As expected, you're no good person. Who in their right mind carries a wrench around? He took out the senior student cards, and transferred away another 6,000 academic points. He hung all of them up in a tree before leaving. Only after the three of them were long gone did the enforcement team members dare to cautiously approach. They hurriedly untied them and, without a backward glance, took them back to the academy for treatment. In just half a day, the three of them had amassed over 20,000 academic points. This was an absolutely terrifying number. Even if divided equally, each of them would have nearly 7,000 points. Even many senior students didn't have that many. And many senior students only had a meager few hundred points each month. After the news from the enforcement team spread, some senior students were intrigued and didn't believe it. They deliberately sought out the three of them. But without exception, they were all beaten to a pulp. That's right, they were utterly ruthless. After the beating, all their academic points were transferred away, and then they were hung up. Not long after being hung up, someone from the enforcement team would sneak over, untie them, and take them away for treatment. Perhaps because of the incident with the foreign students earlier, all three of them were still fuming. Their impression of these senior students had hit rock bottom. Every move they made was a killing blow, extremely ruthless. At this moment, several senior students were trembling. They swore they really hadn't come looking for trouble, but Su Chen didn't care. As soon as he saw they were senior students, he blocked their path. One senior student hurriedly said, Junior, calm down. Please calm down. First, we really didn't come looking for trouble with you. Second, we are part of the enforcement team maintaining order, not participants in the competition trying to obstruct you. Please don't misunderstand. Bullshit, still trying to trick me. Hand over your student cards. I'll decide for myself. The Dragon Abyss sword hummed, sword armor swirling around it. Seeing this, the senior students were stunned. This new student is so brutal, he just enrolled and he's already comprehended sword armor. Even the current leader of the Lua City Technical College Student Union, a dedicated sword cultivator and the strongest swordsman among the students, had only just barely comprehended sword armor. Another senior student recognized him. Looking at you dressed in black. Aren't you the guy who carries a wrench? Junior, please calm down. We really are the enforcement team. But Su Chen didn't care. He drew his sword and charged. Wan Lin and Wu Tao cared even less, charging into the fight with their saber and spear. Soon, the senior students of the enforcement team were pressed to the ground and beaten to a pulp. Their academic points were also completely robbed, and then they were hung up, still claiming to be the enforcement team. You really have the face to say that. When those foreign devils were causing trouble, why didn't we see you come out to maintain order? Su Chen interrupted Wan Lin. What enforcement team? Nonsense. We're robbing senior students participating in the competition. What enforcement team would run onto the competition grounds? Wan Lin was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood his meaning. Yeah, they're obviously senior students pretending to be the enforcement team. Do they really think we don't know anything? After saying that, he cursed at them again and left. The senior students of the enforcement team wanted to cry. This is a complete reversal of right and wrong. Is there any justice left in the world? Only after the three of them were far away did they dare to struggle and pull out their phones to make a call. Soon, a burly man came and rescued them, then burst out laughing. Then, a message was sent in the senior students group chat. Brothers, be careful. Those 3 new student bandits are even robbing the enforcement team. Especially the one in black. He's extremely brutal and completely unreasonable. If you see them, run. Don't even try to reason with them. This message sent the entire senior students group into an uproar. Are the new students this arrogant now? They even dare to attack the enforcement team. This is a complete provocation to the authority of the senior students. We can't tolerate this. Absolutely not. The message was quickly buried. Some didn't believe it, some found it incredible, and some thought the 3 of them were indeed quite skilled and couldn't be underestimated. Only the senior students who had been thoroughly beaten remained silent. Lu Qingfen looked at the message on his phone, his expression slightly serious. He was clearly intrigued. Are these 3 new students that strong? Interesting. As the second in command of the student union and a 6-star Sea of Key Realm expert, his cultivation was definitely the strongest among the senior students participating this time. Someone next to him reported, I just asked Old Pin from the enforcement team. It's confirmed that there are indeed 3 very formidable new students. They've been beating up senior students all the way, even the enforcement team. In short, they rob anyone they see. They probably have nearly 30,000 academic points by now. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng smiled. Looks like a few tough nuts to crack. I like tough nuts. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng directly entered Luo Mountain. At the same time, there were also the teams of Jiang Seni and Mo Hankong. The 3 of them were the strongest among the senior students this time. After seeing the news, they were all intrigued and wanted to see the 3 of them for themselves. Only Bai Qingjian was worried after seeing the message in the group. She was afraid that he would run into those 3 brutal bandits. Didn't it say? Those 3 bandits rob anyone they see. They don't even spare the enforcement team. They're so brutal. At this moment, the 3 of them were still swaggering through Luo Mountain. The other new students were sneaking around, wishing they could dig a tunnel to get into the academy. Compared to them, they were 2 complete opposites. After dealing with the senior students, the 3 of them turned their gazes to a tall, straight-backed young man with snow-white hair. The young man's eyes were like torches, and he carried a long sword on his back. Standing there, he resembled a sharp, unsheathed treasure sword. Radiating sword guy. Wan Lin stared at him, sized him up, and said, 7-star blood and key realm. Looks like he's a freshman. Su Chen's eyes also fell on him. This young man gave him a very strong feeling. Wu Tao frowned. Wait a minute. White hair, carrying a sword. You're Tong Yu. He had seen the information on Tong Yu in the list of new students. This person's cultivation was undoubtedly the highest among this year's freshmen, already at the 7-star blood and key realm. He was also known as a monstrous talent, capable of fighting above his level. It was said that a Kisi realm martial artist had once died at his hands. Normally, Tong Yu's strength and talent were enough to get into an imperial sect, but for some unknown reason, the president had managed to trick him into coming to Luoxing Technical College. After a long moment, Tong Yu spoke coldly, leave your academic points. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned, recalling what Bai Qingjian had said. It seemed the 7-star blood and key realm person she mentioned was this guy. Seeing the 3 of them remain silent, a sharp glint of sword key flashed in Tong Yu's eyes. You 3 are very strong, but you're no match for me. If you don't want to be eliminated, leave your points. The next moment, the sword on his back flew into his hand of its own accord, letting out a soft hum, as if thirsting for a battle. The three of them conferred. Let's fight him. Teach him how to be a proper person. In the next second, all three attacked simultaneously, rushing straight at him. Seeing this, Tong Yu sneered. The sword in his hand was suddenly drawn, and an extremely terrifying sword kai instantly spread out. His swordsmanship had reached the level of perfected sword kai, on the verge of touching the threshold of sword gleam. It had to be admitted that this level of talent was formidable, not just in Luoqing Technical College, but across all of Huaxia. You are indeed very strong, but as I said, you are no match for me. My swordsmanship has reached perfected sword kai. When I draw my sword, blood will be shed. And you, having met me, are destined to be trampled under my feet. He really knows how to put on a show. Wang Lin swung his horse, laying saber. They all knew Su Chen had already comprehended sword gleam and wasn't even this flashy. As expected, in the next moment, Su Chen made his move. The Dragon Abyss sword swept out, becoming a blur, emitting a stream of sword kai that directly shattered Tong Yu's. The violent force even knocked Tong Yu back several steps. The moment the Dragon Abyss sword was drawn, all other swords submitted. Tong Yu's expression changed drastically, his face filled with horror. This is the kai of sword gleam. Impossible, how can this be? Tong Yu never imagined that this freshman, who looked about his age, had already comprehended sword gleam, while he was only at the great perfection of sword kai. The gap was not small. The sword gleam swept past. Tong Yu scrambled to dodge but was still struck down. The gleam cut across his body, and he collapsed to the ground. He knew very well that if Su Chen had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, the Dragon Abyss sword hovering before him, its flowing sword gleam exuding a powerful sense of oppression. I do not draw my sword easily. When I draw my sword, blood will be shed. He, who was supposed to be the most likely successor to the Sword Heavenly King, at his proudest skill, his swordsmanship, defeated by someone of the same age, and it was a crushing defeat. For a moment, Tong Yu found it hard to accept, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're just a weakling. If you're weak, then train more. The words from Wang Lin and Wu Tao were incredibly cutting, infuriating Tong Yu even more. Hand over your points. Wang Lin rushed forward and started searching him. Tong Yu, enraged, swung his sword. When had he ever suffered such a humiliation? But in the next moment, Wang Lin kicked him away. Before he could resist, Wu Tao also charged in. This kind of person just needs a good beating. I've seen plenty of them. A few fights and they'll behave. The two of them ganged up on him, beating him even more viciously than they had the senior student earlier. Wang Lin even smashed 2 boulders on him. Tong Yu felt worse than dead. But thankfully, Su Chen didn't use a wrench. He just watched Tong Yu quietly, feeling a bit of regret for the waste of talent. Tong Yu's talent in the sword Dao was definitely not weak. If he could be subdued. Thinking this, Su Chen transferred all 8,000 of Tong Yu's academic points. A sword cultivator with such a weak mentality, he can't even handle a small setback like this. In that case, I think you should sell your sword and go sell tofu instead. With that, he prepared to leave. But his words immediately provoked Tong Yu. He struggled to his feet, glaring at Su Chen. Sooner or later, one day I will surpass you, and repay the humiliation of today. Su Chen chuckled. Not bad, having ambition is good. But I don't like it. Then, he gave the order, beat him. Beat him until he submits. Tong Yu was completely stunned. What kind of move is this? Shouldn't he give me a chance to challenge him? Then my swordsmanship would soar, and we'd eventually have a duel to a draw, and then we'd come to cherish each other. But why isn't he playing by the script? More importantly, you're a sword cultivator. What are you doing carrying a wrench around? What followed was another brutal beating. Tong Yu was beaten until he couldn't even stand, his clothes in tatters, but he still refused to yield, not even begging for mercy, remaining stubbornly silent. It wasn't until Wang Lin and Wu Tao were tired and worried they might actually kill the kid that they stopped. Wu Tao, wiping the sweat from his brow, said, I have to hand it to you, I respect you as a true man. I'm tired today. Once we're in the academy, I'll beat you every time I see you. I refuse to believe I can't beat you into submission. Let's go, there isn't much time left, we need to get to the academy. There's another trial at the academy gate called Passing the Dragon Gate. That's the hardest part of the entrance exam. But there are benefits too. Maybe we can even use this chance to break through. I heard some senior students will also use this opportunity to train and seek a breakthrough. We can't waste it, Wang Lin said, glancing at Tung Yu again before taking the rag from his mouth and tossing it aside. As they were about to leave, Su Chen stopped, his eyes sharp. You've all watched long enough. Come on out. Do you want to rob us of our points? Or something else? Why not be more direct instead of hiding? There are no ghosts here. The moment he finished speaking, people emerged. It was Lu Qingfeng, Jiang Senyi, and Mo Hankong, leading their teams, a total of about 30 people, who immediately surrounded the three of them. Lu Qingfeng smiled. He must be Su Chen, right? A 6-star blood and Qi realm who can beat up senior students so badly. You're really something. Mo Hankong spoke with a hint of surprise. You've got some skills, to be able to hang up and beat a senior student. This is the first time a senior has been robbed and beaten like a dog by a freshman. If word of this gets out, we seniors will really have no face left. He was even more surprised when he saw that Su Chen had comprehended Sword Gleam. So handsome and so capable. Junior, do you have a girlfriend yet? Jiang Sani stepped out with a light laugh, dressed in a white skirt, the goddess of countless people in Luochen Technical College. Su Chen was not intimidated. The Dragon Abyss sword in front of him hummed, ready to unleash a fierce attack any moment. So what? Are you here to stand up for those guys? Lu Qingfeng gave a wry smile. Not exactly. This has been the rule of Luochen Technical College for years. Besides, to be honest, we senior students are very poor. Dirt poor. And you, junior, have at least 30,000 academic points on you. It's hard for us not to be tempted. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Qingfeng, without any martial virtue, struck first. The tip of his spear moved, clashing with Wu Tao. With his 6-star Qi realm cultivation, he had expected to crush Wu Tao, but to his surprise, Wu Tao was not at a disadvantage. However, Lu Qingfeng was no ordinary person. Relying on his superb spear techniques and superior cultivation, he quickly gained the upper hand, forcing Wu Tao onto the defensive. Mo Hankong said, "Be careful. Although these two kids aren't as monstrous as Su Chen, they can definitely be considered prodigies. Don't be careless." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Wang Lin had already charged forward. The others didn't make a move, just watched quietly. After all, a group of seniors ganging up on a few freshmen would be too degrading. Jiang Xingyi's voice was charming. "You strike first. It seems I'll have to fight you, Juder. Remember to show mercy and be gentle with a fair lady." Her weapon was a small dagger, which moved in her hand like a nimble sprite. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xingyi's cultivation was also at the 5-star Qi realm, definitely not weak. In the next second, the two clashed. Jiang Xingyi was extremely shocked internally. His swordsmanship is indeed not weak, but he's still too green. Her dagger was incredibly agile. It stuck to the Dragon Abyss sword like glue, slaying along the blade towards his hand, forcing him to let go of his sword. Seeing the Dragon Abyss sword fall to the ground, Jiang Xingyi couldn't help but smile. It seemed the junior was still too experienced. But in the next second, she felt something rushing towards her. She instinctively blocked, but the Dragon Abyss sword wrapped around her, trapping her hands. Looking up, she saw Su Chen swinging a large wrench down at her. It was too late to dodge. Clang! Jiang Xingyi stumbled back several steps, her vision going black, her head spinning as she fell to the ground. She couldn't comprehend it. He had actually used a wrench. He actually carried a wrench with him. What shocked her even more was that he had no idea how to be gentle with a fair lady. He didn't even go easy on a girl. Seeing that Jiang Xingyi was completely knocked out, Su Chen turned and grabbed the Dragon Abyss sword, rushing straight for Lu Qingfeng. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected Jiang Xingyi to be taken down so quickly. Although he was pressing Wu Tao, he couldn't defeat him. Now, with another person joining the fray, he was instantly forced into a passive position, and fell into a disadvantage. The remaining senior students, seeing this, were about to rush up to help, but Lu Qingfeng stopped them. "If we have to gang up on a few freshmen, there's no glory even if we win." With that, Lu Qingfeng exhaled a breath of cold air, and an unparalleled momentum erupted from his body. Mo Hankong, seeing this, was a bit surprised. Is he being forced to use that move already? He knew Lu Qingfeng's strength all too well, yet now he was being pushed to the point of using his ultimate martial skill by two freshmen. This was a high-grade profound rank martial skill. In all of Luochen Technical College, there was only one person who could barely suppress this move of Lu Qingfeng's. At this moment, the attacks from Wu Tao and Su Chen arrived, and a violent explosion rang out, followed by a dazzling light that engulfed them both. Everyone thought they were about to be defeated, but in the next second a cry rang out, carrying an unparalleled momentum, and the light trembled. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. He felt a wave of dangerous aura rushing towards him. In the next moment, the light was directly shattered, and his attack was turned to dust. Following that, a gigantic fish swam through the air, its massive body writhing, completely condensed from sword gleam. Then, under Lu Qingfeng's astonished gaze, it directly swallowed him whole. However, the giant fish didn't stop, rushing towards Mo Hankong. Seeing this, Mo Hankong's face changed dramatically. He retreated repeatedly, but the giant fish was extremely fast, swallowing him in an instant. At this moment, all the senior students present were terrified. What kind of move was this? To be so terrifying. But before they could recover, the giant fish had already rushed towards them. However, at this moment, Su Chen's face was a little pale. This was a sign of exhaustion. After all, this was the first time he had used the Xiaojiao sword art with his full strength. This was a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, extremely precious even across all of Huaxia. Once it appeared, it would surely cause a bloodbath, with countless top experts fighting for it. As expected, all the senior students present were directly swallowed. Lu Qingfeng and the others fell to the ground, their clothes stained red with blood. This was because Su Chen had not intended to kill them, only leaving some non-serious injuries. Otherwise, they would all be dead by now. Wan Lin and Wu Tao were shocked, speechless for a moment, looking at Su Chen with complex expressions. They knew his strength was superior to theirs, but they never expected that they were on completely different levels. They could hold their own against people like Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hankong, but only barely, and would surely be defeated before long. Yet Su Chen, with a single sword strike, had defeated Lu Qingfeng, Mo Hankong, and all the other senior students. Was this his true ability? At the same time, on the highest peak of Luo Mountain, an old man stood there, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is at least a high-grade earth-rank martial art. What is this kid's background? Su Chen, is it? It seems this batch of new students has a few decent seedlings. The old men standing behind him had all seen the previous scene. Their eyes also filled with intense shock. Too strong. That's no longer a martial art that someone at the Kai and Blood Realm can execute. This monstrous talent, Su Chen, can truly be called a monster. A 6th Dark-eyed and Blood Realm expert dominating a 6th-star Sea of Ki Realm 1. Even across all the Imperial sects, it would be hard to find such a monstrous talent. But wasn't Su Chen's foundation said to be damaged? How does he look completely unharmed? While the old men were discussing, Wan Lin had already swiftly transferred all the academic points from the student cards of Lu Qingfeng and the others. Seeing the number of 130,000 academic points just added to his card, even Su Chen was shocked. There's that much. Wan Lin said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, we've struck it rich. We're rich. Adding our previous points, we now have a total of 160,000 academic points." The effort they had put in was really the same, so the division wasn't too different. Each of them received over 50,000 points. How large was this number? How wealthy? Forget the senior students. Across the entire Luo City Technical College, was there anyone with so many academic points? Following the records, Wan Lin and Wu Tao each received 50,000 points, while Su Chen got 60,000. Wan Lin and Wu Tao had no objections to this. Without Su Chen earlier, they probably would have been robbed clean by the senior students, let alone gained so many points. At this moment, Su Chen glanced at the sun, which was about to set. Let's go, time is almost up. After speaking, the three of them headed up Luo Mountain. Soon, the three of them arrived at the main gate of Luo City Technical College. But upon seeing the dilapidated gate, Su Chen's mouth twitched. Is this really a university? Why does it look like a haunted school? Below the gate, some new students were walking with great difficulty, as if under immense pressure. Every step was a struggle, sweat dripping down their faces. Some collapsed directly to the ground, unable to move, and were dragged away by the enforcement team. Some successfully entered the academy, shouting with excitement. This is the final trial. Passing the Dragon Gate. I heard this is a relic from the peak era of Luo City Technical College. Different people will experience different levels of pressure when they enter. Wan Lin's eyes were serious. He slung his horse-copping saber over his back and stepped forward. Seeing Wan Lin advance, Wu Tao also stepped forward. Once they passed this place, they would officially be students of Luo City Technical College. Su Chen looked around and found that the number of students had decreased significantly, probably eliminated on Luo Mountain. But passing the Dragon Gate was the most difficult part with the highest elimination rate. There was about half an hour left until sunset. If they couldn't enter Luo City Technical College by then, they would be considered eliminated. Inside Luo City Technical College, Bai Qingjin saw Su Chen safely arrive at the gate, and her suspended heart relaxed a bit. Thank goodness he didn't run into those 3 new student bandits. At this moment, Su Chen also stepped forward decisively. But the moment he reached the gate, he immediately felt heavy pressure, like a mountain, pressing down on him, causing his body to sink slightly. So there is something to this. It's not unbearable. After adapting a bit, he quickly lifted his feet and moved forward. Over a distance of 50 meters, he quickly covered 40 meters, directly surpassing Wang Lin and Wu Tao. The two of them cursed monster under their breath and continued to endure the pressure, moving forward slowly. The other new students were astonished, thinking they were the only ones under pressure. Bai Qingjian was also completely stunned. In less than a minute, he had reached the end of the path. The pressure here was the strongest, but to him, it felt like nothing. So he turned around and walked back. This action stunned everyone. He only needed one more step to succeed. But who would have thought he would turn back? And he was actually running on it. That's right, he was literally running. Of course, he wasn't doing this to show off. It was to their astonishment. They were astonished that he was just jumping back and forth at the school gate, which shocked all the teachers and students of Luo City Technical College. Others in this trial were under immense pressure, struggling to walk. But he was running and jumping on it. He wasn't showing off, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed a little external stimulation. But in the eyes of others, this was showing off to the heavens. However, the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. He had directly broken through to the 7th, dark high-end blood realm. This scene once again made all the teachers and students in the school's jaw drop. For them, passing the dragon gate was torture, yet he used it to train himself. This was truly too heaven-defying. However, after breaking through, he didn't leave but sat down cross-legged at the end point. Everyone thought he was regulating his breathing and consolidating his realm. Who would have thought that when they reached the end point, he would directly block them, smiling slyly. Want to pass? You have to pay. These words stunned the new students. So he was sitting here for no other reason than to collect a toll. There are 20 minutes left. Hand over your academic points to me, and you can become a student of Luo City Technical College. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. You can earn back lost points, but a lost admission is truly lost, he said with a smile, and no one refuted him. They even felt that what he said seemed to make some sense. The new students were stunned and hesitated for a long time before taking out their student cards and handing them over. A wise man said bits to circumstances. I admire you. After speaking, he made way for that new student. The new student didn't feel there was any problem and even thanked him. It made sense, he didn't want to hand them over. But who in their right mind carries a wrench? At this moment, Bai Qingjian below was completely stunned. It turned out she was the clown. She had been worried about him running into the new student bandits, but she never expected that he was the new student bandit. In the few minutes she was stunned, he had already harvested several thousand academic points. Even Wang Lin and Wu Tao felt ashamed. They thought they were bad and now, weak to know, but they never expected him to be the truly terrible one, even more weak than them. What are you doing? Over here, Shasta, and an angry roar thundered like a clap of thunder. Daring to openly block the end of the dragon gate to collect protection money. The principal was furious and was about to charge up and drag the 3 of them down. What are you doing? Don't you know this is a violation of school rules? Wang Lin craned his neck and asked, though he was hiding behind Su Chen, I don't know. Which school rule states that you can't collect a toll here? The principal was momentarily at a loss for words because it seemed there really was no such rule. You are not to do this again in the future. Once you enter Luo City Technical College, you must abide by its rules. No matter what your talent is, if you violate school rules, you will be punished accordingly, even expelled. After speaking, the principal hurriedly had someone amend the school rules. Such an embarrassing thing could absolutely not happen again. Otherwise, who would dare to enroll in Luo City Technical College? After the ceremony ended, it was the competition for the position of chief student. But it seemed no one wanted to go up to the stage. It wasn't that the new students didn't want to, but they all knew he was there. It would be futile for them to go up. After a long while, the principal's face grew even darker. Not a single person went up to the stage. This situation had never happened in all the years since the school was founded. It was an extremely shocking event even across all of Huaxia. Helplessly, the principal spoke again. The chief student this time will receive a reward of 10,000 academic points. The top 10. The academy will add another 30,000 academic points as a prize. When these words were spoken, all the students in the academy couldn't help but look over. The senior students were even more tempted, even wanting to ask the principal if they could repeat a year to participate. Finally, someone couldn't resist the temptation and stepped up. Even if they couldn't get first place, getting into the top 10 was also good. When the first person stepped up, one student after another followed. Seeing this, the principal's expression improved slightly. A dedicated teacher stepped onto the stage, and the competition quickly began. Su Chen had no interest in watching. The only thing that interested him was the position of chief student. Academic points or not didn't even matter. What was important was that the chief student could directly enter the abyss. This was what he cared about most. The competition on the stage continued. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also went up. Unsurprisingly, the two of them nearly swept the competition, not even encountering anyone who could make them use a second move. For a moment, they felt they were the bosses, but they had no intention of competing for the chief position. Everyone knew they were no match for him. This guy wasn't making a move now because he was waiting for the right time to seize the chief position. Soon, only a few people were left on the stage. Out of more than 2,000 new students, less than 100 dared to go up. Although Tong Yu was injured, it couldn't be denied that his swordsmanship was truly formidable. He secured the fourth position based on his swordsmanship alone. Wang Lin and Wu Tao took the second and third positions respectively. As for the first position, no one dared to go up. That position was vacant from the beginning. The principal and the others were stunned. In previous years, the competition for the chief position was the most intense, especially after the top 10 emerged to compete for it. But this year, no one was competing for the chief position. Even the second and third positions, few dared to compete for. Instead, everyone was focused on competing for the fourth position. After a moment of silence, Su Chen slowly walked onto the stage. I will be the chief student. Who agrees? And who opposes? No one refuted these arrogant words. No one dared to say a word. Even though he hadn't made a move, no one would doubt his strength. The principal's face was dark, but Su Chen's strength was indeed not weak. He was fully qualified to be the chief student. Finally, the reward of 10,000 academic points for the chief student was transferred to his student card. According to the rules, the rewards for the top 10 were all distributed by the chief student. 30,000 academic points directly fell into his hands. Everyone looked at him. Normally, this reward would be distributed according to rank. The one in front would take the largest share, but in his hands, it was uncertain. The principal suddenly had a little regret. Boss Su, Wang Lin's eyes darted around, and he shouted directly. The sudden voice even stunned Su Chen. Wu Tao glanced at Wang Lin with contempt. This guy really knew how to flatter. But the next second, he understood Wang Lin's intention and shouted even louder than him. The other 7 were stunned for a moment, then also shouted along. Only Tong Yu seemed out of place, standing there foolishly, still waiting for him to distribute the academic points. He looked very helpless. You guys are making it difficult for me. He then transferred 8,000 academic points to Wang Lin's card. Wu Tao also got 8,000. That was 16,000 gone. Of the 30,000 points, only 14,000 were left. He continued to distribute to the others, excluding Tong Yu. Each person got 2,000 points. There were 2,000 left, but he had no intention of giving them to Tong Yu. Tong Yu was stunned. Even the principal and the others' mouths twitched, rendered speechless by his actions. Wang Lin and Wu Tao looked at Tong Yu as if he were an idiot. Is the martial world all about fighting and killing? No, it's about interpersonal relationships. He looked at the astonished Tong Yu. Oh my, look at my brain. I forgot about you. He then transferred the academic points to Tong Yu's card. My bad, my bad. The 30,000 points have all been distributed. I'll make up for your share out of my own pocket. You don't have to thank me too much. For a moment, Tong Yu felt that he was actually quite a good person, until he received the card and saw the number on it, 1,000 academic points. Tong Yu looked at him in disbelief, thinking he had made a mistake. Yes, it's from my own pocket. You know, we're all students. Where would I get so many academic points? You'll have to take a small loss this time. I'll make it up to you later. These words almost made Wang Lin and Wu Tao burst out laughing. As expected, he was the truly wicked one. In front of him, they were still too naive. But who could be blamed? Everyone else was shouting Boss Su at the top of their lungs. Only he stood there like a quill, his face full of disdain. Tong Yu was furious. Su Chen, you've gone too far. How could he not see that he was doing this on purpose? He angrily threw the card on the ground and pointed his sword at him. The senior students were also surprised, having never seen such a maneuver. On what basis do they all get 2,000 points? They only get 1,000. You're clearly targeting me. He heard this and smiled faintly. So according to you? Alright. As long as they agree to hand over their academic points, I'll redistribute them. These words made the others immediately step back. The points were already in their hands. Who would hand them over? He was no fool. Tong Yu trembled with anger, glaring viciously at Su Chen before doing something astonishing. President, he's deliberately targeting me. The president was also stunned, not expecting Tong Yu to actually tattle. But he had no choice. He had paid a great price to recruit Tong Yu and couldn't just let him get scared off. He said, Su Chen, what you've done is a bit too much. Give him the academic points. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned and glanced at Tong Yu, only to find him glaring back, as if to say, let's see what you do now. A moment later, Su Chen actually transferred 2,000 academic points to Tong Yu. Tong Yu immediately shot him a smug look, as if in provocation, thinking he had Su Chen figured out. Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't think so. Su Chen was no saint to obediently hand over 2,000 academic points to Tong Yu. Sure enough, in the next moment Su Chen made his move. I want to challenge you. Before Tong Yu could even react, he had already lunged forward, throwing a punch. Tong Yu had no time to respond. The punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Su Chen then snatched his student card and transferred all the points back. Tong Yu was completely dazed, lying frozen on the spot, unsure of what had just happened. This scene also stunned everyone in Luoqing Technical College. They truly didn't expect Su Chen to pull such a move. The president couldn't help but say, that's too much. But there was nothing he could do. Crucially, they were still on the arena platform. According to the rules, challenges were indeed allowed. It had happened before. After the points were distributed, students would immediately challenge each other to win them back. The president had a massive headache. He helplessly told Tong Yu to step down, then privately gave him 1,000 academic points, worried that the prize student he had spent so much to recruit would be bullied into leaving. After the chief student was determined, the president vanished, throwing all the new students to Mengan while he ran off somewhere. Afterward, Mengan led the more than 2,000 freshmen to the rear mountain. Two high-rise dormitory buildings came into view. Behind the dormitories was a villa area, and next to that was a row of small, independent houses, which were a far cry from the villas. Su Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the facilities at a technical college to be this good. Mengan announced that the top 10 students could live in the small, independent houses. The rest were to go to the dormitories in groups of 10 to await their room assignments. Su Chen frowned, glanced at the villa area, and then walked towards one of the small houses. Comparatively, having a small, independent house was already quite good, at least better than 10 people squeezing into one room. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also swaggered off to find a small house for themselves, but they stopped after just a few steps, their eyes fixed on the entrance to the villa area. At the entrance, several exchange students were laughing and talking as they walked into a villa. Obviously, he wasn't the only one who saw this. Nearly every student did. Mengan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Stop looking. Go and get your room cards. No one said a word. No one moved. Mengan didn't know what to say. After all, every new batch of students went through the same thing. He was helpless too. He also wanted to kick that group out. But it wasn't a decision he could make. Nor was it one the president could make. This matter involved things that a mere Marquis realm expert like him could not influence. If you find it an eyesore, then cultivate heart, he said. Only with strength, by standing at the very top, will you have the right to set the rules and change the status quo. At the very least, it's not something you or I can change right now. Hearing this, all the new students lowered their heads, lost in thought. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't act rashly. He had some talent, but he was only at the 7-star blood and key realm. It was impossible for him to change these things. And an undeveloped genius was worthless. This issue didn't just involve Luoqing Technical College, but all the universities in Huaxia. Just you wait. They'll have to get out eventually. He glanced at the villa area and prepared to leave. Who is Su Chen? Get the hell out here for me. An angry roar attracted the attention of all the new students, who didn't know that Su Chen was the new chief student. Only a senior student would dare to come looking for trouble like this. Then, someone saw several blue-eyed individuals walk out of the villa area. Who is Su Chen? Get out here, the burly man shouted again, not waiting for a response. Su Chen stepped forward coldly, with Wang Lin and Wu Tao following behind him. They had a good idea what this was about. Wang Lin swaggered forward and shot back. What do you want with your grandpa? The burly man glared at Wang Lin. You're Su Chen. You're the one who beat my little brother. You should know why I'm here. So you're that Western devil's older brother? Wen Lin retorted, completely unafraid. That's right, I'm the one who beat your brother who was asking for it. What, you want a beating too? This blonde, blue-eyed man was Bill's older brother, Wind, the third in command of the Exchange Student Alliance, with a cultivation at the 6-star Kisi realm. Very good. Are all you Huaxia people this arrogant? Then let me teach you how to behave. From now on, you'll get out of the way when you see us, Wind said coldly. With a wave of his hand, 3 burly men and a muscular black man stepped out from behind him. They immediately rushed forward, throwing punches at Su Chen, their moves deadly, clearly intending to cripple him. Stop, fighting is forbidden in the academy. Just as Su Chen was about to act, a stern shout rang out. In the next second, several senior students from the enforcement team rushed over, identifiable by their armbands. Wind merely glanced at them. This has nothing to do with you, Kin. Scram. He clearly had no intention of giving the enforcement team any face. Qin Hao stepped forward, frowning slightly. This is Huaxia. This is Luocheng Technical College. I hope you will abide by our rules. Wind sneered. And what if I don't? He suddenly threw a punch, holding nothing back, unleashing his full 6-star Kisi realm cultivation, intending to cripple Qin Hao on the spot. A bunch of low-class pigs are worthy of managing me. All you freshmen, remember this, here, you're only fit to eat pig slop and live in a pigsty. Wind cursed as he fought with Qin Hao. The other 3 exchange students charged at Su Chen. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Seeing this, the new students were filled with rage, their fists clenched. To be bullied by a bunch of foreign mongrels on their own territory. What a disgrace. Fuck it, beat them to death, someone shouted, and then charged forward. Although they were only at the blood and Qi realm, their numbers were overwhelming. With over 2,000 people, even a Kisi realm expert couldn't handle them, let alone with a monster like Su Chen in the mix. Su Chen said nothing, but he fulfilled his role as chief student. He drew the Dragon Abyss sword and single-handedly blocked the attacks of the 3 exchange students. Beat them to death. Today, I'll let them know whose territory this is. As he spoke, his sword light flowed, and streams of sword gleam sent Wind retreating again and again. Fuck. I'll kill you. Wind was furious. He was being pushed back by a yellow-skinned person. More importantly, these yellow-skinned people actually dared to fight back. But just as he finished speaking, the phantom of a giant fish formed from sword gleam rushed towards Wind. Swish! Wind screams echoed as his right hand was severed, fresh blood pouring onto the ground. From the dormitory, Mengan heard the commotion and stepped out, only to see a massive, chaotic battle. He was instantly furious. For something like this to happen on the very first day was absolutely unprecedented. But when he saw that it was the new students who were beating the pulp out of the exchange students, Mengan slapped his forehead, remembered he had some unfinished business, and turned right back into the dormitory. Wind screamed and writhed on the ground. Su Chen mercilessly rushed forward and gave him a thorough beating, the wrench deforming under the force. Soon, Wind and his cronies were beaten senseless, lying crumpled on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. Qin Hao was a bit stunned. He hadn't expected Su Chen to actually sever one of Wind's arms. Wind was the third in command of the Exchange Student Alliance. This matter likely couldn't be settled peacefully. If that group decided to make a big deal out of it, it would be very troublesome. Su Chen. Qin Hao wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. I sent a message to Boss Gao. Don't worry, you're the new chief student, and a member of the Student Alliance. The Student Alliance will have your back on this. With that, Qin Hao hurriedly called Gao Feng. This was no small matter, but Su Chen didn't seem to care much. He glanced coldly at Wind and stopped the other freshman. Any more and you'll kill him. We can't kill people in the academy, after all. From Wind's villa, a Japanese exchange student stepped out. Seeing Wind lying on the ground like a dead dog, he was horrified and rushed over. Get out of the way. All of you. Get out of the way. What are you doing? Do you know who you hit? Ainao couldn't believe Wind had been beaten and had a hand chopped off. This was absolutely a major incident. Luocheng Technical College, and even Luocheng and all of Huaxia, will have to provide an explanation. Who did this? Which son of a bitch did this? Get out here and kneel for me. Ainao roared with rage, certain that these people wouldn't dare to touch him. But the moment he finished speaking, Wen Lin gave him several slaps across the face. Ainao was stunned. Someone actually dared to hit him. He furiously got up to fight back, but the crowd of new students had already surrounded him, glaring. When facing a Japanese person, this was more than just a small conflict. Some had even quietly drawn their knives. Inao didn't dare to make a move, and backed away repeatedly. Fine. Very good, you're all very brave. This isn't over. With that, he ran back into the villa area. Su Chen snorted. He knew the guy was definitely going to get reinforcements. Next up would probably be a direct confrontation with the Exchange Student Alliance. But so what? If he were afraid, he wouldn't have acted back on Lua Mountain. A martial artist must advance bravely. If you're afraid of this and that, what's the point of cultivating? If you see your own countrymen being bullied by foreigners on your own soil, and don't dare to speak up, then what's the point of cultivating? You'd be better off going home to shovel manure. Huaxia is no longer the Huaxia of old. Qin Hao frowned. Although he deeply disliked the exchange students, he had never dared to do something like this. It was satisfying, but the aftermath would likely be troublesome. When Gao Feng learned of the incident, he roared with praise. Excellent. This batch of freshmen is truly formidable. They've done what I've always wanted to do but never could. He then hurriedly called Lu Qingfeng and the others to notify the entire student alliance. A crowd of over 1,000 people marched aggressively towards the freshman dormitories. By this time, the members of the Exchange Student Alliance had already arrived. Leading them was the leader of the Exchange Student Alliance, a burly, hawk-nosed man with curly hair named Henry. He had the cultivation of a 7 Darky Sea Realm expert and stood over 2 meters tall, like an iron tower. He stood before wind, his brow furrowed. Useless trash. Getting injured by a bunch of yellow-skinned pigs. What a disgrace. Henry glanced at him, his eyes showing little emotion, before turning to Su Chen. Just then, seeing Gao Feng approaching with his people, Henry spoke directly. Gao Feng, give me an explanation. Gao Feng frowned slightly. It was clearly your people who struck first. My people can only be considered to be acting in self-defense. I haven't even asked you for an explanation yet. Gao Feng's words surprised Su Chen a little. He glanced at Gao Feng and saw that Gao Feng was also looking at him. Henry ignored Gao Feng's words and continued to press. So you want to protect the culprit? You're a smart man. Is it really worth it to affect the friendship between our two sides for one person? Besides, in this place of yours, all the laws are in our favor. Are you sure you want to do this? As he spoke, a hint of amusement appeared on Henry's face. It was precisely these damn laws that were the root of these mongrels' arrogance. Gao Feng appeared unfazed. So what? Or should we just have a fight? It's not like it's the first time. Henry looked at Gao Feng coldly, clearly not expecting him to be so unyielding. I only want the culprit. This matter can be considered as if it never happened. His meaning was clear. He only wanted Su Chen. At this moment, all the new students looked towards Gao Feng. Although they didn't know his identity, they knew he must hold a very high prestige within the academy. But handing over Su Chen was absolutely out of the question. And so, the new students could no longer stand this arrogant display. They erupted. What the hell are you waiting for? Are we just going to let these foreign devils bully us on our own turf? That's right, they've had enough of them. At worst, we fight. Whoever's scared is a coward. Their attitude was as if they were ready to act on their words. But no one dared to make a rash move. Instead, all eyes turned to Su Chen. He was the chief student of the new class, their leader. He was the one who had led them in beating the pulp out of these foreign devils earlier. Su Chen looked at Gao Feng, eager to see what he would do next. Gao Feng, however, paid no attention to Su Chen's gaze. Hearing Henry's words, he responded almost without hesitation. You want me to hand over my brother? In your dreams, this whole mess was started by your people in the first place. If you don't want to let it go, I don't mind leading the student union to have a go with you lot. To hell with your damn rules. If you're so great, then expel all of us. Gao Feng's firmness made Su Chen glance at him again. It was a relief that not all the senior students were spineless cowards. A senior student next to Gao Feng frowned and whispered to him, Boss Gao, maybe we should just hand Su Chen over. This is no small matter. If this group causes a scene, it'll be very troublesome. Besides, the higher-ups might not side with us. The moment the senior finished speaking, Gao Feng's palm landed squarely on his face. You mean you want me to hand over my junior to settle things, to be a coward hiding in my shell? Anyone else with that thought can step forward now. Gao Feng was clearly furious, angered by how weak-willed these people were. The student union enjoys priority resources and is the core of Luo City Technical College, and you have no backbone at all. Are you worthy of the resources the academy gives you? You really have the nerve. You're not even as brave as the new students. Have you all cultivated yourselves into dogs? Gao Feng couldn't help but curse loudly. Fortunately, no one else stepped forward. At this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others also rushed over. Their wounds hadn't fully healed, and they were covered in bandages. but their faces were full of anger. Mo Hankon was limping slightly but still held his spear tightly, pointing at Henry and cursing, "You curly-haired dog, are you looking for trouble? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? If you're not convinced, let's have a life and death match on the stage." After Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hankon arrived, one was hot-tempered, the other roaring for a fight. This bunch came here under the guise of studying abroad, only to cause trouble everywhere, enjoying special privileges, showing no gratitude, and bullying Huaxia students, provoking the limits of the Huaxia students. Whoever dares to say that spineless sentence about handing Su Chen over, I'll deal with them first. A bunch of spineless cowards. What's the point of cultivating the martial way? You might as well go home and shovel manure. How damn shameful. Lu Qingfeng repeated all the curses Su Chen had used that day, suddenly feeling a sense of satisfaction. The scolded senior students didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, Zhang Sanya also stepped forward. The two sides were now in a standoff. The foreign student faction was furious. Normally in the academy, who would dare to disrespect them like this? They considered themselves a cut above the rest, used to being arrogant and unopposed, never having been treated like this before. Although they were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. Henry also knew the current situation. If he really insisted, Gao Feng would really make a move. The strength of the student union was definitely not weak, and their numbers were several times that of the foreign students, not to mention the senior students outside the union. Once a fight broke out, they wouldn't have any advantage. Even if they caused a scene and reported it to the higher-ups, the law doesn't punish the masses. It was impossible to expel or punish the entire student body of Luo City Technical College. As for them, besides getting a beating, they would gain nothing. Having thought this through, Henry had already made a decision in his heart, but he was unwilling to accept it. To be humiliated and lose face like this today, he had to get it back. Gao Feng, you will regret your decision today. After speaking, Henry looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, is it? Very good. I'll remember your face. With a fierce glare at Su Chen, Henry prepared to lead his people away. They had no choice but to swallow this loss today. Su Chen snorted coldly, glancing at Henry. It was only then that he noticed that the two brats, Wan Lin and Wu Tao, had disappeared. At this time, on the roof of the dormitory, the principal and Mangan stood there, looking at the dense crowd below, shaking their heads helplessly. So boring, they didn't even fight. What waste of my melon seeds, the two old men said, a smile on their faces, as they cracked seeds. But suddenly, with a loud boom, a massive explosion resounded, and the entire Lua mountain trembled for a moment. In the villa area, flames immediately shot into the sky, accompanied by a mushroom cloud. At least a third of the villas in the area were directly destroyed. The principal and Mangan on the roof were stunned, standing frozen on the spot, their minds buzzing, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. At this time, behind Lua Mountain, two figures, covered in dust, emerged from the rubble, panting heavily. Looking at their masterpiece, they were also a little scared. It seemed they had gone a bit too far. Those two figures, besides Wan Lin and Wu Tao, who else could they be? While the two sides were arguing, the two of them had sneaked into the villa area unnoticed. Originally, Wan Lin had only planned to set a fire, but with two mischievous guys together, it wasn't a simple 1+1=2 situation. So, from the initial plan of setting a fire, it directly escalated to blowing up the villa area. Wan Lin looked at Wu Tao and asked, "Didn't you say this explosive was of ordinary power? This time, I am really screwed by you." Wu Tao was also very helpless. "How would I know? I've never used it before. The seller told me the power wasn't that great. I bought some on a whim before and kept it in my spatial ring. Never used it. Who knew the power would be this great?" Henry and the others had just reached the gate of the villa area when they were hit by the shockwave of the explosion, directly thrown to the ground. They looked up and were stunned. Their entire villa had been blown up. Damn it, who did this? Gao Feng was also astonished, his heart trembling. Whose subordinate was this? Which brave soul did this? Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched. He had a rough idea of which brave soul it was. Wan Lin and Wu Tao knew they had caused a disaster, and hurriedly slipped into Lua Mountain, secretly hiding away. The principal shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Put out the fire. The fire is huge. If we don't put it out, the entire Luo City Technical College, even all of Lua Mountain, will be burned down." And so, the vast number of students began to fight the fire. But it seemed they were all doing it half-heartedly. After all, this wasn't their place. What did it have to do with them? Henry was stunned, cursing loudly, demanding an explanation from the academy. But no one paid him any attention. It wasn't until all the villas were burned down that the fire was controlled and gradually extinguished. It was already early the next morning. The new student dormitory building was intact, unaffected by the fire. But the villa area had been completely reduced to ashes. Not a single house left standing. Gao Feng, give me an explanation. If you don't, I will definitely report this to the embassy. Henry was furious. His villa had been blown to smithereens. This must have been the work of Gao Feng's people. Before Gao Feng could speak, Henry turned to the principal, his face cold. Principal Feng, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Hand over the culprit for me to punish. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Gao Feng directly cursed back. Damn you. What do you mean? You're suspecting my people blew up your villa. Where's the proof? If you don't have proof, what are you barking about? Gao Feng showed them no respect. The principal said, this matter requires a thorough investigation by the academy. If someone did this intentionally, the academy will definitely deal with it strictly. The principal didn't feel much in his heart. After all, he hadn't paid for these villas. If they were blown up, they were blown up. The only thing that gave him a headache was who had the guts to do such a thing. At this time, Wan Lin and Wu Tao had sneaked back in the chaos, and they had even cleaned themselves up. The two of them looked at the villa area with innocent faces, showing a look of regret. What a pity. Such a good villa. It would have been great if I could have lived there. Yeah, I wonder which wicked person did this. It's really too much. The two of them took turns speaking, whitewashing themselves. But the principal wasn't a fool. Yesterday, only the two of them were absent. They only sneaked back from outside this morning, and they still wanted to pretend they didn't know. But the principal said nothing, just glanced at them. A foreign student with a gloomy face said, our residence has been destroyed. We have no place to live. Henry's face was also gloomy. He was momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do or where to stay. They couldn't possibly sleep on the streets. Principal Feng, I demand that these small, independent houses be allocated to us. At the same time, you must rebuild the villa area at the fastest speed. Henry looked at the principal. They could only take a step back and choose the small, independent houses. At least it was better than the dormitory. Su Chen directly asked, on what basis should the small, independent houses be given to you? Where would we live? He had just chosen a small, independent house and hadn't even had a chance to move in. Another person sneered and glanced at him. I am not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you. You can go wherever you like. The principal said nothing. He himself disliked this group. But as the principal, he couldn't be too blunt. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. From the beginning, the small, independent houses were for the top 10 students of each year from the student union. They cannot be given to you. As for the villa area, I will inform the school board. When it will be rebuilt is not something it can decide. So for this period, you will have to make do. The principal completely ignored Henry's pale face. I'll go get some tents for you first. Principal Fang, I've already said. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you. Impudent, the principal was enraged. Since when could a student be so arrogant? To dare to speak to him like that, informing him instead of negotiating. What audacity. Immediately, a terrifying pressure descended, directly forcing Henry to his knees. If you don't want to stay, then figure it out yourselves. The principal no longer indulged them, leaving these words behind and departing. The three of them were also led away by the principal. Only then did Henry stand up, his face extremely ugly. Staying intense was absolutely impossible. Thinking to himself, Henry's gaze once again fell on those small, independent houses. At this time, in the principal's office, the principal sat on a chair, his expression serious, his sharp gaze fixed on Wan Lin and Wu Tao. He was almost certain that this matter could not be separated from these two brats. Confess honestly. Confess what? I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hearing the principal's words, Wan Lin and Wu Tao pretended not to understand, looking at the principal with innocent faces. Su Chen's mouth also twitched. He naturally knew these two wouldn't admit it. The principal said sternly, I don't care who among you did this. You must give me an explanation. A reasonable explanation. On putting you in charge of this matter. Come to my office tonight and report the results to me. The principal assigned this task to Su Chen and then shooed the three of them out. Wan Lin and Wu Tao bowed their heads and said nothing. Su Chen's mouth twitched. What did this mean? Everyone knew in their hearts that it was the good work of Wan Lin and Wu Tao, and he was being asked to investigate it. But he said nothing and led the two of them back to the dormitory area, then to the villa area. The place was now a pile of ruins. Some foreign students were still searching for their belongings, not knowing if they were buried or burned. Seeing the three of them arrive, the crowd immediately surrounded them with hostile faces. A black, buzzed foreign student stepped forward and said angrily, "What do you want to do? Get out, this is not a place for lowlifes like you to enter. By order of the principal, I am here to investigate the explosion of the villa area. Are you trying to obstruct my official duties?" Before Su Chen could speak, Wan Lin had already stepped forward with his horse, copying saber, directly grabbing the foreign student by the collar. The foreign student was immediately enraged and charged forward to teach them a lesson. But before he could make a move, Wan Lin had already punched him first, saying, "Was the explosion last night related to you? Are you obstructing our investigation? Because you have a guilty conscience. What are you doing here? Are you trying to hide evidence? Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat." Wan Lin and Wu Tao stuffed a sock in the black man's mouth and beat him to a pulp. "Damn, this guy's mouth is tough. Won't admit it even if it kills him." Wan Lin beat him for a long time. The black man was bruised and crumpled on the ground. Su Chen's face darkened. He too have gone too far. These two were really no good. Stuffing someone's mouth and then beating them senseless, telling them to talk. How was he supposed to talk if he couldn't open his mouth? Su Chen spoke with a righteous tone. "We are all civilized people. We must have evidence. Beating someone without evidence is called coercion." Hearing this, the black man was moved to tears, extremely agitated. Finally, a normal person. Wu Tao said seriously, No, I have a basis for my actions. Look, first, when we came in, he was acting suspiciously. Who knows what he was doing? It's highly likely he was hiding criminal evidence. Second, generally speaking, the culprit always returns to the scene of the crime. Luoqing Technical College is so big. Why would he come here at this specific time and not somewhere else? Furthermore, Huaqia's students are of upright character and would never do such a thing. The new students are all well-educated talents, they're even less likely to commit such a heinous act. Therefore, there can only be one truth. The culprit is one of these Western exchange students. Wu Tao analyzed seriously, transforming into a famous detective. Su Chen was stunned listening to him. What kind of reasoning technique was this? Why did it feel so familiar? Student Wu Tao's analysis is very reasonable. My own analysis is basically consistent with his. So, we can now confirm that it was this kid who blew up the villa area. Wan Lin added his own analysis, which earned him a round of applause from Wu Tao. Seeing this, the black man was completely frozen. He had just come back to find his things. Su Chen blinked a few times, stunned. These two were really good at framing people. He stroked his chin. Where's the evidence? This is just speculation. We have to find evidence. Although your reasoning is sound, without evidence, I can't report your speculations to the president. With that, he turned to leave, feigning a difficult position. Wu Tao immediately understood. He quickly, while no one was looking, took out a packet of explosives and stuffed it into the black man's clothes. "Report to Boss Su," Wu Tao shouted. "I found his tool for the crime." Su Chen turned around, his face full of excitement. "Where? Bring it here, let me see." Wu Tao, with a serious expression, pulled open the black man's shirt, revealing the packet of explosives he had just planted inside. This is it. This must be the part of the tool he didn't use up, and he was planning to find a place to bury it. Su Chen, also with a righteous tone, confirmed the matter. "Is that so? Then this can be confirmed. It was this kid who did it." Only the black man lay on the ground, his face blank. What on earth had just happened? How did he become a criminal? Not long after, in the president's office, the three of them escorted the black man inside. Seeing this, the president froze. What was this situation? Why had they tied up an exchange student and brought him here? I told you to deal with the aftermath, and you brought me a scapegoat, and an exchange student at that. The president was about to question them when Wu Tao pulled open the black man's shirt, revealing the explosives inside. "President, this is the evidence." Seeing this, the president just felt a headache coming on. This was clearly a frame-up. Just then, the black man hurriedly tried to explain, his emotions agitated. They're framing me. The three of them pinned the black man down and gave him another sound beating. The president's mouth twitched. "Damn it. Can you not do this right in front of me? At least wait until I turn my head." After the beating, the president asked, "Are you sure it wasn't you? If you confess honestly, I won't wrong a good person, but I won't let a bad one go either." Hearing this, the black man was completely stunned. "No, it really wasn't me. They're framing me." After he said this, He saw the president get up and go into the next room to pour some water. It wasn't until the black man, defeated, pressed his fingerprint, and admitted his guilt that the matter was considered closed. At the same time, standing amidst the ruins of the villa area, Henry's expression was extremely ugly, especially when he learned that one of their new exchange students had been forcibly taken away, and the crime of blowing up the villa was pinned on him. Bastards, this is clearly aimed at us. This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this, Henry said coldly, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Early the next morning, Su Chen arrived at a large steel factory behind the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao followed, along with the other top 10 students. This place was his ultimate goal for coming to Luoqing Technical College, the Abyss battlefield. As he was about to enter, he saw another team approaching from the side, led by Henry, with about 30 people. According to the academy's regulations, they also had to enter the Abyss. When Henry saw him, a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes before disappearing. Su Chen naturally caught it but said nothing. If these Western devils knew their place and didn't cause trouble, then fine. But if they dared to, then he wouldn't be merciful. Entering the factory, he discovered a huge crack in the center, about 10 John Y, emitting a terrifying aura. Beside it, some injured people were being bandaged. Some had lost an arm, a leg, or even the lower half of their bodies. The thick smell of blood filled the air, and a murderous aura rose in his heart. Hao Feng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He glanced at the group. Entering the Abyss is like going to war. You will face the aberrant race directly, and it's very likely you will lose your lives. You can choose to turn back now. No one will say anything. Hearing this, the 10 new students had complex expressions. Their faces showed their immaturity, but no one wanted to retreat. Wang Lin swaggered over, hoisting his horse, laying saber onto his shoulder. Hurry up, they can't wait anymore. Seeing this, Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. He turned to enter, but was stopped by a man in a military uniform. The mongrels below are starting to riot again. The casualties are severe. Gao Feng frowned. He had already guessed as much when he saw all the wounded. It's fine, we know our limits. With that, Gao Feng led the way into the Abyss. The others followed closely behind. After entering the Abyss, it wasn't the battlefield Su Chen had imagined, but a huge, ancient city filled with the scars of battle. There's a situation. Before everyone could get their bearings, an old soldier suddenly shouted. The team immediately stopped. Su Chen also stopped and looked up. Through the tall grass, he saw a group of figures dressed in animal skins somewhat resembling humans, gathered together, discussing something. The expressions of Gao Feng and the other senior students immediately became grave, and they even lowered their auras. About 100 of them. The strongest is at the 9-star Qi realm, with a dozen or so at the Qi realm. The rest are native blood and Qi realm aberrants. The senior students' faces were serious. They all drew their weapons, and then with an order from Gao Feng, they charged. The native aberrants never expected a surprise attack and were caught completely off guard. The old soldiers stood guard on the side, with no intention of intervening. They were only there to ensure the safety of these students, and would only act in a crisis. Gao Feng and his group of senior students lived up to their elite status. They were experienced, and they immediately tore open a gap in the enemy's formation and began to slaughter them. Su Chen didn't hesitate either, charging forward with his dragon abyss sword. The fierce sounds of battle erupted. He was fearless, beheading a blood and Qi realm aberrant with a single stroke, feeling no burden in his heart. On the battlefield, they were the enemy, the invaders. If these aberrants were innocent, then what about the human soldiers who had sacrificed their lives? Under his lead, the new students began to fight back. Many of them had never seen such a scene. Open your damn eyes and look. These aberrants are invaders, the enemy. If you are merciful and can't face them head on, you will be killed by them. If you can't even handle this, what right do you have to occupy such vast cultivation resources? Those were all earned by countless people down here, fighting and dying for them. Although he also felt a bit sick to his stomach, and even felt the urge to vomit, in his eyes, these were all invaders. Not a single one was innocent. The hands of every one of them were stained with the blood of human soldiers. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's faces were a little pale, but they adapted quickly and began to kill the aberrants. The old soldier, who heard Su Chen's words, had a look of approval in his eyes. He was truly worthy of being the chief student. To have such courage was a rare thing. He remembered when they first entered the abyss. They were no better than these freshmen when facing the aberrants. Soon, the aberrants reacted and began to fight back. The battle intensified, entering a brutal phase. At this point, Su Chen was covered in blood, his eyes filled with a cold killing intent like a god of slaughter, terrifying the aberrants into retreat. But a Kisi realm aberrant had already targeted him and charged straight at him. Su Chen, be careful. Gao Feng, seeing this, immediately shouted, wanting to rush over to help. But he was held back by another Kisi realm aberrant. Wang Lin and Wu Tao frowned, preparing to charge forward, but they saw that Su Chen's eyes were ice cold, as if he were plotting something. In the next second, a terrifying beam of sword light suddenly shot out. As it passed, the Kisi realm aberrant froze. The few blood and Ki realm aberrants next to him exploded. This terrifying strike even scared Gao Feng. The Kisi realm aberrant was directly cut in two, fresh blood splashing everywhere. Good kid, Gao Feng shouted excitedly. The other senior students were also scared and shocked by this single strike. The old soldiers were all a bit surprised, not expecting this seemingly weak new student to be so powerful. It was truly frightening. Soon, this team of aberrants was completely slaughtered. The 9-star Kisi realm aberrant was beheaded by the old soldier. Ha ha ha, that was satisfying, so satisfying. The old soldier laughed heartily, directly crushing the aberrant's head. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. You didn't bring shame to Luoxing Technical College. The old soldier was impressed by his ability. They had led so many new students, and this was the first time they had met one so strong, one who would chase after the aberrants to kill them. The freshmen from previous years were considered good if they weren't scared into running away. Gao Feng, this kid is much stronger than you were back then. It seems you'll have to prepare to give up your position as the leader of the student alliance soon. The old soldier laughed, handing Su Chen a pill to restore his blood and Kai. Gao Feng wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he was also intimidated by Su Chen's ability. Killing a Kisi realm aberrant with a single strike was no simple feat. What shocked him even more was how quickly Su Chen's mindset had changed, chasing after the aberrants to kill them. And he had even comprehended sword gleam. He himself had practiced the sword for many years, since he was a child, and had only just touched the threshold of sword gleam. Compared to Su Chen, he was simply too weak. Su Chen just smiled and said nothing, because at that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed 42 aberrants. Excellent performance. Reward. Xiao Jiao sword art upgraded to the minor accomplishment stage. Blood and Ki value increased by 70. Hearing this, Su Chen was a bit surprised. There were only about 100 aberrants in total, and he had killed nearly half of them by himself. What made him happiest was that the Xiao Jiao sword art had been upgraded to the minor accomplishment stage. That was a high-grade heaven rank martial skill, extremely difficult to cultivate. Even a martial king would have to study it for a long time. Yet he had reached minor accomplishment in such a short time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Getting stronger by killing. So that's how it is. Gao Feng smiled and said, let's go. Let's continue. This is just the beginning. The great victory in the first battle had put them all in a good mood. Su Chen nodded. I can't wait. It was so hard to get down here. I have to kill 100 aberrants to get the sword Dao physique upgrade. After the wounded were bandaged, they continued to advance. Soon, they encountered another team of aberrants. Compared to the previous team, their numbers were much smaller, only about 30 in total, all at the blood and Ki realm. They were quickly slaughtered. Su Chen's eyes held a cold killing intent as he wiped the blood from his dragon abyss sword. Just a few more to go, he thought to himself, feeling a little regretful. After a short rest, Gao Feng spoke up. That's about enough. We should head back. We've gone 100 miles deep now. Going any further would be too dangerous. The other senior students nodded in agreement. The new students all breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally go back. This experience had truly shattered their worldview, and it would likely take them many days to recover. This place was no home for humans. But when they thought of the soldiers who guarded this place for a lifetime, they all fell silent. There were no peaceful years, only people bearing the weight for them. And this abyss was located right within Luoxing Technical College. If the alien race broke through the defensive line, the first place to be destroyed would be their academy. After speaking, Gao Feng tidied up a bit, collecting the weapons of the alien creatures and even searching their bodies. Su Chen found it a bit odd, until he saw Gao Feng find a spiritual herb on one of the bodies, and understood. Gao Feng smiled wryly. Our Luoxing Technical College has been targeted by the school board for so many years. The cultivation resources distributed in Uli are just the scraps left over from other academies. And we still have to allocate a large portion of priority resources to those foreign devils. We are severely lacking in cultivation resources. These years, we've been relying on Old Man Feng to hold on. If one day Old Man Feng... Gao Feng didn't continue. Just sighed helplessly, hating his own lack of strength. The other senior students were also silent. They all knew this. As the chief student of the new class, Su Chen had the right to know these things. He remained silent, never expecting such stories were behind it all. It seemed the situation at Lewis City Technical College was truly not good. A large portion of the students' cultivation resources had to be found by themselves in the abyss, while he had never heard of other academies requiring students to find their own. The old soldier next to them also sighed. These years, Lewis City Technical College has helped us guard the abyss. Generation after generation of teachers has sacrificed themselves. If it weren't for that, Lewis City Technical College wouldn't be in such a difficult state. If it were any other academy, it would have been defeated long ago. The old soldier sighed again. They all knew this in their hearts but were powerless, only able to show a little more care when the students came down here. Situation. Just then, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. The old soldier in front suddenly waved for them to stop, his eyes grave. He then quickly led them to hide in the dense forest. Soon, they saw a procession of over 300 individuals, leading scaled beasts pulling carts. On the carts were stalks of spiritual herbs, as well as various ores and refined metals, all of considerable value. Seeing this, the old soldier's eyes turned red. But within this alien procession, there was a Grand Master Realm expert guarding it. There were also about 30 Sea of Key Realm experts. Enough to show the immense value of what they were escorting. Wan Lin couldn't help but say, damn, so many cultivation resources. If we could rub them. His eyes also turned a little red. 10 carts of cultivation resources. This was no small amount. Outside, a single spiritual herb could cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. This batch of herbs was estimated to be worth tens of billions, and that wasn't even counting the ores and metals. The old soldier hurriedly said, don't be reckless. We can't handle this group. They were naturally drooling over it, but they also knew this was not something they could swallow. Su Chen was also assessing the alien group, his thoughts unreadable. The next moment, his pupils contracted. He stared in disbelief at the end of the procession, where he saw a dozen human soldiers in tattered clothes covered in blood, weakly imprisoned in an iron cage. The old soldiers naturally saw it too, and their killing intent instantly flared. Although they didn't recognize who was in the cage, who else could it be in this place, but the soldiers of the ancient city. Su Chen spoke slowly. Let's make a move. We can't just watch them be taken away by the alien race. After we rescue them, we'll immediately run back to the ancient city. They won't chase us all the way there for just a few people. We can see they are an escort team for supplies. They can't abandon the goods to chase us. Hearing this, the old soldier was about to say something, but a commotion broke out ahead. The aliens were saying something he couldn't understand. Su Chen frowned and looked up, only to see Henry and his group of foreign students appearing at the front of the alien procession. Henry and his group had clearly been discovered by the aliens. Su Chen was also surprised to run into these foreign devils here. Henry's face was filled with panic. They had always just made a quick round trip to the abyss and back, never killing aliens, let alone searching for spiritual herbs. They had never even seen an alien before. Why was their luck so bad today? To actually run into an alien procession. Run, Henry shouted, turning to flee. But the aliens had already spotted them. How could they let them escape? They immediately gave chase. Su Chen chuckled. These foreign devils had actually done something good for once. He had no intention of saving them. He looked back. The aliens' attention was completely drawn away. Move out. Gao Feng understood his meaning and charged forward without hesitation. Myriad streams of sword ki flowed, and a 6-star Sea of Ki realm alien was beheaded by his sword in a surprise attack. Su Chen followed closely, sword aura swirling, and also beheaded a Sea of Ki realm alien. The old soldiers and students behind them then charged forward, each one emanating a fierce killing intent, forcefully tearing an opening. They've indirectly slaughtered the aliens surrounding the iron cage, intending to rescue the people inside. Enemy attack, an alien shouted. The aliens at the front were drawn by the commotion, and immediately turned back to charge. The old soldiers didn't hesitate, directly leading the scaled beasts away and telling Gao Fan to lead the others to run, while they stayed behind to cover the retreat. The people in the iron cage couldn't believe their eyes. Their hearts had been like dead ashes, and they had even been prepared to commit suicide. They never expected to be rescued. Trying to rescue people from my grass. In your dreams, a 9th-star Sea of Ki realm alien chased after them, leading several Sea of Ki realm experts. You guys go, I'll help. Gao Feng charged forward. Su Chen naturally didn't leave but followed. After all, he was just a little short of being able to upgrade his sword god body constitution. And he was also on the verge of breaking through to the 8th Dark-Eyed and Blood Realm. He naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Su Chen, Ron, Gao Feng and the senior students never expected him to charge forward, but he had no intention of leaving. He sorted coldly and directly executed the first form of the free and unfettered sword art. Instantly, a massive phantom of a giant fish formed from sword armor appeared, swimming along the river of Sword K, carrying with it a terrifying aura. Feeling this terrifying Sword K, Gao Feng couldn't help but hurriedly retreat, looking at him in horror. He couldn't believe that a Kai and Blood Realm person could unleash such a terrifying attack. The next second, the giant fish swam over, and the 9th Star Sea of Ki Realm alien was directly swallowed, crushed on the spot. The power of a single sword strike was so terrifying. The old soldiers all looked over in shock. This one sword strike of his made the aliens retreat in horror, not daring to advance. Seeing this, he didn't hold back, directly storing all the cultivation resources on the carts into the spatial ring the sword Heavenly King had given him. Seeing this, Wan Lin and Wu Tao's eyes turned red. They charged forward without a care, snatching the resources from the carts. When they couldn't hold anymore, they stuffed them directly into their clothes. These were all cultivation resources, incredibly precious. No one would complain about having too many. Gao Feng was stunned. He had just reacted when the carts behind him were already looted clean, not even a single hair left for him. The aliens at the front had noticed and were turning back to charge. Henry and his group of foreign students also noticed him, and they ran towards him. Block them. Block those bastards, Gao Feng yelled. Henry was also a 6th Star Sea of Ki Realm expert, but he was scared out of his wits, completely ignoring the other foreign students. In just a moment, at least a dozen foreign students died at the hands of the aliens. Don't think that just because they were all at the Sea of Ki Realm and enjoyed a large amount of resources, they were anything but pampered flowers. They had never even seen an alien before. Completely different from Gao Feng and the others who had been through the baptism of the battlefield. The vast number of aliens charged over, furious, completely enraged. These resources were meant to be escorted to the King City as tribute, and now they had been robbed. Kill them all for meh, the Grandmaster Realm alien roared, charging over at an extremely fast speed. The other aliens also charged. Bang! Gao Feng and the old soldiers shouted almost simultaneously, turning to flee. Gao Feng, save me. We are foreign students with noble status. If we die, you can't bear the responsibility, Henry shouted in desperation, but his tone held not a hint of pleading. However, Gao Feng had no intention of paying him any mind. But the moment he turned back, he saw Su Chen standing still, unmoving. Su Chen, run. Gao Feng was anxious, but he still didn't move, as if he hadn't heard anything. Dame, detected that the host has slain 100 alien creatures. Congratulations on receiving the sword body upgrade. Currently upgrading. After the system's notification sounded, he first felt his Kai and blood value increase to 870. He had successfully reached the 8th Star Kai and Blood Realm, and was even on the verge of breaking through to the 9th star. His consciousness seemed to enter a chaotic state. It was a pitch-black expanse, unable to see anything, with only the sound of sword key flashing past, occasionally ringing out. Every time it rang out, he could feel his body being cut by a stream of sword key, blood flowing freely. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in this darkness. The silver light grew closer and closer. He could even feel the terrifying sword Dao intent on it. This silver light was a beam of sword light, a peerless sword momentum that made him feel heavily suppressed, his body cut in two. Just at this moment, the sword god body constitution upgrade was completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chaotic sword body. Comprehension of the sword Dao as advanced to sword momentum. Considering the host's excellent performance, an additional reward of a heaven, rank martial art, Flame Demon Berserk, has been automatically learned to the entry level. The system's notification sounded, and he finally opened his eyes. His eyes carried a soul-stirring sword momentum. He suddenly drew his sword. A violent storm of sword ki formed a whirlwind of sword ki, rising above his head. Gao Feng was directly knocked back by the stream of sword kai. He then saw him holding the Dragon Abyss sword, thrusting it out. Seeing this, Gao Feng was also scared. He had wanted to lead him to escape, but it was too late. But what no one expected was that this one sword strike of his directly pierced through several Sea of K Realm aliens, and he even pressed straight towards the Grandmaster Realm alien. The Grandmaster Realm alien sensed the terror of this one sword strike and hurriedly stopped to defend. Henry took this opportunity to run up. Kill him. He's just a low-class piece of trash, Su Chen also didn't expect to be backstabbed. Henry used all his strength, even using his spiritual energy to push him forward. The Grandmaster Realm alien had already broken his previous attack and was charging over to kill him. Su Chen, Gao Feng was anxious and hurriedly charged forward to save him. The old soldiers next to him also immediately charged. They couldn't bear to see such a good seedling die here just like that. Damn you, wait until I get back to the academy. The first person I'll cut down is you. Wan Lin roared, also charging forward to save him. Not just the new students, everyone looked at Henry with anger. The soldiers in the iron cage hated him so much they wanted to rush up and tear this bastard Henry to pieces. At this moment, seeing the giant fist of the Grandmaster Realm alien about to strike, he snorted coldly. The next moment, a peerless sword momentum shot into the sky. Flame Demon Berserk. Open for me. It was revealed. It was revealed. No one expected that just by punching into the void, he would reveal a tiny bit of his true strength. It turned out that as soon as he was backstabbed by this foreign devil Henry, the Grandmaster Realm alien immediately flew into a rage, his giant fist smashing straight towards him. Seeing this, although he was only at the Kite and Blood Realm, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he met the difficulty head on, immediately unleashing the divine ability Flame Demon Berserk. The next moment, a phantom of a demon god hovered behind him, his whole body burning with terrifying flames, with endless lightning descending. Under the suppression of the sword momentum, this Grandmaster Realm alien was beaten to the point where he had no strength to fight back. Seeing this, the other aliens wanted to rush up to help, but they were blocked by Gao Feng and the others. After unleashing Flame Demon Berserk, his aura sword even showing a tendency to surpass the Sea of Ki realm, the Grandmaster Realm alien still wanted to resist. But he was already beaten to a pulp. The next second, he was beheaded by his sword. Seeing this, the aliens knew the situation was lost and wanted to flee. But under his leadership, everyone's fighting spirit sword, and they directly gave chase. He also went on a killing spree, and wiped out the entire aberrant team. After everything was settled, just as Su Chen was about to speak, Wan Lin and Wu Tao started stuffing spiritual herbs into their clothes. Gao Feng and the others couldn't hold back either. At first, they were a bit reserved, but they soon became just like Wan Lin, cramming things into their clothes. Seeing this, Su Chen was speechless. But naturally, he didn't miss out. He had a storage ring and quickly collected all the resources. Although Wan Lin and the others had taken a small portion, out of 10 cartloads, they hadn't even managed to take 2. The rest was all taken by him. No one dared to say anything about this. After all, without him, they wouldn't have been able to obtain these resources, let alone slaughter so many aberrants. This battle had been turned around entirely because of him. No one could deny that point. The old soldiers didn't rush to grab resources. Instead, they hurried to the iron cages and released the people inside. Just being able to save them was enough satisfaction. Why would they compete with students for resources? Su Chen said nothing, merely taking out some resources and giving them to the soldiers. Don't refuse. If it weren't for you leading the team and protecting us, we wouldn't have been able to get here. Besides, you all fought hard. This is what you deserve. Since he had put it that way, they couldn't refuse and accepted. Su Chen smiled. Wan Lin and the others had already looted the aberrant corpses, taking all the spiritual herbs and weapons. The weapons of these aberrants were rare resources that could be used to forge new weapons and could fetch a very good price if sold to the military. We're rich. We're rich. Haha, all my previous trips down here combined don't add up to this one haul. Damn it, when I get back, I'm definitely going to show off and make those dogs die of jealousy. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to you. Damn it, how can a freshman like you be so powerful? The senior students shouted with joy. His ability had completely won them over. Boss Su, Boss Su. Wan Lin's eyes darted around, and he immediately started shouting. Wu Tao wasn't to be outdone, and the new students immediately joined in. The senior students couldn't help but join the chant, all of them shouting from the bottom of their hearts. Tung Yu stood in the crowd, a bit out of place. He really didn't want to shout, but in the previous 2 battles, Su Chen had saved him more than once. After a moment's hesitation, he blushed and shouted softly along with them. Su Chen looked a bit embarrassed. Guys, Boss Gao is still here. But who knew him better than Wan Lin and Wu Tao? This kid was devious. He might say that, but in his heart, he probably already wanted Gao Feng to step down. What Boss Gao? I only recognize Boss Su. That's right, we only recognize Boss Su, the new students shouted, completely ignoring the senior students. Gao Feng was a bit embarrassed, feeling like he really should step down. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Those Western devils ambushed me just now. We can't just let this go, Suchen said, and not just the freshman, but Gao Feng and the other senior students' expressions turned serious again. Those damn mongrels. Damn it. If it weren't for Boss Su, we probably would have all been killed by the aberrants, and they dared to ambush him. A bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves. If they stay in the academy, who knows when they'll stab us in the back. They're a constant hidden danger. The new students were instantly furious, wishing they could kill them. If it weren't for that one sword strike from him that stopped the Grandmaster Adorant, could Henry have escaped? And that bastard turned around and pushed him forward. That was clearly a deliberate attempt to get him killed. This matter must be reported to the academy, but don't act rashly. Let's see what the academy says. If the academy can't give you a fair and just explanation, our student alliance will take action, even if it means an all-out war with the exchange student alliance, Gao Feng said calmly. If they rushed off to find Henry in a fit of rage, they would easily put themselves at a disadvantage. Bullshit. I want to see what those Western devils can do on our territory. That's right. I don't see them being any better than me. Am I supposed to be afraid of them? Wan Lin and Wu Tao said angrily, their expressions rebellious and untamed. That's right. I can't beat Boss Su, but I can still kill a few Western devils. What surprised everyone was that Tong Yu also stepped forward and said such a thing. Wan Lin and Wu Tao were both stunned. Su Chen couldn't help but give Tong Yu another look. Feeling their gazes, Tong Yu was a bit embarrassed, his face turning red as he fell silent. Alright, little Dong is very sensible, Wan Lin said with a laugh, looking deeply into Tong Yu's eyes. He had thought this guy was a tom nut to crack, but it turned out he was even better at sucking up than them. Gao Feng and the senior students were also surprised. When competing for the chief student position, Tong Yu had been so pure, so principled. How had he become like this now? Alright. This matter definitely can't just be let go, but we can't act rashly either. Let's listen to Senior Gao and report it first. If that doesn't work, then we'll deal with those Western devils, Su Chen said, turning to Li. But in the next second, Gao Feng's expression suddenly turned to shock. Su Chen, when did you break through to the 9-star blood and key realm? The crowd was instantly in an uproar. When he came down here, he was only at the 7-star blood and key realm. How was he at the 9-star level now? This cultivation speed. Was he on a rocket? More importantly, he had killed a Grandmaster realm aberrant, while at the blood and key realm, that was a Grandmaster. In the academy, that was the level of a teacher. Yet he had killed one. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Suddenly they felt like all their years of cultivation had been for nothing. A freshman, a junior, was already stronger than them. In that case, it didn't seem so unreasonable for Gao Feng to step down and give his position to him. Damn it. I have to cultivate. Otherwise, I'll be left in the dust by this kid sooner or later. Wan Lin and Wu Tao both took out a spiritual herb and started chewing on it. When they first met him, he was at the 6-star blood and key realm, not much different from them. But now, they were still at the 6-star level, while he was already at the 9-star level, and had even killed a Grandmaster. We didn't misjudge him. Ha ha ha. Give you some time, and becoming a king or a sovereign in the future probably won't be difficult. Then it'll be your turn to take over the battlefield, one of the old soldiers couldn't help but say. They had still underestimated his talent. Killing a Grandmaster at the blood and key realm. How heaven to find was that? Such a thing had never happened in all of Huaxia. It was a record-breaking achievement. Alright, let's go. This training session has come to a successful conclusion. With that, the group headed towards the ancient city. Soon, they were back at the foot of the ancient city. But their formation scared the soldiers guarding the city. One of them couldn't help but say, "Those are scale horse beasts. Where did you get them?" They recognized the beasts, a type that only the aberrants possessed, and they were extremely envious. An old soldier laughed smugly. "Snatch them from the aberrants, of course. Hurry up and open the gate for us." The city gate opened, and the group entered the ancient city. Only here were they considered safe. The old soldier finally relaxed a bit. Just as he was about to lead them to rest, he saw a man in blue standing ahead, his eyes fixed on them. Lord Mo. The old soldier saw the man and quickly wiped the smile from his face, saluting with a serious expression. This was the garrison commander of the ancient city, a martial king-level expert, a big shot in the military. In this abyss, he was the top authority. Mu Changfen walked up to Su Chen. Before he could salute, he asked, "No need for formalities. Did you snatch all these scale horse beasts?" Su Chen nodded. Mu Changfen looked at him again, as if sizing him up. 9. Starblood and Kirel, with a very strong sword intent on him. What's your name? Su Chen replied respectfully. Su Chen, a new student of Luochen Technical College. The man before him was the garrison commander who guarded the abyss and had made great contributions to the human race. Mu Changfeng patted his shoulder and looked at Gao Feng, teasing him. Gao Feng, it looks like you're about to step down. Ha. Gao Feng's face turned slightly red. He had indeed started to consider giving the position of Student Alliance leader to Su Chen, but being called out like this was still a bit embarrassing. Can you sell these scale, worse beasts to us? They are most effective in the abyss. They won't be of much use if you take them back to the academy. He had been coveting these things for a long time, but had never been able to capture any. And now, a few students had managed to get them. Gao Feng looked at Mu Changfeng helplessly. You'll have to ask Su Chen about that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to get them. That's right, we only got these because of him. An old soldier stepped forward and said, his face full of gratitude. If he hadn't killed that Grandmaster Realm Aberrant, it's hard to say if we would have made it back safely, let alone rescue our brothers who were captured. We really have to thank you this time. Hearing this, Mu Changfeng's expression turned to shock. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. He could sense that his talent was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. Killing a Grandmaster Realm Aberrant at the Blood and Key Realm. Who would believe that if it got out? A monster, you're definitely a monster. After a long moment, Mu Changfeng finally managed to utter a sentence, his face a mask of utter shock. Then, with an excited expression, he looked at Su Chen. Do you have a master? Are you willing to take me as your master? The surrounding people were all stunned. A martial king was proactively asking to take him as a disciple. His status would become even more extraordinary in the future. Only Tan Yu's expression didn't change much. He was the nominal disciple of the Sword Heavenly King. That was much better than being the disciple of a martial king. Su Chen smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I have no such intention. Hearing this, Mu Changfeng was flabbergasted. He, a martial king, had been rejected. As if sensing his thoughts, Su Chen shook his head. To be honest, the Sword Heavenly King once wanted to take me as his disciple, but I refused him as well. The moment these words were spoken, even Mu Changfeng was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had even refused the Sword Heavenly King. That was a Heavenly King, Su Chen said helplessly. Afterward, the Sword Heavenly King and I became sworn brothers, so I really have no intention of taking a master now. He wasn't just the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King, but also a nominal elder of the Luochen Martial Artist Grand Hall. Is that true or not? Even Mu Changfeng couldn't help but ask. That's the Sword Heavenly King. You not only refused to be his disciple, but you also became his sworn brother. Tan Yu couldn't help but step forward. Boss Su, with all due respect, I still have to say, can you stop bragging? The Sword Heavenly King is my master. How come I've never heard him mention having a sworn brother? He wasn't trying to expose Su Chen, but if he acknowledged him as the Sword Heavenly King's sworn brother, wouldn't his own seniority drop, and he'd have to call him a martial uncle? After speaking, Tung Yu took out a small sword that the Sword Heavenly King had given him, which still carried his aura. Mu Changfeng knew at a glance that it was indeed the Sword Heavenly King's. Mu Changfeng looked at Su Chen, about to speak, but Su Chen just smiled and flaked his finger. A small jade sword appeared from his storage ring. It also carried the Sword Heavenly King's aura, and it was countless times stronger than Tung Yu's. Following that was a dazzling array of various items the Sword Heavenly King had left for him. Tung Yu's expression gradually changed from disbelief to shock, and then to jealous resentment. Mu Changfeng couldn't help but ask, are you really the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King? It's no secret. Many people in Luo City probably know about it. As soon as he finished speaking, a young soldier stepped forward, his face filled with astonishment upon seeing him. The young soldier said in surprise, You're Su Chen. Sir Mo, this is the Su Chen I told you about. Back then, the Sword Heavenly King wanted to take him as a disciple, but this kid directly refused. Yet, the Sword Heavenly King wasn't angry at all, and he even became sworn brothers with him. The young soldier grew more and more animated as he spoke, completely oblivious to the increasingly shocked expressions on the faces of Mu Changfeng and the others. He's actually the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King. Heavens, what kind of terrifying background is this? After a long while, Mu Changfeng finally let out an embarrassed laugh. And here I was, wanting to take him as a disciple. It seems I really overestimated myself. Mu Changfeng laughed sheepishly, and then asked, It seems I had eyes but failed to see. About these scale beasts. Sir Mo your price. These were obtained by the students of Luo City Technical College together. I don't mind taking a small loss, but I can't let them suffer. These words made Mu Changfeng laugh heartily, silently praising him for being a little fox. Then how about 10,000 contribution points per beast? 10 beasts would be 100,000 points. Adding the weapons of those native alien creatures. Let's make it 110,000. You're not losing out at this price. Hearing Mu Changfeng's words, Su Chen looked at Gao Feng. He didn't know what contribution points were. Gao Feng's face was full of joy. Alright, then it's settled. Alright. This time, I've taken advantage of you. If you have any trouble in the future, just let me know. At least here, I can still protect you and have some say. Mu Changfeng spoke cryptically, glancing at him before tossing him a small, diamond-shaped jade tablet. Su Chen hurriedly thanked him, seeming to understand his meaning. When the contribution points were transferred to their cards, Gao Feng and the other senior students were ecstatic, as if they had just won the lottery. Haha, Su Chen, do you know? These contribution points are even harder to earn than academic points. To put it simply, academic points can only be used within the academy, but contribution points can be used nationwide, and they come with many special privileges. Many cultivation resources or some rare materials that can't be obtained in the academy can be exchanged for in the military, as long as you have enough contribution points. In the past, when we came down here, earning a few hundred points was already quite good. I never expected to earn 110,000 points in one trip with you. Gao Feng was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. Hearing this, Su Chen also understood the value of contribution points. A hint of joy in his heart. But more importantly, he had received a communication jade tablet from Mu Changfeng. In other words, on Luo Mountain, or more accurately, in Luo City, Mu Changfeng would protect him. After a moment of excitement, Gao Feng also calmed down and handed the card to him. He should distribute these contribution points. Take it, Su Chen. We got these because of you. So of course, you should be the one to distribute them. Su Chen took the card, and thought for a moment. This time, I was the main force. I'll take half. I assume there are no problems with that. No one said anything to his distribution. Even if he had taken it all, they probably wouldn't have said anything. Because without him, they would have never been able to obtain these things. For the rest, Boss Gao will take 10,000. The other senior students will each get 300. One Lim, Wu tapped on you three will each get 2,000. The other new students will each get 1250. He made a simple calculation and proceeded to distribute, transferring all the contribution points to their cards. Damn. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm really rich. No more words needed. Su Chen. From now on, you're my only boss. If there's anything, just give me a call, and I'll be the first to charge in. What no one expected was that Gao Feng would also settle up and say a shocking sentence. Brother Chen, please take care of me in the future. It made sense. They didn't want to. But what he gave was truly too much. Su Chen smiled, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Let's go, it's time to head back to the academy. The matter with that running dog Henry isn't over yet. I'm getting more and more eager to drive all these bastards out of Luo City Technical College. A bunch of ungrateful wolves, occupying a large amount of resources, yet still having the heart of a wolf. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed, their faces full of anger, and they immediately returned to the surface. Upon arriving at the academy, a large group of them headed menacingly towards the principal's office, planning to report to the principal first to see what he had to say, and then deal with those scoundrels. Gao Feng had already notified the student union, ready to go to war with the foreign student union at any time. At the same time, outside the principal's office, what Su Chen didn't expect was that Henry had led all the foreign students to block the way. Seeing them arrive, a venomous glint flashed in Henry's eyes, especially when he saw him. To think this guy isn't dead. A Grandmaster Realm alien couldn't even kill you. Truly a waste. He had completely forgotten how he had been chased by that useless Grandmaster Realm alien. Henry stood up and sneered. Gao Feng, you're here. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? These words were out of place. Gao Feng and the others were stunned. What do you mean? We haven't even said anything, and you bastards are already starting trouble, demanding an explanation from us. Who the hell do you think you are? Henry snorted coldly, his face clearly showing anger. What do you mean? In the abyss, you saw we were in danger. Why didn't you save us? We foreign students have noble status and noble blood, while you lowlifes have dirty blood and are born inferior. Seeing us in danger, and not rushing to help, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Henry's shocking words stunned everyone. They couldn't react in time. Did this guy have no shame at all? Gao Feng was immediately enraged. Who the hell do you think you are? What the hell are you? Still talking about noble blood. The pit race at home has cleaner blood than you. Putting on a noble act in front of us, how ridiculous. Go back a few generations, and see, whose family in this world isn't a high official or noble. Only you things with innate slave blood go around pretending to have noble blood. You're despised in your own country, so you come here to put on an act. Gao Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He was already prepared to go to war, and naturally showed Henry no respect. Henry was so angry he was speechless, his face pale. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also cursed loudly, looking at Henry with disgust. Say if you are you worthy? If it weren't for that one sword strike from Su Chen that held back the aliens, you hairy bastards would have died at their hands long ago. And what about you? Not only were you not grateful, but you even pushed Su Chen forward. Do you still have any face? A bunch of shameless people. Another foreign student interjected. You dare to be disrespectful to Lord Henry. Don't you know those? All right, cut the crap. Is he your father or something? But I have to admit, you guys are quite something, daring to build a country on someone else's military base. That takes some skill. And also, back then your big brother gave you 2 small gifts, and you couldn't even handle one. Wu Tao's tone was very venomous, directly scolding the 2 foreign students who were about to say something, their faces turning green and white, almost coughing up blood from anger. Henry was furious, his voice filled with rage, his attitude as if he was about to start a fight in the next second. Impudent, Gao Feng, is this your attitude? Apologize to us immediately and kneel down, and I might forgive your insolence. Henry's words even left Su Chen speechless. Where did this guy get his courage? They hadn't even started trouble, and he was already putting on a show. Impudent, causing a commotion. Do you look like students at all? Gao Feng was about to continue speaking when the office door opened, and an old woman slowly walked in. Impudent, causing a commotion. Do you look like students at all? Gao Feng was about to continue speaking when the office door opened. An old woman slowly walked in. You were in the wrong in this matter. Apologize to Henry. The old woman came out, followed by a man with glasses. Hurry up and apologize. What are you waiting for? The man with glasses only glanced at Gao Feng, a hint of contempt, even disgust, in his eyes. Gao Feng was stunned. These people didn't understand the situation at all, and were directly telling them to apologize. Gao Feng couldn't imagine these words coming from a Huaxia teacher. Without asking about right and wrong, she was so biased towards the foreign students. No wonder the foreign students could be so arrogant in Huaxia. It wasn't without reason. If you look down on yourself, can you expect others to look up to you? Seeing the favorable situation, a look of triumph appeared in Henry's eyes. He glanced contemptuously at Gao Feng and him. The hot-tempered Wen Lin couldn't take it anymore and charged forward, cursing. Who the hell are you? What are you doing at Luo City Technical College? He then recounted the entire incident. The old woman and the man with glasses were stunned. How was this different from what Henry had said? Henry hurriedly stepped forward and said, Don't listen to their nonsense. They were the ones who saw us in danger, and didn't save us. Then, he looked at him with an extremely venomous gaze. I need them to kneel and apologize, and kneel in front of the foreign student dormitory for 3 days to show their punishment. Another foreign student spoke up. We saw it with our own eyes. Can it be Faye? We have noble blood and don't bother to lie. On the contrary, you all have lowly blood, and not a single word can be believed. The foreign student spoke with righteous indignation, not blushing in the slightest. The man with glasses and the old woman nodded repeatedly, a fawning smile on their faces, as if the foreign students weren't scolding them. Did you hear that? Stop talking nonsense. Don't wrong them anymore. Hurry up and apologize and do as Henry says. I can pretend this never happened. Gao Feng's face was as cold as ice. He was truly enraged and couldn't. Impudent. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with glasses erupted with a powerful aura instantly enveloping Gao Feng. Gao Feng was only at the Sea of Qi realm, while the man with glasses was at the Marcus realm. In an instant, he had severely injured Gao Feng, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Who the hell do you think you are? A lowly life dares to compare with them. It doesn't matter if someone like you dies, but not a single one of them can. If you won't apologize, then I'll see how tough your bones are. After injuring Gao Feng, the man with glasses directly used his pressure to suppress all the senior students, trying to force them to kneel and apologize. The senior students gritted their teeth and endured the pressure. Not a single one of them knelt. This was a humiliation. Seeing this, Henry immediately stepped forward and said, And him, that's Su Chen. He was the one who wanted to kill me. I demand that his cultivation be crippled immediately, and he'd be expelled from Lua City Technical College. After speaking, his face was full of triumph, as if to say, "You can't fight me. Kneel." Hearing this, the man with glasses' terrifying pressure directly pressed down on him. "Stop, who dares to harm Boss Gao? If you're so great, then kill all of us." But just at this moment, a chorus of curses rang out, and senior students rushed out from all directions. The senior students came out in force, their cultivation levels all at the Sea of Kai or Kai and Blood Realm. But to a Marquis Realm expert, they were just ants. But the power of several thousand ants gathered together. Even a Marquis Realm expert couldn't ignore it. This force actually managed to withstand his pressure. "If you're so great, then kill all of us, a bunch of running dogs and traitors, disgracing your ancestors. Get out of Lua City Technical College," the senior students shouted loudly, completely ignoring the two of them. Soon, the new students also ran over. Although they didn't know what was happening, they joined the chant. In an instant, a heavenly, shaking roar echoed throughout Luoqing Technical College. "Get out of Luoqing Technical College." Deaf to the Western devils. Seeing this, the man in glasses and the old woman's expressions changed drastically. They never expected things to escalate to this point. If it were just Gao Feng and his group of a few dozen, they could have crippled them all at worst. They were just a bunch of students from a technical college, a bunch of useless trash. But now, the entire student body of Luoqing Technical College had stood up. They couldn't possibly cripple every single student. Even the chairman of the school board wouldn't dare to do that. The old woman's sharp, hoarse voice rang out, filled with anger. "A bunch of useless trash from a technical college. If it weren't for the school board providing you with resources, you bunch of good for things wouldn't even have a place to cultivate. Ungrateful, and now you dare to openly oppose us. A bunch of white-eared wolves. If you don't leave, I'll beat you one by one until you do." With that, the old woman actually started attacking, severely injuring student after student, but her expression didn't change in the slightest, as if she were beating not students, but a pack of animals. She was about to continue when President Feng Yu could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and slapped her old face repeatedly, even knocking out her dentures. Seeing this, Su Chen was a bit surprised. His own president was this tough. "We can't win against the high-level fighters, but we can handle those Western devils. Damn it, brothers. These Western devils steal our cultivation resources, and they even want to harm us. Disappointing the president. Beat them to death." Su Chen was the first to charge, swinging his sword at Henry. Henry froze. They only had a little over 100 exchange students, while the other side had several thousand. The numbers alone were enough to crush them. In an instant, a massive brawl erupted, and not a single teacher stepped in to stop it. "Enough, Fang Yu, how long are you going to let this chaos continue?" Just then, a deep voice rang out. An old man in a tang suit stood at the school gate, looking at Fang Yu with a cold expression. Fang Yu questioned him angrily, the aura of a martial king running wild. "Haha, my Luoqing Technical College has been targeted for so many years, and now someone comes here to bully my students. I just want a bit of fairness, and that's considered causing chaos." Behind him was a group of Marquis Realm teachers, and behind them, Grandmaster Realm teachers, all ready to fight at a moment's notice. The old man in the tang suit hadn't expected Fang Yu to be so unyielding. He was unhappy, but now was not the time to pick a fight with Luoqing Technical College. If they went on strike and stopped managing the abyss, then they would have to send people to help the military guard it, and that was unacceptable. No one wanted to guard the abyss. You could die at any moment. Thinking of this, the old man snorted. "How has Luoqing Technical College been these years? I am well aware. The school board manages over 500 academies. It's natural for there to be some unfairness in the distribution of resources. But it's not absolute. What you're doing now, isn't that just going against the school board? So what if I am? It's the same as I said before. At worst, I'll lead Luoqing Technical College to withdraw from the school board." Feng Yu was unflinching, wishing he could just kill the old woman faster. Just then, another series of tragic screams came from below. Henry's face was pale. He truly felt a mortal danger. His left arm had been severed by Su Chen's sword. If he hadn't died quickly, he probably would have been beheaded. "I am a noble exchange student from the empire on which the sun never sets. If you dare to kill me, neither my country nor yours will let you go." Henry could only resort to threats. He could feel that Su Chen really dared to kill him. "Fuck you." Wang Lin and Wu Tab didn't care about any of that. Their weapons were stained with blood. They had already killed several exchange students and were charging straight for Henry. He was already severely injured by Su Chen and couldn't possibly defend himself. Just as he was about to be beheaded by Wang Lin's saber, the old man in the tang suit intervened. "Insolent brat. injuring people in the academy. Who gave you the guts? Get the fuck out of here, you old fossil. When I become a king, the first person I'll kill is you. Wan Lin and Wu Tao were already seeing red from the killing. Blocked by the old man, they dared to swing their sabers at him without a shred of fear. The old man's face was ugly. Feng Yu was also a bit speechless. These two kids were only at the blood and ki realm, yet they dared to draw their sabers on a martial king. Stand down. Don't be foolish. Feng Yu broke through the old man's pressure and pushed Wan Lin and Wu Tao back. But in the next second, as if they were in a frenzy, they tried to charge forward again. Seeing this, Tong Yu, as if understanding something, also charged forward. Feng Yu's face darkened. Since when did his words have no effect? Su Chen also retreated, his face dark. Were these three kids really not afraid at all? Blood and Ki realm trying to kill a martial king. Did they really think the man wouldn't dare to kill them? Wan Lin spat at the old man. Damn it, if Boss Su hadn't spared your life, I would have definitely killed you today. Then he turned to go after Henry. Su Chen's face was black. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Feng Yu's face was even darker. In just a few days, his words were already less effective than Su Chen's. Feng Yu pushed the three of them back. Get down. If he let them kill Henry now, he really wouldn't be able to protect them. Wu Tao immediately flared up. Thing, old man. What are you doing? Are you colluding with the enemy too? Tong Yu said something shocking. Damn it. The president is colluding with the enemy. Luoqing Technical College is finished. Boss Su should rise up. Hearing this, Feng Yu's face turned black. He almost couldn't stop himself from rushing over and beating these three brats. The other teachers were also stunned. These three thorns were really... Su Chen, Feng Yu shouted, his face dark. Don't force me to slap you. It was one thing for Wan Lin and Wu Tao to cause trouble, but since when had Tong Yu been corrupted by them? Only then did the three of them retreat, not forgetting to give Henry a vicious kick before they left. The remaining exchange students were scared stiff, not daring to say a word. Each of them lying on the ground, not lightly injured. The old man in the tang suit said angrily to Su Chen, are these the students of your Luoqing Technical College? Condoning students to beat up exchange students and even causing fatalities. Let's see how you explain this to your superiors. Don't talk nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me condoning students to beat up exchange students? It was the exchange students who wanted to frame and kill me. I was just seeking justice. Is there anything wrong with that? Su Chen stepped forward. The old soldiers in the ancient city of the Abyss witnessed what these Western devils did down there. You'll know with a single question. Of course, if you're like those two shameless traitors and are willing to believe the one-sided story of these Western devils, then consider me not having said anything. He had already sheathed his dragon abyss sword, but a faint sword key still radiated from him as he faced the martial king without fear. The old man looked at him coldly for a long time before turning to Henry. Is what he said true? No, of course not. He's slandering me. You son of a bitch. Su Chen couldn't take it anymore. He rushed forward and beat him senseless, the wrench coming out again, smashing down on Henry's head. He was beaten half to death. Who knows how many bones were broken. I was wrong. I was wrong. It was me. I framed them. I wanted to kill Su Chen. It was all my fault. The people around them twitched their lips, looking at Su Chen with fear in their eyes, especially the senior students, who seemed to recall something unpleasant. The old man couldn't help but speak, feeling awareness in his heart. Alright. Let's end this here. No one is to pursue this matter any further. Just then, the old woman suddenly stood up. No. They killed so many exchange students. This matter cannot just be let go. They must pay with their lives. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. This matter was indeed not easy to resolve. Who dares to touch Su Chen? You'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The senior student stepped forward, shielding him. Gao Feng also staggered to his feet. Despite his severe injuries, his eyes were still bloodshot. From today onwards, Su Chen is the leader of the Student Alliance. Anyone who dares to touch him is slapping the face of everyone in our Student Alliance. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected Gao Feng to hand over the position of leader at this time. He was even more surprised that these senior students would all stand up to protect him at this moment. He had only been enrolled for 2 days. This kid incited students to revolt and killed so many exchange students. He must be handed over for me to take back to the school board for judgment. With that, the old man attacked Su Chen. Feng Yu naturally wouldn't sit by and watch. He raised his hand and clashed with the old man. The man in glasses had finally recovered a bit. He got up and rushed towards them, showing no mercy, but was blocked by the teachers of Luoqing Technical College. But the old woman had secretly snuck up from behind and suddenly attacked Su Chen. Sensing the danger, he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. But at the critical moment, an old figure shielded him. Mangan took the blow for him and was sent flying, coughing up blood. "Damn it! Hit her!" Mangan roared as he fell. Another Marquis Realm teacher reacted, and immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Su Chen was stunned again. He never expected that Mangan, a teacher he had just met, would be willing to stand up for him, and take that blow. In the next moment, anger surged within him. He turned to look at the old woman who was still fighting, and a tyrannical aura erupted from his body. Flame Demon Tyranny. In an instant, demonic he surged to the heavens. The phantom of a demon god condensed, surrounded by flames and lightning. "Die for me." A world-shaking sword aura was immediately unleashed. A brilliant sword gleam condensed and shot straight at the old woman. This is sword aura. You've comprehended sword aura. Seeing this, regardless of whether it was the teachers or the president, after sensing this tyrannical sword aura, their expressions changed drastically. Even the old man's face changed. He was just a new student, just enrolled, only 18 years old, yet he had already comprehended sword aura. They didn't understand, but they knew that he couldn't die today. A genius like this absolutely could not meet with a mishap. But he also absolutely could not appear in Luochen Technical College. At this moment, the brilliant sword light shot forward. The old woman wanted to dodge, but the Marquis Realm expert from Luochen Technical College held her down firmly. Helplessly, she could only block instinctively, revealing an opening. Su Chen keenly seized this opening, and slashed. The sword light was followed by a spray of blood. An arm flew into the air and fell to the ground, followed by the old woman's tragic screams. But the Marquis Realm old man from Luochen Technical College was also ruthless. He took this opportunity to cripple her cultivation and send her flying, tumbling on the ground. But it wasn't over. Su Chen walked forward expressionlessly, holding the Dragon Abyss sword, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. He's gone mad with killing, he's gone mad. Facing two Marquis Realm experts, two whole major realms above him, Su Chen had completely gone berserk. After he had crushed the old woman's dantian with a single stump, he had no intention of letting her go. He immediately walked over with the Dragon Abyss sword, his face blank. Seeing this, the old woman was completely terrified. "What do you want to do? I am from the school board. If you dare to kill me, the school board will not let you go." However, the moment she finished speaking, he swung his sword and directly cut the old woman down. Seeing this, all the students present, including the principal, were completely stunned. They never expected him to dare to openly kill a teacher from the school. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Dane detected that the host has slain a Marquis Realm expert. Fight and blood value increased by 300. For slaying a Marquis Realm expert while being at a lower realm, the host is rewarded with the body tempering martial art, the indestructible golden body. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system shop in advance. You can use kill points to exchange for items. The moment the system notification ended, his aura began to grow rapidly, as if he was about to break through to a new realm. Mangan looked at him in shock. A breakthrough? No one expected him to break through under these circumstances. Damn it. As expected of Boss Su. Breaking through 2 days in a row. Is he even human? Wan and Lin couldn't help but complain, feeling the gap between them widening. The next second, a crimson light surged from his body into the sky. A 10-wide sea of kite immediately condensed. Amidst the rolling thunder, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. A teacher exclaimed in shock, This is a lightning tribulation. Are you kidding me? Breaking through to the Sea of Ki realm actually triggers a lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulations only have a chance to descend when a Marquis breaks through to the Martial King realm. Feng Yu was first shocked, then burst into loud laughter. According to legend, the Sea of Kai is also divided into various grades. The most superior Sea of Kai will welcome a lightning tribulation. Look at you now, Feng Yu laughed heartily. Luo City Technical College is really going to rise this time. All teachers and students, protect him. Anyone who comes near, no matter who they are. Kill them. Feng Yu immediately gave the order, taking the lead to stand guard by his side. His eyes as cold as ice, clearly on guard against anyone causing trouble. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck down. He directly unleashed the Flame Demon Berserk, forcefully absorbing the lightning with his body, and at the same time, utilized the indestructible golden body, using the lightning to temper his physique. At this moment, his Sea of Kai was still rapidly expanding, having already reached 50 Jiang, and showing no signs of stopping. The old man in the Tang suit's expression had calmed down. Someone who can condense a 30 Jiang Sea of Ki can be called a genius. 40 jung is enough to be a prodigy, and 50 jung is a monstrous talent. As for above 50 jung, there's no title for it, because in the history of Huaxia, only one person has ever appeared. Now, another one has emerged. This Su Chen cannot die. Such talent absolutely cannot remain at Luo City Technical College. It must be used by the school board. Otherwise, he dared not imagine what would happen. Finally, after a while, the lightning gradually dissipated. The shirt on his upper body had shattered and fallen off, revealing the firm muscles underneath, with faint traces of lightning still flickering around them. The heaven, Ankh martial art, the indestructible golden body, thanks to the lightning, he had directly cultivated it to the minor completion stage. His CFK had also successfully transformed into a 100 Gan 1, reaching the second star CFK realm. To directly break through from the Kai and Blood realm to the second star CFK realm. How terrifying was this talent? Mengan, disregarding his injuries, came to his side, looking at him with joy, but was speechless. Before Feng Yu could speak, the old man in the tang suit spoke first. Su Chen, with your talent, you shouldn't stay here. Feng Yu was the first to curse out loud. You immortal old fart. If he shouldn't be here, should you be on your head? Daring to poach someone right in front of me, are you worthy? Feng Yu, you should know that his talent shouldn't be at your Luo City Technical College. That would only bury his talent. Can you guarantee that the treatment he receives here can be better than at the Imperial Sect? Only by going to the Imperial Sect can his talent be fully utilized. Su Chen, I hope you think carefully. Your limit here is the limit of Luo City Technical College, which is very limited. But if you go to the Imperial Sect, I dare to guarantee that with the strength of the Imperial Sect, your limit can be raised infinitely. You should think for yourself. Hearing this, he just sneered, and then asked softly, I've killed people from your school board. Aren't you going to seek revenge? You still want to take me back and give me better cultivation resources. Hearing this, the old man in the tang suit also frowned. This matter is indeed very difficult to handle. But your talent cannot be given up. I will report this to the school board. As long as you sincerely admit your mistake, publicly apologize to the leaders of the school board at that time, and then give an explanation to the foreign students. Sincerely apologize, and the school board will handle the rest for you. From now on, you only need to focus on cultivation. He heard this and laughed directly. In other words, I have to apologize to the school board, and then I have to apologize to those foreign devils, begging for their forgiveness. I, Su Chen, am a lowly person. At the end of the martial arts exam, I was despised by all the major universities. Only Luo City Technical College was willing to accept me. In the future, I will definitely not transfer to another academy. Not before, and especially not now. Telling me to be a dog. Sorry. I don't have that habit. The moment these words were spoken, the old man in the tang suit's expression changed. Feng Yu and the other teachers grinned from ear to ear. This was exactly what they were waiting for him to say. As expected, they hadn't misjudged him. You immortal old fart. You want to poach from our Luo City Technical College? You're not worthy. Although our Luo City Technical College is ranked last, we will do our best to nurture Su Chen. No need for you to worry. The old man in the tang suit heard this and took a deep breath. Very helpless. This matter had exceeded the scope of what he could control. He had thought it was just a small dispute that could be mediated, but who would have thought it would lead to one death after another? Now, a teacher from the school board had even been killed. He could only report this matter to the school board. Feng Yu, let's put this matter aside for now. My main purpose in coming here this time is that in 3 months, it will be the Inter-Academy Exchange Competition. The venue this time is set at Star River University. Don't forget to participate then. Also, this time, those who rank last may be merged. The old man in the tang suit stated the main purpose of his trip, informing Feng Yu. Feng Yu just frowned, his face indifferent. The so-called exchange competition is just for us academies to be a backdrop. What's the point of participating? After all, for so many years, Luo City Technical College has been eating others' leftovers. Feng Yu. Don't talk nonsense. The old man in the tang suit was very helpless. Why did this guy not know how to hold his tongue? What should be said, what shouldn't be said, did he not know? Why did he speak so recklessly? It doesn't matter. Is there a problem with what is said? Feng Yu glanced at him, his indifferent expression making the old man in the tang suit's blood boil. The old man in the tang suit's gaze fell on him again, his expression becoming serious. There's one more thing. He felt that something was wrong, knowing that this matter could not be so easily let go. This kid killed so many foreign students, and even publicly killed a teacher from the school board. This matter must be explained to the school board one way or another. Feng Yu frowned and said in a deep voice, immediately appearing in front of him, shielding him behind his back. What do you want? The old man in the tang suit finished speaking. If that's the case, then come out. The next second, another figure appeared next to him, clearly a martial king. Feng Yu, we are also acting impartially. Don't make things difficult for us. After speaking, the old man in the tang suit blocked Feng Yu, while the other person charged straight at him. The white-haired martial king said, "Kid, I'm very interested in you. Come with me, don't worry. With your talent, the school board values you very much. They won't make you pay with your life, nor will they cripple your cultivation." He, however, did not believe this. Even if they didn't kill him or cripple his cultivation, they would probably imprison him, forcing him to serve the school board forever. If that were the case, what meaning would such a life have? Get lost. Just as the white-haired martial king's attack was about to land on him, a powerful force suddenly appeared, directly knocking back his attack. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. It was a good thing this guy arrived in time. The white-haired martial king was stunned when he saw the person who had intervened. Mu Changfeng, what do you want to do? You're not guarding the abyss, and you dare to leave your post without permission. Mu Changfeng, however, just sneered. What does it have to do with you? I am the garrison commander. How I guard the abyss is none of your business. On the contrary, you, with such skills, why don't you go guard the abyss and fight the alien race on the battlefield? Bullying a child here, you really have the face to bar. Being scolded by Mu Changfeng until he couldn't lift his head, the white-haired martial king's face was ugly. He, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had crushed the token Mu Changfeng had given him in time. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous today. Feng Yu laughed heartily. He had been worried, but after seeing Mu Changfeng come to his rescue, his suspended heart finally settled down. It seems you can't take Su Chen away today. Ha ha ha. Feng Yu laughed heartily, his fist glowing, and he punched out, intending to directly smash the old man in the tang suit. Crazy. You're crazy. The old man in the tang suit dared not act like Feng Yu, who disregarded the consequences and went all out. It was a completely desperate fighting style, forcing him to retreat continuously. The white-haired martial king questioned, Mu Changfeng, this is a matter of our school board. Are you sure you want to interfere? School board or not, I don't care. But I owe brother Su Chen a favor. Today, I naturally won't just stand by and watch him be taken away by you. The moment these words were spoken, the white-haired martial king's face was extremely ugly. He was definitely no match for Mu Changfeng. If Mu Changfeng was determined to protect him, he really had no way to take him away. If the school board investigates, Mu Changfeng, you can't bear the responsibility. Whether I can bear it or not is none of your concern. Even if it can't, I still have the military behind me. I'd like to see whether your school board is more formidable or our military is stronger. These words of Mu Changfeng showed no respect for the white-haired martial king at all. The moment these words were spoken, even the old man in the tang suit was stunned. They had clearly underestimated Mu Changfeng's determination to protect him. Forget it. We can't take Su Chen away today, but this matter is not over. If the school board investigates, we can only report the truth, the old man in the tang suit said, and then threw a spatial ring to Feng Yu. Let's go. These are the cultivation resources for your Lu City Technical College for the next half a year. The inter-academy exchange competition is in 3 months. I hope you can arrive on time. After speaking, the old man in the tang suit didn't stay any longer and directly turned to leave. The white-haired martial king followed closely behind. The scene was left with only the man with glasses, his face dazed. He still wanted to sneak away, but he found that the teachers of Lewis City Technical College were all looking at him with unfriendly eyes. What are you looking at? I am from the school board. Before he could finish his sentence, a teacher had already charged up and started beating him. One after another, the teachers charged up and pressed the man with glasses down, beating him to a pulp. Soon, the man with glasses was beaten until he couldn't take care of himself, and then he was thrown out of Lewis City Technical College. These outsiders had been completely driven away. His gaze fell on the group of foreign students. As if sensing his unfriendly gaze, the group of foreign students all trembled, the contempt and disdain in their eyes gone. This guy was too strong. He even dared to kill a teacher from the school board. What else would he not dare to do? For a moment, they didn't know what to do. The second in command of the foreign student union tried to remain calm, and looked at him, saying, "We were in the wrong in this matter. We admit it. We can apologize to you. But from now on, let's not interfere with each other. He heard this and sneered. Haha, are you drunk after just a few dishes? You want to let this go with just a let's not interfere with each other? What are you thinking? Su Chen spoke up, his eyes fallen on the second in command. From now on, the exchange student alliance is dissolved. All exchange students are to be incorporated into the student alliance. Do you have any objections? They were clearly stunned. We exchange students, and you people. Su Chen cut him off. If you have an objection, go talk to the president. The exchange students fell silent. The president's earlier actions had shown that he would definitely side with Su Chen. It would be useless for them to go. Also, the priority treatment of resources for exchange students is hereby completely abolished, starting today. At this, all the exchange students stared at him, their faces filled with disbelief. No, absolutely not. Cultivation resources are distributed by the academy. It's a benefit granted to us by the school board. On what grounds do you get to change it? All the exchange students stood up for their own interests, glaring at him angrily. Seeing this, Su Chen looked at them calmly and sneered, I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you. As he finished speaking, an unparalleled pressure slammed down on them, forcing them to their knees, trembling. I will distribute cultivation resources to you according to the standards of our students. If you feel it's not enough, then go find them in the abyss yourself. At this point, another idea came to him. From now on, exchange students are required to go down to the abyss once a month. If you can't kill any aberrants, then don't bother coming back up. The exchange students couldn't help but curse. No, you're using your position to retaliate and oppress us. Wan Lin and Wu Tao didn't care about any of that and rushed forward to give them a sound beating. The second, in command of the exchange student alliance, didn't dare to fight back and was beaten into a pig's head, lying on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen said coldly, this is just the beginning. Anyone who is not satisfied can withdraw from Luoqing Technical College. I absolutely will not keep you. With that, he left. After a while, the students gradually dispersed. The senior students' eyes, however, were filled with excitement. Today was truly satisfying. This was the first time they had beaten these Western devils to a pulp. It was so gratifying. Of course, they also knew that without Su Chen, they would never have been able to do it. Thus, his prestige in their hearts rose significantly. After they left, the exchange students gathered, their faces filled with anger and worry. The second in command looked at Henry. Henry, we absolutely cannot let this go. At this moment, Henry was agitated. Do these bastards even remember that I'm not dead yet? He had been beaten black and blue by Su Chen, had an arm chopped off, and then beaten again by Wang Lin and the others. He was almost dead, now just barely breathing on the ground. He had heard what Su Chen said, but so what? Did he dare to say anything? Of course not. If he got beaten again, he would really die. Report this to the higher-ups. Report it to the embassies. I don't believe Su Chen can withstand this pressure. Hearing this, the furrowed brows of the second in command and the others finally relaxed a bit. Another one said, right, Su Chen must die. Otherwise, we won't have a peaceful day. We haven't had a single peaceful day since he came here. That's right, I have a cousin at Star River University. I can ask him for help. Not long ago, the news of his single-word slaying of a Marquis realm expert had spread throughout the school. But Su Chen did not become complacent. Instead, he gathered the students once again to enter the abyss. However, unlike usual, this time there were 5 Western devils among them, including their former second-in-command. But their expressions were very ugly. They never expected that the decision he made yesterday would be implemented today. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't. They all knew his attitude. If they dared to resist, they would definitely get a beating. But they had already reported this matter to the higher-ups and believed that someone would soon come to back them up. They just never expected that they wouldn't live to see that day. Soon, they had entered the abyss and reached the ancient city. But just as they stepped in, an exchange student screamed in terror. I want to go back. Are you trying to get us killed? Run, my ass. Wan Lin chased after him and gave him a beating. Why didn't you run when you were receiving all those resources? After beating the student into submission, Su Chen led the group forward. Just then, a small team of aberrants, less than 30 in number, suddenly appeared before them. However, a strange scene occurred. The aberrant legion, usually fierce and battle-hardened, turned and fled. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng decisively led his men to charge. Soon, the team of less than 30 aberrants was completely wiped out. Wan Lin and the other 2 were already experts at looting. They immediately stripped the aberrants of all their belongings, even finding 13 spiritual herbs. which surprised even Su Chen. Ha ha ha, as they say, murder and arson are the quickest ways to wealth. Wan Lin laughed, stuffing a spiritual herb into his clothes. Tang Yu said very seriously, how can you cultivate with just the little resources from the academy? It must be said, if it weren't for Boss Su, we probably wouldn't even get a single hair. Wan Lin and Wu Tao felt something was off. This guy seemed to have suddenly come to his senses, awakened to something. They exchanged a look, and in the next second, they pinned Tang Yu down and beat him. Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. These two were not good people. Alright, let's go. The commotion here might attract the attention of other aberrants, Su Chen said. And only then did the three of them stop. Just then, an exchange student suddenly spoke up. We've gained so many resources, and we also put in effort. We should get a share. Su Chen asked in return, so how many resources do you think you should get? Hearing this, the exchange students' faces lit up. Just give us the spiritual herbs. We don't need the weapons of these aberrants. Ha ha. Su Chen laughed coldly and slapped the student who had just spoken part, stunning him. When we were killing the aberrants, you were hiding at the back, not even touching a single one. Now you have the face to demand a share of the resources. And you even want the lion's share. Are you worthy? He berated them, and they wanted to say something, but he spoke again. Next, you five will be a group. The next time we encounter aberrants, you five will charge. That's right. If you dare to hide at the back and not kill a single Wolon, I'll kill you first. Hearing this, the exchange students were terrified. No, you can't. We've never fought aberrants before. We're no match for them. You're deliberately trying to get us killed. I want to go back. I want to drop out. I want to sue you. The exchange student shouted excitedly, throwing all caution to the wind and trying to leave. But in the next moment, Su Chen activated his flame demon tyranny, his body crackling with lightning. The dragon abyss sword let out a clear hum. If anyone really dared to leave, he would definitely kill them without mercy. Lu Qingfeng and the others said nothing, just stood there silently, their eyes also ice cold. These shameless things wanted to reap without sowing, not putting in any effort but wanting the biggest share, thinking they were a cut above everyone else. Their lives are precious, but ours worthless. Feeling his killing intent, the exchange students all stood still, not daring to move. Yesterday, he had killed several of them and even cut off Henry's arm. If they left now, they would surely die without a proper burial. Move out. You five go first. Seeing them not moving, he snorted inwardly. A bunch of spineless cowards. Soon, as they advanced, they found another team of aberrants, about 100 in number. The strongest among them was at the 6-star Qi realm, with only 6 at the Qi realm in total, the rest being at the blood and Qi realm. After confirming there was no ambush, Su Chen chose to attack, but he didn't charge first. Instead, he forced the exchange students to go. Their faces were pale. They never thought he would actually do it. So many aberrants, how could they possibly be a match for them? But as they were thinking this, they were already in front of the aberrant team. Their legs had turned to jelly, and they had no strength to fight. You useless pieces of shit. Before Su Chen could speak, Wan Lin, who was closest to them, charged forward, slashing and taking the life of an aberrant. But in the next second, exchange student threw a punch at his back. Die. The punch landed squarely on Wan Lin's back. He immediately coughed up blood, staggering forward, almost getting ambushed by an aberrant. Luckily, Wu Tao acted in time to save him. Wan Lin turned around and roared, his eyes blazing with fury. You son of a bitch, repaying kindness with enmity. The exchange student laughed madly. Who told you to be so stupid? Who told you to come and save me? I was originally planning to lure him over, but I didn't expect you, his running dog, to rush up. With that, he turned to run. Su Chen had already seen the situation. He felt a fire ignite in his chest. With a single slash, he pierced the exchange student's chest. The nearby aberrants were stunned. They're fighting amongst themselves. Are they looking down on us? The aberrants roared and charged. He didn't have time to deal with the situation, and could only kill these aberrants first. Luckily, Wan Lin had been on guard, and his injury wasn't serious. He could still fight. He got up and charged with his horse, laying saber. You sons of bitches. I'll kill you. He was furious, having been backstabbed. This time, whether it was aberrants or exchange students, he would kill any he met. The exchange students who were still fighting the aberrants were already thinking of retreating, but they found that Su Chen was not far away. If they had any intention of retreating, they would definitely be killed by him. Save me, save me. One of them couldn't hold on any longer and couldn't help but cry for help. but with the previous backstabbing incident, no one dared to rush up to save them. Who knew if they would also be backstabbed? Su-chen, you motherfucker, you're watching me die and doing nothing. Then don't blame me. He really couldn't take it anymore. A vicious, venomous glint appeared in his eyes. In the next second, he knelt before the aberrants. I surrender. With one person taking the lead, the other 3 remaining exchange students quickly knelt down, shouting their surrender, raising their hands above their heads, and throwing down their weapons. The aberrants were also stunned. They had fought the humans of the ancient city for so many years, and understood their bloody nature. They would rather die in battle than surrender. What was this? One of the exchange students, seeing the aberrants' silence, quickly said, I can help you kill them. He picked up a weapon from the ground and charged at Su-chen. You son of a bitch. I should have killed you all and fed you to the dogs long ago. This is treason against the human race. Lu Qingfeng and the other senior students were filled with rage. These exchange students were so weak-willed, even giving up their dignity to surrender. This was a disgrace to the human race. These damn dogs. Lu Qingfeng wished he could tear these mongrels apart with his own hands. These were a bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves. The exchange students also knew that if word of their actions got out, they would surely die a gruesome death. So Su-chen and his group had to die. Su-chen, facing 2 Kisi realm aberrants alone, was not at a disadvantage at all. The dragon abyss sword spun, taking the lives of the 2 aberrants, and then he turned to look at the exchange students. The sword swung, and a whirl-shaking sword aura swept out, sending one of them to his death on the spot. He said coldly, his eyes filled with an endless coldness, colluding with the aberrants, betraying the human race. You deserve to die. Another slash, and a sharp sword ki swept past, followed by a string of blood flowers, taking the life of another one, leaving only 2. These 2 were so terrified they were stunned. They never expected him to be this fearsome, cutting down alien creatures like vegetables. 1 sword strike per lie. The aliens also noticed his strength and all ganged up on him. Seeing this, he just laughed. With his indestructible golden body protecting him, even the attacks of Kai and Blood Realm aliens felt like nothing more than a tickle. Immediately after, he unleashed the Flame Demon Berserk. His entire body enveloped in demonic Kai and lightning, and slashed out with his sword. Swish, 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 he directly took the lives of a dozen alien creatures. The next second, he chased after them, beheading the 2 traitors with 1 sword strike before returning. His terrifying strength scared the aliens witless. Soon, all the alien creatures were slaughtered by him and his group. The entire army of over 100 aliens was wiped out. He paused, taking a breath. The killing intent in his eyes finally subsided a little. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2460 kill points. The host can choose to exchange for items in the system shop. The system's voice stunned him for a moment. He had almost forgotten about this thing called kill points. System. What are these kill points? Why didn't I have them before? Previously, the host's cultivation was too weak to open the system shop. Friendly reminder, every time the host advances a major realm, the system will unlock a new feature. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. He finally nodded, understanding now. He never expected the system to have such a feature. Immediately, he opened the shop interface. System, is there anything cheap with high damage? Something A can exchange for right now. The moment he finished speaking, a virtual control panel appeared before him, displaying exactly what he had asked for. But when he saw the description, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, this is what I want. Bloodburst Heavenly Thunder, upon activation, can create a 10-meter diameter explosion circle with a 40-meter effective range, capable of killing a 9th star Sea of Ki realm martial artist. Price: 500 kill points per piece. Looking at the description of the Bloodburst Heavenly Thunder, his face lit up with excitement. He directly exchanged for 4 of them. Although this item didn't seem to have much use for him now, it was an area of effect weapon. If he threw one out, wouldn't the aliens within a 10-meter radius be directly blown to smithereens? Wouldn't that mean the speed at which he gained kill points would be much faster? Thinking to himself, he stored the Bloodburst Heavenly Thunders in his spatial ring and turned to look at Wan Lin. They had already stripped all the valuable items from the alien creatures. They were immediately thrilled. We're rich. We've made another huge haul. Lu Qingfeng said, why didn't we think of this before? Thinking back to when they used to come down here for resources, they only dared to venture into the deep forests to find wild spiritual herbs. Who would have dared to face an alien-teamed head and directly rob them? It was only during large-scale operations that they had enough confidence. but they had never had a record of wiping out an entire alien team. Comparing it now, they had really come down here for nothing before. Wu Tao glanced at Lu Qingfeng, feeling this guy was clueless. Psst, what's so great about this? Yesterday, Boss Wu directly robbed a whole convoy, 10 carts of cultivation resources, and even 10 scaled beasts. This little bit is nothing. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng was completely stunned, standing frozen on the spot. Not just him, but all the senior students were dumbfounded, feeling they must have misheard. 10 carts of resources, and 10 scaled beasts. Was he joking? If he remembered correctly, yesterday was their first time down in the abyss, and they already had such a record. Back when they first came down, every one of them was scared stiff. He paid no attention to their shock, interrupting Lu Qingfeng. Alright, if you want contribution points, I'll take you to do a big job. It just depends on whether you dare or not. These words made the senior students pound their chests. Dare? Why wouldn't we dare? There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he spoke slowly. We're going to raid an alien village. These words silenced the entire field. The senior students were dumbfounded. Raid a village. An alien village had at least 500 aliens, and the number of CFK realm experts was not small. Just a few of them raiding a village. Were they tired of living? Wang Lin said. Damn it, if you don't even dare to do this, what's the point of wanting contribution points? As soon as the cannons roar, gold and silver fill your pockets. Boss Su dares to do this, which proves he's confident. Anyway, I believe in Boss Su. As soon as Wan Lin finished speaking, Tong Yu said, he's becoming more and more astute. Tong Yu didn't want to, but what he offered was truly too much. He had no reason to refuse. The senior students also agreed with his idea. Fortune is found in danger. Let's do it. Seeing that the senior students all agreed, he smiled. His gaze fell on the corpses of the few foreign students. Hang them up in a tree and write traitors to the human race on them. This move was nothing short of vicious. Even in death, he wouldn't let them go. He had to let the world know they were all traitors. He had originally planned to bring their bodies back to Luo City Technical College, but now they had more important things to do, and no time to spare for them. Soon, though large alien village appeared before him. It was estimated to be a village of over 400 people, not a huge number. Subtracting the old, weak, and sick, the number of combat-ready aliens would not exceed 200. Lu Qingfeng and the others were also in ambush, their eyes fixed on the village, feeling a little excited and nervous. If they really managed to rob a village today, once they got back to the academy, he could brag about it for a lifetime. It had been a long time since he'd felt this kind of excitement. Lu Qingfeng felt the blood in his veins boiling, suddenly feeling that there were too many impossible things about him. About 20 Sea of Key Realm experts, not many. The strongest is probably at the peak of the Sea of Key Realm, or a first star Grandmaster or something. It's fine, leave that one to me. Senior students, pick the 10 strongest among you to be responsible for holding back the strong alien experts. The rest will be mainly responsible for grabbing resources. He gave a simple arrangement, and no one had any objections. Wan Lin and Wu Tao couldn't wait any longer. They then took out a sack from behind them and hung it at their waists. Seeing this, not to mention Lu Qingfeng and the other senior students, even he was stunned. What kind of maneuver was this? Yesterday, it was because I couldn't hold everything that I suffered a great loss. Fortunately, I came prepared today. Wang Lin chuckled. He felt his preparation was not in vain. The senior students' mouths twitched. They were even more curious about how many resources they had actually robbed yesterday. Move out. He paid no attention to the senior students' shock, and directly gave the order. Everyone immediately swarmed forward. It was revealed. No one expected that with just one command, all the students present would be shocked. This was a village of over 400 aliens, with a peak Sea of Key Realm expert among them. How could a second-star Sea of Key Realm expert like him dare to do this? But while everyone was still in shock, the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand had already unleashed a brilliant beam of sword armor. The next moment, he directly killed over a dozen Kai and Blood Realm aliens. The aliens hadn't even had time to react before they were killed by him. Seeing this, Wan Lin and the others also immediately charged in. What's there to hesitate about? Follow Boss Su and kill. Enemy attack, the aliens finally reacted, shouting to spread the alarm. The next second, a peak Sea of Key Realm alien had already charged up. He was the village chief, and also the strongest. Die for me. The alien village chief roared, a heavy broadsword also appearing in his hand. Sensing that his cultivation was merely at the second star Sea of Key Realm, this piece of trash dared to cause trouble for him. But just as his blade came down, he directly dodged. Immediately after, he used the Flame Demon Berserk. A 3-dime, long sword armor flashed past, directly cutting the alien village chief's broadsword in two, and then charged towards him. The alien village chief sensed a fatal danger and turned to flee. The villagers were important, but not as important as his own life. The alien population was large. If they died, they died. As long as he escaped, he could quickly establish a new village. Seeing him trying to flee, his eyes turned cold. A beam of sword light flashed past, beheading him. The battle, from start to finish, had not even lasted a minute, and he had directly killed a Peak CFP realm expert. Damn it, that was a Peak CFP realm expert. Lu Qingfeng was stunned for a second. He was still fighting a 7-star CFP realm alien, and with a glance, he saw that he had already finished the fight. The vast number of aliens charged over, but when they saw their village chief had been killed, they also felt a little scared in their hearts. He couldn't be bothered with these things. He looked up and saw Wan Lin carrying a sack, constantly stuffing things into it. A large group of aliens was chasing him, with 3 CFP realm experts among them. Wan Lin, move, he shouted, and a blood-burst heavenly thunder was thrown out. Boom, a loud explosion sounded, and dust flew everywhere. Wan Lin was also affected by the aftershock, but fortunately the distance was far enough that he wasn't injured. Damn it, you. You even tried to blow me up. Wan Lin cursed, scrambling to his feet, and was stunned. Behind him was a huge deep pit, and the aliens chasing him had all been blown to death. The surrounding houses were also affected, and directly shattered. He also didn't expect this blood-burst heavenly thunder to have such a powerful effect, exceeding his expectations. Cut the crap, hurry up and grab the stuff and run. Such a big commotion might attract the attention of other aliens. Wan Lin also stopped his nonsense. He saw a house and charged in to rob it, stuffing whatever he could find into his sack. The aliens were scared out of their wits, and turned to flee. No one stopped them. All of them were busy grabbing resources. He also went into the residence of the alien from before. Seeing good stuff, he stored it all in his spatial ring, and then went directly to the 2nd floor. There's still this good stuff. He was a little surprised. He found a set of silver, white battle armor on the 2nd floor. A single glance told him it was extraordinary, and he immediately stored it away. This was the map of the abyss. Turning to leave, he was stunned. Boss Su, run, there's a commotion. He hurriedly stored it away and heard Wan Lin's loud shout from outside. Looking in that direction, although he couldn't see any commotion, he could hear a series of hurried footsteps. Go. He didn't hesitate to step out. This village was almost completely looted by them. All the valuable things were taken away. At this time, no matter what, they had to leave quickly. If it was really a large army of aliens, they would be in trouble. And so, a group of people, not knowing how much stuff they had stuffed on their bodies, ran for their lives. But the sound of footsteps behind them grew clearer and clearer, and the ground even trembled slightly. He turned his head and glanced back, only to see a vast army of aliens behind them, estimated to be at least 10,000. Damn it, didn't we just rob one village? Is this necessary? He cursed loudly, speeding up. He then took the sacks from Wan Lin and Wu Tao and stored them in his own spatial ring. The group sped up. As satisfying as it had been before, it was now just as pathetic. But fortunately, that large army didn't seem to be chasing them. The sound of pursuit grew more and more distant, as if they were heading in another direction. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with just their 2 legs, it would be hard for them to outrun the scaled beast army of the aliens. I'm exhausted. Wan Lin sat down on the ground, his butt first, drenched in sweat. Lu Qingfeng and the others were also panting heavily, still a little scared. Fortunately, that alien army wasn't chasing them. But when they saw the cultivation resources stuffed all over their bodies, they grinned from ear to ear, feeling that this trip was so damn worth it. It had to be said. Just the stuff on their bodies was enough to equal 3 years' worth of resources supplied by the academy. He smiled and said, let's head back. We've really snatched a lot of resources this trip, enough to last a long time. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the others suppressed the joy in their eyes and quickly got up to head towards the ancient city. Seeing them return, Nu Changfeng, who had been waiting, stepped forward. Su Chen, you guys. Before he could finish, Wan Lin couldn't help but report their achievements. On this trip, we killed over 40 Qi realm, and nearly 300 blood and K realm aberrants. The surrounding soldiers were all stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Just a dozen or so of you killed that many aberrants. Are you kidding? We did indeed kill some aberrants and snatch some resources. Could I trouble Brother Mu to appraise these for us? Su Chen said as he took out some aberrant weapons and various strange items he found useless. Lu Qingfeng and the others did the same, and soon a small mountain of items was piled on the ground. Unbelievably, Wan Lin and Wu Tao hadn't even spared the aberrant cooking pot. There was even a stew of aberrant meat still inside. The soldiers of the ancient city were completely dumbfounded. Mu Changfeng's eyes were also wide. Where did you get all this stuff? Su Chen said very calmly. We raided an aberrant village. But to Mu Changfeng, these words were like a clap of thunder. He looked at them in disbelief. Just this many of you, and you raided a village. The surrounding soldiers were already staring, looking at the blood-soaked group, utterly shocked. Soon, the pile of items was appraised, totaling 36,000 merit points. Hearing this, Su Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to have actually snatched some valuable things. This trip was not in vain. It's worth noting that these were only the items they felt were useless, and sold to the military. They couldn't bear to take out the spiritual herbs and other cultivation resources. Especially Su Chen, who also had a suit of battle armor. Its value was definitely not small. The 36,000 merit points were quickly transferred to him. Lu Qingfeng and the other senior students were so excited they wanted to jump for joy. This was a huge number. This village raid was enough for them to brag about for a long time. Brother Mo, I have something else that you might be interested in. Su Chen took out the map and handed it directly to Mu Changfeng. After all, Mu Changfeng had left the abyss to help him at Luochen Technical College yesterday. He still owed him a big favor. Mu Changfeng took it with some curiosity. The moment he saw it, the smile in his eyes froze and then vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Su Chen, where did you get this? He smiled and replied, I found it in the aberrant village. Mu Changfeng took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. This is very precious. Name your price. They had guarded the abyss for so long without a single map, which put them at a great disadvantage. Therefore, the value of this map could almost be described as priceless. The people around them were stunned. They had never seen the martial King Mu Changfeng with such an expression, which made them even more curious about what it was. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and looked at him. This is a free gift for Brother Mu. Mu Changfeng was a bit stunned, not expecting him to say such a thing. He had even been prepared to pay a hefty price. This is not of much use in my hands, but it's different in yours. Besides, you helped me with such a big matter before, it wouldn't be right for me to name a price, Su Chen said. Hearing this, Mu Changfeng chuckled lightly, then put the map away without a trace. He smiled at him. Kid, this is a much bigger favor than the one I did for you. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing more. Then Su Chen led his people to leave the abyss. Just as they were leaving, Mu Changfeng told him to call him directly if he ever needed anything in the future. Back at the school, their heroic deeds spread quickly. The senior students all gathered around them, chattering excitedly, their faces full of admiration. Alright, what's there to brag about? This is just the beginning. Today it's a village, next it'll be a major town, and then a royal city. Let's set a small goal for now, conquer a royal city. His words directly stunned Lu Qingfeng and the other senior students. They were just planning to show off a little, but he was even more of a show-off. What was this? Setting a small goal of conquering a royal city. Was that something you could just conquer by saying you would? What are these few resources? Don't let a small gain blind you. He glanced at the spiritual herbs stuffed all over them and shook his head. I'm not interested in resources. One of the senior students froze on the spot, completely shown up, and for a moment, didn't know why he had come. It was only then that Su Chen looked at this senior and asked, right, is there something you need? Only then did she react. Yes, there's big trouble. Star River University has sent some bastards to block our gate and set up an arena. At these words, Lu Qingfeng immediately became furious. What's the situation? The person who came is an exchange student from Star River University. He brought some of their students and is spouting provocative words, insulting our Luochen Technical College, saying we have no one, that we're all useless trash. Then Old Wan and the others went up, but they were injured by that running dog from Star River University. Currently, the strongest people in Luochen Technical College were only Gao Feng and Lu Qingfeng, and then him. But Gao Feng was seriously injured and hadn't recovered, and both Lu Qingfeng and he had gone to the abyss. With no one left, how could the few senior students who went up be a match for a first-tier university like Star River University? This is 90% the doing of those exchange students, Wan Lin said, his face as cold as ice. That's right, it's them. The exchange student from Star River University this time seems to be a cousin or something of our exchange student. Now those guys are so arrogant, their heads are about to reach the sky. They're still calling our people useless trash. The more the senior student spoke, the angrier she got, hating that her own strength was insufficient, and that she could only bring shame. Su Chen said nothing, just hurried towards the main gate. At this time, outside looking technical college, on a temporarily erected arena, a senior from the college was fighting a 7-star Kirel martial artist from Star River University. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the student from Luoxing was no match for his opponent. The person from Star River University wasn't defeating him directly, but was toying with and humiliating him. Ha ha ha, Luoxing Technical College really lives up to its reputation as the bottom ranking academy. What kind of trash are they teaching? No challenge at all. You should just close down early, and stop hogging resources. Below, the faces of the Luoxing students were flushed red, but they were so insulted they didn't know how to retort. After all, they really couldn't beat them, couldn't compare to them. But damn it, for a first-year university like you to come and block the gate of a technical college and mock them. Truly shameless. On the opposite side, the people from Star River University were laughing loudly. In the middle, 3 to 5 of their students. A large black man sat on a chair, a Huaxia student in his lap. The Star River University student on the stage sneered, "Useless trash. With your skills, you dare to come up here. Who gave you the courage? How about this, you kneel and kowtow to me a few times, then shout that Luoxing Technical College only trains useless trash. And I'll let you lose gracefully. How about it? You're asking to die." Hearing this, Gao Feng couldn't hold back any longer and jumped onto the stage. "Hey, what do you want? My fight with him isn't over yet. Are you planning to fight too?" One. The running dog from Star River University said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Gao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted angrily, "Old Wang has already passed out. He has no strength to fight anymore. You motherfucker, you're a Huaxia student too? Are you willing to help outsiders bully your own people?" The running dog sneered. "Haha, I am of course a Huaxia student. But are you useless trash worthy of being called Huaxia students? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to Huaxia by saying that? As for being a running dog, what era is this that you still have such thoughts? People have to aim higher. By following Nick, I can get more resources, things that others can't get in a lifetime. I can even follow him to the empire on which the sun never sets after graduation. Even the air there is cleaner than here." The running dog's face was filled with longing, not hiding his sycophancy towards Nick in the slightest, nor did he feel there was anything wrong with it. Hearing this, Gao Feng was so angry he was speechless. The words were stuck in his throat. "You use Huaxia's resources to cultivate, and after graduation, you don't think about repaying Huaxia and fighting the aberrants, but instead think about going to the empire on which the sun never sets." At this time, one of the Star River University students below couldn't help but say, "Zhang Feng, what are you wasting your breath on them for?" The person on the stage was Zhang Feng. He looked at Gao Feng, a cold smile on his face. "If there's nothing else, then get down. My fight with him isn't over yet." He sneered, looking at the unconscious old Wang, preparing to kill him. "Stop. I can't say it on his behalf." For Gao Feng to say this was truly torture. But he had to. Otherwise, old Wang would really die on the stage. Zhang Feng kicked old Wang off the stage and looked at Gao Feng. "Alright then. Next up, are you going to challenge me?" The people below hurriedly caught old Wang, looking at Zhang Feng with hatred, wishing they could tear him apart. Gao Feng jumped onto the stage, no longer caring about his own injuries. He couldn't just watch Luoxing Technical College be humiliated like this. "I'm here to test your skills." Zhang Feng laughed loudly. He had already seen that Gao Feng was injured, but he didn't care. He charged forward. The battle erupted instantly. Zhang Feng's moves were vicious and cunning, each one aimed to kill, as if he wanted to take Gao Feng's life. "Useless trash, Gao Feng," the exchange students shouted, even taking out wine to celebrate, cheering excitedly. Some of the senior students beside them couldn't watch anymore. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were about to charge up, but the running dogs from Star River University blocked them, shouting, "If you have the guts, then get on the stage." After a while on the stage, Gao Feng gradually couldn't hold on. His internal injuries flared up, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura immediately weakening. "Ha ha, Gao Feng. What's wrong? You're already coughing up blood at the beginning." Zhang Feng laughed, not stopping his attacks. His fists rained down quickly on Gao Feng's chest. Gao Feng coughed up blood continuously, having no strength to fight back. His eyes wide. "I told you, you're all useless trash." Zhang Feng sent Gao Feng to the ground with another punch, but he didn't let him fall off the stage. "So this is all the student leader amounts to. If you won't kneel, I want to see how hard your bones are. With that, Zhang Feng made a move as if to break Gao Feng's legs. You dare touch him. Just then, an angry roar rang out, accompanied by an incomparably sharp sword gleam. He's here. He's here. Just as the student council president was about to have his leg broken, he finally arrived. You dare touch him. The angry roar was like thunder, followed by a peerlessly sharp sword gleam that shot out, directly interrupting Zhang Feng's actions. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He charged onto the stage, ready to fight Zhang Feng to the death, but was yelled at by Su Chen to go back, because he knew Lu Qingfeng was no match for him. His voice was very calm. Bring Gao Feng back. I concede on his behalf. But beneath that calmness was a terrifying killing intent. Zhang Feng sneered. Who are you? What right do you have to concede for him? I've never heard of such a master swordsman appearing in Lucheng Technical College. You don't need to know who I am, Su Chen said. Lu Qingfeng had already brought the severely injured, barely breathing Gao Feng down. Seeing the new students arrive, all the senior students' eyes were about to crack, their eyes bloodshot. Their talent was not good, they truly couldn't compare to these geniuses. But could they decide their own talent? If they could, who wouldn't want to be a heaven's chosen one with supreme talent? Talent filters out the geniuses and the common people, but it doesn't filter out the scum, he said, already standing on the stage. The dragon beast sword hummed, seeming to sense his sharp killing intent. Our talent isn't good, but we are all working hard, trying to do our best to fight against the alien races and protect Huaxia. That's better than some who use Huaxia's resources to cultivate only to become the dogs of foreign devils, right? No matter how good your talent is, you're still just someone's dog. I wonder what your ancestors would think if they knew that the descendants they shed their blood and flesh for to build the Great Wall and repel invaders back then are now being dogs for the descendants of those invaders. His words made Zhang Feng's face ugly. He was momentarily at a loss for words. So much nonsense. You people from Luo City Technical College are all talk, aren't you? However, the moment he finished speaking, a sky-encompassing sword momentum pressed down on Zhang Feng. He didn't even make a move, didn't even budge. But the sharp, sky-encompassing sword momentum from his body alone made Zhang Feng feel an immense pressure, as if countless sharp swords were about to pierce him. A hint of shock also appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. This was sword momentum. If it were sword armor, he could still accept and understand it, but sword momentum was a bit terrifying. Who the hell are you? With your talent, how did you end up in this trashy technical college? He heard this and sneered. I'm just a piece of trash. How am I worthy of being remembered by heaven's chosen one like you? The moment he finished speaking, another terrifying beam of sword armor shot into the sky, the sword key spreading across the entire stage. This was the first time he had unleashed his full power, not because he was worried about not being able to beat Zhang Feng, but purely to show off. Zhang Feng still wanted to defend, but a giant fish formed from sword armor had already arrived, swimming along the river of sword kai. A trace of panic appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes, and even more so disbelief. He actually felt a sense of danger from a second-star Sea of Key Realm person. To be more precise, this was the feeling of the god of death's presence. I surrender, Qian Feng instinctively shouted. The fight hadn't even started for one move, and he had already surrendered. No matter how unwilling, how unbelievable it was in his heart, he had no other choice. His life was the most important thing. But he acted as if he hadn't heard, showing no intention of stopping. Zhang Feng was terrified, truly terrified. He seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and turned to jump off the stage. But just as he stood up, the giant fish directly swallowed him. The endless sword momentum swirled, and in just an instant, Zhang Feng was ground into pieces, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He stood on the stage, holding his sword in one hand, his eyes filled with nothing but endless coldness. The people from Star River University were all stunned, standing frozen on the spot. Even Nick frowned and looked over. They knew Zhang Feng's strength very well, yet now he had been killed by a single sword strike from someone from Luo City Technical College, his bones ground into pieces. You dare to kill someone from our Star River University? A male student from Star River University questioned, his cultivation at the 9th Star Sea of Key Realm. He said coldly, not a trace of emotion in his eyes, I have killed him. If you're not convinced, come up here and die. As long as you dare to step on this stage, I dare to kill you. He had already surrendered. Yet you still attack. You. This is a violation of the rules. He asked 3 questions in a row. Do you have proof? On what basis do you say he surrendered? Do we have proof? This directly left the guy speechless. What proof did he have? He hadn't even been looking at the stage. He just seemed to have faintly heard the words "I surrender," but he really wasn't sure. The foreign students hurriedly stood up and said, "We heard it. We all heard it." John Feng had said he surrendered. No one expected him to be so tyrannical, killing a Star River University student with one move, and his methods were so ruthless. "Is that so?" he asked in return, his eyes as cold as ice, scaring the group of foreign students into silence. The people from Lu City Technical College shouted loudly, "How come we didn't hear it? We'll be the witnesses." John Feng had never said he surrendered. Seeing him being so tyrannical, directly killing John Feng, all the humiliation they had suffered was finally released at this moment. They shouted with excitement. If he hadn't stood up, Luo City Technical College would have been truly humiliated beyond recovery today. He didn't continue to waste words with them, but stood on the stage, his icy gaze falling on the people from Star River University. Does anyone dare to come up for a fight? The moment he finished speaking, an even more powerful aura shot into the sky. He made no effort to hide it, and mocked them again. Or is this all the skill you people from Star River University have? Hearing this, the people from Star River University's faces turned ugly, and they were immediately angered. "Let me." Next to the big black eye, a woman in black clothes jumped onto the stage. Her eyes filled with contempt, carrying an air of superiority, looking down on him. The woman, Shen King, announced her name, her indifferent gaze sweeping over him before she spoke. "You do have some skills. To be able to comprehend sword momentum in a technical college. With such talent, why are you willing to stay in a trashy technical college? How about this? You withdraw from Lu City Technical College and enroll at Star River University. With Nick there, it won't be difficult for you to successfully enter Star River University. But the condition is that you must follow Nick from now on." The female student spoke as if it were a very normal matter, even seeming to carry a hint of charity. "Haha, who the hell are you? Back then, Leng Mengqiu came to me, offered a high price to poach me, and I still didn't go to Star River University. Who the hell are you to have the face to tell me to follow this beast? If he followed me, I would still despise him." Bragging. But this, who doesn't know how to do that? But sometimes it's easy to turn yourself into a clown. Shen King naturally didn't believe his words. Who in their right mind would give up a first-year university to choose a haunted school? It must be that you got some lucky break after entering Lewis City Technical College and are just bragging about it now. Don't you dare not believe it. Yesterday, an old guy from the school board even came to poach Brother Chen, but Brother Chen refused. Don't ask why Brother Chen refused, because Brother Chen is kind. Brother Chen is not like some people who can even forget their ancestors, let alone expect them to be grateful. A person from Lewis City Technical College couldn't help but say they had witnessed it with their own eyes yesterday. If he was willing, forget Star River University. He could go directly to the Imperial sect. 100 TMC of Kai that triggers a lightning tribulation. A new student who has just enrolled and has already comprehended sword momentum. Just one of these is enough to go directly to the Imperial sect, right? Shen King heard this and laughed out loud, finding it too ridiculous. Someone from the school board came to a technical college to poach someone. Does this make sense? You don't even know how to make up a story. How pitiful. Alright, I have no rule against hitting women. Make your move, he said coldly, not wanting to talk to this morn anymore. The moment these words were spoken, Shen King's expression immediately became serious. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she charged at him. Her moves were fierce and cunning, and she had the cultivation of a 9th-star Sea of Key realm expert. However, he dealt with it with ease, not panicking in the slightest. He thrust out the Dragon Abyss sword, and immediately, a terrifying sword momentum shot into the sky, carrying with it a peerless aura. Shen King felt the sword momentum for the first time and was also a little surprised in her heart. This sword momentum was stronger than she had imagined, but it was still not enough to defeat her. Jiang Feng died because he was careless, but I won't make such a low-level mistake. You are indeed very strong. But unfortunately you've met me, so you're bound to lose. Shen King was very confident in herself. A cold, an aura immediately enveloped his entire body, and in a flash, she had charged up. Seeing this, he was even less courteous. The flame demon berserk was immediately unleashed. His aura soared in an instant, and he thrust out a fierce sword strike. Shen King's expression also changed drastically. This one sword strike of his made her feel the presence of the god of death. Her back went cold, and cold sweat flowed down. She wanted to say something, but she found that she was surrounded by the terrifying sword momentum and couldn't make a sound. She was panicked, scared, and frantically wanted to dodge, but the next second, she was directly crushed by his sword armor, a string of blood flowers splashing out. Even in death, Shen King couldn't understand what had happened. She was a genius of Star River University with a bright future, and she was even involved with an elite like Nei. Why did she have to die? Next, he still said coldly. A drop of blood seemed to still be on the Dragon Abyss sword, carrying with it a hint of mockery. The foreign students below were completely stunned. What kind of monster was he? To be this strong? If he really won in the end, with his personality, the first thing he would do would be to come and settle scores with them. At this thought, these foreign students frowned, not knowing what to think. Someone quietly slipped into the academy. The other students were ecstatic, shouting loudly. At this moment, his image in their hearts was incredibly great. This was the first time they felt such utter admiration for a new student. It was admiration from the bottom of their hearts. The other senior students' eyes were filled with a fervent passion, or more accurately, a longing for strength. The people from Star River University also took him seriously for the first time. No one expected him to be this strong, killing 2 of their people in a row, and his methods were so ruthless. Kid. Who the hell are you? You dare to kill people from our Star River University? Nick also turned his gaze to him. He responded strongly, sneering, so what if I killed them? If you're not convinced, you come up here and see if I dare to kill you. If you're scared, then kneel down and apologize at the gate of Luo City Technical College, and shout a few times. Star River University is not as good as Luo City Technical College, and I'll pretend this never happened. This blatant humiliation angered all the people from Star River University. Such big words. Our Star River University is not as good as your Luo City Technical College. Are you worthy? If you're not convinced, then come up for a fight. Don't be like a woman who only knows how to run her mouth. He mocked back with great momentum. If you're scared, then you can all come up together. These arrogant words made the people from Star River University truly unable to stand it anymore. They were about to charge up when Nick stood up and stopped them. He then looked at him. After asking the crowd and learning his name, he spoke again. Su Chen, I admire you very much. As long as you are willing to leave this godforsaken place and come follow me, I can take you back to the empire where the sun never sets and give you a very high status. This is a treatment that you can never get in Huaxia. Nick had indeed been moved. His swordsmanship had shocked him. It was very unexpected. Get the hell out of here, you moron. What the hell are you showing off for? He couldn't stand it anymore and cursed directly. He still wanted him to be a dog. What was he thinking? Seeing this, the running dog from Star River University next to him was extremely jealous. This was the first time he had seen Nick personally invite someone. He had to know that back then, they had all had to try 100 ways to beg, even kneeling in front of Nick and paying a great price to get this opportunity. Yet now, he was so ungrateful. They were jealous in their hearts, and at the same time, angry. Su Chen, do you know? I know your ancestors. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get the hell out of here. What are you barking about? He was truly angry. He still couldn't understand. As a heaven's chosen one of Star River University, why were his bones so soft? He didn't have a shred of backbone. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from Star River University had already jumped onto the stage. Let me, Su Chen, you are truly too arrogant. You will never know the gap between Luo City Technical College and Star River University. Nick frowned, and then spoke. All of you go up and kill him. The others, though a little surprised, did not dare to disobey. It was just that ganging up on him alone on the arena was a bit too much to bear. Didn't he say it himself? Then let's satisfy him. With that, Nick said no more, continuing to grope the scantily clad, sexy girl in his arms. Seeing this, they didn't dare to say anything more and jumped onto the stage together. In an instant, 5 people from Star River University faced him alone. Damn it, they have no face at all. Does Star River University only train a bunch of shameless people? If you have the guts, then fight one-on-one. What's the point of ganging up? Boss Su told you to come up together. And you really did. If he told you to eat shit, would you do it? On the Luoqing Technical College side, everyone was cursing, grinding their teeth, about to jump onto the stage to help him. But he stopped them. Since you've already said it, then we'll satisfy you. The people from Star River University said shamelessly, really preparing to attack together. They were all at the 8 or 9th Star Sea realm, while he was only at the 2 Star Sea realm. But who would dare to treat him as a mere 2 Star Sea realm cultivator now? The previous 2 were already dead beyond dead. Nick just sneered. If you refuse to be my dog, then you can only die. Su Chen smiled faintly, but his tone was not lacking in mockery. So this is Star River University. It really makes me see you in a new light. I wonder, if I told you to eat shit, Would you do it? What's the point of just talking? We're on the stage. Life and death are up to fate. Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, then in this match, no one can concede until one side is dead, one of them said. They were mainly worried that he would run away if he couldn't win. On the stage, they could kill him directly, but if he got off the stage or conceded, and they attacked again, they would probably draw out the teachers of Luocheng Technical College. Don't think that just because they weren't showing themselves now, they weren't secretly watching. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. He had been worried about whether using the blood-burst heavenly thunder would be too much. Who would have thought that they would say something like this? In that case, he couldn't be blamed. Wang Lin frowned. He always felt that something was wrong. Su Chen was indeed very powerful, but such a lineup could not be underestimated, yet he told them to stand back. Could it be? Wang Lin suddenly remembered the time in the abyss, when this bastard had almost sent him to his grave. Let's get back, Wang Lin said hurriedly. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao glared at him. At such a critical moment, they couldn't help him, but they absolutely could not retreat. Damn it, think about it carefully. The time we raided the village in the abyss, Wang Lin didn't care about them anymore. He was really scared and immediately hid far away. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao were stunned at first, then suddenly reacted. Seeing his posture, it seemed he really was planning to use that thing. Back, back, everyone, get the hell back. Lu Qingfeng was really anxious, shouting until his voice was hoarse. At this time, on the stage, Su Chen had indeed taken out the blood-burst heavenly thunder. When the small black bee appeared, Wang Lin cursed under his breath and hid even farther away. In the abyss, he had been affected and had developed a psychological trauma. However, the Star River University students on the stage had no idea what this thing was. How could something the size of a dragon's eye be dangerous? But when they saw the people from Luocheng Technical College quickly retreating, they also felt a little flustered. This fear of the unknown made them very uncomfortable. In fact, the Luocheng students were also very confused. What on earth was happening? But then, the exchange students reacted. This must be the Luocheng people deliberately cooperating with him to create psychological pressure, to sow fear in them. However, in the next second, Su Chen gave a wicked smile through the blood-burst heavenly thunder in his hand, and then, without looking back, jumped off the stage and ran. He felt that this was the fastest he had ever run in his life, without a moment's hesitation. Damn it, the Star River University people immediately cursed. You said you wouldn't run, wouldn't concede, you bastard. You turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. But just as they finished speaking, a huge explosion rang out. Luo Mountain seemed to tremble a little, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up, filled with smoke and dust, the fire burning unceasingly. The Luocheng Technical College students were all scared stiff, standing frozen on the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. What on earth did he do? The school gate was blown away. At the same time, within Luocheng Technical College, several auras suddenly appeared. Looking at the towering flames, the teachers were all stunned. What on earth had just happened? Control the fire, a teacher said hurriedly, quickly mobilizing his power to dissipate the force. If they just let it be, Luo Mountain would probably have a massive earthquake. Su Chen hid in a safe place, peeking his head out. Why wasn't it this powerful in the abyss? Soon after several Marquis Realm teachers took action, the remaining power was finally dissipated. The smoke cleared, and the arena was long gone, leaving only a large crater on the ground, more than 30 meters in diameter, still emitting black smoke. As for the 5 Star River University students, not even a scrap was left. A single bloodburst heavenly thunder could blow up a 9-star Sea Realm martial artist, which showed how powerful it was. But the people from Star River University had no defense at all, facing it head-on. Naturally, not a single scrap of them was left. After the smoke cleared, Feng Yu appeared, his face black. He looked around and then his eyes fell on Su Chen. Su Chen, get over here. What the hell did you take out? You blew those 5 kids to smithereens. And that's not all, you motherfucker, you even blew up our school gate. Hearing this, Su Chen walked over, a little embarrassed. I didn't expect it to be this powerful either. He scratched his head, as if he really didn't know the power of the blood-burst heavenly thunder. Alright, give me some face. It's just a gaze, right? Wang Lin stepped forward and said with an embarrassed smile. When Boss Stu raided the aberrant village in the abyss, he even blew me up. Feng Yu kicked Wang Lin to the ground. Who the hell are you to ask me for face? But in the next second, he was stunned. You raided an aberrant village in the abyss. A common occurrence. Su Chen said very modestly, but the corner of his mouth was curled higher than anyone else's. Feng Yu and the other teachers were all stunned. even temporarily forgetting about the blown-up school gate. Su Chen, give me an explanation. You killed so many of our Star River University's people, you have to give me an explanation. Nick stood up. Of course, he wasn't angry because the people from Star River University were killed. He was angry because his followers were killed. This was a direct slap in his face. If he just left in disgrace, he would be the one to lose face. He spoke with a furious tone. Although he was only at the 7th Dark Sea realm, he showed no fear when facing a group of teachers and the president of Luochen Technical College. He was a noble exchange student, after all. Wu Tao directly rushed forward and said, "What are you barking about?" It was clearly stated before the fight, life and death are up to fate, and it wouldn't end until one side was dead. Your people also said that it was fine to have more people fight fewer, and that any means could be used. Now do you want to go back on your word? You have no face at all. Or is it that everyone from your empire on which the sun never sets is this shameless? Wu Tao's tongue was very poisonous, and he scolded Nick until he was speechless. The words stuck in his throat. I will report this to Star River University. You people from Luochen Technical College have no martial virtue. Nick roared. He was really angry, but he really didn't dare to fight Su Chen. Not to mention that terrifying weapon of his. His own strength was enough to easily kill a 9-star Sea realm expert. Besides, according to his underlings, this guy really dared to kill them. Hearing this, Su Chen licked his lips. Oh, you weren't affected. How about we have another round? His tone had a hint of not having had enough killing. After instantly finishing off the 5 of them, he looked at Nick with a sneer. Hearing this, Nick retreated a few steps in fear. He naturally didn't dare to fight him. All his running dogs had been dealt with by him. His own strength was only at the 7-star Sea realm. He had almost no chance of winning against Su Chen, not to mention the terrifying weapon he had in his hand. At this time, Lu Qingfen also stepped forward, a hint of mockery in his eyes. It was clearly stated before, a fight to the death. Now that your people are dead, you want to report it to Star River University. It's useless even if you go to the school board. I am from the empire on which the sun never sets. I have noble blood flowing through my veins. Nick was furious, but he didn't dare to advance. Boring. Noble or not, Luochen Technical College has already killed a few of you, Wan Lin said with a cold laugh, directly hitting their sore spot. Nick wanted to say something else, but he could feel Su Chen's killing intent. If he dared to say another word, who knows if he would abandon martial virtue again. Thinking of this, Nick gave him an angry look and turned to leave. Just then, from within Luochen Technical College, a bruised and battered figure ran out, his face anxious. There's trouble, Boss Su, there's trouble in the Student Alliance. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned. What trouble could the Student Alliance have? Those damn Western devils, they took advantage of the fact that you were all outside and brazenly broke into the Student Alliance, stealing all of our cultivation resources. Stop. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately shouted, and a terrifying sword aura instantly enveloped Nick. Damn it. Playing a diversionary tactic in front of me. You motherfucker, are you asking to die? He was furious. This was definitely orchestrated by Nick. Nick wanted to explain, but it was too late. Su Chen immediately attacked, slapping him several times. His fat, black face was immediately swollen. Before he could say anything, his fist rained down again. Nick was beaten into a panda. He was stunned. In all his years in Huaxia, this was the first time he had been beaten. The female student next to him cursed. What are you doing? This isn't the arena. But by the time she reacted, Nick had already been beaten into a pig's head, motionless. However, hearing her words, Su Chen just sneered. Which of you saw me hit this black guy? No, I didn't see anything. That's right, who hit him? Wang Lim and Wu Tao quickly replied. The senior students beside them also shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't seen anything. Tong Yu stood up, his face serious. Seeing this, everyone's eyes fell on Tong Yu. Wang Lin even pointed his saber at him. I clearly saw this big black guy fall down on his own, and then Boss Su wanted to take him for treatment. Hearing this, Su Chen was also stunned. He was feeling more and more that Tong Yu was a sensible person. Brother Chen, I am just that kind of helpful person. Then he looked at the female student, and said slowly, you will have to pay a price for slandering me like this. Besides, I now suspect that you and this guy are in cahoots with the Western Devils of Luochen Technical College to steal our cultivation resources. I have the right to arrest you. We'll talk after this matter is investigated. The moment he finished speaking, Wan Lin and Wu Tao directly rushed forward and beat the scantily clad female student senseless, showing no mercy and aiming straight for her face. The female student immediately screamed tragically. The senior students beside them were all stunned. Do you two really not know how to be gentle with a fair lady? But on second thought, this kind of woman should just be beaten to death. What a disgrace. Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't want to either. It was all because of that kid Tong Yu, who was getting more and more sensible. Su Chen's earlier gaze had made them feel that their own positions were in jeopardy. They had to perform well in front of him, or else they wouldn't even get the leftovers in the future. Soon, after a relentless beating from them, the female student passed out directly. Seeing this, all the students present were completely stunned. Their methods were too ruthless. He, however, paid no attention to this. He turned to look at Lu Qingfang and immediately led his men to capture the foreign devils who had stolen the resources. Lu Qingfang nodded, knowing the seriousness of the matter, and immediately led his men into the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, proclaiming themselves captain and vice-captain of the anti-traitor squad, and charged into the academy with a roar. After that, he looked towards Nick, who was like a dead pig, and the female student who had been beaten to a pulp. He frowned. Hang them both up. I want to interrogate them personally. As for the foreign students from Luo City Technical College, they had already been subdued by the other senior students earlier, pressed to the ground, and waiting for his verdict. After speaking, he found a chair and sat down. Tong Yu immediately understood, and hurriedly, from somewhere, produced a cup of tea and offered it to him. Fang Yu was stunned. Are you serious? Are we school leaders all just figureheads? He, however, paid no attention to this. First, he slapped the big black guy a few times, then asked, where are our resources? Nick was agitated. It was only now that he knew why he had been beaten. What resources? I didn't take anything of yours. You're slandering me. You're slandering me. Still talking back. He sneered, and from his spatial reign, he took out a whip and lashed out fiercely. Still not talking. Still not talking. The more he whipped, the more excited he became. Soon, there wasn't a single intact patch of skin on Nick's body. The senior students, after seeing this, were all stunned. Damn it. After cursing silently, a cold chill ran down their spines. As expected, during the entrance exam, he was still holding back. Feng Yu and the other teachers couldn't even bear to watch. They wanted to remind him that this was an academy, to hold back a little. But the more he whipped, the more excited he became, completely deaf to Feng Yu's reminders. Such a tough mouth, he said, tired from the beating. He told Tong Yu to collect all the items on him, and declared them to be the property of Luo City Technical College. These senior students truly felt that their minds were not enough. But when they saw Tong Yu searching and confiscating without any mercy, they also came to their senses and started to take action. Feng Yu and the other teachers' eyes widened, thinking they had misjudged. The students of Luo City Technical College were not like this before. Soon, Wan Lin and a group of men aggressively escorted some foreign students with bruised and swollen faces out. It was clear that this group of foreign students had been thoroughly searched by Wan Lin and his men. Some even had their clothes torn, left with only a few rags. Feng Yu still couldn't help but say, Su Chen, are you going too far? His methods were very satisfying, but after all, Nick was from Star River University. To be beaten like this would inevitably cause some trouble. It seems so. After all, we are all civilized people. We must be reasonable. He stroked his chin, understanding Feng Yu's meaning. Sign it. The next moment, he presented the evidence of crime to Nick. Nick was already speechless, but when he saw what was written on it, he still couldn't help but struggle in anger. He could admit to the other things, but he said he littered and didn't help an old lady cross the street. Damn it, is this even a crime? Still not admitting it. Wan Lin, you handle it. He threw the evidence to Wan Lin. Wan Lin immediately ran over excitedly. He didn't even look at the evidence, directly forcing Nick's hand and using his blood to press a thumbprint on it. Done. This action made everyone's eyes pop out. What kind of person was this? Alright, the evidence is here. And the criminal has confessed. Hang him up and have someone notify Star River University to come and ransom him, he said with a smile. These words even silenced Feng Yu. So you're even planning to extort Star River University? Star River University blocked our gate and humiliated us like that. Shouldn't we retaliate? His meaning was very clear. He wanted to go and block the gate of Star River University. The moment he said this, everyone fell silent, looking at him in astonishment, thinking they had misheard. Was he mistaken? That was a first-tier university. Wasn't he just looking for death? Nick had brought a few useless people, but Star River University was truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He just smiled lightly. So what if it's Star River University? What's so great about it? Besides, I don't plan to directly challenge all 4 years of their students. I just need to challenge their senior years. A teacher hurriedly tried to stop him. Kid, don't be reckless. You can't. But the moment the teacher spoke, he heard Feng Yu say helplessly, this is not entirely impossible. He's going to their gate as a student of Lua City Technical College. Regardless of win or lose, it's Star River University that loses face. If you win, you're a first-tier prestigious school, so that's normal. But you're a first-tier prestigious school, yet you get your gate blocked by a student from a technical college. How shameful. If you lose, damn it, you're a first-tier prestigious school and you lose to a technical college. What kind of trash university is that? How shameful. Feng Yu was very clear on this point, and also knew his wicked thoughts. He thought for a moment, then tossed him a token. If any shameless old fart makes a move on you, call for help. Our Lewis City Technical College may be just a technical college, but we won't let our students be bullied by outsiders. Hearing Feng Yu's words, he smiled. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He deliberately emphasized the two words new student, and even had to trouble the principal to issue him a certificate to prove that he was indeed a new student of Lewis City Technical College. Feng Yu looked deeply into his eyes, then instructed a teacher to do it. Before setting off, Feng Yu also decisively announced the expulsion of all these foreign students from Lewis City Technical College. And from now on, Lewis City Technical College would no longer accept foreign students. Hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction, then called Wu Tao and the others to strip all the resources from that group, gave them a good beating, and then threw them out of the school. Soon, 2 days had passed. Today happened to be the day Star River University held its welcome ceremony for new students. The scene was very lively. The students spontaneously stood up to welcome the various big shots, hoping to be noticed by one of them. Wouldn't that be a ticket to the top? Damn it. A university built like this. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was some high-end villa complex. Wang Lin's eyes were red. They were both universities. Theirs was called a university, but it looked like a garbage dump. Let's begin. The moment he finished speaking, he saw a student walk towards them from the opposite side. A smile on his face. The male student asked, which school are you from? Do you have a teacher with you? Star River University had invited many teachers, and the principals of various academies would also bring their students. Perhaps later there would be an exchange between the new students of the universities. The so-called exchange, to put it bluntly, was just a few fights to show off their new students. No, Wu Tao answered very honestly, which made the male student frown. Then which school are you from? Lewis City Technical College. Wang Lin replied, playing with his phone, not even bothering to look at the other student. Hearing this, the smile on the male student's face immediately vanished. He then sneered, Lewis City Technical College. Our Star River University doesn't seem to have ever invited you. A student next to him laughed and walked over. Come on. Maybe they just want to take a look. As students of Star River University, we should still have this much magnanimity. Guests are welcome. Please come in. Hearing this, the four of them didn't move, just silently looked at the two of them, then presented a letter of challenge. Su Chen, chief student of the new class of Lewis City Technical College, is here to issue a challenge. His calm voice made the gate of Star River University fall silent. All eyes turned to him. Challenge Star River University. Lewis City Technical College has come. These two sentences made perfect sense separately, but together, they didn't. Are you here to cause trouble? Today is the welcome ceremony for new students at Star River University. I advise you not to cause trouble. He paid him no mind, instead raising his volume. Aided by his sky and blood, his voice echoed into Star River University. Su Chen, chief student of the new class of Lewis City Technical College, is here to issue a challenge. The moment he finished speaking, a dozen Star River University students appeared at the gate, frowning at him. Astonished. A nameless technical college actually dared to openly challenge a top-tier prestigious university. What was even more unexpected was that he, a new student, dared to say he would fight all the students of the elite class alone. This scene directly stunned all the students present. Damn it. Challenging Star River University. This guy is awesome. Are the students of Lewis City Technical College all this fierce now? They even dare to challenge a top-tier university. Hey everyone, hello. I am Wang Lin, a new student of Lewis City Technical College. What you are watching now is us at the gate of Star River University, challenging the students of Star River University. As you can see, No one from Star River University dares to come out and fight. Wan Lin was holding his phone and was actually live streaming. Wu Tao and Tong Yu were even more arrogant, directly pulling out a banner that read, Luo City Technical College dominates Star River. This move, not to mention Star River University, even he himself was stunned. Who taught you to do this? The people from Star River University were about to explode with anger. For so many years, this was the first time someone had dared to cause trouble at Star River University like this. They couldn't stand it, not for a single moment. If you're here to freeload, then hurry up and put your things away. Apologize, and I might not pursue this. If you really want to challenge Star River University, then you should think carefully. On the stage, life and death are determined by fate. A middle-aged teacher stood up and said as the people from Star River University were about to make a move. A challenge. Of course, it's a challenge. He sneered. A few days ago, people from your Star River University came to Luo City Technical College to block our gate and challenge us, repeatedly insulting our school. This debt can't just be let go, can it? The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. People from Star River University went to block the gate of Luo City Technical College, and even insulted their academy. If that was really the case, then Star River University had truly lost a lot of face. After all, Star River University was a top-tier university. Nonsense, the middle-aged teacher shouted. The students of our Star River University are all dragons and phoenixes among men. How could we do such a thing? As you can see, now the teachers of Star River University are even trying to deny it, doing shameless things, and not even daring to admit it. Next, Wan Lin, I will use the truth to slap their rotten faces hard. Wan Lin said while live streaming. Wu Tao and Tong Yu next to him even took out a projector, which made his head buzz. Damn it, what a genius. Please watch the fgur, Wan Lin said and then played the video of Star River University blocking the gate. In the video, Zhang Fang was still repeatedly insulting Luo City Technical College, and was even on the stage humiliating the old king. Seeing this, the people from Star River University were stunned. Damn it, it's true, the teacher's sweat was already pouring down. He immediately spoke up. Fellow students, there might be a misunderstanding in this matter. Please come into Star River University, and sit for a while. After I investigate this matter clearly, I will definitely give you an explanation. Hearing this, he just laughed. I came here today just to challenge Star River University. If I lose, it means our Luo City Technical College is inferior. If you people from Star River University lose, then you must give our Luo City Technical College an explanation. His voice was very loud, showing no respect for Star River University. Let me. The moment he finished speaking, a student next to him finally couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up. He had the cultivation of a 7th Star Kai and Blood Realm expert and was a new student. Zheng Yu jumped out, looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. He was a genius of Star River University. And even if he was strong, he was just someone from a technical college. How strong could he be? Seeing this, the teacher couldn't say any more. He had originally intended to smooth things over, but Su Chen clearly wasn't buying it. At this point, he could only let their student challenge him. He drew a line on the ground for an arena. But Su Chen shook his head. You are too weak. You are not worthy of fighting me. With that, he stepped aside. Wu Tao stepped forward directly, his face resolute as he looked at Zhang Yu. Luoqing Technical College new student, Wu Tao. After announcing his name, a pitch-black long spear appeared in his hand, pointed straight at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt utterly humiliated, and immediately charged at Wu Tao in a rage. But the moment Wu Tao revealed his cultivation, everyone was astonished. 7th Star Blood and Key Realm. This kid is also at the 7th Star Blood and Key Realm. Is he really a student of Luoqing Technical College? At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen. Then their chief student. What is his cultivation level? Are you guys really new students? The teacher couldn't help but ask, starting to have his doubts. Su Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out the freshman certificate Feng Yu had given him. He had demanded the certificate precisely because he was afraid these shameless people would suspect them of being senior students. He said coldly, if you still don't believe it, you can go to Luoqing Technical College and investigate our identities. With the certificate in hand, no one had any more doubts. A female voice rang out, there's no need to investigate. I know you. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lang Mengqiu standing there. When she heard that someone from Luoqing Technical College had come to challenge them, the first person she thought of was him. She never expected it to really be this guy. With her confirmation, his identity as a new student was naturally verified. Beside Lang Mengqiu, Lu Qingxian watched with a complex expression. Who would have thought that the person she once looked down on would now be so powerful? But wasn't his foundation damaged? Even if the Sword Heavenly King had intervened, he couldn't have recovered so quickly. What on earth happened? Lu Qingxian really wanted to go and ask him. But in the end, she held back. She was now a student of Star River University. Relying on her looks and flirtatiousness, she had already found a new backer, their new chief student, a young master of a martial arts family in Qingjing. His status and position were not something Su Chen could compare to. More importantly, his talent was unbelievably strong. Compared to him, Su Chen had no chance at all. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian sneered inwardly. She had given him a way out, a chance, but he didn't know what was good for him. It was one thing to reject her, but to dare to hit her in public. This matter absolutely could not be let go. And now he even dared to come and challenge Star River University. It was the perfect opportunity to have her current boyfriend teach him a harsh lesson. Thinking of this, she quickly sent a message to Yu Zihan. On the stage, Jiang Yu was clearly no match for Wu Tao. Wu Tao had been to the abyss and fought for his life against aberrants. He defeated Jiang Yu in 10 moves, but he didn't send him flying off the stage. Instead, he humiliated him just as Zhang Fang had done that day. The teacher couldn't watch any longer and quickly said, "That's enough. I concede on Jiang Yu's behalf." Only then did Wu Tao sweep his spear, knocking Jiang Yu away. This is how you people from Star River University treated us from Luoqing Technical College back then. But we are not as vicious as you, wanting to kill people. With that, he pointed his spear at the Star River University students. Who dares to fight? Let med. The Star River University students were thoroughly provoked. Another new student jumped out, this one at the 8-star blood and key realm, considered a decent distance among the freshmen. Nu Feng's eyes were filled with rage. The Great Star River University was being blocked at its own gate by someone from a technical college. If he defeated them, wouldn't he get priority in choosing a partner? You are too weak. Wu Tao mimicked Su Chen's earlier words, only now realizing how good it felt to be a show-off. At this time, Wan Lin's live stream already had over 100,000 viewers, not just from Luoqing Technical College, but also from other academies. After all, people from all factions were watching a technical school challenge a top university. This level of heat was no joke. You're asking to die. Nu Feng charged. A long saber in his hand, his saber aura impressive. He was clearly very skilled in saber techniques. The two of them immediately clashed. Meanwhile, the gate of Star River University was surrounded by people. All the students had come out, looking at them with unfriendly eyes, especially the new students, who wished they could rush up and kill them. The senior students were a bit angry but said nothing. It was the new students challenging them. It wouldn't be right for them to step in. But damn it, how was this Wu Tao so strong? Even Mu Feng was no match for him, defeated in 10 moves. Anyone else? Wu Tao shouted, his expression boundlessly arrogant. At this moment, he felt unbelievably strong. As if he could even go head-to-head with Su Chen. If you guys can't do it, then send up your second-year seniors. He pointed his spear at the Star River University students, his arrogance off the charts. Behind him, the projector was still showing the scene of Star River University challenging and humiliating Luoqing Technical College. This matter was about to become common knowledge, yet no one was mocking Luoqing Technical College. Instead, they were all cursing Star River University for being shameless. A top university bullying a technical school was really too degrading. But their actions were righteous, and had won the support of many people. Just think, if their own academy was humiliated like this, and they didn't even dare to stand up, then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? They'd be better off going home to Shovel Manor. You're a good fighter. Huh? What's the use of being a good fighter? From the crowd of new students, a blonde-haired youth stepped out, looking like a pretty boy. Yu Zihan. The pretty boy announced his name. Star River University's new chief student. The surrounding new students all lowered their heads. Damn it, sometimes they really didn't want to admit their identity. It was too embarrassing. But Yu Zihan's skills were indeed not weak. He had earned his position as chief student through his own strength. Luo Fenian was naturally also among the new students. After seeing Wu Tao defeat 2 people in a row, she truly believed their claims of having defeated Qi realm experts. Right now, among the new students of Star River University, it really seemed that only Yu Zihan could hold his own. But more importantly, Su Chen hadn't even fought yet. Thinking of this, she shook her head with a bitter smile. If what he said was true, then today, Star River University would probably have to send out their third-year seniors to have a chance of winning. But if a senior student fought, there would be no glory even in victory. Wu Tao frowned, taken aback by Yu Zihan's appearance. Your name and your dress style don't quite match, do they? Yu Zihan, as if his sore spot had been poked, didn't say another word, jumped up, and rushed at Wu Tao. As they fought, Su Chen could also see that this Yu Zihan indeed had some skills. His legs were very agile, and a flying kick almost sent Wu Tao flying. Only then did Wu Tao get serious. The fight between the two was indeed very exciting. But the teachers on the Star River University side had black faces the whole time. Their new students were no match for a new student from a technical college. And now they had to send out their chief student, while the other side's chief student hadn't even fought yet. If Yu Zihan lost again, wouldn't that mean that their Star River University, a top prestigious school, was not as good as a technical college? Over on his end, Fang Yu, watching the live stream, was crazily spending money, pushing the stream to the top of the trending list. Kuchid. Give them a good beating. Yes, just like that, to beat them to death. In the office of Lucheng Technical College, Fang Yu led a group of teachers watching the live stream, each of them shouting excitedly. Not just them. The entire Lucheng Technical College was going crazy. All the students were glued to their phones, their blood boiling. At this time, Yu Zihan and Wu Tao had already fought for over 100 rounds. Wu Tao was clearly at a slight disadvantage, and finally, after a moment of carelessness, he was sent flying by Yu Zihan's kick. You're a good fighter, Huff. What's the use of being a good fighter? In the real world, you need connections. Yu Zihan sneered, also a bit surprised in his heart. How could someone from a technical school be so strong? Lu Qingxian screamed with excitement, cheering for him. Yu Zihan looked over and blew her a kiss, making her swoon even more. When he saw Lu Finian, he was stunned for a moment, and deliberately struck a pose he thought was very handsome, but it almost made her nauseous. Useless trash daring to challenge Star River University, how ridiculous. So what if you're powerful? You're just a slightly skilled piece of trash from a small technical college. Shouldn't you just endure it when you're humiliated? I really don't understand how pathetic you must be to have to go to a technical school. And you still have the face to call yourselves human. Yu Zihan laughed loudly, mocking them, looking at Su Chen with even more contempt. You're Su Chen, the useless trash that Qingxian dumped. A third wheel like you, how are you worthy of her? It's normal for you to be dumped. Haha. He laughed mockingly. Lu Qingxian held her head even higher. I can't take it anymore. Let me. Wan Lin shoved his phone at Wu Tao, called him useless, and was about to get on the stage, but he was one step slower than Tong Yu. The white air, sword-bearing youth was already standing in front of Yu Zihan. A piece of trash like you is worthy of mocking Boss Su. If you have the guts, then a life and death battle. Let's see if I can't kill you with one sword strike. Seeing this, Wan Lin wanted to curse. This guy was getting better and better at sucking up. If this continued, his and Wu Tao's positions would be replaced by this bastard. Find a chance and give him a good beating. Wu Tao and Wan Lin exchanged a look, having reached an agreement. Su Chen, on the side, was indifferent. Yu Zihan's barking didn't affect him in the slightest. As for this Lu Qingxian, who the hell was she? When Yu Zihan saw Tong Yu get on the stage, he felt a sense of danger, but he still tried to act calm. As they fought, Tong Yu's sword light flashed, vaguely touching the threshold of Sword Gleam. Sword Gleam. This kid is about to reach the level of Sword Gleam. The big shots around them naturally recognized it at a glance and were endlessly shocked. No one expected Tong Yu's swordsmanship to be so strong. Only Lu Fanian was very calm, because she knew that Su Chen had already reached the level of Sword Gleam long ago. One sword, Lotus Blossom, Tong Yu held nothing back, using his ultimate move right from the start. Instantly, countless sword lights shot out. Yu Zihan wanted to block, but he was cut by the countless sword lights, blood flowing freely. With no other choice, he could only use his last trump card. He slowly stood up and with difficulty uttered 3 words. I concede. The people from Star River University had extremely ugly expressions. Their new chief student had been defeated by a new student from Luocheng Technical College. More importantly, their chief student, Su Chen, hadn't even gone on stage yet. This time, even the teachers of Star River University's faces changed. They had lost all face. If you can't do it, then just admit it. What kind of trash are you sending up? How did they even get into Star River University? How much money did they pay? How many buildings did they donate? Dong Yu was speaking more than he ever had, but every sentence was a dagger to the heart. Seeing this person on the stage, the teachers were also shocked. With their strength, they naturally knew how terrifying it was to be able to touch the threshold of Sword Gleam at this age, and to also have the talent of an A-star blood and Kirum expert. Is this really a new student from Luo City Technical College? Everyone thought the same thing, even beginning to suspect if they were senior students pretending to be new students to cause trouble. But soon, someone investigated the identities of the four of them. They were indeed new students. Especially him. At the end of the martial arts exam, he had triggered a celestial phenomenon, even alarming the Sword Heavenly King to come in person. In an instant, everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with shock. Wasn't his foundation said to be damaged, unable to cultivate? Even if the Sword Heavenly King intervened, it's impossible to find a Demon King's true marrow so quickly, let alone recover from the injury so fast. But he is now the chief student, which means his strength is even greater than Tong Yu's. How is this possible? Does anyone else dare to come up for a fight? Tong Yu said loudly. The sword kai around him surged, and an invincible aura suddenly shot into the sky. He saw this and narrowed his eyes. This guy wants to take this opportunity to condense sword armor. The surrounding teachers and big shots recognized it at a glance, their hearts filled with shock. Why are the new students of Luo City Technical College all as fierce as wolves? Are you all useless? If the new students are trash, then send up the senior students. Otherwise, just admit that Star River University only recruits trash and is not as good as Luo City Technical College. Tong Yu's angry shout echoed, instantly enraging all the students of Star River University. Even some teachers hated that they couldn't go up and give Tong Yu a good beating. Wu Tao couldn't help but say, "Boss Su, is this guy really not going to be beaten to death for being so arrogant?" Wan Lin continued to mock them on his live stream. Star River University is about to become a shelter for useless people. Let me. A second-year senior student finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped onto the stage, his eyes spitting fire. None of the new students dared to go up. Were they just going to stand by and watch them insult Star River University? The senior student who went up had the cultivation of a fourth-star Sea of Key Realm expert, which was considered a decent existence even among the second-year students. Tong Yu's entire body was swirling with sword light, looking very terrifying, his eyes as sharp as two swords. Tong Yu drew his sword, the sword light swirling, and the two of them fought fiercely. However, Tong Yu did not quickly defeat the senior student but used him to temper himself, causing the sword light around his body to condense, and sword armor had already begun to appear. But this senior student was still lacking a little, and he was sent flying by Tong Yu. Again, Tong Yu's fighting spirit was soaring. He still needed another fight, but no one around came up to the stage. After Yu Zihan's defeat, he stood in a corner. Lu Kingxian seemed to be comforting him, but Yu Zihan didn't want to pay her any attention, his venomous gaze fixed on Tong Yu. "Damn it, you dare to mess with me. You're in big trouble." After speaking, Tong Yu dialed a number to call his family. He was determined to get his revenge today. At this time, among the senior students, another person finally stood up. It was the chief student of the second year, Yu Zai. Yu Zai's cultivation was already at the 5th star Sea of Key realm. His strength even more formidable. For insulting Star River University, you must pay the price. The two of them immediately clashed, but soon, Tong Yu fell into a disadvantageous position. It was clear that Yu Zai was very strong, worthy of being the chief student of the second year of Star River University. With this strength, he could even fight an 8th star Sea of Key realm expert. Under such pressure, Tong Yu laughed heartily. His sword armor had condensed into shade. At this moment, a powerful aura shot into the sky. Tong Yu had officially stepped into the realm of sword armor. Thank you. I'll concede this match. Tong Yu laughed heartily and left. He was indeed no match for Jiu Zai. If Jiu Zai had gone all out, he would have been defeated long ago, and his condensation of sword armor would have been interrupted, causing him to miss this opportunity. I don't bother with things like ruining someone's opportunity, but for insulting Star River University, you must pay the price. Jiu Zai's eyes were as cold as ice. Su Chen, is it? Do you dare to come up for a fight? Yu Zai's gaze fell on him. He was very curious about what kind of cultivation he had. As you wish. Hearing this, he took a step forward. Make your move. Yu Zai was already prepared. He, however, raised his hand and made a gesture. Okay. What do you mean? Yu Zai asked, not understanding. What the hell was this? My meaning is, I'll defeat you in 3 moves. These arrogant words stunned the surrounding people. They didn't know where he got the confidence to say such things. The teachers of Star River University were about to explode with anger. They never expected Star River University to have such a day, being blocked at the gate and insulted by someone from a technical college. Arrogant. Yu Zai was furious and charged forward, channeling all his strength, wanting to end it in one move. Watch carefully. Watch carefully. Boss Su is about to show off. Wan Lin shouted while live streaming, pointing the camera at him. The next second, he released the cultivation of a second Star Sea of Key Realm expert, and threw a punch. He didn't even use his sword, just a single punch, yet it directly sent Juzai flying. You've lost. Just one punch, the power of one punch, and Juzai was defeated. It wasn't that Juzai was too weak, but that he was too strong. This kid is really strong. A new student with the cultivation of a second Star Sea of Key Realm expert. Damn it, is this a new record? I just want to know why such a good seedling went to Luo City Technical College. Yeah, this talent is enough to go to the Imperial Sack. The surrounding teachers and principals of major universities whispered among themselves. Even people from the military were whispering. His strength was indeed a bit heaven-defying. A new student with the strength of a second Star Sea of Key Realm expert, and he had defeated a fifth Star Sea of Key Realm martial artist with one punch. The third-year chief student, come up, he said very calmly, thought for a moment, and then said, where the strongest among your foreign students can come up. This matter was originally caused by your foreign students leading your people to block our gate. Hearing this, the people from Star River University couldn't help but look around, wanting to find that group of foreign students. They had thought it was their students causing trouble, but they never expected it to be caused by the foreign students. When it involved foreign students, it was not easy to handle. Foreign students in any academy were special existences, even some teachers had a headache over them. The image on Wang Lin's projector also confirmed the authenticity of his words. But when the image showed the scantily clad female student sitting in Nick's lap, with Nick's hands roaming all over her, the people from Star River University felt they couldn't lift their heads. It was so damn shameful. The teachers and principals of other academies frowned when they saw this scene. The people from the military's faces changed drastically. They hated this kind of thing the most. They never expected the descendants of Huakia to have someone who would stoop so low. Is this a student of Star River University? While improving the cultivation of students, you should also pay attention to their moral values. A person from the military couldn't help but say, glaring at the teachers of Star River University. The teachers of Star River University were stunned, their toes about to dig a villa out of the ground. They were completely dumbfounded. Why did I even come here? Soon, this matter even brought out the principal of Star River University. Next to him were some leaders of the school board and principals of prestigious schools. The principal of Star River University frowned. He had thought it was a small matter that could be handled quickly, but he never expected it to escalate to this extent. Su Chen, this far should end now. You've achieved your goal. Don't push your luck. Does anyone else dare to come up for a fight? He didn't want to pay attention to this old man, not even bothering to look at him. The principal was immediately enraged. He was a martial king realm expert, yet he was being ignored by a brat. For so many years, even martial artists who were also martial kings had to show him some respect. What was a Su Chen like him? Su Chen, are you still going to cause trouble? Today is an important day for our Star River University. If you continue to cause trouble like this, then don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of Feng Yu. You who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But before he could speak, Wan Lin had already rushed up with his phone, the camera pointed straight at the principal of Star River University. Everyone, look. This is the principal of Star River University, and now he's openly suppressing us. We just came to challenge them through the normal process. The students of Star River University are trash and can't beat us, so this immortal old fart jumps out to suppress us. Back then, when those bastards from Star River University came to Luo City Technical College to block our gate, our students were almost beaten to death, and the principal didn't step in to stop it. But because our principal, that old man, is kind, he knows this is a stage. This is a normal challenge between people. Only a shameless, immortal old fart would interfere. Wan Lin held his phone. The camera pointed straight at the principal of Star River University, pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. This move left everyone speechless. Even he was stunned and couldn't help but give Wan Lin a thumbs up. This kid had some skills. The principal of Star River University was immediately enraged. Anyone could hear that Wan Lin was cursing him as a shameless, immortal old fart. He was about to make a move when a teacher hurriedly pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The principal's face was ugly, a hint of shame and venom in his eyes. He really didn't know that this bastard Wan Lin was live streaming, and was even live streaming this matter. And now, the live stream had hundreds of thousands of viewers. In other words, the matter of their Star River University's defeat was now known to everyone. His words just now had also been broadcast live. As the martial king principal of Star River University, he had been played. No matter how angry he was, he could only endure it. If he really disregarded his status and made a move on Wan Lin, he would lose all face. But he couldn't swallow this anger either. At the same time, in the office of Luo City Technical College, Feng Yu and a group of teachers were watching with boiling blood, especially when they saw him step onto the stage and smash Yu's eye with one punch. They shouted with excitement, disregarding their image. Damn it, Star River University, that bastard. When they first established their school, they had to rely on Luo City Technical College for help. Now that Luo City Technical College is being targeted and suppressed into its current state, this bastard starts to act all high and mighty, even wanting to teach my student a lesson on my behalf. Is he worthy? He's worthy of a hammer. Feng Yu was so angry he cursed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He directly picked up his saber and left Luo City Technical College to cause trouble. In the steel factory at the entrance to the abyss, Mu Changfeng had also learned about him going to challenge Star River University. He had even deliberately come out of the abyss to watch the live stream. Seeing this scene, he also frowned. You immortal old fart. If you dare to touch him, I'll lead my troops to cause trouble for you right now. Mu Changfeng said softly, already starting to consider whether to go and back him up. After all, he had made a great contribution with the map of the abyss. He was now being noticed by the higher ups of the military. The principal had no other choice but to look at him, his face gloomy. Su Chen, this matter was originally a misunderstanding. You've caused such a scene, isn't that enough? The new student and the chief student of our Star River University have both been defeated. Isn't that enough? Or do you really want to defeat the entire Star River University? A person from a technical college. Where did you get such guts? Back then, when your people were blocking the gate at Luo City Technical College, you didn't think about leaving a way out. The principal was directly choked, momentarily at a loss for words. His words were very clear. Back then, the people from Star River University didn't leave a way out, so now they shouldn't expect them to leave a way out either. Who brought these people here? Find them for me. The principal of Star River University was stunned. He pointed at the few people on the projector, and told a teacher next to him to find them. If not, then have these bastards apologize. Turn a big matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Otherwise, if this continues, the impact on Star River University will be immeasurable. Once again stunned everyone. No need. They're all dead. I have to say, your people have one point that I really admire. They wouldn't concede even if they were beaten to death by me. I still appreciate this point, Su Chen said very seriously. Wu Tao averted his gaze. Tan Yu stared at his nose, and his nose stared at his heart. This has nothing to do with me. Those who didn't know the situation believed his words. As for those who did, who didn't know, it wasn't that they wouldn't concede, but that they were killed by him before they even had the chance. Su Chen, you're so young. Why are you so vicious? They are still students. Even if they were at fault, it's not a capital offense, the president said, feigning extreme heart ache, wanting to reprimand him from the moral high ground. Life and death are not in question on the arena. If you don't concede, the match is considered to be ongoing. Even if you die, no one can be held responsible. This is the rule. It was your own student who told me this. Don't you understand this rule? These words left the president speechless, unable to find a single flaw in his argument. If you die in a fight on the arena, the opponent cannot be held responsible. If he pursued the matter now, it would only make people feel that he was an old, chainless fossil. A disgrace. The president's face was ugly, but he was also a little fortunate. Luckily, he hadn't said anything, or he would have fallen into his trap. Oh, right. And that Nick or whatever of yours. That bastard Western devil colluded with our Luochen Technical College's exchange students to steal our resources, making our already scarce resources even scarcer. You have to take responsibility for this too. He then took out the criminal evidence that Wan and Lind had forced Nick to fingerprint. This is his confession, with his fingerprint on it. If there's no problem, then go and bail him out. We are all civilized people. Let's do things politely. The president of Star River University was stunned. What was this? Was he trying to extort money from them? Especially after he took the confession and looked at it, he almost coughed up blood. He flipped it over and over. On it were only 2 words. Robbery. Su Chen, don't go too far. The president really couldn't take it anymore. The pressure of a martial king immediately descended. And at the same time, he raised his hand and crushed Wan Lin's phone, cutting off the live stream. Damn it, the old fossil has turned hostile. Wan Lin shouted and turned to run, but in the next second, the pressure of a martial king enveloped him. They couldn't move at all. If you caused enough trouble, a shabby, bottom, ranking technical school really thinks there's something special, defeating our Star River University students with some unknown technique. You really think you can reach the heavens? Seize them all for me. After this, I must go to Lucan Technical College and ask Feng Yu how he teaches his students without any sense of propriety. Su Chen wanted to say something, but he found that his cultivation had been sealed by this old fossil. Luckily, the moment he turned hostile, he had crushed the token Feng Yu had given him, hoping he could arrive in time. But he had still underestimated the shamelessness of Star River University. He never expected that the president of a top prestigious school would be so narrow-minded. As the four of them were about to be taken away, the people from the other academies just glanced at them and said nothing. After all, they were just a technical school. There was no need for them to offend Star River University for them, even though they could all see that they were not in the wrong. So what? This was reality. Only a hard fist was the law. Seeing this, Luo Fenian anxiously called Luo Taiyi. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago, but had not shown himself. Seeing the scene, he knew it was time for him to step in. After all, this was the agreement between him and Su Chen. President John, Luo Taiyi stepped out, first greeting him. Seeing him, a smile appeared on the president's face. He naturally knew his identity. Although he was only at the peak of the Marcus realm, he was the hallmaster of the martial artist Grand Hall. The Grand Hall had branches all over Huaxia, with its headquarters in the imperial capital, and was backed by a venerable level expert. It could not be underestimated. It could be said that his status was enough to be on par with a martial king like him. I've come uninvited today because I have a matter to trouble you with. Please release Su Chen and his friends. The moment these words were spoken, the original smile on the president's face immediately turned grim. All Master Luo, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Su Chen set up an arena at the gate of our university, blocking our entrance and humiliating us. Where does that leave my face? President Zhang, that is not my intention. It's just that Su Chen is an honorary elder of our martial artist Grand Hall. At these words, the president's expression grew even darker. Old Tianyi, are you kidding me? A brat like him can become an honorary elder of your Grand Hall. Since when did the martial artist Grand Hall become so shameless? Ha ha ha, I'm really not kidding about this. When I appointed him as an honorary elder, many people in Luochen knew about it. You can't say that I'm deliberately disrespecting you. The president's face was so grim that it looked like it was about to drip water. He never expected that a single Su Chen could cause so much trouble. Now Luo Tianyi had appeared to protect him, even saying he was an honorary elder of the Grand Hall. With this identity, the matter became even more complicated. Arresting an honorary elder of the Grand Hall was no small matter. But if he just let him go, the face of Star River University would be completely gone. What if I refused to give you face? With so many big shots watching, he could only be tough. What else could he do? He was a martial king, was he supposed to back down now? Su Chen glanced at Luo Taiyi. He knew this would happen, and knew the nature of Star River University. They probably wouldn't give him face. But his appearance could definitely hold them off for a while, which was enough time for Feng Yu to arrive. Sure now, in the next second, Feng Yu's curses came through. John, you dog. Don't push your luck. You want to teach my students for me. Who the hell are you? His curses arrived, followed by the pressure of a martial king, which broke the seal on them. The teachers who were holding them felt a tightness in their chests and coughed up blood, their faces pale. Feng Yu had directly attacked. Only then did the four of them walk over to his side, looking at the Star River University students with unfriendly eyes. Feng Yu, what do you want to do? The president felt his scalp tinkle. He was really about to go crazy. Why did it have to be today? In front of so many big shots. The face of Star River University was completely gone. What do I want to do? I should be asking you what the hell you want to do. You're so old and yet so shameless. A duel between students, and a shameless old fart like you dares to interfere. Know your place. If I had known you were so damn shameless, I would have just killed the people from your university when they came to set up their arena. Feng Yu's words left the president unable to retort. Feng Yu, you condemned your students to come and humiliate our university. You have to give me an explanation for this, the president said sternly. Humiliate? I let them come and humiliate you. So what? If you have the guts, then send your students out. Even if they kill them, I won't say a word. But if any shameless old fossil makes a move, then today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll tear a piece of flesh off him, Feng Yu said domineeringly. Wang Lin also took the opportunity to shout. You useless trash from Star River University. Does anyone dare to fight? Su Chen also looked at their students. If we can't beat you, then we are inferior. At this time, all the pressure was on the third-year students. The new students and second-year students had all been defeated. The third-year students were also stunned. Su Chen's strength couldn't be judged by common sense. If they went up and lost, they would really lose all face. However, at this moment, the president of another top prestigious school beside them couldn't help but speak up. This matter is indeed Star River University's fault in the first place. How about this? Star River University apologizes to you, and we'll call it even. We are all members of the school board, it's not good to make such a big scene. If you really want to have a martial arts exchange, the inter-school exchange competition is coming up. The geniuses from all the major universities will be there. That's where the real excitement is. What's the point of these small, scale fights now? The president was immediately unhappy. Apologize. Why should we apologize to them? We are a top prestigious school, renowned and famous. What are they? Aren't they just a technical school on the verge of closing down? Are they even worthy of our apology? But just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed down at an incredible speed. He was furious that Su Chen had defeated the new genius of Star River University with a single move, which had directly angered their president. Isn't it just a technical school on the verge of closing down? Are you worthy? But just as he finished speaking, Feng Yu was immediately unhappy. We are an academy on the verge of closing down, and yet you can't even beat us. The school board has given you so many resources over the years, and you've only managed to raise this bunch of useless trash. But before the president could retort, Wu Tao stood up and said coldly, does anyone dare to fight? If not, then admit that you're not as good as us. It's just losing face. After all, let me take the challenge. Just then, an exchange student stepped onto the stage, at the 9-star Kisi realm. I am from the noble Sakura Embassy. My name is Masushita. Nick and I are old friends. Since he caused this, I will help him resolve it. Damn it. I have to go for this one. Lin rolled up his sleeves. If I die in this battle, my family can add a page to the genealogy, and I'll get the first incense stick in 5 years. Just as he was about to move, Su Chen held him back. He could feel that Masushita's strength was not weak, not someone Lin could handle. Then, he stepped forward, his eyes as cold as ice. Time to settle all old and new scores at once. In the next moment, he struck first, his whole body like an unsheathed sword as he rushed at Masushita. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes. He didn't think he was a match for him. After all, he had defeated a Grandmaster realm martial artist back then. You are very strong, but you are no match for me. Masushita, without any martial virtue, drew a katana and slashed. Seeing this, Su Chen was not flustered at all. The Dragon Abyss sword came out, and with a single slash, countless sword gleams spread out, forming a large net that rushed towards him. Sword Gleam, this kid has already reached the level of Sword Gleam. The people around them, after seeing his Sword Gleam, were all unwell. They had thought that Tong Yu's talent in the Sword Dao was already heaven-defying and terrifying, but now Su Chen was even more terrifying than him. But they didn't know that he had actually already reached the level of Sword Aura. At this moment, Masushita finally felt a sense of danger and mobilized all his blood and kai to defend himself. The katana in his hand was no ordinary item, but the moment the two weapons clashed, it would directly cut in two. Masushita was furious. This katana was a family heirloom, representing the glory of his family, and now it had been cut by him just like that. But before he could do anything, in the next second, Su Chen returned a slash, carrying a terrifying sword aura, which instantly pierced through his chest. Masushita's eyes were wide. He never expected to actually be killed by him. He was clearly only at the 2-star Kisi realm. His life force was draining away. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. In the next second, he fell to the ground. Dead. Damn it, your blood has dirtied my sword. He cursed, quickly taking out a handkerchief to wipe the Dragon Abyss sword. A look of disgust on his face. Nice, Lin and Wu Tao shouted, even more excited than when they were on the stage. Killing this guy with one sword strike. This can be added to the family records. Su Chen, you dare to kill someone in public. Principal Zhang never thought he would dare to kill someone. Is there a problem? On the stage, life and death are determined by fate. If you don't call out a surrender, it means the fight is still on. What's wrong with me killing him? You shameless old fart, are you going to make a move again? Feng Yu said with contempt, but he was ecstatic inside. After so many years, Lu City Technical College could finally stand tall for once. The people around them didn't care about this. They were all looking at him with astonishment. It wasn't because of the sword, but because they had clearly felt the sword momentum on him earlier. That's right, it was sword momentum. True sword momentum. If they remembered correctly, he was a new student now. A new student at this age had already comprehended sword momentum. This level of sword Dao talent was unmatched even by the current strongest swordsman in Huaxia, the Sword Heavenly King. But with such heaven-defying talent, why on earth did he come to Luo City Technical College? Anyone else? He said indifferently, his eyes cold. This was probably the greatest humiliation Star River University had suffered since its founding. Su Chen, are you willing to come to my Chang'an Imperial Sect? A place with geniuses like dragons is where you should be. Come to our Northern Prefecture Military Academy. You'll enter the military directly after graduation. With your skills, becoming a general is not a problem. Haha. Don't listen to them. An academy is ultimately just an academy. Come directly to the military's garrison command. I can take you as my direct disciple. And in the future, you can inherit my position. These big shots around could no longer sit still. With such talent, they had to pull them over at all costs. This time, even Feng Yu was dumbfounded. He let him show off too much. The prestigious schools hadn't even extended an olive branch, and now 2 imperial sects were directly poaching him in person. That was one thing. But the military's garrison command, that was a true place of geniuses like dragons. It could be said that it was a place established by the military specifically to nurture heaven's chosen ones. The weakest among the graduates were at the Marquis realm. There was even a record of a graduate becoming a king, which no one had broken to this day. The admission requirements for the garrison command were also extremely harsh. There were even years when they couldn't recruit a single student, but they had never changed the rules. Yet now, the people from the garrison command all wanted to pull him over. The person who spoke was a half-depth sovereign, the strongest existence among those present. Even in the garrison command, he was a very high-status existence, enough to be considered a regional overlord. Now he even wanted to take him as a direct disciple, to inherit his position in the future. Principal Zhang was directly stunned. I invited you all to Star River University. Was it just to be a backdrop for others? That's one thing, but the person you're looking for is the one who humiliated Star River University. Weak. What are you doing? This is a student of our Luo City Technical College, the chief student of the new class. Feng Yu was anxious. It was so hard to find a monster who could dominate a top-tier prestigious school. Feng Yu, you should know that Su Chen's talent can only develop best at the Imperial Sect. Imperial Sect? What's so great about the Imperial Sect? Come to my garrison command, and I'll have that old fart, the Sword Heavenly King, personally teach you Sword Dao. The big shot from the garrison command said. It had to be said, this condition alone was something the other Imperial sects couldn't match. They didn't have the authority to command the Sword Heavenly King, but the garrison command absolutely did. But his young Su Chen agreed. If not, I'll go to your Luo City Technical College and have a talk. The big shot from the garrison command directly threatened Feng Yu. Feng Yu's mouth twitched when he heard this. He cursed silently in his heart. This is someone even more shameless than me. Su Chen has come with me. The big shot from the garrison command laughed heartily, feeling that this matter was already settled. In an instant, all attention was focused on him. Thank you for your kindness, sir. But right now, I just want to stay at Luo City Technical College. He finally spoke. But what no one expected was that he would refuse. Even the big shot from the garrison command was stunned. Others would rack their brains trying to get into the garrison command. And now that he had this opportunity, he refused. Wait, kid, you have to understand. The garrison command is different from these academies and the school board. It's completely established by the military. Both your status and position can be greatly enhanced. It's no exaggeration to say that if you were a member of the garrison command before, that old fart just now wouldn't have dared to make a move on you. The big shot from the garrison command said, while pointing at the embarrassed Principal Zhang next to him. Principal Zhang had completely lost face today, and now he was being used as a laughingstock. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you go to the garrison command, the resources you enjoy will be the best in all of Huaxia. In other words, for the next 4 years, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. The amount of resources one person can enjoy in a year is enough to match the entire year's distribution of Luo City Technical College. Not to mention your Sword Dao talent. I can find the Sword Heavenly King to personally teach you swordsmanship. I don't need to say more about the Sword Heavenly King's swordsmanship strength, do I? All of this, your current Luo City Technical College can never give you. Water flows downwards, people strive upwards. You are now in the golden age of cultivation, and cannot be delayed. He was silent. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, on the contrary, he was very moved. But he was different from others. He was a cheer, he had a system. Did his cultivation need to rely on a large amount of resources? No, He could become stronger just by killing. So, to put it bluntly, the Abyss was the most suitable place for him. Especially those imperial sects that treated their students like precious eggs, protecting them carefully. That kind of cultivation was not the path he wanted to take. The path he wanted to take was the path of slaughter, a path of killing, killing, killing. I know, but the path I want to take is not suitable for these things. Hearing this, the big shot from the garrison command looked at him without speaking, starting to doubt in his heart. Has the garrison command been quiet for too long? Has the world forgotten about the garrison command? The moment he said this, the scene immediately fell silent. Feng Yu was also a little stunned. He had such spirit. If it were him, he would have long been unable to resist the temptation and run away. Although I really don't want you to go, I can't bury your martial Dao path for my own selfishness, Feng Yu said in a deep voice. This was his true thought. You are very outstanding. I really can't bear to let you go, but I can't ruin your martial Dao path because of my reluctance. That would be unfair to you. He glanced at Feng Yu with a bit of surprise. Are you trying to drive me away? I don't mean that. If you don't mean that, then shut up. I've already said. I want to stay at Luo City Technical College. Hearing his words, Feng Yu's eyes instantly turned red. He never expected him to actually give up the garrison command to choose to stay at Luo City Technical College. The big shot from the garrison command asked again with some unwillingness, have you really thought it through? After all, his talent truly amazed him. I thought it through. This is my path. The martial way should be accompanied by slaughter. To become a strong expert, one must step on countless bones, hiding behind, and enjoying a large amount of resources. This is not the path I want to take. It's not in line with my martial Dao. When he said these words, a very strong aura emanated from him. Like a drawn sword, his whole body filled with sharpness. The big shot from the garrison command was a little stunned. He never expected these words to come from an 18-year-old student. This level of enlightenment alone surpassed that of many imperial sect students, and was even not inferior to the people of their garrison command, if not better. Not to mention that many students didn't even know what the alien race was, let alone having ever met or killed them. The big shot from the garrison command laughed heartily and came to his side, patting his shoulder, which was enough to show his satisfaction with him. If that's the case, then I won't force you anymore. If you're willing, whenever you think it through, come to the garrison command to find me. The great gate of the garrison command will always be open for you. After speaking, he handed him a name card with his contact information. Seeing this, the surrounding people were all shocked, their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. When they heard him refuse the garrison command, they all felt that he really had a problem to give up such a good opportunity. But after hearing his words, the principals of many academies fell silent. They saw something in him that their students didn't have, and that thing was the most important thing on the path of martial Dao, the original heart of the martial way. Su Chen, with your sword Dao talent, I can find the sword Heavenly King for you. Are you willing to take him as your master? He heard this, and his mouth twitched. No need. Some people from Luo City around knew that he had previously attracted the sword Heavenly King. The sword Heavenly King had personally wanted to take him as a disciple, but he had refused. Then the sword Heavenly King had become sworn brothers with him. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me jealous. Why are we all human? Yet the gap is so large. It seems like he gets all the good things. Yu Zihan sneered in his heart. Su Chen, right. Let's see if I don't play you to death. Still an honorary elder of the Martial Artists Hall. Go to hell, idiot. Lu Qingqian had also said it was because of him. This pretty boy was involved with Luo Tiany's daughter, which was why Luo Tiany had stepped in to help him. And that Tom Yu. His sword Dao talent was very strong. Right? And he was so arrogant, making him lose face. This matter naturally couldn't be let go just like that. He had to make it so that Tom Yu could never hold a sword for the rest of his life. This farce finally ended after Star River University conceded. The principal of Star River University looked at him and Feng Yu with a gloomy and venomous expression. The inter-academy exchange competition is coming up soon. You'd better watch out. After speaking, the principal turned and entered the academy, having no more face to stay here. Sk. Who doesn't know how to brag? Now that you've been beaten into an idiot by our monster, you'll be beaten into a piece of trash at the exchange competition too. Feng Yu was very happy, ecstatic. At this time, in another distant city, the sword Heavenly King had also seen the live stream from before, his heart filled with joy. His cultivation had increased so quickly. But when he saw the principal of Star River University make a move, he knew something was wrong and immediately flew over on his sword. At this time, At the gate of Star River University, he and the four of them, Wan Lin, were very excited. "Let's go, it's time to go back," Feng Yu said, and was about to lead the four of them back. "Wait, everyone has dispersed." Yu Zihan stepped forward at this time, with Lu Qingxian next to him. He turned around and saw this scene, frowning, a look of speechlessness in his eyes. He knew it was Lu Qingxian causing trouble again. Sometimes he really wanted to just kill Lu Qingxian, but killing someone in the middle of the street like this wasn't on the stage. If he really killed Lu Qingxian, it would bring him a lot of trouble. To bring trouble upon himself for such a piece of trash was not a worthwhile matter. "What is it?" Wang Lin stepped forward. Yu Zihan sneered. "Of course there's something. I am the young master of the Yu family in Qingqing. This kid disrespected me like this. He has to give me an explanation one way or another. When we go out into the world, what's the most important thing? Of course, it's face. But you people didn't give me any face. How am I supposed to live at Star River University after this? Moreover, you bullied my girlfriend before. We have to settle this matter a little." Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. This kid was really a clown. Wu Tao's face was a little embarrassed. After all, it was a moment of carelessness just now. He couldn't dodge and was sent flying by Yu Zihan's kick, and he had been mocked by Wan Lin ever since. Feng Yu stepped forward with his sword on his back, his eyes as cold as ice. "What do you want? Who is this kid? Don't cause trouble." Feng Yu was also speechless. How could such an idiot appear to cause trouble? "Old man, stay out of this if you know what's good for you." But our Yu family of Qingqing has more than one martial king. As the young master of the Yu family, he had been arrogant and domineering since childhood. When had he ever been afraid? Su Chen told Feng Yu to step aside. "President, you should move. Blood might splash on you later." It was a matter between juniors. For an elder like him to interfere would be a laughingstock. Hearing this, Feng Yu took a step back, his lungs nearly exploding with anger. Some of the Star River University students who hadn't left yet saw this, and were immediately interested. He had shamed Star River University so much. They were all a little angry in their hearts, and they all knew Yu Zihan's identity. It didn't seem so bad to see him take care of Su Chen. It would be a way to vent their anger. Lu Qingxian clung to Yu Zihan's arm, looking at Su Chen with a proud expression. "You didn't care for the me of yesterday. You can't even reach the me of today. My boyfriend is the young master of the Yu family and will inherit it in the future." The Yu family. Do you know it? It's a martial arts family in Qingqing with more than one martial king expert. And what about you? What do you have besides a little talent? The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Seeing that he said nothing, she assumed he had been dealt a blow, and her eyes grew even more smug. "Your boyfriend was beaten by my people." "Your boyfriend was beaten by me," Su Chen said. Dong Yu quickly chimed in. "The thing to fear most is a sudden silence." A flash of embarrassment appeared on Yu Zihan's face. "My boyfriend is the young master of the Yu family, his talent is very strong. And he's the new chief student of Star River University. In the future, he will definitely become a king and a sovereign. Your boyfriend was beaten by me. My boyfriend's family has more than one martial king, they have money and power, and even a big shot working in the military. Your boyfriend was beaten by me." Lu Qingxian was about to go crazy. "You motherfucker, can't you change your line?" Beside her, Yu Zihan's face grew even uglier. "Damn it. What's the meaning of repeating that line over and over?" He stepped forward and asked, feeling bored himself. "Tell me, what do you want? Are you still a child, Yu Zihan, to still be playing games like this? Matters between men are naturally settled with fists. Damn it, you're sneak attacking me." The moment Yu Zihan finished speaking, a lightning-fast fist landed on his eye, instantly giving him a black eye. Su Chen retracted his fist and asked with a smile, "Like this?" Yu Zihan was furious and was about to attack, but the moment he charged, he was hit with another punch. "Now both your eyes are balanced. You have some nerve, hitting our young master." Just then, a voice came from the side. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a burly man approaching. This man's cultivation was at the 4-star Grandmaster realm. He was Yu Zihan's personal bodyguard. But because they were in the academy, he had been stationed outside. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The bodyguard said, his calloused fist like a wild beast's as he stood before Su Chen. Feng Yu was about to lose his composure. "Damn it, this kid is calling for outside help. Does he not see me at all?" Luo Taiye stopped him. "Let's watch a little longer. We have to trust him." He was very curious if what Su Chen had told him before was true. If he had really killed a Grandmaster Aberrant, then this person was no threat to him. Su Chen had no intention of letting Feng Yu step in and was preparing to act himself. Kid, for hitting the young master of my Yu family, you'll leave your legs behind today. Just as he was about to attack, a deep voice rang out and a middle-aged man strode over. Behind him were more than 10 people, including 4 at the Marquis realm, the rest being at the Grandmaster realm. This middle-aged man was a martial king. Su Chen frowned. Who is this now? Seeing him, Yu Zihan happily stepped forward. Second uncle, you're finally here. It was this kid who bullied me. Su Chen was stunned. Is this the so-called hit the small one, and the big one will jump out? Hearing this, Yu Heng frowned. 2-star KC realm. He has some skills. But for hitting my nephew today, this matter cannot be let go. Kneel down and apologize to my nephew, and I'll break your legs. Then we'll call it even. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. I also want him to kowtow and apologize to me. Kowtow until I'm satisfied. Yu Zihan jumped out and said with a loud laugh. Yu Hen shouted, wanting to use the pressure of a martial king to force them to their knees. Did you hear me? If you heard me, then hurry up and do it. Why should we kneel? We came here for a challenge. If he lost on the stage, he can only blame himself for being inferior. But in the next second, a powerful pressure descended, forcing Tun Yu's face to turn red, sweat dripping down like beans, but he still refused to kneel. You've gone too far. Feng Yu finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, releasing his own martial king aura, shattering Yu Heng's pressure and making Tong Yu feel a little better. Su Chen looked at Yu Heng coldly. You are still too weak now, no match for a martial king. But I dare say, in 1 year, I can kill a king. Yu Heng hadn't expected him to have a martial king backing him, and his expression softened a little. I don't know who you are, sir, but this is a private matter of our Yu family of kingship. I hope you will give us some face. He spoke very tactfully, but Feng Yu's expression grew even uglier. They are my students. If you touch them, it's absolutely not happening. As he finished speaking, his full martial king aura was released, his attitude as if he would attack in the next second. If it were a fight between kids, even if he was beaten into a pulp, I wouldn't say anything. But if an elder jumps out, then I can't stand it anymore. Hearing this, Yu Heng's expression also soured. He looked at Yu Zihan, wanting to know their identities. They're from Luoqing Technical College. This old fossil is their president. Luoqing Technical College. Ha ha ha. Yu Heng was stunned for a moment before reacting, laughing loudly. I thought it was some top prestigious school. A shabby technical school dares to provoke my Yu family. Old man, I can give you face today. But the 4 of them must kneel and apologize to me. As he finished speaking, another unparalleled pressure shot out. It's here. It's here. Unexpectedly, just as he had defeated the new genius of Star River University with a single move, in the next second, an extremely powerful pressure descended, forcing them to turn red in the face, sweat dripping down like beans, but they still refused to kneel. Seeing this, another martial king aura immediately erupted. You dare to make my students kneel? It seems you don't want to live anymore. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Yu directly charged forward. Seeing this, Yu Heng snorted coldly and met him head-on. The 2 martial kings directly clashed, and the aftershocks of the battle thundered down, instantly turning the street to dust. Yu Zihan was extremely excited, ordering the people of the Yu family to attack them. 4 at the Marquis realm, 6 or 7 at the Grandmaster realm. They didn't believe they could still fight. He sneered. Cripple them for meh. Beside him, Lu Qingxian was even more excited, as expected of the Yu family's strength. At this time, Su Chen's Dragon Abyss sword had already appeared, and he was about to charge forward. But just as he was about to, a loud shout suddenly rang out like thunder. Get lost. Whoever dares to touch Su Chen, I will kill him. Then, a figure as fast as lightning appeared in front of him. A Marquis realm expert who was about to attack was directly slapped to death. Seeing the person who had arrived, Su Chen was also stunned. Why is he here? Mu Changfeng roared, bullying Luoqing Technical College for having no one. I'll beat you to death. The pressure of a martial king pressed down on Yu Heng. In the next second, he directly charged forward. This scene even stunned Yu Heng. Damn it, who is this guy? But the next scene shocked him even more. An army of about 1,000 people had appeared from Luoqing, led by an 8-star Marquis realm expert, with 10 other Marquis realm and over 40 Grandmaster realm experts among them. It could be said that this was an extremely elite army. But why were they here? Pass the order. Anyone who touches Su Chen will be killed, the Marquis realm leader, Guo Feng, said. The 1,000 and army pressed forward, forming a protective barrier behind them. Even Su Chen was stunned. What's going on? Why is Mu Changfeng making such a big show? He even directly mobilized the army. This is a bit too much. What are you doing? Why did you mobilize the army? Feng Yue asked softly, worried. It was already a big deal for a garrison commander to leave the abyss without permission, let alone with an army. Mu Changfeng smiled. Don't worry, this is from the higher ups. Then, without another word, he charged at Yu Heng again, at full power. Seeing the army, Yu Zihan was completely stunned and didn't dare to make a move. Guo Feng said to Su Chen, sorry, Commander Mo, it took some time to get the order from the higher ups. This sentence left him even more speechless. Mu Changfeng had even requested permission from the higher ups to bring the army, and they had even approved it. Ha ha ha, you're a celebrity in the army now. Even some of the top leaders are starting to pay attention to you. The map of the abyss you gave is very precious, priceless, you could say. Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood why Mu Changfeng was making such a big show. As expected of Boss Su, this move was played beautifully. I told you. Boss Su never does business at a loss. This show-off is about to numb me, Wang Lin and Tong Yu couldn't help but think. No wonder he had unconditionally given the map to the army before. Only now did they understand. This move of his was truly brilliant. Su Chen smiled helplessly. He really hadn't thought that far at the time. Wang Lin's eyes darted around. He quickly sidled up and said, old brother. It was that blonde kid who bullied us just now, and he even called Boss Su an idiot. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. Since when did I not know someone called me an idiot? I suspect this kid is doing it on purpose. Guo Feng glanced over and sneered. Go and give him a few hard slaps. Hearing this, Wang Lin immediately became extremely arrogant and stepped forward. The people of the Yu family wanted to stop him, but the people from the army were not to be trifled with. A powerful, murderous aura, forged through a mountain of blades and a sea of blood, was immediately released, directly causing the Marquis realm experts of the Yu family to turn pale, not daring to move. If they dared to move, the army would absolutely dare to kill them. Slap, slap. Wang Lin gave Yu Zihan 2 hard slaps, one on each side, splitting the corners of his mouth and directly swelling his face. You dare to curse Boss Su? What the hell are you? In front of him, you're nothing, and you want us to kneel and apologize. Are you worthy? Boss Su was such an outstanding genius. He said as he hit, his moves vicious, and leaving no room for escape. Yu Zihan's tragic screams rang out. Lu Qingxian was completely stunned. Wu Tao and Tong Yu were also stunned, silently cursing Wang Lin for being a dog. The two of them were still too naive in front of him. So, in the next second, Wu Tao immediately stepped forward and pointed at the Marquis realm experts of the Yu family. And them, they called Boss Su useless and an idiot just now. We can't stand it anymore. Guo Feng was stunned for a moment, seeming to understand Wu Tao's meaning, the corner of his mouth twitching. Why do these 3 kids not look like good people at all? Only you seem a little more reliable. Go on, he said, then turned to the Marquis realm experts of the Yu family. Anyone who makes a move will be considered to have declared war on the army. The people of the Yu family were all stunned. So we can only stand here as punching bags. We can't even fight back. Do you have to bully people like this? But Wu Tao had already stepped forward, still a little nervous in his heart. This was a Marquis realm expert. If he could slap a Marquis realm expert a few times, it would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he raised his hand with a tremor and slap. A crisp slap echoed. Wu Tao turned and fled. The Marquis realm expert's face turned ashen. He wanted nothing more than to charge forward and tear Wu Tao to pieces, but before he could even move, he felt the iron-blooded pressure of the military. Damn it. This is bullying of the highest order. Seeing that no one was chasing him, Wu Tao was overjoyed, his confidence soaring. He swaggered back and gave the Marquis realm expert a thorough beating. Tong Yu observed quietly. Seeing that the Marquis realm expert from the Yu family truly didn't dare to fight back, he too swaggered over and joined the beating. Guo Feng chuckled. These kids are really young and reckless. They can't stand the slightest loss and are putting on a show of borrowing power. Not like you, so calm and steady. Wait a minute. Guo Feng thought to himself, but in a flash he saw Su Chen charging forward with a large wrench, aiming straight for the head of the Marquis realm expert from the Yu family, and striking him repeatedly. Seeing this, Guo Feng and everyone in the military were completely stunned. Good kid. No wonder you're the chief student. To think I thought you were calm and steady just now. Luo Fanyin had already come to Luo Tiany's side. Seeing this scene, she was directly stunned. When Yu Heng was pressuring him, she was extremely worried. But then the military came to back him up. Even a marshal king from the military came. Was he here to enroll in school or to join the army? Lu Finian just felt that she understood him less and less. The surprises he brought her were truly too many. This kid is definitely not a fish in a pond, Luatani said. To be able to mobilize a martial king from the military. But what does that mean? He knew better than anyone. Besides this, Su Chen also had the Sword Heavenly King as his backer. Up ahead, Wan Lin had already beaten Yu Zihan until he couldn't take care of himself. He turned around and found that they were all beating up Marquis realm experts. He cursed silently in his heart. How can I be left out of this show-off session? To have convincing evidence, Wan Lin demanded Wu Tao's phone, directly turned on the recording mode, slapped Lu Kingxian twice, and made her hold the phone to film them beating up the Marquis realm expert from the Yu family. The 4 Marquis realm experts were all beaten into idiots. The other Grandmaster realm experts naturally couldn't be spared. His wrench was already deformed. Wu Tao, carrying a nearby trash can, also beat it until it was misshapen. Tong Yu was the most outrageous, actually using a manhole cover. Wan Lin, charging up, was even more surprising. He actually took off his shoe and slapped people in the face. The damage wasn't great, but the humiliation was extreme. Guo Feng was stunned. Were these really students? Did they have any decency at all? Lu Kingxian was on the verge of tears. For a little fairy like her, Wan Lin's 2 slaps were such a great injury. It would bring her such a great psychological shadow. Did he know that? But she didn't dare to say anything, afraid that Wan Lin would slap her in the face with his shoe. All of you, stop. An angry roar echoed from within Star River University. The big shot from the garrison command appeared. His face gloomy. He had just left, and a big battle had already broken out outside Star River University. He hadn't paid attention at first, but then he felt the aura of a martial king. It turned out to be a martial king fight. In the air, Mu Changfeng and Feng Yu had teamed up to beat Yu Heng into an idiot. His aura was weak, and he took another slap from Feng Yu. Just as he was about to fight back, a powerful force locked onto them. The terrifying pressure made them unable to move. This was the strength of a half-step sovereign, not something a martial king could resist. What are you doing? As martial kings, you're fighting in the city. Are you trying to rebel? The big shot from the garrison command shouted loudly. The principal of Star River University also came out. Seeing this scene outside, he just felt his vision go dark. What kind of sin is this? What kind of sin did Star River University commit? All of you, stop. Below. They were still beating people up. The big shot from the garrison command shouted again. Only then did he stop and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Wan Lin ran up, took the phone to watch the video, and chuckled. This would all be his capital for showing off in the future. Is there still any law? Is there anyone who can manage this? Yu Zihan said weakly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Su Chen, do you have any decency, any morals? You let them beat me, a girl. Lu Kingxian finally couldn't take it anymore and said, on the verge of tears, I'm going to post this online. Damn it, trying to use morality against me. He was surprised, then petted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have no morals. Lu Kingxian was so angry she almost fainted. Feng Yu, give me an explanation. What on earth is going on? The big shot from the garrison command was also stunned. He then looked at Mu Changfeng, even more angry. And you, leaving your post without permission. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you can forget about being the garrison commander. Seeing the big shot from the garrison command so angry, Feng Yu was not flustered at all. He directly pointed at Yu Heng and cursed loudly, this bastard, who knows where he came from, wanted to kill the students of our Luo City Technical College. As the principal, how could I just sit and watch? These words stunned Yu Heng. When did I want to kill your students? Then why did you bring so many people here? Feng Yu pointed at the group of Marquis realm experts from the Yu family below, only then realizing that they had all been beaten into idiots. Yu Heng was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Aha, how lively. Then I'll join in the fun too. A hearty laugh echoed, and immediately, a sharp sword kite ascended. The Sword Heavenly King, dressed in white, appeared here on his sword. Brother Su, long time no see. The Sword Heavenly King smiled, confirmed that he was not injured, and then looked up at the big shot from the garrison command. Why are you here? The big shot from the garrison command was a little surprised. He had just been talking to him about finding the Sword Heavenly King to teach him Sword Dao, and he had arrived so quickly. Could it be because of his Sword Dao talent? But why did he call him Brother Su just now? Yu Heng's face became even uglier. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. Why did this whole thing feel so unlucky today? I was bored, had nothing to do. I was originally going to watch some girls dance sexy dances on a live stream, but then I happened to see some shameless, immortal old farts wanting to make a move on my little brother. Do you think I could stand it? The Sword Heavenly King said cryptically, looking at the principal of Star River University. Principal John, don't you think so? We are all at the martial king level. Anyone who makes a move on the younger generation is shameless, right? Principal John's face turned pale. How could he not hear that the Sword Heavenly King was cursing him? But he didn't dare to say anything. They were both martial kings, but the Sword Heavenly King was in existence on par with the Heavenly Kings. A martial king like him could be killed by the Sword Heavenly King with one sword strike. Otherwise, if he was also a martial king, how could he be called a Heavenly King? It's like now, if I barge into Star River University and randomly kill a few students, you can also curse me for being shameless. He can also curse me for being shameless, right? If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. If you get beaten, you have to stand firm. The Sword Heavenly King continued. Principal Zhang's face was pale. He had never been so aggrieved in his entire life. Just because of one Su Chen, his face as the principal of Star River University was completely lost, and the dignity of a martial king was trampled into nothing. The Sword Heavenly King is right. Oh, who is this fool? How did he get beaten like this? The Sword Heavenly King turned to look at Yu Heng, his face full of surprise. Feng Yu and Mu Changfang were both silent, then looked at him with strange eyes. Heavens, this kid's connections are quite wide. The three of them, Wang Lin, were even more dumbfounded. Especially Tom Yu, when he saw the Sword Heavenly King call him Brother Su. He was about to collapse. So he really had to call him Martial Uncle. Master. Tom Yu didn't want to think about these things anymore and stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Damn it, big shot, this kid is really the disciple of the Sword Heavenly King. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's back teeth were about to be ground to dust. Damn it, Tom Yu's background is also so strong. With the Sword Heavenly King as his master, can we still mess with Tom Yu in the future? The two of them first thought of this problem, then looked at him, their eyes suddenly lighting up. He and the Sword Heavenly King were sworn brothers, and the two of them were his good brothers. By this calculation, wouldn't Tom Yu have to call them uncle? At this thought, the two of them looked at Tom Yu with a sly grin. Tom Yu seemed to understand the thoughts of these two wicked guys, and hated that he couldn't rush up and tear these two bastards to pieces. The people from Star River University next to them were also stunned. Principal Zhang was not well. What on earth had happened today? First, there was a Su Chen, and now there was a Tom Yu. What were the backgrounds of these people? Brother Sword, it was this bastard just now. He wanted to kill Tom Yu. Wan and Lin put on a mature act, stepped forward, and pointed at Yu Heng. Yu Heng's face was pale with fear, and he shouted loudly, "What are you barking about? Don't you open that dog mouth of yours and talk nonsense. When did I want to kill this white-haired guy?" Yu Heng was stunned. If he had known that Tom Yu was the disciple of the Sword Heavenly King, he wouldn't have dared to touch him even if he had 10 times the courage. Wu Tao also stepped forward, his face full of pain, and said, moreover, he also wanted to kill Boss Su. If it weren't for the principal and Brother Mu arriving in time, Boss Su would have been beaten into an idiot. And Tom Yu would have been beaten until he pooped himself. His face darkened. He was sure these two were taking this opportunity to deliberately slander him. Guo Feng and the soldiers behind him were all silent. The scene was familiar. The Sword Heavenly King looked at Yu Heng, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The big shot from the garrison command said, having noticed that the Sword Heavenly King seemed about to make a move, "Wuxuan, don't make a move. Let me investigate clearly." The Sword Heavenly King smiled. "Don't worry, I never make a move." The big shot from the garrison command breathed a sigh of relief, but then he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, "And you can't use your sword either." "Ha, old man. You really know me." The Sword Heavenly King laughed and put away his sword. Yu Heng next to him was about to be stunned. This trip was really unlucky. He didn't even know if his life was enough to make it back. "Then I'll use my feet." The moment the Sword Heavenly King finished speaking, he attacked. One kick sent Yu Heng rolling on the ground, and he beat him to a pulp. His mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that the Sword Heavenly King in the past was definitely no good person either. Soon, Yu Heng was beaten to a pulp. Only then did the Sword Heavenly King stop. The big shot from the garrison command glanced at the Sword Heavenly King with a resentful look. He was already this old, yet he was still like a child. The big shot from the garrison command also didn't know what to say and changed the subject, asking, "You and Su Chen know each other?" "Know him. This kid is my sworn brother." When the Sword Heavenly King personally said this, the way the surrounding people looked at him changed. Luo Fanyan was even more astonished. Why hadn't Luo Tianyi told her about this? I haven't taught him his swordsmanship. His sword Dao talent is greater than mine. In the future, he will definitely surpass me. He has his own sword Dao, and my Dao is not suitable for him. I can't teach him. The big shot from the garrison command heard this and looked at him. No wonder he had said he could find the sword Heavenly King to teach Su Chen's sword Dao, and Su Chen hadn't been moved at all. So that was the case. The others were also a little surprised after hearing the sword Heavenly King's evaluation of him. For a current Heavenly King to give such an evaluation. How many people in the world had received it? Alright, let's leave it at that. A small scuffle has alarmed a martial king great battle. He few thorns, watch out. Okay. He nodded and then said, but he brought so many people here aggressively to beat me. Although he didn't hurt me, it has caused great psychological damage to us. The compensation. These words stunned the big shot from the garrison command. This kid really doesn't back down an inch, does he? I'll immediately have the Yu family prepare a generous gift and send it to Luocheng Technical College. Yu Heng said hurriedly. Right now, it was best if money could solve the problem. He was truly stunned. What was all this? A disciple of the Sword Heavenly King, a sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King. What kind of guts did he have to come and provoke them? And now even the big shot from the garrison commander's office had shown up. Didn't that brat Yu Zihan say they were just ordinary people? Is this what you call ordinary people? Then we don't even deserve to be called human. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He decided he would definitely give that bastard a good beating after this was over. He had really dug too big of a hole this time. But hearing this, Su Chen feigned fear. A generous gift? What generous gift? It sounds like we're extorting you. We are all civilized people. All university students, people of quality and morality. You're making this very difficult for me. Yes. Look at my clumsy mouth. I don't know how to talk. It's compensation. Compensation for you. Yu Wuhen quickly corrected himself, cursing endlessly in his heart. Alright. Let's end this here. No more trouble, the big shot from the garrison commander's office said hurriedly. Otherwise, who knew what other trouble this kid would cause? He finally understood why the Sword Heavenly King had become his sworn brother. Neither of them were good people. The Sword Heavenly King back in the day was a real piece of work too. Su Chen said nothing more. This challenge to Star River University could be considered as having regained face for Luocheng Technical College. Next, he should return to the academy and go into the abyss. Otherwise, who knew when he might be killed by an enemy with a single palm strike? He had a system. His future was to be a war god. He couldn't possibly die an early death. So, after thanking those who had helped him, he left the scene. Let's go, time to go back to the academy. Feng Yu's mood was also extremely refreshed. It had been a long time since he had been able to trample all over Star River University. For the next enrollment, he had to make a huge poster for publicity. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, he heard someone call his name. He couldn't help but turn around and saw a short-haired female student standing at the gate of Star River University, looking at him. You are very strong. The inter-school exchange competition is coming up soon. The humiliation you brought to Star River University today, I will return it bit by bit at that time. She was the third-year chief student, and had been in seclusion. By the time she came out, his challenge was already over. You're too polite. You don't need to return this. Consider it a gift from me. Don't be so polite. With that, he left without looking back. His words left the short-haired girl stunned on the spot, dazed in the wind. You motherfucker. Did you even listen? Or are you just spouting nonsense? What do you mean? A gift that doesn't need to be returned. When the four of them returned, the entire student body of Luocheng Technical College erupted, shouting excitedly. They had never been this happy, not even during the new year. Gao Feng also dragged his heavily injured body out to welcome them. Su Chen was now completely worthy of him doing so. It could be said that when he stepped up and defeated Nick's people, blocking the gate and regaining face for the college, his prestige had already surpassed Gao Feng's. Now, by challenging Star River University and reclaiming their honor, his prestige had reached its peak. Even the three of them, Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu, their prestige among the students had become very, very high. Defeating the chief student of Star River University. Such strength was enough for them to be respected and admired. Bossu, the shouts thundered through the academy. Everyone was shouting, their faces beaming with smiles. If this kid continues to develop like this, I'm afraid I'll have to step down too, Feng Yu said, standing on the roof of a tall building with some teachers behind him. The teachers' faces were also smiling. It had been a long time since they had felt this refreshed. Can we start the next plan now? A teacher asked, his eyes It's Feng Yu thought for a moment. This could be said to be their last chance. They were out of time. Shock. Unexpectedly, less than a month after he had enrolled, the president said that the school was about to close down. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression immediately became grave. Then why did you call me here? I want to open some of the academy's secret chambers to provide for your cultivation. But opening them requires a large amount of energy resources. And you know the current situation of our college. The resources we saved up over the years are only enough for you to cultivate for a month. And we can only open less than half of the chambers. To open all of them, the resource consumption per month is at least 3 million academic points. When Feng Yu said this number, even Su Chen was scared. Such a huge number. Even the current annual academic points of Lucheng Technical College were not enough. So I will have the academy's teachers enter the abyss, and do their best to earn more resources for you. But on the student side, you are the leader of the student alliance. How you manage it is your business. I only have one condition. Don't let the resources that these teachers risk their lives for be wasted. After hearing this, Su Chen frowned and was silent for a long time before asking, can I manage it however I want? President, you said it yourself. Luoxing Technical College is already in this state. Will it work without using strong measures? He said bluntly. To me, even if the college closes down, what effect does it have on me? But I am the leader of the student alliance. Naturally, I have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Hearing this, Feng Yu was silent. He had the right to say such words. Not to mention anything else, just the name card the big shot from the garrison commander's office had given him. The gates of the garrison commander's office were always open to him. Alright, this old man will go crazy with you one last time. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and then left the office. Do you think this kid can really revive Luoxing Technical College? Meng Gan asked. Su Chen is indeed very strong, but the rise of the college cannot rely on him alone. When they were selecting new students today, they had already made some preparations. I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter how bad the current situation is, how much worse can it get? Early the next morning, while it was still dark, Lu Qingfeng had already appeared outside his small house with 20 senior students, waiting quietly. Wan Lin and the other two had arrived even earlier. This time, they had brought a dozen or so sacks, waiting to use them in the abyss. The senior students who had never been to the abyss were very confused, but Lu Qingfeng already knew what the sacks were for and had also prepared a few. A moment later, Su Chen finally came out. He was dressed in a suit of silver, white battle armor, with the Dragon Abyss sword on his back, his presence overwhelming. Wan Lin's eyes were dazed. He went over and touched the armor, his face full of admiration. Rank alloy battle armor. Lu Qingfeng said in shock. This isn't rank alloy battle armor. It's priceless. Where did you get it? The other senior students were even more envious. Their eyes read. They felt more and more that they had to follow him into the abyss. Su Chen ignored their gazes and scanned the group, noticing that these 20 senior students were all at the 3-star KC realm, or above. Not bad. I'll tell you this first. We are not going into the abyss to pick up resources. Those resources are what we risk our lives fighting the aberrants for. Everything is based on strength, which means you will have to face the aberrants directly. It's very likely you will die. He spoke very seriously. Wan Lin was also silent, because this was the truth. Everyone admired them for snatching so many resources, but how many knew that they had risked their lives in the abyss, exchanging their lives for these things? Anyone who is afraid of death can withdraw now. Once you enter the abyss, there is no turning back. His serious expression made Wan Lin realize that something was wrong, but the 20 senior students had solemn expressions, and not a single one retreated. Before, when those bastards from Star River University came to humiliate us, we seniors didn't have the ability to resist. In the end, we had to let you new students reclaim justice for us. What a disgrace. That's right. At that time, I thought, as long as I have a breath left, I must cultivate to death. At least I have to live with face and dignity, the senior student said. The incident with Star River University blocking the gate had dealt a huge blow to them. That feeling of helplessness and despair had made them feel hopeless. They also wanted to become stronger. Su Chen said nothing more and led them directly into the abyss. After entering, they went 100 miles deep. Only then did his pace slow down. Ahead was an aberrant village of about 300 to 400. Are you ready? he asked in a low voice. Now is when their defenses are at their weakest. It's the best time for a raid. Ready, Lu Qingfeng said. The other senior students were more or less nervous. This was the first time they had done something so exciting. Before, even if you gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to attack an aberrant village. To say they weren't nervous now would be a lie. Later, kill their experts at the fastest speed, then plunder the resources, he said, then took the lead and charged. His speed was very fast. After he rushed into the village, before the aberrants could even react, 2 Gisi realm aberrants had already died under his sword. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The aberrants shouted, fleeing in all directions. Lu Qingfeng also led his men in. More than 20 Gisi realm experts were like wolves among a flock of sheep, beginning to slaughter them. The Gisi realm aberrants of the village immediately appeared, and rushed towards them. But there were not many experts in this village. There were only 3 to 5 at the Gisi realm, and they were all killed by him. The strongest was only at the 7-star Gisi realm and couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He stood on the roof of a house. Sensing that there were no more experts, he began to plunder. Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu had completely transformed into bandits, taking out their sacks and rushing into the houses, stuffing everything they could find into them. Seeing this, the senior students were all stunned. So that's what the sacks were for, but they didn't waste any time and quickly started searching. They killed any aberrants they saw and took any good things they found. Su Chen, on the other hand, went straight to the village's storage. Inside were almost all the good things of this village. He was naturally not polite and plundered it clean. Wang Lin's eyes were dazed, his mouth still chewing on an unknown spiritual herb. He had thought his own looting skills were already formidable enough. He had even stayed up all night thinking and studying how to loot the fastest. But now, seeing Su Chen, he knew that he was still too naive. No matter how fast he looted, it couldn't compare to him directly finding their storage. The surrounding aberrants were so scared they turned and fled. He glanced at them coldly. The dragon abyss sword hummed, and in the next second, a terrifying sword aura directly enveloped the entire village. The senior students' faces were filled with horror as they felt his terrifying killing intent. Then, they saw him kill all the remaining aberrants. He had directly massacred the entire village. In a race war, there is no right or wrong. On the battlefield, there is no mercy, only life and death. His words also silenced the senior students, because they couldn't find a single flaw in them. Every time the aberrants started a war, the human race had to pay with their lives. Were they at fault? He had never considered himself a good person and had even felt at times that he was a villain. But so what? This was a world where strength was respected. His path would surely be accompanied by endless killing. This village had been plundered clean. After he massacred the entire village, he had directly obtained 8,670 killing points. The number of people in this village was still too small, and there weren't many experts. These few killing points were not bad. System: exchange for 10 blood-burst heavenly thunders. He directly chose to exchange. This thing's power was not bad. It was always good to prepare a few more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 10 blood-burst heavenly thunders. They have been automatically sent to the system inventory. Detected that this is the host's first time spending a large amount of kill points. Rewarding the host with 3 lottery draws. Does the host wish to draw? He was slightly stunned. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Dang. Congratulations to the host for receiving the manufacturing method for the blood-burst heavenly thunder. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000-year-old purple gold ginseng. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ancient demonic artifact, the myriad soul banner. The host is requested to perform a blood sacrifice to summon and refine the souls, unlocking the myriad soul banner. A series of system notifications sounded, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop turning up. This system was truly a conscientious one, not giving him useless things like diapers, but all good stuff. Especially that myriad soul banner, which made his eyes whiten. He couldn't wait any longer, and directly took out the myriad soul banner. The banner, about 3 meters wide, was still billowing with black smoke. He was astonished to think such a thing really existed. The next second, he directly activated the myriad soul banner. In an instant, a sky full of black smoke spread out, and countless chains shot out from the black bones, directly landing on the corpses of the alien creatures. Immediately after, one alien soul after another was directly pulled out and drawn into the myriad soul banner. Tragic screams immediately followed. Wan Lin and the other senior students around were completely dumbfounded. What kind of ruthless method was this? Even after death, he wouldn't let their souls go. Soon, all the alien souls in the village were imprisoned in the myriad soul banner and refined, accompanied by waves of tragic screams and the sound of wailing ghosts. This terrifying scene also sent a chill down the spines of the senior students, horrifying them. "Boss Su, what kind of treasure is this?" Wang Lin couldn't help but ask as he approached. Although this myriad soul banner was billowing with black smoke, it felt really cool to carry. "This is a flag," he said very seriously. The name Myriad Soul Banner really didn't sound good. What if people thought he was a demonic cultivator? "This is the Human Emperor's banner," Wu Tao said in surprise. He couldn't help but look over. "This name isn't bad either." No, this is clearly a military banner," Tong Yu said with righteous indignation. "Only a military banner would be stained with blood and have such a terrifying baleful aura." Wang Lin snorted coldly. "What military banner?" "Tong Yu, don't talk nonsense." Tong Yu spoke very seriously. "This is the military banner of the Su family army." He glanced at the dazed Su Chen and continued, "With a military banner in hand, Boss Su is worthy of being a military commander." Wang Lin was directly stunned. Wu Tao was even more dumbfounded. This act by Tong Yu was truly over the top. This level of flattery was really something. After he came to his senses, he said with feigned modesty, Don't talk nonsense. What Su family army?" "Boss Su is the leader of the student union. Now he has to lead the students down into the abyss for training. In the future, these people will all be members of the Su family army," Tong Yu said with a serious face, having already planned it out for him. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are all students. The principal is still here meddling." He glanced at Tong Yu again. "This kid is becoming more and more astute. I just don't want Boss Su to be too tired. We juniors should share some of the pressure for him. After all." At this moment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tong Yu, their minds buzzing, feeling that Tong Yu was becoming less and less like a good person. "You're trying to get me killed." He laughed bitterly and shook his head, then took out a blood-burst heavenly thunder from his spatial ring and handed it to Tong Yu. "This thing can easily kill a CFP realm expert." "Thank you, Boss Su." Tong Yu was ecstatic, receiving it with both hands and quickly putting it away, worried that Wang Lin and Wu Tao would snatch it. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were stunned. When he first enrolled, Tong Yu was still a naive idiot. How did he become so astute now? "White hair, you've changed. How could you become like this?" "Yeah, I remember how innocent you were before. The you now has long forgotten your original intention. Are you worthy of yourself? Give the thing to me to keep for you. When you find your original intention, I'll return it to you." Hearing Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words, Tong Yu sneered, raised his head handsomely, and put on a pair of sunglasses. "I disdained to do this before. Now, I will learn every word and phrase from you," Tong Yu said, a tear uncontrollably falling from the corner of his eye. "The innocent Tong Yu of the past is dead. This is the idol you chose. The Tong Yu of now only wants to follow Boss Su." After speaking, Tong Yu followed behind him. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were completely stunned. The two of them glanced at each other, lost in thought. The senior students next to them immediately came to their senses, looking at Tong Yu with a thoughtful expression, as if they had realized the truth. "The Su family army is willing to follow Boss Su." Lu Qingfeng took the lead and spoke, his sense of shame scattered all over the floor. "The Su family army is willing to follow Boss Su." The other senior students also hurriedly shouted, their faces full of enthusiasm. He was a little speechless. Heavens, are these people really going to make me their military commander? It doesn't seem so bad. The Su family army continued to advance. "This military banner is yours to carry," he said, and then handed the Myriad Soul banner to Tong Yu to carry. After all, he was the military commander. It was really a bit undignified for him to carry the military banner. "Damn it, I must find a chance to give Tong Yu a good beating," Wu Tao said, grinding his teeth. The two of them also followed behind, their faces full of gloom, still calculating in their hearts how to deal with Tong Yu. Soon, he found another village. This village had about 600 people, which was considered a rather large village. The strongest among them was a 9th star CFK realm expert, followed by 2 8th star CFK realm experts. In addition, there were 6 CFK realm experts. The Kite and Blood realm experts were not worth mentioning. Such a lineup was considered quite good among these villages. Even he did not dare to be careless. Don't think that they had more than 20 CFK realm experts now. The highest realm was only the 6th star CFK realm. They were still too weak. "Move out," he said, and then directly charged in. Tong Yu, carrying the Myriad Soul banner, followed closely behind, directly charging into the village. A large-scale slaughter began. The CFK realm aliens still wanted to resist, but under a monster like him, Even that 9-star CFK realm expert was killed in less than 10 moves. He didn't touch the other CFK realm experts, but left them for the senior students. What these senior students lacked most was combat, life and death combat. Only in combat could their potential be stimulated. He waved his hand, and the myriad soul banner appeared in his hand, while he stood on the roof of a small house, controlling the entire situation. If anyone couldn't hold on, he would make a move. Dong Yu was worthy of being the disciple of the Sword Heavenly King. After comprehending sword armor, his combat power soared, and he actually killed a 4th-star CFK realm martial artist. Wan Lin and Wu Tao were also fighting against CFK realm aliens. Soon, the CFK realm experts of this village were all killed. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were panting heavily. They had also killed CFK realm experts, their faces showing a look of pride. The other senior students' faces were a little pale. Such a life and death battle was a first for them, making them a little unaccustomed. But they felt a little excited in their hearts. The feeling of their potential suddenly being stimulated on the verge of life and death gave them an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The other aliens saw this and wanted to flee, but he naturally would not miss this opportunity. The myriad soul banner billowed with black smoke, and countless chains appeared, directly piercing through these aliens, imprisoning their souls. The tragic sound of wailing ghosts was extremely mournful. Even Wan Lin and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Wu Tao's face was a little pale, scared by this scene. Damn it, this is really a myriad soul banner. The black smoke billowed, and countless resentful souls roared within it. This terrifying scene made him feel a sense of horror. Boss Su, I want to report. The next second, Wan Lin shouted loudly, then arrogantly pointed a small finger at Wu Tao. This kid insulted the military banner of our Su family army. His crime deserves 10,000 deaths. Damn it. Wu Tao really wanted to curse. His face was full of anxiety. He never expected that just after reaching an agreement with Wan Lin, this guy would sell him out in the next second. Before Wu Tao could speak, Wan Lin had already charged up with his saber. Insulting the military banner of the Su family army. Your crime deserves 10,000 deaths, Su family army. Hear my order, capture this man and hand him over to Boss Su for judgment, Wan Lin said angrily. Wu Tao desperately resisted. But the next second, the other senior students actually made a move. The senior students also didn't know why they did it, but there must be a reason for doing so. Soon, Wu Tao was tied up and brought before him. At this moment, he was holding the myriad soul banner, still refining those resentful souls. He wanted to refine these resentful souls into soul soldiers that could be controlled to fight. As for the refining method, he had just exchanged for it. Wan Lin was about to say something when he suddenly opened his eyes. The sharpness in his eyes made Wan Lin hurriedly shut up, scared. Immediately after, a sky full of black smoke surged up, and thousands of resentful souls roared and wailed within it. This sound made people's backs go cold, cold sweat flowing down. Looking closely, weren't these the souls of the aliens they had just killed? These souls were all imprisoned here. Everyone's expression changed. No wonder this flag was always billowing with black smoke. It turned out that these resentful souls were smoking in it. Wan Lin said with a serious face, "This is indeed Hanmen purple Kai. It has become so thick, purple to the point of being black. If I don't show off now, when will I?" The senior students looked at Wan Lin in astonishment. "It's still you. If you know how to talk, then talk a little more. Let us learn." The tragic screams of the resentful souls grew less and less, but they became more and more violent. These weak resentful souls were directly refined into nutrients by him to nourish the other resentful souls. Soon, in the black smoke, the thousands of resentful souls were reduced to less than 100. These were the stronger resentful souls he had selected. At this moment, after devouring a large amount of nutrients, their whole bodies were pitch black, billowing with black smoke, no longer recognizable, only a black shadow, and a pair of fierce red eyes. "Retract," he snorted coldly. The myriad soul banner waved, and these resentful souls were all sucked into the myriad soul banner. At this time, his cultivation had also reached the threshold of the third star CFK realm. "You guys are..." He only then saw the tied up Wu Tao, asking with a dazed look, "Why is he tied up?" "Because I'm kind." Wu Tao wanted to cry but had no tears. He suddenly felt that he was the good person in this group. Wan Lin said with righteous indignation, "Boss Su, this guy publicly insulted the military banner of the Su family army. His crime deserves 10,000 deaths. But considering he has followed you for so long, the death penalty can be waived. But he can't escape punishment. I suggest that his qualification for this resource distribution be revoked as an example." He heard this, and his mouth twitched. As expected, If he was just a little inattentive, this guy could give him a surprise. Hurry up and untie him. What are you doing? It's not safe here. The commotion just now might have alarmed the aliens. We have to retreat quickly. Hearing his words, Wan Lin only then untied Wu Tao. A group of people hurriedly moved. As expected, not long after they had just left, a team of aliens appeared here. Looking at the slaughtered village, the leading alien was immediately enraged, his heart filled with soaring anger. This was already the second village to be slaughtered. Corpses were everywhere. Although the aliens in these villages were just some commoners to the king city, cannon fodder for the war, for the human race to do this was undoubtedly a provocation. This was something they absolutely could not tolerate. They probably haven't gone far. Chase them. The aberrant leader spoke, his eyes filled with an icy coldness. This matter must be reported to the royal city. At this point, Su Chen had already anticipated that aberrants would be in pursuit. He led the group to hide in the mountains and forests. Following the forest, they came to the outskirts of a small town. This town had at least 3,000 inhabitants and was called Liushi Town. A Grandmaster realm expert was stationed here, with as many as 13 at the Qixi realm. Such a lineup was considered quite strong. Do we do it? Wan Lin asked. Even a fool knew that the resources in the small town were even more abundant. If they could raid it, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources for a long time. Hearing this, Su Chen fell silent, lost in thought. In the next second, his words made the crowd tremble. He's doing it, he's doing it. Faced with 3,000 aberrant monsters, and a Grandmaster expert guarding them, he ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and attacked directly. Instantly, countless sword auras shot into the sky, each one capable of taking the life of an aberrant. He naturally wouldn't stop. By the time the aberrants reacted, he had already charged into the Grandmaster's residence for close quarters combat. At this moment, his Xiao Jiao sword art had reached the great accomplishment stage, and his sword Dao had reached the terrifying level of sword aura. With a swing of his sword, endless sword lights flowed. The Grandmaster aberrant was still indulging in pleasure and, at the critical moment, was completely unaware of the enemy attack outside. In the next second, his house was directly crushed by Su Chen's sword Kai. The two aberrants inside were in a very awkward position. The Grandmaster was stunned, a little dazed, as if he hadn't reacted yet. But Su Chen had already charged forward. Only then did the Grandmaster aberrant suddenly react. He grabbed the female aberrant below him, and used her as a shield to block the sword, then turned to flee. After killing the female aberrant, Su Chen gave chase. What guts! You humans don't want to live anymore, daring to attack my Liushi town. The Grandmaster was furious. Only now did he see that the small town he had built up for nearly 100 years was almost completely destroyed. Haha, if you don't cultivate hard, you'll be joining your brothers in the Myriad Soul Banner soon. Su Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the Myriad Soul Banner appeared, and billowing black smoke surged to the heavens, covering the sky and the earth. Vengeful souls emerged, their crimson eyes filled with a tyrannical aura as they rushed towards the Grandmaster. The entire Liushi town was shrouded in this endless black smoke. This tyrannical aura made even the aberrants feel terrified to their core, a chill running down their spines as they tried to break out. But in the next second, the sound of chains came from behind them, and then their bodies were directly pierced. Damn this billowing black smoke. No, this is primordial purple Kai that's so purple it's black. So what if it's black? The first Emperor's dragon robe was black. You don't like it. Lu Qingfeng and the others, standing below, were also terrified when they saw the billowing black smoke. Worried that if he got too carried away with the killing, he might kill them too. At this time, more than half of the Qixi realm aberrants had been lost. The rest turned and fled. Seeing this, Wan Lin chased after them with his saber. You see my Su family army and you don't bow in submission. Su family army. Charge with me. The more he shouted, the more excited he became, chasing and killing, terrifying the aberrants into not daring to fight back. Of course, the bigger reason was still this billowing black smoke from the Myriad Soul Banner. Wu Tao and Tung Yu didn't give chase. Seeing that the aberrants had almost all fled, and that Su Chen was fighting the Grandmaster, they didn't say another word, took out their sacks, and started plundering resources. Soon, the entire Liushi town was plundered clean, their sacks stuffed to the brim. On the other side, his battle had ended. The Grandmaster aberrant finally couldn't stand the enthusiasm of his brothers, and was invited into the Myriad Soul Banner to reminisce about old times. Only then did Su Chen put away the banner. The endless black smoke dissipated. The entire Liushi town was filled with corpses, blood flowing like a river. The small town of over 3,000 inhabitants had suffered at least half in casualties. Retreat. He didn't hesitate. The commotion they had caused was too big. Who knew if it had already attracted the attention of the aberrants? If they provoked a large aberrant army, it would be troublesome. The group of more than 20 turned and fled, dragging their full sacks towards the ancient city. After massacring 2 villages, and now plundering a small town, it was a great burden on them. They didn't even remember how long they had been down here. It wasn't until they were far away that the aberrants dared to return. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, they were also terrified. This Su family army is too brutal, too shameless. An army like you doesn't go and attack a royal city, but comes to bully small towns like ours. Isn't this clearly bullying the we? We must report this to the higher-ups and ask the Wood King to seek justice for us. The surviving aberrants said, their hearts bleeding, wishing they could tear them to pieces and eat them alive. But in the next second, a team of aberrant cavalry arrived. The billowing black smoke from earlier had indeed attracted them, but by the time they arrived, Su Chen and his group were gone, leaving only a pile of corpses. What happened? The lead cavalryman asked hurriedly. First, it was a village, a small town. Luckily, this town wasn't completely massacred, but the losses were heavy. It had almost degenerated from a small town back into a village. An aberrant ran over, crying tragically, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Sir, a group of human bandits came and plundered our Liushi town, stealing our resources and killing many of our clansmen. They call themselves the Su family army. The leader is a pretty boy, as handsome as you, sir, but his methods are extremely vicious. He has a treasure in his hand that summons billowing black smoke, filled with endless vengeful souls. It's terrifying. He killed our town chief. Hearing this, the aberrant cavalry fell silent. This was the first time they had heard of this Su family army. But from their actions, this was definitely a shameless army that specialized in attacking small villages and towns to plunder resources. What do we do now? An aberrant asked. This matter is not big, but it's not small either. Report it to the commander first. I'll lead a team to pursue the Su family army. We can't let them just plunder resources like this. After making the arrangements, the lead aberrant turned and chased in the direction they had fled. The other 2 aberrants ran towards the royal city. At this time, they were still desperately fleeing. This time, they had killed so many aberrants and snatched a large amount of resources, enough to last them for a long time. Not good. There's movement behind us. He keenly sensed the movement behind them, frowned, and jumped onto a towering ancient tree. Looking back, he saw a team of aberrant cavalry in hot pursuit. Run! The aberrants are catching up. The distance was still quite far. He couldn't judge if there were any experts among them, but to be able to ride scale horse beasts, such a cavalry team couldn't be weak. There were 100 of them, and only about 20 of them. If they really fought, they would be the ones to suffer. More importantly, he couldn't be sure if there were any experts among them. If there was a Marquis realm expert, even if he used all his trump cards, he would be no match for them. Hearing this, the senior students' faces tense. They dragged their sacks and sped up. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just fight. Kill these aberrants, Wang Lin said, but his steps didn't slow down at all. The sound of footsteps grew closer. He could even hear the neighing of the scale, horse beasts. The pursuing aberrants naturally also saw them. Seeing that there were only about 20 of them, they were also stunned. Are you serious? Over 20 people massacred more than half the population of a small town. They see they're only at the Kisi realm. For such a lineup to massacre more than half the population of a small town in a short time, and at the same time kill a grandmaster. But it doesn't seem reasonable no matter how you look at it. Could there be an ambush? Be careful, the human race has always been cunning. Don't fall into their ambush. The lead aberrant also spoke. He was at the 7-star Grandmaster realm, but he couldn't say that he could kill a 3-star Grandmaster in such a short time. As for the billowing black smoke that the survivors had mentioned, he didn't see it. All signs indicated that the Su family army definitely had an ambush. Ahead, Su Chen frowned. Why did the pursuing aberrants suddenly slow down? Wang Lin and the others were also curious. They had even prepared for a fight to the death, but the aberrant team had suddenly stopped. What were they doing? It left them all confused. Speed up, he thought for a moment, and said. No matter what the aberrants are planning, as long as we get into the ancient city, we'll be safe. At this moment, he could already sense that there were more than a dozen Grandmaster realm experts in the aberrant team, and the rest were almost all at the Kisi realm. This was a lineup they couldn't possibly fight. Lu Qingfeng frowned. Could it be that they think we have an ambush and don't dare to pursue? Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Thinking about it, it did make some sense. If they had encountered such a situation, they would probably also think there was an ambush. After all, who would normally dare to plunder a small town of the enemy with just over 20 people, and on such a large scale? He frowned again. He also felt that this was a strong possibility, but it would be better if there really was an ambush. The problem was, they didn't have one. Let's go. The ancient city is still 100 miles away. It's their business if they think we have an ambush. But we have to be aware of our own situation. Hearing this, they sped up again. The pursuing aberrants were less than 2 kilometers behind them. At the speed of the scale, horse beasts, they could catch up in an instant. Before they had gone a few steps, he stopped again, turned around, and looked at the aberrant team. He shouted and raised his middle finger in provocation. Come on. This directly scared the senior students to death. Why are you actively provoking them? Hearing the sound, the aberrants immediately stopped, not daring to advance, their eyes fixed on him. If they had sped up and fled, he probably would have chased after them. But now, he, a 3-star KC realm cultivator, was actively provoking him. This was definitely a problem. Thinking to himself, the aberrant team didn't dare to advance. And they all stopped. What do we do now? The Su family army must have an ambush. But they've taken so many of our resources. If we just let them go. How about we send a few people up to test the waters? The leader frowned. He had fought the human race too many times, and understood their cunning. He didn't dare to act rashly. If there were consequences, they couldn't bear them. But if there was nothing, and they let them leave with so many resources, he felt it was too humiliating. You lead 30 people to pursue and scout out the situation, the leader said. The aberrant who had just spoken immediately stared, his face full of disbelief. Are you alright? I was just saying, you're really sending me. But he didn't dare to resist and could only bite the bullet and lead a team in pursuit. Seeing this, Su Chen knew that this was the aberrant's probe. If they didn't have an ambush, their team would immediately pursue them. At the speed of the scale, horse beasts, they would catch up very quickly. Then, he exchanged for another 20 blood-burst heavenly thunders. Including the ones he had exchanged for before, he had 30 left. If he threw them all out at once, even a Grandmaster realm expert would have to kneel. System, is there anything that can kill a Grandmaster, or even a Marquis realm expert? In the next second, a virtual control panel appeared before him. The first thing that caught his eye was something as black as a lump of dirt. Nether Ghost Pearl. After activation, it can release the Nether Ghost Fire within, which can burn everything. Neither Grandmaster nor Marquis realm experts can resist it. Price, only 499,999. Looking at the introduction, his eyes lit up. As expected, the system was formidable. But this price was truly a bit outrageous. He had killed so many alien creatures in a row and had only managed to scrape together just over 5,000 kill points. Now, a single Nether Ghost Pearl cost 5,000 kill points, which was about to empty his pockets again. But behind them was the alien team. And they were still nearly 100 miles from the ancient city. They simply didn't have time to exchange for it. He gritted his teeth and finally chose to exchange. At this time, in Lua City, a team was heading in this direction. The team had less than 500 people. They had received news that an alien cavalry team was slowly approaching the ancient city. In the alien king city, a cavalry of 3,000 was also rushing in this direction. One Lin and the others were scared to death at this moment. Behind them, an alien team of about 30 was rapidly closing in. It seemed they were about to be caught, and their leader was even a Grandmaster realm expert. Kid, are you from the Su family army? The alien asked. He had already closed in, step by step, but Su Chen had already drawn his sword and slashed. The myriad soul banner appeared accordingly, the resentful souls were dispatched, and the chains rattled. If you don't cultivate properly, you might as well join my myriad soul banner and reminisce with the old days, he said coldly. The resentful souls in the myriad soul banner charged forward with ferocity. Seeing this, these 30 aliens were terrified to the extreme, feeling the terrifying aura of the god of death. Lu Qingfang and the others also dropped the resources in their hands and charged forward directly. But he stopped them. You guys go first. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and his group all frowned, unwilling to leave him behind alone. I swear, I will follow Boss Su to the death. This time, Wu Tao had learned his lesson, and hurriedly said, showing his loyalty. If Boss Su doesn't go, I won't go either. Wan Lin also hurriedly came over and echoed. Thon Yu had already charged up with his sword armor swirling. At this moment, his sword Dao had already reached the realm of sword momentum, his combat power soaring. Seeing that no one was willing to leave, he also frowned but said nothing. At this time the 3,000 alien cavalry had already charged over like a storm, led by a man in black battle armor, his alien eyes bloodshot, filled with a demonic aura. The Su family army, is it? This is the first time this prince has gone into battle. Don't let this prince down. This person was the biological son of the Wood King in the Alien King City, Mu Heng. Is this the Su family army? Mu Heng asked, a hint of contempt in his eyes. He never expected the so-called Su family army to have only a few people. It really disappointed him a little. With just these few people, his 3,000 cavalry could kill them in an instant. How could such a battle make his name famous? At this time, the 30 aliens who had gone ahead to scout had all died at his hands, their souls imprisoned in the myriad soul banner. This thing is good stuff. A glint appeared in Mu Heng's eyes. He also saw that the myriad soul banner was a supreme treasure. Who among you is in charge of the Su family army? Mu Heng spoke, his voice mixed with a powerful cry and blood, which reached his ears. A cold killing intent filled his eyes. The sword key condensed in his eyes as he looked at Mu Heng. He never expected the alien race to dispatch so many cavalry. It was no exaggeration to say that if such a cavalry charged, even a peak grandmaster, or even a Marquis realm expert, would have to temporarily avoid them. Not to mention that among these 3,000 cavalry, there were more than 30 grandmaster realm experts, and the rest were all at the Sea of Key realm. Such a cavalry, even in the Alien King City, would be considered an elite force. And Mu Heng himself was a 7th star grandmaster realm expert. It is I, he said, taking a step forward. The Dragon Abyss sword in his hand let out a clear hum, his fighting spirit soaring, as if eager for a battle. Let's get acquainted. My name is Mu Heng, the biological son of the Wood King. Mu Heng said with arrogance, his nose almost pointing to the sky. You can also call me Prince. I can bear it. Hearing these childish words from Mu Heng, he looked at this guy with a strange expression. The supreme treasure behind you. But this prince has taken a fancy to it. If you are willing to hand it over, I can give you a chance to follow me. Mu Heng looked at him as if granting a favor. Your talent is passable. You are also qualified to be my dog. If you keep showing off, I don't mind cutting down a show-off like you, he said with a gloomy face. He knew very well that if Mu Heng made a move, he and his group would definitely be no match. The bloodburst heavenly thunders might not be able to kill so many Grandmaster realm experts, but he still had another ghost pearl in his hand. This was a treasure that could kill a Marquis realm expert. He didn't mind throwing this nether ghost pearl among them. Blowing up an elite alien cavalry team was also very worthwhile. Just at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. A team of about 500 appeared behind him. Seeing this, the human soldiers were also a little stunned. You guys dare to face an alien cavalry team headman? What happened? Guo Feng, the leader, asked softly. He recognized that this was an elite alien cavalry. If they charged, their 500+ men would be no match at all. How would I know? I just came down here to find some resources. You know how poor Lewis City Technical College is. Then these bastards dispatched a cavalry to hunt down our Sioux family army. Shameless, didn't we just rob a tiny bit of resources? Do you have to dispatch a cavalry for that? And this bastard, he looks like a clown, wearing such beautiful battle armor, and he even loudly demanded that our Sioux family army's commander be his dog. Is he worthy? He's worthy of a hammer. To insult our Sioux family army's commander is to insult our Sioux family army, which is to insult me, Wan Lin, today. Even if I have to fight to the death, even if my bones are ground to dust, I must kill these bastards. Wan Lin said with agitation, his face as if he was about to die, and he was about to charge up with his saber. Wu Tao's face darkened. Damn it, if you're not going to charge, why are you pulling me? Wu Tao, don't pull me. Today, even if I die, I must kill this bastard. Guo Feng was even more stunned. He looked at the pile of sacks on the ground, almost overflowing, estimated to be more than 50 sacks, all stuffed full. You tell me this is robbing a tiny bit of resources. I even suspect you've robbed their entire king city. No wonder they directly dispatched a cavalry. But on second thought, these 50+ sacks were all resources. So many resources were all robbed by them. What on earth had this group done? You guys don't think that just by adding a few more people, you can stop our cavalry, do you? If you are willing to submit to me, today I can give you a chance to live, Mu Heng said with a laugh, a look of teasing in his eyes. I like people with a little talent like you the most. They make the best slave warriors. As he spoke, Mu Heng clapped his hands. The cavalry behind him parted, and a dozen emaciated figures, shackled at the hands and feet, with disheveled hair and dull eyes, walked out. Seeing this, his pupils immediately contracted. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Guo Feng's body. He stared at them. Mu Heng said with triumph, these are all the slave warriors I'd have painstakingly nurtured. It took a great price to tame them. If you are willing to follow me, I can let you keep your consciousness. This is my greatest grace to you. As for you, you are too weak, too trashy. If you want to survive, you can only become this kind of mindless, fighting only slave. But it's better than being dead, right? Hearing this, Guo Feng's eyes were filled with anger, and an endless killing intent enveloped him. Among these emaciated figures, there were people he knew. They were all soldiers who had guarded the abyss together. After countless battles, Guo Feng had thought they had all died in the abyss. Yet now, Guo Feng never expected these countrymen to have become like this. He couldn't imagine what kind of torture they had been through. At this thought, the killing intent in Guo Feng's heart was cold, and he wished he could immediately charge forward and fight these damn aliens to the death. Are you telling the truth? Wang Lin looked at Mu Heng with a suspicious expression, and asked. The senior students and Guo Feng's men next to them all looked at Wang Lin, a little in disbelief. Wang Lin could actually ask such words. Could this guy really want to betray the human race? Of course, it's true. Moreover, I will provide you with cultivation resources. You don't have to risk your life for a little bit of resources. Mu Heng was very excited. If he could subdue a conscious slave warrior, it would be enough to make his name famous among the many princes of the king's city. Wang Lin stepped forward, his face still showing suspicion, and was about to walk over. Mu Heng was even more excited. After getting close to Mu Heng, Wang Lin finally stopped. I want to give the prince a gift to show my loyalty to him, Wang Lin said, and then directly offered a blood-burst heavenly thunder. Astonished. When Wang Lin stepped forward to surrender to the alien race, all the students of Luosei Technical College were completely shocked. They never expected this Wang Lin to actually want to betray the human race. However, the next second, Wang Lin's next action once again stunned everyone. He was seen offering a blood-burst heavenly thunder after getting close to Mu Heng. I want to give the prince a gift to show my loyalty to him. Mu Heng laughed heartily, a little curious. What on earth was this black pearl? He directly reached out to take it. Just at this moment, Wang Lin drew his saber and charged. The blade light surged, and a 3-time long blade light immediately slashed out, accompanied by Wang Lin's curses. I submit to your mother. Who the hell do you think you are to demand my submission? You think you're boss Su? Idiot. The next second, this blood-burst heavenly thunder directly exploded. Wang Lin also immediately turned and fled, his speed faster than when the old king next door was caught red-handed. But the power of the blood-burst heavenly thunder clearly exceeded Wang Lin's imagination. The aftershock hit his back, sending him flying far away, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Oh, Su! I did my best. The aftershock of the explosion sent dust flying. He supported Wang Lin and saw that his face was pale. The clothes on his back were all burned away, revealing a patch of his butt. It was a beautiful sight. The aftershock dissipated, and the aliens also suffered some casualties. But Mu Heng was an 8th Grandmaster Realm expert, wearing top-grade battle armor. The explosion of the blood-burst heavenly thunder did not cause him any substantial damage, but it still sent him flying far away. Good, very good. Today, you all must die. You must all die. Mu Heng shouted until his voice was hoarse, charging up to kill them all. The scattered cavalry next to him also rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, he instantly channeled all the strength in his body. A terrifying sword momentum emanated from the Dragon Abyss sword. The 10-dime long sword momentum slashed out, blocking the cavalry. The next second, the nether ghost pearl appeared in his hand. Almost without hesitation, he threw it out at an extremely fast speed, and it landed in the middle of the cavalry. Run, he shouted at the same time, turning to flee. Wang Lin, who had been pretending to be dead a second ago, looking severely injured and about to die, heard his voice, got up, gathered his resources, and turned to flee. The others also quickly fled. Although they didn't know what on earth he had thrown out, something that could make even him so serious must be extremely dangerous. As expected, the next second, a world-shaking explosion sounded. Immediately after, a mushroom cloud rose, and the shockwave of fire spread out. The blue flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. In just an instant, the scale beasts were all blown to death, and the Sea of K realm aliens were also instantly burned to ashes. The remaining Grandmaster realm aliens were also burned, wanting to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but these flames could even burn their Kai, blood, and spiritual energy. This explosion directly alarmed the entire abyss. In the Wood King city, the Wood King was also alarmed, and appeared on the King City mountain. Looking at the soaring blue flames, his pupils contracted, and he immediately sent a Marquis realm expert to investigate. In the ancient city, Mu Changfeng saw this scene and reacted similarly. After a long while, the flames finally subsided. Only then did Suchen emerge from the ground, his face gray as he looked around. Soon, Lu Qingfeng and the others also climbed out, each one looking more pathetic than the last. Boss Xiu, the next time you use this kind of indiscriminate weapon of mass destruction, can you give us a heads up? I was almost blown to bits by you again. The rest of them came out one by one, their clothes in tatters, completely naked, their faces gray, their eyes dazed. Suchen glanced at himself with some embarrassment. Luckily, he was wearing the silver-white battle armor, otherwise, he probably would have been exposed too. Let's go, he said in a low voice. Hearing his words, Wan Lin and the others, despite being naked, went to look for the resources they had snatched. But the sacks were damaged, and even the spiritual herbs inside were damaged to varying degrees. He hurriedly used his storage ring to collect all the resources, then turned and, holding the myriad soul banner, directly urged the blue flames to be replaced by billowing black smoke. The aberrant corpses had all turned to dust, but their souls had not. They were quickly imprisoned by the banner. At this time, he also noticed a breath of life on the edge of the explosion. He quickly went over, and saw that Mu Heng had been blown senseless. His hair and eyebrows all burned off, his battle armor even more damaged. If it weren't for the armor protecting him, he probably would have been blown to dust. But even so, he was now severely injured, and in a bad state. Ha, your name is Mu Heng, isn't it? He slapped him twice. After a moment's thought, he still didn't kill him directly. This bastard was more useful alive than dead. In the next second, he picked him up and ran straight for the ancient city. By the time the aberrant experts arrived, they had already run back to the outskirts of the city. As he left, he even left a large line of words on the ground, to save Mu Heng, bring spirit stones to the ancient city for exchange. After seeing this, the aberrant expert's eyes narrowed, shocked. After searching the surroundings, he was horrified to find that all the dead were the elite cavalry of their Wood King city. The Wood King's son, Mu Heng, was also in this cavalry team, which meant that he had now been taken prisoner. Thinking of this, the expert felt his scalp tingle. If the Wood King, that murderous old bastard, found out, he would probably kill him. At this time, on the outskirts of the ancient city, he banged on the city gate. Brother Mo, please open the gate, we've run into some trouble. Only then did Mu Changfeng recognize him and hurriedly ordered the gate to be opened. After entering, Su Chen spoke first. This is the Wood King's biological son. I've captured him. How about we cooperate? Mu Changfeng was stunned. Only then did he notice the person he had casually tossed aside. It was indeed an aberrant. How do you know he's the Wood King's son? He asked. If this guy really was the son, the meaning would be different. He said so himself, he replied. Besides, I also left a message, telling the aberrants that if they want to save him, they should bring spirit stones to the ancient city for exchange. What? Hearing this, Mu Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean you've thrown this whole pot onto the ancient city? If this guy is really the Wood King's son, and that old fossil finds out, he'll definitely attack the city at all costs. Isn't this just putting me on the fire to be roasted? But on second thought, the biological son of an aberrant martial king. His value was truly hard to estimate. If word of this reached the military, even they would take it extremely seriously. After all, in all these years, they had never captured an aberrant of royal blood. What do you want to do? Mu Changfeng asked instinctively. When that old bastard Wood King comes, we'll first extort a few million spirit stones from him, and then see, he said righteously. Mu Changfeng was stunned. Extorting an aberrant martial king. What kind of guts is this? But on second thought, now that the Wood King's son was in their hands, were they just going to return him? That was impossible. Regarding this guy, I have to report it to the military first and wait for their decision. It's fine. Let's just extort the Wood King first and then see. If he gives us the spirit stones, what do we do then? He asked. If the Wood King really gives them the spirit stones, what should they do? Should they really release Mu Heng, who said that if the Wood King gives me the spirit stones, I have to release him? Su Chen looked at him with a shocked expression. I don't even have basic quality, and you want me to have morals. Hearing this, Mu Changfeng was horrified, as if his three views had been shattered and then overturned. After a long while, he finally asked, Are you a fish that slipped through the net of compulsory education? Nonsense, I've always been the other people's child in the mouths of other parents, a model student in the eyes of teachers, and a role model in the eyes of my classmates. Hearing his words, Mu Changfeng fell silent. A school like that should probably be closed down. Isn't this too risky? He was still a little worried. Fortune is found in danger. This path of mine. If we succeed, it's 7 for me, 3 for you. If we're going to do it, Let's do it big. Alright. After a long while, Mu Changfeng finally said, the army is also short on resources, desperately so. If we can really get a batch of spirit stones, it can also relieve some of the pressure on me. Wan Lin and the others had already changed their clothes and come to the city wall. Guo Fen was embarrassed. Thinking of the scene just now, he felt he had no face left, but he still had to steel himself and report it to Mu Changfeng. After hearing it, his eyes were filled with shock. The strange look he had given Su Chen was gone, replaced only by a deep amazement. This guy actually killed an elite cavalry team from the Wood King city. But he wasn't given much time to be shocked. A figure rushed over at an incredible speed, arriving at the outskirts of the city in less than a blink of an eye. Mu Changfeng, hand over my son, otherwise this king will level your city today. As he finished speaking, the aura of a martial king was released from his body, extremely powerful as it threatened the city. Mu Changfeng snorted coldly, and his own martial king aura also erupted, confronting the Wood Kings. The two forces clashed, and a loud explosion seemed to ring out in the void. Both their bodies were suddenly pushed back a step. Wood King, what do you want, you old fossil? He cursed directly, not flinching at all. Mu Changfeng, don't play dumb with me. I'll say it again, hand over my son. Otherwise today, this king will spare no cost to level your city. Su Chen frowned. It seemed this Wood King really valued his son. But it made sense. At his level, it was extremely difficult to have another heir. Mu Hen was the result of his long and hard efforts, and it had been difficult to raise him to this day. If he were to die at their hands, he would really cry to death. It's not impossible to return your son, Mu Changfeng said with a he. 10 million spirit stones in exchange for your son. Otherwise, prepare to collect his corpse. Hearing this, the Wood King immediately frowned. 10 million spirit stones were nothing to him, but to give them to Mu Changfeng, he felt it was too much of a loss. Impossible, he refused directly. Mu Changfeng hadn't expected him to refuse so decisively. At least you should haggle a little, right? For a moment, he was at a loss. Was he really going to drag Mu Hen out and kill him? But in the next second, Su Chan's voice came through. 10 million spirit stones. 1 coin less, and I'll chop off a part of your son. He stepped out, his heart terrified, and then he glared at Mu Changfeng. He hadn't expected a martial king to be so weak. Mu Changfeng was also very embarrassed. He was a martial king. After all, when had he ever done something so shameless? More importantly, the thought of the Wood King giving him the money, and then him going back on his word. He felt so damn refreshed. Who the hell are you to be worthy of speaking to this king? The Wood King's powerful aura suddenly descended, but it was shattered by Mu Changfeng as it neared Su Chen. His words are my meaning. Today, if you're 1 coin short, you can just wait for me to chop off a part of your son. Hearing this, the Wood King's face was so grim it was about to drip water. He glared at Su Chen, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He dared to touch him. Hit him until this old bastard agrees. Hang him up and beat him for me. Hearing this, Su Chen didn't want to waste any more words and directly attacked. Wan Lin and the other two were even more excited. They rushed up, dragged the dying Mu Hen, hung him up in front of the Wood King, and then gave him a sound beating. Wan Lin even took off his shoe and slapped him hard across the face. Soon, Mu Hen's face was swollen. The damage was not great, but the humiliation was extreme. Wan Lin even took out his phone and started filming. It was just that there was no signal, so he couldn't live stream. Otherwise, he would definitely have live streamed it, with the title, Beating the Wood King's Son in the Abyss. This title was truly too shocking. After recording the Wood King's angry look, wouldn't this surely make him a hot TikToker? Stop. The Wood King was truly furious. He treated his son like a treasure. Now, not only was he severely injured, but he was also being humiliated like this. Slapping his face with a shoe. Right. He had memorized the faces of Wan Lin and the others, and was preparing to issue a kill order after he returned. As long as any aberrant in the abyss saw these mongrels, they had to kill them at all costs. Stop. Who the hell are you? What are you to be worthy of telling me to stop? Wan Lin asked coldly, slapping Mu Hen hard across the face again. Mu Changfeng, do you want to start a war? The Wood King looked at him and shouted sternly. If it weren't for some cripples, he would have already charged into the city and killed these mongrels. To beat his son like this right in front of him. But not giving him any face at all. 10 million spirit stones. Otherwise, wait to collect your son's corpse. Mu Changfeng continued, not afraid at all. But his heart was terrified. If the Wood King really attacked the city at all costs, he probably couldn't hold it. But luckily, Guo Feng still had some sense and had hurriedly gone to Luochen Technical College to call for people. 10 million for your son is not a loss. Or in your eyes, your son isn't even worth 10 million spirit stones, Su Chen said, then walked up to the Hangjing Muheng and, with a lighter in his hand, lit the area between his legs. Damn it. It's still Boss Su. Only Boss Su could think of such a vicious move. Is he trying to make this old bastard Wood King lose his lineage? Wan Lin and the other two silently praised him. In terms of the 10 great punishments, Boss Su was still the most skilled. In the next second, Mo Heng's tragic screams rang out. The Wood King was about to explode with anger. What kind of person could think of such a despicable method? I'll say it again. 10 million spirit stones, Su Chen said with a cold laugh. While the Wood King was stunned, he let Mu Heng down and kicked at the burning area. After a long while, the fire was finally extinguished. But Mo Heng was hung up again and then lit on fire again. 5 million. The Wood King had no choice but to say this. As a concession. Now was not the time to attack the city. And he also had some scruples in his heart. 8 million. The Wood King and Su Chen were haggling back and forth. Wan Lin and the other two continuously beat Mu Heng. After all, he had said to beat him until the Wood King agreed. 8 million is my final price. If not, then let's start a war, the Wood King said through gritted teeth. Mu Changfeng said nothing. He was shocked in his heart. He never expected Su Chen's guts to be this big, to actually dare to publicly extort the Wood King. What was important was that the Wood King had actually agreed. 8 million spirit stones. That was 8 million spirit stones. Alright, deal. Money first, he said with a smile. His original intention was only 5 million. But he never expected to end up extorting 8 million spirit stones. This was an absolutely huge number. The Wood King frowned, looking deeply into his eyes, the killing intent in them unconcealed. Then, a spatial ring containing 8 million spirit stones was handed to him. He took it, and looked through it. A smile spreading across his face. You're more sensible than I thought, he said with a smile, already calculating in his mind whether Mu Changfen could withstand the Wood King's frantic attack. He turned around, only to see a scene that even stunned him. Mu Heng had been beaten to death by the three of them. Wan Lin. Well, you said to keep hitting him if that old bastard didn't agree. I didn't expect him to be so weak, Wan Lin said, the three of them unconsciously taking a step back. He was stunned. Damn it, isn't this setting me up? Well, he's a bandit with no quality, no morals. You paid. And I still tore up the ticket. You can understand that, right? He said, turning around with a stern face. Boom. Instantly, a terrifying, tangible killing intent descended. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a lot. He just felt like there were thorns at his back. The three of them, Wan Lin, also felt the terrifying killing intent enveloping them. The Wood King was completely enraged. He only had this one son, and now he had been beaten to death by the human race. The killing intent in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. He glared at him and Wan Lin's group. Mu Changfeng also made a move in an instant, shielding him and blocking the terrifying aura. Mu Changfeng, hand those few over, otherwise, this king will definitely raise the ancient city today. If you want to go to war, then so be it. Mu Changfeng's entire body also emanated a terrifying aura. The two sides confronted each other, their terrifying auras clashing, with muffled explosions constantly sounding. The Wood King was silent. He had some reservations in his heart, and also didn't expect Mu Changfeng to be so tough today, not backing down in the slightest. You want to go to war? Fine. I'll destroy you first, you bastard. Just then, Feng Yu's voice echoed, his figure quickly appearing on the ancient city walls. You want to touch my student? Who the hell do you think you are? Feng Yu was directly enraged. He had assisted Mu Changfeng in guarding the ancient city for these years and naturally knew the Wood King. The Wood King's heart sank. Facing two martial kings, if he made a move now, it would be disadvantageous for him. My son cannot die in vain. If you don't give this king an explanation for today's matter, this king will definitely mobilize 1 million troops to raise the ancient city. The killing intent in the Wood King's eyes had reached an uncontrollable level. Even facing two martial kings, he did not want to back down. The hatred for his son's murder was irreconcilable. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? He said in a serious tone. I said I would return your son, but I didn't say I would return him alive. Besides, putting the facts aside, don't you have any fault in this matter? The Wood King was speechless. As a powerful martial king, he didn't know what to do. He even started to suspect if he really was at fault in this matter. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng looked at him with dazed expressions, not expecting him to be able to say such things. Their minds were buzzing. Boss Su, what has he been through to be able to say such things? Wu Tao couldn't help but say, thinking to himself that if it were him in this situation, he wouldn't know how to respond. After a long while, the Wood King finally spoke. A sharp glint in his eyes. I was almost tricked by you. You swindled 8 million spirit stones from this king, and even killed my son. Today, this king will definitely make you pay with your life. The killing intent in the Wood King's heart could no longer be suppressed. He directly chose to make a move. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng also met him in an instant. The great battle of martial kings erupted directly. The Wood King had been blinded by killing intent, and only wanted to kill him. As a martial king, when had he ever suffered such a grievance? The few of them stood on the ancient city walls, looking at the scene before them, feeling a little dazed. In the air, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng had both gone all out. The Wood King's entire body was filled with a cold killing intent. But soon, the Wood King was knocked back, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even stronger. The next second, a violent aura emanated from the Wood King's body. The Wood King's cultivation soared, quickly reaching a very terrifying realm. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng intended to stop him, but they were still a step too slow, directly sent flying by this violent aura. Damn it. Is this bastard Wood King really going to war? They both knew this was the Wood King's true combat form, which showed that this guy was about to get serious. This king will say it again. Hand over the culprit. Otherwise, this king will definitely raise the ancient city today. Do you two really think you are this king's match? Oh, is that so? Then count me in. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly came. Immediately after, a beam of sword light descended silently, but the terrifying aura it carried made the Wood King feel a sense of fatal danger. The Wood King hurriedly dodged, his figure elusive. That brilliant beam of sword light pressed him, until he was in a sorry state. Immediately after, he looked up and saw the Sword Heavenly King standing on the ancient city walls on his sword. Wood King, long time no see. You're still as trashy as ever. It was revealed. No one expected the Sword Heavenly King to reveal a tiny bit of his true strength with just a casual swing of his sword. It turned out that as soon as he had accidentally killed the Wood King's biological son, the Wood King immediately flew into a rage, his unparalleled martial king might pressing straight towards him. At that critical moment, a beam of sword light suddenly descended. Although it didn't seem very powerful, it made the Wood King feel a sense of fatal danger. Wood King, long time no see. You're still as trashy as ever. The Sword Heavenly King's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two of them. Feng Yu. The powerful pressure made the Wood King frown. Li Wuxuan, the Wood King said coldly, his tone carrying a deep sense of caution. He was all too clear about the Sword Heavenly King's strength. Back then, he had been chased all the way by the Sword Heavenly King, and had almost died at his hands. Now, the Sword Heavenly King was even stronger than before. You people from the ancient city killed my son. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, even if you are guarding the ancient city, I will mobilize my army to attack, at all costs. You can try. My sword hasn't tasted blood in a long time. Who knows, your large-scale attack might bring me some good fortune, the Sword Heavenly King said with a smile. He was all too clear that the Wood King would not dare to mobilize his army. The Wood King was silent. The ancient city had 3 kings, including the Sword Heavenly King. Even in an open confrontation, his Wood King city was no match. After a long while, the Wood King finally spoke with a gloomy face. Today's matter is not over. After speaking, the Wood King turned to leave. It was impossible to get revenge today. Aren't you going to take your son's bite? He couldn't help but ask. These words made the Wood King, who had just turned around, stop. He turned back with some embarrassment, his face full of anger. Give it back to me. No, he replied directly. The Wood King almost coughed up a mouthful of old blood. He had never suffered such a grievance in his entire life. I've already given you the spirit stones. I know. But I don't need face. 8 million spirit stones. Who needs face? The moment these words were spoken, the Wood King was not well. He was momentarily speechless, as if something was stuck in his throat. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his entire body, but it was blocked by the Sword Heavenly King. Wood King, this is my little brother. If you keep this up, I'll kill you. The Sword Heavenly King said with a smile, not taking the Wood King seriously at all. If it weren't for the greater trouble that would come from killing the Wood King, he would have directly killed him today. Hearing this, the Wood King's eyes narrowed. After a long while, he finally spoke. Human race, are you really this despicable and shameless? I've given you the spirit stones, and you still killed my son, and now you won't even return his body. The Wood King was truly aggrieved at this moment. He couldn't win in a fight, and he couldn't win in an argument. Meeting a shameless person like him, he had been tricked to the point of doubting his lie. I didn't say I wouldn't return it to you, just not now. Besides, you didn't say just now that you had to return it to you immediately, he said with a serious tone. This appearance of his made even the Sword Heavenly King feel a little embarrassed, but seeing the Wood King's expression of wanting to cry but having no tears, it was really satisfying. Then when will you return it? The Wood King was truly aggrieved, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, and asked, When I feel like returning it, I will naturally return it, he still said with a serious tone, which directly made the Wood King's lungs explode with anger. This king swears on my martial Dao heart. I will definitely kill you. The next second, the Wood King looked up, his voice amplified by his powerful Cayenne blood. This king's order. At all costs, hunt down Su Chen. Whoever kills Su Chen will be rewarded with 1 million spirit stones and the position of commander of the Wood King's city. After speaking, the Wood King looked deeply into his eyes and then directly left. The Wood King's voice echoed endlessly in the abyss. Anyone could feel the strong killing intent in his tone. Damn it. This immortal old fart is targeting me. I wasn't the one who killed his son. Why the hell are you hunting me down? He also felt he was truly aggrieved. He had to get at least 9/10 of these spirit stones to soothe his wounded heart. Wan Lin and his group glanced at him, and with a rare tacit understanding, turned away, pretending not to know. Wu Changfeng's mouth twitched. He still feel aggrieved. He swindled 8 million spirit stones from him, and even killed his son, and you're here feeling aggrieved. Speaking of spirit stones, Mu Changfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately appeared in front of him, a smile on his face. Brother Su, this. Brother Mo, you heard it yourself. That immortal old fart, the Wood King, had issued an order to hunt me down. To get these spirit stones, I even sacrificed my noble character. Hearing this, Mu Changfeng also realized something was wrong. Is this kid trying to keep it all for himself? I know. But if the Wood King dares to hunt you down here, you just call me. I'll deal with him. As for your noble character, let's not talk about that anymore. You know what I mean. As we said before, a 3-7 split. You get 7, I get 3. Mu Changfeng thought for a moment, and also felt a little heartache. He should have asked for one more share earlier. But he really didn't expect him to actually extort 800 million spirit stones from the Wood King. He took 7 shares, which was 5.6 million spirit stones. This was an extremely huge and terrifying number. Old Mo, you're not being fair here. My student risked his life to earn a little bit of spirit stones. As a martial king, how can you bear to fight with them over it? Feng Yu didn't know how many spirit stones he had earned and thought it was just a small amount. Aha. Mu Changfeng sneered and glanced at Feng Yu. This old man is just that petty. A few million spirit stones. I'm not that generous. The moment these words were spoken, Feng Yu immediately fell silent. Mu Changfeng hurriedly chased after him to demand the spirit stones. Stop! Feng Yu suddenly shouted loudly and charged up. Mu Changfeng, you dare to touch a student of my Luo City Technical College, I'll fight you to the death. Feng Yu's eyes were all red. He only now reacted. A few million spirit stones. But that was enough for his integrity to be shattered all over the floor, and then he would even stomp on it a few more times. The Sword Heavenly King was stunned, and looked at him, feeling a sense of disbelief. A few million spirit stones. Is that for real? Mu Changfeng and Feng Yu were about to fight. In the end, he still gave Mu Changfeng the 3 shares of spirit stones that belonged to him. Feng Yu was heartbroken, and glared at Mu Changfeng. Just the thought of giving 2.4 million spirit stones to Mu Changfeng made him furious. But then he thought about the 5.6 million spirit stones still on Su Chen, and Feng Yu's eyes were about to light up. Hey, Su Chen, it's not safe for you to carry so many spirit stones, right? How about you leave them with me? I'll keep them safe for you. Don't worry, I absolutely won't embezzle your spirit stones. President, you're no good either. Do you even believe what you're saying? Wan Lin stepped forward with a cold laugh. As for Mu Heng's corpse, it was tossed to the side, completely ignored. Wan Lin, are you itching for a fight? Feng Yu felt very embarrassed. President, let's not pretend anymore. We all know what kind of person you are. Giving the spirit stones to you, isn't that just a one-way trip? Wu Tao also stepped forward, his eyes unfriendly. The president really wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a reason. Am I not your president, after all? Before he could finish, Tun Yu, at the side, shouted at the top of his lungs, the president is dead. You should ascend the throne. We invite Boss Su to take over the position of president of Luoking Technical College. We invite Boss Su to take over the position of president of Luoking Technical College. Wan Lin and Wu Tao reacted quickly and shouted along. Lu Qingfeng and the others, not far away, were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They still hadn't figured out what was happening. And Feng Yu was already about to abdicate. Brother Lu, should we? A senior student asked. They also wanted to shout along with Wan Lin. But this time it involved Feng Yu, their president. They didn't have the guts of Wan Lin and the others to openly rebel. Let's watch a little longer, Lu Qingfeng said solemnly. The senior student beside him nodded in agreement. Then they saw Lu Qingfeng with a solemn expression walk up to Feng Yu, cup his fists, and say, "We invite the president to abdicate." Seeing this, the senior students froze, each one stunned on the spot. So you told us to watch a little longer. Thank you very much. Feng Yu was bewildered, in disbelief. It's one thing for those troublemakers Wan Lin and the others to do this, but how did Lu Qingfeng also become like this? Qingfeng. He looked at him with a pained expression, completely not expecting that in such a short time, even he had changed. President. A person always has to grow. I want to improve too much. Seeing this, Feng Yu was about to die of anger. This group was really too much. They didn't see him as their president at all. Su Chen opportunely changed the subject. Big brother Liu. It could be seen that if the Sword Heavenly King hadn't suddenly appeared today, the Wood King wouldn't have let it go so easily. Haha. It's fine, he said, then glanced at Mo Heng's corpse, his eyes showing not much emotion. I'll be free for a few days, so I'll stay here for a while. But you all should still behave yourselves. Recently, that old bastard Wood King will probably spare no cost to kill you. It's best not to leave the ancient city. Hearing this, Su Chen also nodded. Having obtained so many cultivation resources, he didn't need to worry about them for the time being. The matter of entering the abyss could also be temporarily put aside. Alright, let's go up, the Sword Heavenly King said. There's nothing else here. It's useless for you to stay. Su Chen nodded, chatted for a few more sentences, and then turned to lead the students back to the academy. No one even glanced at Feng Yu from beginning to end. In the end, he could only embarrassedly return to the academy by himself. Now that Su Chen had over 5 million spirit stones in his hands, if he really broke away and became independent, plus his current prestige in the college, it had probably surpassed his own. It was likely that all the students would run off in an instant. In Luoking Technical College, with his appearance, many students began to gather around, looking at them excitedly, wanting to know how many resources he had managed to snatch this time. He didn't waste any words. He didn't even go to the Student Alliance, but directly took out all the resources they had plundered, which immediately piled up into a small mountain. Even some of the teachers were alarmed. So many resources. If converted into academic points, it would probably be over 1 million. This was already more than the entire year's resources of Luoking Technical College, and this was just a preliminary estimate. Soon, the president also came up, surrounded by a group of teachers. Everyone knew that Guofeng had gone to call for people and thought a war was about to break out. They hadn't expected Feng Yu to be back so quickly. Damn it, you bunch of brats are making me die of jealousy, Feng Yu said, looking at the pile of resources. Each and every one of you better sleep with one eye open at night. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, leaving the teachers beside him speechless. But they had no idea that Su Chen still had over 5 million spirit stones in his hand. That was the real jackpot. Soon, as agreed, he took 3 parts of the resources, and the rest were distributed according to contribution. He didn't leave any resources for the Student Alliance to operate. His philosophy was that the weak would be eliminated. If you wanted more resources, you had to go down to the abyss and kill and plunder for yourself. No one was obligated to snatch resources to support them, not even him, the leader of the Student Alliance. The surrounding students, seeing this, all had red eyes, filled with endless admiration. The senior students who had gone this time were chewing on spirit fruits like they were regular fruit. Looking at the withered spiritual herbs in their own bags, they were even more envious. They couldn't bear to use them, treating them like treasures. But in their hands, they were like fruit to be eaten at will. This admiration could no longer be described with words. Boss Su, when are you going down again? You have to take me this time. That's right, I don't care, I have to beg you. Boss Su, I've never begged anyone in my life. This time, I'm begging you. The surrounding senior students' eyes were red. They even started to think, if he refused to take them, then they would form their own teams and go down. They might not be able to carry out a large-scale massacre and snatch a large amount of resources like him, but it would be fine to just get a little. And we won't be going into the abyss recently. And all students of Luocheng Technical College are not allowed to go down. Wan Lin coughed and stood up. Everyone was stunned, a little dazed. You're not going, and you're not letting us go either. Then Wan Lin recounted the feat of killing the prince. The people below were completely stunned, their minds blank. Lu Qingfeng and the others also recounted the story at the side, describing the dangerous encounter with the aberrant cavalry, and even embellishing how Su Chen had stepped up in the moment of crisis, how he had killed Mu Heng, heroic deeds that even he felt embarrassed to hear. Especially the part about him shattering the Grandmaster Realm aberrant cavalry with a single punch. He really hadn't done that. These students were completely captivated, looking at him with a frenzy, their passionate gazes making even him a little unable to bear it, as if they all wanted to repay him with their bodies. While all the students were listening with boiling blood, Wan Wulin suddenly jumped out and said, "The Su family army is now recruiting. Anyone who wants to sign up, come to me. From now on, I am the Legion commander of the Su family army." In an instant, all the students were stunned. What Su family army? What's going on? Why don't we know anything about it? How did Wan Lin become the Legion commander of the Su family army? But some people reacted immediately. Ah, the Su family army. Who else here is surnamed Su? I want to sign up, a senior student immediately said, rushing in front of Wan Lin. Then, on a piece of paper he had prepared, he wrote his name, looking at Wan Lin with a passionate expression. "You're very good. I admire you." Wan Lin patted his shoulder. The students beside them, seeing this, immediately swarmed over. Although they didn't know what was going on, it was right to just follow. Wu Tao and Teng Yu were both stunned. They never expected Wan Lin to pull such a trick, immediately attracting all the students to his side. Only those at the Qi realm are qualified to register. Below that, those at the 8-star Blood and Qi realm and above will stay and be incorporated into the reserve army. Anyone below that, go back and cultivate harder. Seeing so many people signing up, Wan Lin said hurriedly. He wasn't just accepting anyone, after all. Seeing this, Wu Tao and Teng Yu also shouted loudly, so angry that they directly took out their own resources. As long as you successfully joined the Su family army, you could get a spiritual herb. In an instant, all the students ran to them, making Wan Lin furious. Lu Qingfeng secretly hid to the side, and also put up a sign, appointing himself the commander of the 4th Legion of the Su family army. Worried about being ganged up on by the three of them, he hid far away and, relying on his prestige in the academy over the years, also recruited quite a few students. Su Chen was silent, completely bewildered by Wan Lin's move. He couldn't help but give him another look. He had to admit, this guy really knew him too well. Yes. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a very helpless expression, shaking his head with a bitter smile, the corner of his mouth curled higher than anyone else's. The matter of me being the monarch at the university. Boss Su is busy with 1,000 tasks. We underlings naturally have to share the burden. If Boss Su has to worry about everything, wouldn't we be a bunch of useless trash? What face would we have to continue staying in the Su family army? Wan Lin said very seriously, leaving no room for rebuttal. Wu Tao and Teng Yu were about to lose it. They exchanged a look and then rushed up to pull Wan Lin down and give him a sound beating. With the two of them teaming up, Wan Lin naturally couldn't hold on and was soon beaten into submission, becoming much more obedient. These students were all confused. Why are the Legion commanders fighting? You guys are really making things difficult for me, he said with a bitter tone. Then, with a wave of his hand, here are 200,000 spirit stones. Use them as military funds for now. With that, he left with his hands behind his back, his expression as if to say, it's lonely at the top. Feng Yu and the other teachers were completely stunned. Dazed. What on earth had just happened? What Su family army? What monarch? What Legion commander? What on earth is going on? You old man, don't just stand there. Come over here and give me a back massage. From now on, you can just stay in the Su family army as a cook. Wan Lin sat arrogantly on a chair, in front of the Su family army he had just recruited. That's right, I'm talking to you, don't just look, he said, seeing Feng Yu looking at him in disbelief. Seeing this, Wu Tao and Teng Yu packed their things and ran. Wan Lin, not knowing what was good for him, was still sitting there. In the next second, Feng Yu walked over, picked him up, and gave him a sound beating. This kid was getting more and more arrogant. He wasn't even dead yet, and he was already an old man. If he didn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't he just climb all over his head? I am the 1st Legion commander of the Su family army. You dare to hit me? You old man, you're doomed. Su family army, where did you all run off to? Here my people, don't run, come back for me. At this time, Su Chen had already left Luoqing Technical College and gone to the martial artist Grand Hall. He saw Luo Tianyi sitting on a chair, looking refreshed, sipping tea, looking at him on the opposite side. You're here. Tell me, what do you want me to do? He asked directly. Letting Luo Tianyi intervene last time wasn't for free. This old fox was very cunning. It's nothing major, actually, he said with a laugh, clapping his hands. The office door opened. In the next second, a woman in revealing clothes, with red old high heels, walked towards him. He felt a wave of dizziness. In the next second, a towering sword aura suddenly appeared, and the dizziness in his head immediately vanished. He immediately stood up, his eyes sharp, the dragon abyss sword appearing in his hand in an instant, pointed straight at the woman. Luo Tianyi hurriedly stood up and mediated, putting a hand on his shoulder. He chuckled lightly. Don't be rash, we're all family. Ye, hurry up and apologize to my little brother. I told you, little brother Su Chen's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. But you didn't listen. Sorry, Su Chen. I heard from the hallmaster that you are unfathomably deep at such a young age. I couldn't help but be a little curious. Ye smiled lightly. To be able to break my illusion in the shortest possible time, your strength is indeed, as the hallmaster said. I am impressed. Hearing Ye's words, the killing intent in his heart finally dissipated, and the terrifying sword momentum around him also subsided. Speak. What is it really about? He looked at Luo Tianyi. I said it before. I won't do anything that violates the law, discipline, or corrupts my noble character. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi laughed heartily, and poured him a cup of tea. I need you to represent the Lu City Martial Artists Hall and go to the ownerless zone to participate in the national assessment of the Martial Artists Hall. He frowned and looked at Luo Tianyi. He didn't know what this so-called national assessment of the Martial Artists Hall was. The headquarters of the Martial Artists Hall is in the capital, and it has branches in cities all over the country. Every 5 years, there will be a comprehensive assessment, and one of the items is to assess the strength of the new disciples. This matter is related to the ranking of our branch in the entire country, and the ranking is related to how many resources we can get from the headquarters in the next 5 years, Luo Tianyi said concisely. In short, this assessment was very important, and he roughly understood the meaning. Before he could speak, Luo Tianyi said again, there are also cultivation requirements for the participants. They must be at the Sea of Key realm. I know your strength, so this time I want to ask you to help participate. He was silent for a moment before he asked, what was the previous ranking of our Luo City Martial Artists Hall? 15th. There's no need to hide this. With the strength of our Luo City Martial Artists Hall, it's very difficult to improve our ranking. Maintaining the current ranking is still relatively simple, but the key point is that the headquarters has introduced a new rule this year. Branches ranked below 100 will have their resources halved, and those ranked below 200 may be directly abolished. This is what worries Luo Tianyi the most. The current situation of the Luo City Martial Artists Hall is very awkward. Even if they can maintain their current ranking, their resources will be halved. Who knows, they might be eliminated in the next assessment. Why do they have to do this? How much of a loss would it be to close a martial artists hall? Doesn't the headquarters care? Luo Tianyi's next words also made his pupils contract violently, and he even began to doubt his lie. The man had only accidentally let it slip, yet it shocked the chief student of Luo City Technical College. What had he heard? The first place in this competition could actually get a heaven rank martial art scroll. One had to know that the preciousness of a heaven rank martial art was something that even a martial king would be ready for. Now it was being taken out as a reward, which was enough to show that the headquarters of the Martial Artists Hall had really put in a lot of capital. Luo Tianyi paid no attention to his shock and continued. This time, our Luo City Martial Artists Hall will send 10 people. Besides you and Ye, there are 8 others. We will set off in 3 days. Hearing this, he nodded and finally agreed. After all, this was a heaven rank martial art that even the system might not be able to get. Not long after, in the basement of the Martial Artists Hall, he followed Luo Tianyi here and discovered that this place was actually a large training room. Such an investment, only the wealthy Martial Artists Hall could afford it. At this time in the training room, about 20 people were divided into 2 groups and were sparring. Stop for a moment. Luo Tianyi appeared here and clapped his hands. Seeing this, the sparring stopped and everyone looked at Luo Tianyi. Let me introduce you. This is the honorary elder of the Martial Artists Hall, Su Chen. Su Chen will participate in this competition with you. The moment these words were spoken, the 20 people in front were indeed astonished. They looked at him and couldn't help but frown, because they could clearly sense that his cultivation was merely at the third star CFK realm. A third star CFK realm expert could actually become an honorary elder of the Martial Artists Hall. That was one thing, but he also wanted to go with them to participate in the competition. This matter was related to the future of the Martial Artists Hall, and could not be taken lightly. "Do you have any objections?" Luo Tianyi asked with a teasing look. These 20 people were all seedlings that he and the other elders had painstakingly selected. Their cultivation was all at the 9th star CFK realm. It would be strange if they were convinced. "I don't agree." As expected, the next second, a man with a buzz cut stood up and said coldly, "So what if he's an honorary elder? This competition is related to the future, even the survival, of our Martial Artists Hall. How can we let a third star CFK realm expert like him participate? Yeah, his talent is good, we admit that. But now he's just a third star CFK realm expert. What right does he have?" In an instant, all kinds of voices sounded around. Ye smiled slightly and looked at him. When she knew he wanted to participate, her mood was the same as this group of people. That was when she went to test him. His reaction also shocked her not a little. Her own cultivation was at the 9th star CFK realm. Eva Grandmaster realm expert might not be able to withstand her illusion, but he had reacted in the first moment. And moreover, she could feel that his sky-encompassing sword momentum made her feel a deep sense of threat. As Luo Tianyi said, his strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "You're very unconvinced." He took a step forward and asked the buzz-cut man who had just spoken. Seeing this, the buzz-cut man was not afraid at all and faced him directly, saying coldly, "I am indeed unconvinced." Thump. The next second, a dull sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed. The buzz-cut man was directly kicked flying. Before the buzz-cut man could react, he was already holding the Dragon Abyss sword at his neck. "What about now? You sneak attack." The buzz-cut man was so angry his face turned red. He never expected him to play the trick of a sneak attack without talking about martial ethics. He sneered. "In a real battle, who the hell would set up a formation with you and tell you in advance that they are about to hit you? You're still too naive." Hearing this, the buzz-cut man didn't know how to answer. He was speechless for a moment. After a long while, he finally said a sentence. "You're shameless. You don't talk about martial ethics. You don't talk about martial ethics." Aha. He heard this, and sneered even more. "I don't even have morals. You're talking to me about martial ethics." The moment these words were spoken, even Luo Tianyi was stunned. A little dazed. He suddenly felt that calling him here was a wrong decision. "I'm not convinced. If you're so great, let's have a fair and square fight," the buzz-cut man said angrily. The people next to him also looked at him with dissatisfaction. "All Master Luo, the honorary elder you found has a questionable character." Just at this moment, an old man with gray hair slowly walked out. "Elder Mo, your words are a bit inappropriate," Luo Tianyi said. "What's inappropriate?" "A sneak attack without talking about martial ethics." "Is this not a character problem?" Elder Mo stepped forward and glanced at him coldly, a look of contempt in his eyes. He had been in the Martial Artists Hall his whole life, and had finally become an elder. As a result, he, a young brat who had done nothing, had become an honorary elder of the Martial Artists Hall. Who could stand that? "Old man, you're quite a turtle, aren't you?" He also directly charged up. He just had no morals, but he definitely didn't have a character problem. "Impudent. A young brat who still smells of his mother's milk dares to talk to me like that." Elder Mo immediately shouted angrily, the aura of a Marquis realm expert pressing down on him. But just as he was about to make a move, Luo Tianyi had already dispersed Elder Mo's aura, his face cold as he stood in front of him. "Elder Mo, watch your words. I'm just saying that." "So what?" Elder Mo was immediately angry. He never expected Luo Tianyi to do this for him, which made him even more unhappy. Just at this moment, the buzz-cut man from before stood out. "Su Chen, my master is a Marquis realm martial artist. You are just a CFK realm expert. Where did you get the guts to be so arrogant in front of my master? Don't think you can reach the sky just because you have a little talent. There are many people with stronger talent than you. What are you? You're just a useless person who won by sneak attacking me. If you're so great, let's have a fair and square fight." Hearing this, Luo Tianyi's face was full of anger. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by him. "All right. To show my respect for you, I cannot use my sword." After speaking, he placed the Dragon Abyss sword to the side. This action, in the eyes of the buzz-cut man, was a provocation. Arrogant. The buzz-cut but man drew his saber, feeling he had been humiliated, and immediately wanted to make a move. But the next second, he had appeared in front of him as fast as lightning and threw a punch, carrying with it a violent force. The next second, but man was directly sent flying. But it didn't stop there. He was seen chasing after him again. Only this time, he was no longer empty-handed. In his hand had appeared his large wrench. The moment the wrench hit his face, cut man admitted that he was really itching for a beating, as if he could vaguely see his great-grandmother. However, he had no intention of stopping, holding the large wrench and using the simplest moves to smash him repeatedly. Soon, cut man had turned into a pig's head. Only then did he stop with satisfaction. Seeing this, the surrounding people felt a chill in their hearts. They never expected him to have such strength, and they never expected him to be so ruthless. Immediately after, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he elegantly took out a piece of paper from his pocket and wiped the blood on the wrench. I said I wouldn't use my sword, but I didn't say I wouldn't use my wrench. Su Chen, you've gone too far. Elder Mo was completely enraged. His disciple had been beaten into an idiot by him. Even if he recovered, he would drool. I'm just bullying you. So what? He was also angry. The Dragon Abyss sword hummed, pointed straight at Elder Mo, and he charged up directly. Arrogant brat. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I have the face to stay in the martial artist hall anymore? Elder Mo was even more angry, flying into a rage, and releasing the cultivation of a first-star Marquis realm expert. Seeing this, he used the free and unfettered sword art without hesitation. The sword momentum was extremely terrifying, and a giant fish formed from sword armor rushed over. However, Elder Mo didn't even put it in his eyes, throwing a punch that knocked back his attack. But the next second, he charged up again, his sword moved sharp and cunning. Even Elder Mo was shocked in his heart. He really didn't expect his swordsmanship to be so terrifying, reaching the realm of sword momentum. To achieve such an accomplishment at this age, he could no longer be called a genius, but a monstrous talent. No wonder but man was no match for him. To be honest, if the people present fought him, they would definitely be no match for him. It was perfectly reasonable for him to participate. They were the clowns. Looking at the endless swirling sword armor, Luo Tianyi was also shocked in his heart. He never expected his strength to have grown so much in such a short time. Kid, you're still... Elder Mo was about to say he was still too young, when he felt a sharp pain in his head. His wrench had hit him on the head. He screamed in pain. Elder Mo was truly enraged and no longer held back. But Luo Tianyi also immediately made a move. The competition was coming up, and he absolutely couldn't let him get injured at this time. Elder Mo, you've gone too far. Luo Tianyi shouted loudly and threw a punch. Elder Mo was directly sent flying. This punch from Luo Tianyi carried a bit of a personal grudge, directly making Elder Mo cough up blood. This is the end of this matter. If you still want to pursue it, then submit your resignation yourself. I'll sign it. Luo Tianyi showed Elder Mo no respect at all. This old guy was usually arrogant, and used to it. He was already a little dissatisfied. Now this immortal old fart dared to be so excessive. He directly knocked Elder Mo back, causing him to cough up blood. This matter ends here. If you want to keep dragging it on, then submit your resignation yourself. I'll sign it. Luo Tianyi showed him no face at all. This old man was used to being arrogant, and he had already been somewhat dissatisfied with him. Now, this old fossil had dared to be so outrageous. Hearing this, Elder Mo's face was ugly. After a long while, he finally stood up, gave Su Chen a venomous look, and left without a word. What's wrong? A little not used to it. Su Chen frowned and said, shouldn't Elder Mo have said a few harsh words at this time? Does anyone else have any objections? You can raise them. Luo Tianyi spoke again, only this time, they didn't dare to say anything anymore. His strength just now had thoroughly shocked them. They had originally thought he was a bronze, but who would have thought he was a king? A 3-star Kisi realm beating a 9-star Kisi realm like a dog, and even a Marquis realm elder was dazed by a single wrench blow from him. If there are no objections, then this matter is settled. With that, Luo Tianyi left, satisfied. Bong Ye's eyes were filled with even more astonishment. She had clearly still underestimated his strength. Even she was not necessarily his match. This time, Su Chen will lead the team, she said after a long moment. There were still 8 spots left. Next, let's begin the selection. She was originally supposed to be the team leader, but now, his strength was clearly superior to hers. Does Su Chen want to stay and watch? She invited him, but he had no interest and directly shook his head. No need. With that, he also left directly. He returned to his own home. He could also go into seclusion for 3 days. 3 days passed quickly. He had already followed Luo Tianyi to the no-and zone. At the same time, the three of them, Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu, were causing complete chaos in Luoking Technical College, raising the banner of the Su family army, appointing themselves as monarchs, their attitude as if they wanted to split the college. With the 200,000 spirit stones he had given them for military funds, their arrogance grew even more. Even the teachers could no longer suppress the three of them. The president had tried to extort the spirit stones from them more than once, but even after hanging the three of them up and beating them, they had remained tight-lipped. Instead, while he wasn't paying attention, someone had run into his office and left a large pile on his desk. Thang Yu was so angry his lungs were about to explode. He cursed Wan Lin and the others. They were definitely the worst batch of students he had ever led. But to the three of them, this was nothing. They continued to expand the Su family army. To date, including the reserve army, they had already recruited over 2,000 people. In an instant, the Su family army had replaced the student alliance. The exchange students, who were already suppressed, were now even more miserable. Wan Lin would lead people to beat them up whether he had something to do or not, beating them to the point of depression. Whereas boss Su? Only then did the three of them realize that he was no longer in Luochen Technical College. They all frowned. If boss Su isn't here, then the Su family army will naturally be under my command. Pass the order, make Tong Yu and Wu Tao hand over 1,000,000 spirit stones. But before Wan Lin could finish speaking, he was pinned down and beaten by the other two. After a long while, Tong Yu finally spoke up. How about we go into the abyss? The Wood King has a kill order out for boss Su, but he didn't say anything about us. Agreed, I think that's a good idea. The three of them reached a consensus, and immediately took action. On the other side, Su Chen had arrived at a square, where he could already see many figures. They were clearly from the other branches. Tomorrow is the official assessment competition. I'll go over the rules with you one more time, Luo Tianyi said very seriously, and Su Chen also became grave. In this competition, each branch will be a team. After entering the no-man's zone, you will not only have to face people from other branches, but more importantly the demonic beasts within. These beasts are bloodthirsty and ferocious. Although the competition venue is on the outskirts this time, it's still possible for Grandmaster, or even Marquis realm demonic beasts to appear. Absolutely do not go deep into the no-man's zone. There are truly Demon King level existences inside. After entering, the demonic beasts you kill will be recorded on a token. The final score of the entire team added together will be your final result. The score cannot be plundered. But once the token is stolen, it means you've been eliminated. Furthermore, after entering the no-man's zone, you might die. Hearing this, Su Chen said nothing, just looked around, his gaze stopping on the no-man's zone outside the square. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly came through. Haha, Luo Tianyi, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to come, he laughed. If you dare to come, what do I have to be afraid of? Haha, be careful your Luotian branch doesn't fall to 200th place this time. After speaking, his gaze fell on Su Chen. You must be Su Chen, right? What is it? He asked in return. He didn't know this guy at all. The man gave a cunning laugh. 3-star KC realm. That. Too weak. Who are you? He couldn't help but ask, his hand already gripping a wrench, ready to give him a few hits. Hearing this, the man laughed, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Ziyan, from the Yu family of Qingqing. Su Chen was silent. He didn't know the Yu family of Qingqing either. Seeing his blank face, a hint of anger appeared in Yu Ziyan's eyes. My little brother is at Star River University. You beat him. Hearing this, the people from the Qingqing branch couldn't help but look over, a hint of surprise in their eyes. They knew very well what kind of power the Yu family was in Qingqing. A family with 2 kings was the undisputed overlord of the martial arts families there. Yu Zihan was also a famous young master in Qingqing. To be beaten after going to Star River University. They were surprised in their hearts. Everyone knew that the Yu family was very protective of their own. You're that pretty boy's older brother, right? Only then did he remember. He had beaten that Yu Zihan when he had blocked the gate at Star River University. So what? Are you going to attack me here? Aha, don't worry, I won't touch you today. But in the no-man's zone, you better be careful. Yu Ziyan held back. Today was not the right time. The day he died would be in the no-man's zone. With that, he also left. Su Chen frowned. He had just arrived, and had already attracted a pile of enmity. That was something. Soon, he led his team to a ruined city. It had long been uninhabited and had completely become a paradise for demonic beasts. But after they entered, they could see a large number of them gather. Seeing the intruders, the beasts immediately turned to look, their eyes revealing a fierce light, as if they were about to pounce and kill at any moment. He rushed forward first, without a moment's hesitation, drew his sword, and slashed. In less than a few breaths, countless demonic beast corpses fell, blood flowing like a river. Looking at this bloody scene, Hong Ye and the others beside her turned pale. They never expected him to be so decisive and ruthless. This bloody scene made it a little difficult for them to adapt. Then he felt the jade tablet emit a wave of warmth, as if a strange power had entered it. He took it out, and saw 2 numbers on it, 89. Killing so many demonic beasts. And it's only 89 points. He was a bit surprised. Seeing this, Hong Yi stepped forward to explain, blood and key realm demonic beasts have very low points. A 3-star one is about 0.3 points. A 3-star key realm is 3 points. And so on. Only then did he not. It seemed these points were very hard to earn. Entering the city, he looked around, killing some more demonic beasts along the way. His points had already reached 124. Let's rest for a bit. Find a house that's still habitable, he said, and the group finally sat down. He took a sip of water and said slowly, if you still can't adapt, you can withdraw on your own. I don't need to carry any burdens. The air fell silent. At first, he hadn't said anything when he saw they couldn't adapt. But if they still couldn't, then he really didn't need to bring them along anymore. The Luoking branch would be finished. Seeing their silence, he also fell silent and started browsing the system store. The nether ghost pearl he had exchanged for in the abyss had almost used up all his killing points. Luckily, after coming here and slaughtering so many demonic beasts, he had accumulated over 500 more. Without much thought, he first exchanged for 8 blood-burst heavenly thunders for self-defense. Although he had the method to create them, the process was very complicated and required a lot of materials. He naturally didn't have the time to make them now. With the remaining 100 points, he didn't waste any words, directly scrolling to the bottom and choosing a lottery draw. System lottery draw. Thing. Congratulations to the host for drawing the high-grade heaven, rank martial skill, 5 thunder orthodox law. It has been automatically learned to the introductory level for the host. Even he was stunned for a moment. He had just wanted to try the lottery on a whim, and he had directly drawn a high-grade heaven rank martial skill. It was worth noting that the first prize in this competition was only a low-grade heaven rank martial skill. It was no exaggeration to say that the appearance of a heaven rank martial skill would surely cause a bloodbath. Countless big shot experts had used all sorts of methods but couldn't obtain one. And now he had 2. If word of this got out, it was likely that many big shots would immediately come to kill him and steal the skills. He was even more overjoyed in his heart. This system is useful. If it has good stuff, it really gives it. Su Chen is right. We can't continue like this. If we can't adapt, we can only be eliminated. We carry the hopes of the Luochen branch. If we can't even pass this most basic trial, we might as well go home on our own, Hong Yi said in a low voice. But the faces of the people around her were still a little pale, but their eyes had changed. Don't think that just because they were at the 9-star Sea realm, they were strong. Each and every one of them had been too well protected. They had never even gone out to hunt the demonic beasts outside Luosheng. The weak ones they didn't want to kill. What's the point of killing such weak beasts? The strong ones they couldn't beat. It's normal not to be able to beat such strong beasts, right? Now that they had come to the no-man's zone, this was a paradise for demonic beasts. The existence of countless demonic beasts made their faces turn pale, and they had already started to worry in their hearts. After seeing his bloody methods, it made them feel a shiver run down their spines. But those are also lives, a fair-faced male student said, holding his head in some pain. He had never thought the competition would be so cruel. Slap. In the next second, a slap landed on his face. Everyone looked at Su Chen, stunned, not expecting him to attack. They are also lives, that's not wrong. But they occupy our living space, kill my compatriots, and threaten our safety. According to what you said, the aberrants in the abyss are also lives. Should they not be killed? The world of martial artists is like this, the strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. This has been the unchanging truth since ancient times. If you can't stand it, you can leave now. You don't need to cultivate anymore. Go home and shovel manure. He was a little angry. He really wanted to call Luo Tianyi and ask, what kind of trash did you recruit? Isn't this just setting me up? If I had known, I would have rather called the 3 of them, Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu. But those 3 haven't broken through to the Kisi realm yet. They're also 3 pieces of trash. I'll definitely have to deal with them when I get back. Thinking of this, his anger flared a little. He couldn't stand it. He never expected his teammates to be so weak. He directly stepped out, preparing to go solo. Bringing these useless people along would only distract him. It just so happened that there was some movement in the abyss now. He could farm a wave of killing points here. Roar. However, just at this moment, a roar made him instantly alert. This was definitely a Grandmaster Realm demonic beast. The next second, a pitch black wolf demon appeared in his sight, 3 jong tall, with countless smaller black wolf demons following behind it. At this moment, they had fallen into their first grave danger since entering the secret realm. Speechless, utterly speechless. When he saw that the martial artist's loot he had given him were all useless, he was completely speechless. He never expected his teammates to be so weak. He might as well have gone solo. But just as he was about to leave, a pitch black wolf demon appeared in his sight, 3 jong tall, with countless smaller black wolf demons following behind it. At this moment, they had fallen into their first grave danger since entering the secret realm. Damn it. His expression also changed. The Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in his hand, and at the same time, his expression became extremely grave. This was a 3rd-star Grandmaster Realm demonic beast, with over 100 minions behind it, including a dozen Sea of Key Realm ones, and the rest of the Kite and Blood Realm. Such a wolf pack, even a Grandmaster Realm expert would have to flee upon encountering it. His eyes were grave. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he was already surrounded, with no way out. The Wolf King roared, and the vast number of black wolf demons charged. He glanced at the house behind him, but no one came out. A sword light flashed, and he charged up with his sword. The sword armor continuously took the lives of the black wolf demons. He fought with abandon, the sound of kill points increasing, constantly ringing in his ears. His cultivation was also rising, and the next second, he directly broke through to the 4th-star Sea of Key realm. The comfortable feeling throughout his body made him feel full of strength. The Dragon Abyss sword emanated an even more terrifying aura. By now he had already killed more than half of the black wolf demons, his entire body bathed in fresh blood. But he himself was completely unharmed, under the enhancement of the indestructible golden body. Although his clothes were torn, his body was not damaged at all. At this moment, the door behind finally opened. Ongi stepped out, a sword in her hand. Seeing the extremely bloody scene, her face turned a little pale, but she still gripped her sword and charged up. Su Chen, you're right. Born in this era, we have no choice. He, however, didn't want to pay attention to the silly bird and continued to kill. With Hong Yai's appearance, the people in the house came out one after another and began to participate. The Wolf King was immediately enraged. He said, like humans had actually killed so many of his minions. How could he live in the ownerless zone after this? The next second, the Wolf King charged up, spitting a bolt of lightning at him. He, however, cut it down with one sword strike. He was already in a killing frenzy. Dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky. A silver-white light appeared in his eyes, and faint lightning flashed in the sky. Evil spirits possess fire, thunder god, assist me. He roared. Lightning immediately appeared in his hand and he charged at the Wolf King. The Wolf King's attack was instantly dispersed. The lightning hit it, and the Wolf King was sent flying, black smoke rising from its body, its fur standing on end. Die. All of you. Countless bolts of lightning descended, directly striking down this group of black wolf demons. Even the Sea of Key realm black wolf demons couldn't withstand this kind of lightning, and were directly killed. The Wolf King was still constantly dodging and defending. A 3rd-star Grandmaster realm cultivation was not for show. Seeing that its minions were all killed, the Wolf King roared. A strange power emanated from its body. The next second, its entire body was covered in blood kai, lightning flashing, and its body also swelled up, charging at him once again. Ong Yi and the others still wanted to rush up to help him, but they couldn't intervene. At this moment, they finally felt that the gap between them and him was really not just a little bit. He's really a Sea of Key realm expert dominating a Grandmaster realm 1. That makes us look like such trash, so useless. Oh, actually, we were already very trashy, very useless. These words from Hong Yai behind them were undoubtedly a stab to the heart. But they couldn't refute it. This was damn true. This was really uncomfortable. At this moment, the Wolf King, who was in a great battle with him, was completely stunned. He turned to run. But how could he let it escape? The Wolf King couldn't take it anymore. He launched an attack at him, turned, and fled without any hesitation. He dodged this attack, charged up with his sword, and the Dragon Abyss sword thrust fiercely, hitting the bullseye. The Wolf King roared, still wanting to attack and struggle. But how could he give it this chance? Using his lightning technique, the Dragon Abyss sword immediately pierced into the Wolf King's body. The next second, the Wolf King froze. Over 100 Black Wolf demons had died at his hands just like that. His score had also reached 389, which was considered a very high score. Ye and the others stared at him with wide eyes, really not expecting him to have killed a Grandmaster Realm demonic beast. So you're this strong? Ye laughed bitterly. Before, she had always felt that she was very strong, very talented. But after meeting him, the surprises he brought made her suddenly feel that she was just a piece of trash. The others also had the same thought in their hearts, feeling they had no face in front of him. He didn't want to say anything. When they were besieged by the wolf demons, this group had hidden in the house. Although they had come out later, he was still very unhappy in his heart. If they were really in danger, how could he rest assured to entrust his back to such people? Once these cracks had formed in his heart, they were very difficult to heal. Sorry, it was us before. Ye had just spoken when she was interrupted by him. No need to apologize. I respect your choices. Besides, we didn't know each other to begin with, did we? It was just because of this competition that we were brought together. After the competition ends, we will all return to our own lives. Perhaps we will never meet again. His meaning was actually very clear. They were just here for the competition, to fight for resources for the Lucidity branch. To put it bluntly, they were just teammates. Not even teammates. Ye also didn't know what to say, and laughed bitterly. I really don't know how to explain. What are you being arrogant for? Didn't you just kill a few demonic beasts? What's so rare about that? The fair-skinned male student who had been slapped by him earlier said, as if they couldn't kill demonic beasts without him. Ye's expression suddenly changed. Just as she was about to say something, he had already made a move. 2 slaps had landed on his face. You think I am so eager to be with you? If you have a problem with me, you can leave now. His expression was cold, his brows furrowed. He was clearly angry. Facing the siege of the wolf demons just now, if it were just him, he could have easily killed his way out and left calmly. But this group of useless people would have been swallowed and torn to pieces in an instant. As a result, now that he had killed all the wolf demons, this bastard actually said such words. Damn beast, he was very unhappy. Not to mention that he had killed so many demonic beasts and earned points. Wasn't it for the Lucidity branch? Sorry, Su Chen, Ye said angrily, also not expecting Yan Shen to say such words. The others' expressions all changed slightly, feeling that Yan Shen was really a bit too much. They criticized him one after another, and only then did he reluctantly apologize to him. You can go. My subordinates don't need someone like you. If you want to plead for him, you can go with him. He didn't need this kind of person. Even if someone pleaded for him, he didn't want to keep him. He was the team leader, and he would not tolerate such a thing happening. Even if they all left, it would have no effect on him. Su Chen, I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Yan Shen became more and more annoyed. What right do you have? The next second, he turned and left. Yan Shen, Ye and the others shouted, their brows furrowed. He didn't even glance at them. Ha ha ha, what a good show. A laugh made him instantly alert. The Dragon Abyss sword was tightly gripped in his hand. Then he saw a group of people, Uzian, walking over. They were all covered in blood, apparently having just killed some demonic beasts. Your Lucidity branch is really something, isn't it? Causing internal strife, just after arriving. Haha. Uzian laughed heartily, a look of teasing in his eyes. Yan Shen, right? Want to consider joining my team? Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you like Su Chen. I treat my teammates very fairly, and justly. Uzian laughed heartily. Behind him followed more than 30 people, all from the so-called Ten Halls Alliance. In your dreams, Ye had just finished her sentence when she actually saw Yan Shen walk towards Uzian. The words on her lips, Ye tried her best to swallow. Yan Shen, you. Following a young brat like him. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Isn't it embarrassing? Yan Shen said directly, glancing at him coldly. He was very strong, but from the very beginning, when he became the team leader, he was very dissatisfied, just not daring to say it. After coming to the ownerless zone, he made him even more unhappy. He did all the show-off stuff. What did he do? What was important was that he even hit him. Haha, Su Chen, your talent is not bad, but you are not a qualified leader, Uzian said with a laugh, not hiding it at all. How about this? You give me all your points and join us as well. He had already kicked Yangshen out of the Lucidity branch in his heart, and was about to lead his people away, but Yu Xian's people blocked their path. Today you have to hand over these points whether you want to or not, Yu Xian said with a smile. Others may be afraid of your status, Su Chen, but I'm not. This is the ownerless zone. Even a martial king would find it impossible to arrive here in time. Besides, it's very normal to die in the competition. I hope you don't be ungrateful. Yu Xian was even more of a show-off than Yu Zihan. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He turned to look at Yu Xian, and just as he was about to say something, Yu Xian smiled and said, "Actually, you should also thank me. I know you guys were here and deliberately led the pack of black wolf demons to you. I just really didn't expect you to have killed the entire pack." Yu Xian's words made a hint of killing intent flash in his eyes. He had been wondering how a wolf pack had appeared here. It turned out it was all this guy's doing. Now he even dared to say it out loud. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Didn't expect it. Did you? Ha ha. Yu Xian laughed heartily. If you don't hand over your points, I'm afraid you'll really have to die here today. Even if the Sword Heavenly King wants to pursue responsibility, there's no way. A peak sea of Key Realm aura also emanated from Yu Xian's body, pressing down on him. The others also stepped forward and surrounded him. Will you do it yourself? Or should we help you? If you want to touch him, you'll have to get through me first. Hong Yi stepped forward and stood in front of him. The others also did the same, which made him a little surprised. It seemed the Lucidity branch wasn't all ungrateful wolves. I've already said, you are no match for me. Why must you stand out? Yu Xian laughed very coldly. A spirit sword also appeared in his hand, and he was about to charge up. Move out. The moment Yu Xian finished speaking, the people from the Ten Halls Alliance all charged. What infuriated people was that Yangshen, this ungrateful wolf, also made a move. Just now, when killing demonic beasts, he was timid and scared. Now he was openly making a move on him. Hong Yi and the other 7 charged up. If they lost, although their points wouldn't be robbed, they would be directly eliminated. Their points would be frozen at the current level. If they were eliminated on the first day, then their Lucian branch would be truly finished. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse, holding the Dragon Abyss sword in one hand and wielding Thunder Techniques with the other as he charged forward. His astonishing combat power surged, surprising even Yu Xian. No wonder he could defeat his little brother. It seemed this guy really had some skills. Su Chen, I admit you have some skills, but you are absolutely no match for us. So much nonsense. He sneered. To this day, he still didn't understand why these people loved to talk so much nonsense. If talking nonsense was effective, what was the point of fighting? Evil Spirit Ghost Fire. That was. Thunder Lord, help me. Everyone, please enter my myriad soul banner to reminisce about old times, he said coldly. The moment the lightning struck, he directly took out the myriad soul banner. Billowing black smoke spread out, terrifying people to the extreme. What on earth is this terrifying thing that keeps emitting black smoke? The myriad soul banner, which was despised by everyone as trash, was treated by him as a treasure, simply because the people of this world had no idea what it was. However, after he brought out this banner, Yu Xian on the opposite side was completely astonished. What on earth is this terrifying thing that keeps emitting black smoke? Su Chen, stop putting on an act. This was the first time Yu Xian had encountered such a thing. He cursed and was about to charge forward. But in the next second, countless vengeful souls appeared, their red eyes glaring as they rushed forward. Seeing this, even Yu Xian was frightened and started to retreat. He really hadn't expected him to have such a move. Seeing this, Su Chen sneered. Putting on an act, am I? I have prepared top-grade fine tea in my myriad soul banner. I invite you all to come in and enjoy it. These vengeful souls were all at the Kisi realm, and there were even Grandmaster Realm ones among them. It could be said that their combat power was very strong. Yang Shen's expression changed drastically. He had just joined Yu Xian's team. How had things turned out like this in the blink of an eye? How could he have such a powerful weapon? But now was not the time to think about this. He knew that Su Chen would not let him go. He directly turned and fled, abandoning Yu Xian and the others. At worst, he would be expelled from the martial artist Grand Hall. It was still better than losing his life. He naturally wouldn't give him this chance. The billowing black smoke had already spread, directly trapping Yangshen within. Hong Yi and the others were thoroughly shaken by this scene, a little afraid to speak. This scene had truly refreshed their understanding. They had originally thought he had used all his tricks, but they never expected him to have such a trump card. Su Chen, what kind of evil art is this? I advise you to put it away quickly, otherwise the headquarters will definitely not let you go, That's right, Su Chen. I am a member of a royal family. If you dare to hurt me, the royal family will not let you go. All sorts of curses rang out, but his face remained unchanged. He even found it a little funny. These guys must have something wrong with their heads. They had just said that in the no and zone, no one would be held responsible even if they died, and now they were barking like this. In the next moment, the vengeful souls rushed forward to kill. These guys were all at the peak of the Kisi realm. But they couldn't withstand these countless vengeful souls. He naturally wasn't idle either. Holding a wrench, his body crackling with lightning, he stepped directly in. In an instant, tragic screams rang out continuously. Hong Ye and the others outside only felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts pounding, but they couldn't see what was happening inside the black smoke, and they couldn't help but be curious. Inside, Yu Ziyan had been beaten half to death by him and was hanging by the side of a small house. Half of the remaining people were dead, and the other half were all severely injured, coughing up blood continuously. Only then did he put away the myriad soul banner. The vengeful souls and black smoke dissipated. Hong Ye and the others finally saw what had happened inside, and their hearts trembled. They had originally thought he was ruthless enough when killing demonic beasts, but who would have thought that he was even more vicious now? Yu Ziyan was hanging to the side, and he was currently smashing his head with a wrench. This terrifyingly bloody scene scared the rest of them. They wanted to run, but in the next second, a sword gleam suddenly fell, directly blocking their path. Leave your academic points. Did you come empty-handed? He turned around, the wrench still stained with blood, and gave a sinister smile. This scene directly terrified the rest of them. Su Chen, you have to think carefully. I am from the Demon City branch. If you offend us in the future. Slap. Before the man could finish his threat, his wrench had already smashed into his head. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. The man's head was spinning, and he passed out. "You fat sheep. Obediently hand over your tokens. Otherwise, His smile made their hearts turn cold. But those academic points were all earned through their hard work. They really didn't want to hand them over. Of course, the academic points couldn't be plundered, but as long as he got their tokens and erased their soul imprints, it would mean they had been eliminated. What do you need our scores for? They can't be plundered anyway. It's useless for you to take them. The scores can't be plundered, but I just like it. Can you control me?" He brought the wrench down again, knocking this severely injured man out. Seeing this, someone directly crushed their token. A strange power immediately enveloped his body, and then he was directly teleported away. Seeing this, he chuckled lightly. He hadn't expected there to be such a stubborn one, who would rather be eliminated on their own. But in reality, even if they persisted, it would be useless, because he would also have them eliminated. "What are you looking at?" Seeing that Hong Ye and the others behind him were still in a daze, he immediately said, "This group of people really have no vision. They're just standing there in a daze, as if they don't know what to do. If it were one Lin and the others here, this group would probably have been stripped down to their underwear by now. You killed so many of our 10 Halls Alliance's people, and even eliminated all of us. The 10 Halls Alliance will not let you go," a man with a grim face said. Even though he was severely injured, he couldn't help but speak. He didn't believe that he would dare to kill all of them. No, you're wrong." Hearing this, he quickly denied it. The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately saw hope, thinking that he had him figured out. That's right, there were more than 30 of them. If he killed them all, it would definitely alarm the headquarters. At that time, he would definitely be punished. "Haha, let us go quickly. I can pretend that today's incident never happened. Otherwise, the consequences are not something your Luchen branch can bear. You see, you seem to be a little too hasty. What I mean is, I don't plan to eliminate all of you. I plan to kill all of you." In an instant, a bone-killing coldness enveloped their entire bodies. They had all thought he was scared. But who would have thought that this living king of hell really didn't plan to leave anyone alive? "No, Su Chen, you can't do this. This is just a competition." "That's right. I also thought this was just a competition at first. But you wanted to kill me," he sneered. The Black Ling demons from earlier. If he didn't have some skills, he would have really been done for. And now they were telling him to let this group go. How could that be possible? At the same time, on the square outside, a large screen appeared, showing the scene in the no man's zone, showing the images of everyone. When they saw him with his billowing black smoke, overthrowing the entire so-called 10 Halls Alliance, the hallmasters of these branches all had looks of astonishment in their eyes. His strength had indeed exceeded their imagination. But at the same time, his methods were truly vicious. He had killed so many people and didn't plan to spare the others. Deaths in previous competitions were not unheard of, but the death rate was very small. Usually, it was death in the mouths of demonic beasts. Cases of death at the hands of fellow competitors like this were still relatively rare. At this time, a robust man immediately spoke up angrily. "Who is this person? His heart is so vicious, he uses any means necessary. How is such a person worthy of staying in the martial artist grand hall? Am I right, everyone?" That's right. So young, yet with the heart of a wolf. He doesn't leave any room for retreat. He even dares to openly want to kill so many geniuses of our 10 Halls Alliance. It's too much. I propose to expel this person from the martial artist grand hall and at the same time cancel his qualification to participate in the competition. That's right. This kind of wolf-hearted person must die. The hall masters of these branches couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out to speak. The people who had come to participate in the competition were all people they had painstakingly cultivated. Who knows how much financial resources had been spent on them. And now they had been killed by him just like that. Their investment was a complete loss. This is a competition, not a child's game. If you're afraid of death, then don't bring people to participate. Luo Tianyi directly flared up, unable to hold back in the slightest. It was one thing for these guys to play dirty tricks behind the scenes, but now they even dared to openly target him. If he could still endure this, he would have become a ninja turtle. That's right. I saw your people were very happy when they were ganging up on him just now, right? Why didn't they see you stand up and say that your people were too cruel? A good friend of his also sneered, finding it ridiculous. Wasn't this clearly a double standard? It was fine for their people, but not for him. Lowering a pack of black-ling demons to besiege them. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they wanted to push them to their deaths. Shut up. How old are you all? Do you still think you're children? Making a scene without any propriety. Is this how you manage your branches? A martial sovereign in the air snorted coldly, and a powerful pressure suddenly descended, causing Luo Tianyi and the others to quickly shut up. Elder Mo, this person's methods are truly too vicious. Our martial artist grand hall cannot keep such a ruthless person. That's right, this person was billowing black smoke just now. Who knows if he's an evil cultivator? Hearing this, Elder Mu also frowned. He had naturally also seen him use the myriad soul banner just now. Even from here, he could feel a powerful aura. Elder Mo, what they're saying is all nonsense. I haven't known Su Chen for long. It's just that his talent is extremely strong, and I wanted to win him over, so I gave him the title of honorary elder. But with no real power. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Luo Tianyi's explanation caused Elder Mu's brows to relax a little. To be honest, he was also shocked by his talent. The competitors in the past were all at the peak of the Qi realm. At worst at the 9-star level. When he learned that a 3-star Qi realm was participating, he was also a little surprised and even paid special attention to him. His performance after entering the no-man's zone did not disappoint him. To be honest, he quite liked him. Regarding his matter, let's observe a little longer. It's not enough to judge him as an evil cultivator based on this point alone, he finally said. Hearing this, the hearts of these branch hall masters sank. This was clearly not the result they wanted, but since Elder Mu had spoken, they couldn't say anything more. But they couldn't just let him kill so many people. Elder Mu spoke again in his heart, and a large hand suddenly reached into the no-man's zone. At this time, in the no-man's zone, Su Chen had already killed more than 20 people. The remaining dozen or so were scared out of their wits. Some even knelt before him. Su Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was Yu Xian's idea for us to target you. Please don't kill me. I really don't want to die. I'll eliminate myself. A dozen people knelt before him. They were really scared, panicked in their hearts. This guy was really ruthless. He might actually kill them. It's too late to know you're wrong now. He sneered. Just as the wrench was about to come down, a giant hand of spiritual energy immediately appeared, grabbing all the people kneeling in front of him. At the same time, a voice sounded. This is just a competition. There's no need to be so ruthless. This voice naturally belonged to Elder Mu. He also didn't want to see him kill so many people from other branches. If he really did that, he would truly make a mortal enemy of the hall masters of these branches. If someone who didn't play by the rules were to secretly cause trouble, no matter how strong he was now, he was still only at the Sea of Qi realm and couldn't withstand the revenge of a Marquis realm expert. He was stunned for a moment, then cursed loudly, knowing that the old man on the square had made a move. When they were besieged, he didn't see this immortal old fart make a move. Now he was acting like a good person. He was very unhappy in his heart. Anye and the others were even more terrified. Was he really not afraid of anyone? To be so crazy. Was he not afraid of revenge? The remaining two. He was about to leave when he saw the crippled Yu Ziyan hanging on the side, and Young Shen lying next to him pretending to be dead. Well, then I can only take my anger out on you guys. The moment he finished speaking, endless lightning descended, instantly striking Yu Ziyan dead. His whole body twitched occasionally, a truly tragic death. Yang Shen, pretending to be dead, peeked open one eye, wanting to see what Yu Ziyan had become. But the moment he opened his eye, he saw him squatting in front of him, a smile on his face. That this smile made Yang Shen shiver. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't. I didn't even hit you, so why are you dead? He asked, and then said, you're not pretending to be dead, are you? If you're really dead, then raise your right hand. He had originally intended to joke a little, but when Yang Shen raised his right hand, his cerebellum also shriveled. This time, not only he but also Hong Ye, and the others were stunned, their faces dazed, feeling they didn't know what to say. This guy had actually raised his right hand. He stood up, his hand channeling lightning. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, fiercely striking Yang Shen's body. But the power of this lightning bolt was not that great. Under his control, this lightning bolt only injured Yang Shen, but not seriously. It was just that the location was a bit. Yang Shen started cursing in his heart, not knowing what kind of sin he had committed to have met him. This old schemer, this shameless person, actually dared to use lightning to strike his butt, and it even hit the bullseye. That burning sensation really made people. Hong Ye and the others were all silent, suddenly feeling lucky that they were on the same side as him. If they fell into his hands, they might as well be dead. He's smoking and not moving. It seems he's really dead, he muttered, but his voice reached Yang Shen's ears. Yang Shen was ecstatic, trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, just wanting this god of death to leave quickly. But he didn't see any movement from him for a long time. Hong Ye also couldn't help but step forward. Su Chen, should we continue to advance? Don't worry. This time we absolutely won't hold you back. Go, go, go quickly, Yang Shen roared frantically in his heart. He felt his hemorrhoids were about to be knocked out, and he was starting to bleed. It was really uncomfortable. No hurry, he said in a deep voice. Yang Shen started cursing in his heart again, and then he heard him say, I think it's a bit of a pity that he's dead. His kidneys can probably be sold for a good price. These words shocked everyone. They stared at him with wide eyes, momentarily not understanding what this meant. But the next second, they saw him take out a dagger, pull open Yang Shen's clothes, and prepare to stab down. Damn it, Su Chen, you bastard. Do you have any shame? Your ancestors must have had black smoke rising from their graves to have given birth to such an immoral person. Yang Shen immediately stood up, dodging the knife. He couldn't take it anymore and directly started cursing loudly. He would really thank him if he paid attention to his kidneys again. Oh, you're alive again. He smiled slyly, changing the dagger in his hand to a wrench. Yang Shen's face was green and white. He was angry for a long time before he finally said a sentence. To tell you the truth, my cousin, Wu Luojiu, is from the headquarters. She has killed a 5-star Grandmaster realm martial artist, and has also participated in this competition. If you dare to touch me, she will not let you go. Yang Shen's face was pale as he said, when I first entered the ownerless zone, I had already contacted my cousin. She should be arriving soon. If you are willing to submit and follow me, I might be able to guide you a little, but the prerequisite is that you must cut ties with him. Yang Shen said, and everyone's eyes became grave. Haha, do you really think there's a future in following him? How can a young brat who still smells of his mother's milk compare to a genius like my cousin? With my cousin's guidance, isn't it as easy as turning our hands to enter the top 100? Yang Shen said these words, his eyes always sizing him up, but there was not a single ripple on his face. To be honest, he just hoped this group would leave quickly and not affect his monster grinding. Well, have you thought it through? But no one stood out. Yang Shen's face was a little unsightly. He still wanted to stall for time. He had already lost his patience. He casually raised his hand, and a beam of sword light was about to cut down Yang Shen. Kill the traitor, he said coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion. To kill my cousin, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough. Just at this moment, a clear female voice came, and a white light directly dispersed his sword light. A woman in white appeared, her face as cold as an ice block. With strangers, do not approach written all over it. You are Su Chen. The person who came was Wu Luojiu. She directly asked, her tone carrying a hint of contempt. To be able to enter the ownerless zone with a 3-star Sea of Key realm cultivation. It seems the Luo City branch really has no one left. You might as well close down. Wu Luojiu said coldly, her eyes fixed on him. On his body, she could only sense the cultivation of a third-star sea of Ki realm, but it gave her an unfathomable feeling. Wu Luojiao, it really is Wu Luojiao. I never expected Yangshan to have such strength. I should have followed him earlier. Voices came from among the people of the Luo City branch. He still ignored them. Yangshan's nose was about to point to the sky. Wu Luojiao was a genius from the headquarters, an invincible existence at the same level, holding the third position on the genius ranking of the martial artists hall. But he never expected Wu Luojiao to actually come this time. What was important was that Yangshan was actually Wu Luojiao's cousin. Haha, now you believe it, right? If you are willing to abandon the darkness and seek the light now, I can also give you a chance to follow me. You must know that the competition is not only a team competition, but also an individual one. The moment Yangshan said these words, 3 people immediately walked to his front, directly betraying them. There was not a single ripple in his eyes, but Hong Ye was directly enraged. What are you doing? The Luo City branch has nurtured you for so long, and you are just abandoning it like this. Hong Ye was so angry her lungs were about to explode. Was this really something a human could do? Haha, Hong Ye, you strive for the top, and water flows downwards. We are just pursuing what we want. What's wrong with that? Yeah, the Luo City branch is being targeted by the 10 Halls Alliance. This moron has offended Yangshan. Now he can't even protect himself. Why shouldn't I find another master? Give up. The closure of the Luo City branch is already a fact. Hearing this, Yangshan laughed heartily, even more excited. The Luo City branch. That was no longer in his consideration. From the very beginning, he had not believed that the Luo City branch could be revived. Su Chen, surrender. Now the positions of hunter and prey should be reversed. Yangshan laughed excitedly, and then his face became gloomy as he said, I will return the pain you have caused me 100-fold. After speaking, Yangshan's eyes began to look him up and down, his gaze very inappropriate. Feeling Yangshan's gaze, he was stunned for a moment. This gaze was very strange, like when Wan Lin squatted by the road and secretly looked at a beautiful girl in a short skirt. But he was a man, even he was a little dazed. Could this guy have some gender deviation? Dazed. When he felt the wicked gaze of the enemy opposite him, he was completely stunned. This gaze was extremely strange, exactly like the gaze of a pervert squatting by the road and secretly looking at a beautiful girl in a short skirt. But he was a man. Could this kid have some gender deviation? Your skin is so smooth. Hee, Yangshan said, even drooling. Heavens, he admitted that he was really disgusted. He really didn't expect this guy to be his cousin. Help me capture Su Chen. I want him alive, Yangshan said with a sinister smile, glaring fiercely at him. He was determined to return the pain he had caused him 100-fold. His current injury would take 1 or 2 months to recover, and he had to worry about it sticking together. If it stuck together, his fun would be truly gone. Wu Luojiao frowned, seemingly not expecting Yangshan to be so perverted, to play to this extent. But she still took a step forward and said coldly, Su Chen, apologize to my cousin, and then withdraw from the competition yourself. Otherwise, today I might really have to hand you over to my cousin. Hearing this, he felt a chill in his heart, disgusted beyond endurance. The Dragon Abyss sword let out a clear hum. If I don't castrate him today, I'll kill myself on the spot. The moment he finished speaking, he made a killing move, slashing towards Yangshan. Yangshan sensed the danger, but the next second, Wu Luojiao had already made a move and charged up. It had to be said that Wu Luojiao's strength was indeed a bit formidable, and she was actually able to fight him to a standstill. Hong Ye's brows were tightly furrowed. She never expected that in the end, it would actually involve the appearance of Wu Luojiao. This woman was no ordinary person. She also didn't know if he could hold on. If not, the Luo City branch would be truly finished. At this thought, Hong Ye was also a little angry and attacked Yangshan. The people next to her also charged up. The original teammates had now turned into traitors. Who wouldn't be angry about this? A look of horror appeared in Yangshan's eyes. He still wanted to dodge, but the injury on his butt made it so he didn't dare to make any large movements. Soon, he was beaten to a pulp by Hong Ye, his injuries even more serious. Wu Luojiao was held back by him and couldn't come to Yangshan's aid. Yangshan had already been beaten into an idiot, his face bruised and swollen. The 2 traitors from before were also beaten into idiots, falling to the ground, their faces dazed. Their tokens had also been searched out, and then they would all be eliminated from the competition. He was still in a great battle with Wu Luojiao. Seeing this with a glance, he said directly, hang him up and beat him for me. Beat him hard, beat him until he smokes. After Hong Ye paused for a moment, she also made a move. The others directly picked up bricks and stones from the ground and began to throw them fiercely. You dare? Wu Luojiao was furious. Yan Shen was her cousin. To be beaten like this right in front of her. If word of this got out, how could she have any face left? What's there to not dare? He shouted loudly, and at the same time the wrench was directly thrown out, carrying with it a lightning-fast force, and it smashed into Yang Shen's little brother. A scream like a pig being slaughtered immediately rang out, as if the entire ownerless zone could hear this heart-wrenching scream. Yang Shen lay on the ground, rolling around constantly. He reached down to touch, and found that it was all shattered. His heart was also shattered. Pata Thunder God, assist me, he shouted again. Lightning shot from his hand and directly ignited a fire. Immediately, flames rose. Wu Luojiao was horrified. Even as a top 3 existence in the martial artist hall, she had never seen a martial art that could create lightning with bare hands. Moreover, this martial art was really very strong. Wu Luojiao was silent. She knew he couldn't beat him, but she really didn't have the face to say it. It was really too shameful. At this moment, Yang Shen was still screaming heart-wrenchingly. The fire was finally put out with great difficulty. But they're burnt to a crisp. A buzzbutman reluctantly offered a dagger. They're all burnt. Should we just cut it off? Tears streamed down Yang Shen's face. He seemed to see the rest of his life before him. After a long moment, he said in a low voice, well, it's better than nothing. Right? Su Chen, tell me, how do you want to settle this today? After a long while, Wu Luojiao finally couldn't take it anymore and he ignored her, and charged at Yang Shen with his sword. Seeing this, Yang Shen was terrified. Wu Luojiao tried to stop him again. But this time, she couldn't. A sword light flashed past, piercing through her thick defense, and landed directly on Yang Shen. In an instant, he let out a tragic scream. And this time, it was really gone. It had fallen off. He was about to pick it up, but Su Chen swung his sword, and the sword light spun, directly shredding it. Off. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, he was no longer whole. How great was this damage to him? Might as well just die. He had clearly developed a killing intent. He charged forward, and a terrifying sword aura descended, severely injuring Yang Shen and damaging his foundation. Wu Luojiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face also turning extremely pale. She looked at him in disbelief. She had been injured by him. She was a top 3 existence on the genius rankings of the martial artist Grand Hall. What right did he have? But now was not the time to dwell all on these things. He charged again, determined to kill Yang Shen. Su Chen, as long as the Green Mountains stand, the water will flow forever. The next time we meet, I will personally take your head. In the next second, a card appeared in her hand. A flash of light, and their figures vanished without a trace. Teleportation talisman. Hong Ye cried out in shock. As expected of someone from the headquarters, so rich. At the same time, she was extremely shocked in her heart. The value of a teleportation talisman was very expensive. Even the Luochen branch had never sold one. Damn it. I couldn't kill that bastard Yang Shen. He was so disgusted that he felt he had to kill him. Otherwise his Dao heart would be unstable. With that, he turned to look at the 2 traitors from before, a killing intent in his eyes. Sensing his strong killing intent, the 2 of them directly knelt before him and begged, Elder Su, I was wrong. Elder Su, we were also instigated by that bastard Yang Shen. You are a man of great magnanimity. Please don't lower yourself to our level. I've always been very amiable. You guys are making this very difficult for me. He smiled and walked up to them. Ong Yi couldn't help but glance at him. Are you sure you're very amiable? In the next second, 2 sword gleams suddenly appeared, piercing through their foreheads. You didn't choose to be a man, but a dog. Killing these 2, there was not a ripple in his eyes, as if it were a trivial matter. Killing them will probably cause a lot of trouble, she couldn't help but say. Although these 2 were hateful, they are after all the nephews of 2 very prestigious elders in the Luochen branch. Those 2 elders will definitely not let this go. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have killed them. They were just 2 traitors. Since they're killed, they're killed. Hearing this, she didn't say anything more. But thinking of Wu Luojiao, she was a little worried in her heart. She was from the headquarters, and the granddaughter of an elder there. Now that he had offended her, their Luochen branch would probably be targeted. Not just by the 10 Halls Alliance, but from the headquarters itself. Thinking of this, everyone's heart grew heavy. If you're worried, you can leave. He seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said directly, then turned to leave. But Hong Yi, after a moment's thought, directly followed. So what if I'm worried? We are a collective. If there's trouble, We'll bear it together." The others exchanged a look, and then also followed. According to the previous regulations, besides killing demonic beasts to get points, there were also some energy orbs placed in the no-man zone by the martial artist Grand Hall. Obtaining one could increase their score by 100 points. Furthermore, these orbs could be used to receive the Grand Hall's baptism after the competition, absorbing the energy within to improve their cultivation and build their foundation. Many people had directly broken through to the Grandmaster realm after receiving the baptism. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. He turned to look at Hong Yai. "Why don't I know about this? Why didn't the Hall Master tell me? Is there any requirement for this baptism? As long as you get an energy orb. At that time, the Grand Hall will activate a formation. Anyone with an orb can receive the baptism. But in the formation, there are 10 formation eyes, where the baptism received is the best, so it's fought over by many people. It later evolved into the top 10 position. So every competition is not just about hunting demonic beasts to accumulate points, but also about people specifically looking for energy orbs." Hearing this, he stroked his chin. Such a good thing, naturally, could not be missed. There's no rule saying that energy orbs can't be snatched, right? He asked the question he most wanted to ask. Hong Yai was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to ask such a thing. Shouldn't he be asking me how to find these energy orbs? It seems there isn't. Hearing this, he grinned. "Let's go route. And no, let's go find some energy orbs." He almost blurted out his true thoughts, and hurriedly corrected himself. The others looked at him with a strange expression. As expected, this guy had no good intentions. At this time on the square, Luo Tiany's face was the ugliest. The person he had painstakingly selected had turned out to be a traitor. The most ridiculous thing was that these three were not eliminated by other branches, but by their own people. A killing intent appeared in his eyes. This time, after he returned, he would definitely purge the Luochen branch. These three were all recommended by the elders of the branch, who had patted their chests in assurance. "Luo Tiany, what's with your branch? Are you going to kill all your own people by the end of it?" A robust man beside him laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery but also with killing intent. He had killed so many of their people. After he came out, he would definitely make him pay the price. Luo Tiany was unhappy in his heart and was about to say something when a terrifying aura like an abyss suddenly descended. This terrifying aura was like an abyss and Mount Tae pressing down, making everyone unable to breathe, feeling an extreme horror. Even Elder Mu in the sky's face changed, and he directly fell to the ground. In the next second, the space became illusory, and then, a figure silently appeared in the air. Venerable Dao, after seeing the figure in the air, Elder Mu immediately saluted and shouted, "We welcome the Venerable." In the next second, all the branch hall masters saluted and shouted, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. This person was the supreme leader of the martial artist Grand Hall, the current martial sovereign, a true powerhouse, known to the world as the Saber Sovereign. Previous competitions were all presided over by Elder Mu. No one had expected this big shot to appear this time. The Saber Sovereign said nothing, his eyes extremely grave as he looked in a certain direction in the no-man's zone. This strange action confused everyone. Even Elder Mu was a little confused. But in the next second, another terrifying aura appeared, confronting his. The terrifying shockwave made the branch hall masters on the square unable to bear it. And they coughed up blood, and fell to the ground on the spot. "Demon Sovereign, you've crossed the line," he finally said, the two auras clashing, seeming to have reached a balance. Then, in the deepest part of the no-man's zone, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a burly man in black, with horns on his head and some scales on his forehead. "Have I crossed the line?" The Demon Sovereign laughed loudly, his whole body covered in a terrifying killing intent. "The years, you've turned the outskirts of my territory into your training ground, constantly killing my people. You say I've crossed the line." He was the true king of this no-man's zone, a great serpent who had cultivated into a flood dragon, reaching the cultivation of a martial sovereign. "This place was our territory before," the Saber Sovereign said, his eyes sharp, as if two peerless sabers were hidden within. "Haha, that was so many years ago. Do you have the face to bring it up now? If you have the guts, then take it back." Hearing this, he fell silent. The human race now had to guard against the aberrants in the abyss, and worry about the demonic race on the surface. It can be said that they were being attacked from both within and without. The situation was very bad. Where would they find the strength to reclaim their old territory? "Tell me, what do you really want?" Hearing this, a hint of amusement appeared on the Demon Sovereign's face. "These years, you've turned my territory into a training ground for your human race. I also want to take this opportunity to train my people a little. Don't worry, I understand the rules of the Kisi realm. The moment these words were spoken, the Saber Sovereign was immediately furious. A towering saber tore through the blue sky. Demon Sovereign, you dare. He was truly angry. He had heard the meaning in his words. This was a desire to send the strongest Kisi realm demonic beasts to participate. If it were the demonic beasts from the outskirts before, those were all weak and insignificant, best for training. But if the demon sovereign sent his own demonic beasts to participate, the meaning would be different. After so many years of development, the demonic beasts in this no-man's zone had already matured, even establishing their own kingdoms in the old cities of mankind, with a strict hierarchy. What do I not dare? The demon sovereign's face also turned cold. Then he said, at worst, we'll start a war. Along with his words, the oars of a dozen or so martial sovereigns shot into the sky, followed by the oars of hundreds of martial kings. The auras below the martial king level were even more numerous. The terrifying killing intent directly condensed into a black flood dragon circling in the air. This was the demonic beast army. The Saber Sovereign's face also changed. He never expected that in the years they had been busy guarding the abyss, the demonic beasts on the surface had grown to this extent, completely exceeding their imagination. And now there was even a demonic beast army. For the human race, this was not a good sign. You want a war? I'll accompany you to the end. A pitch-black long saber appeared in his hand, pointed straight at the demon sovereign. Old man, can you stop pretending? The demon sovereign said with a laugh. If you want to start a war now, my demonic beast army is enough to level this place in an instant. Your martial artist Grand Hall will be completely finished. And I don't want to confront you now. Your people have killed so many of my people over the years. I'm just letting my people participate in the training. This isn't too much, is it? Hearing his words, the Saber Sovereign didn't know how to reply, because he was speaking the truth. Tell me, what is your real purpose? He asked again. He didn't believe the demon sovereign had appeared just for this. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Haha, what purpose could I have? It's just to increase the difficulty for your people a little. Speaking of which, you should thank me for helping you train your people. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying aura directly sealed off the no-man's zone. In other words, now, even if the combatants inside crushed their jade tablets, they would not be teleported out. The Saber Sovereign wanted to say something else, but then the ground began to shake. A demonic beast army was approaching. Ha ha ha, my people have also participated. Let's see who loses, and who wins in the end. Shock, shock, use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. When millions of demonic beasts appeared in the sky above the ownerless zone, the Saber Sovereign was completely stunned. He never expected the demon sovereign to dare to do such a thing. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the human race. But before he could take any action, the demon sovereign had already arrived above the demonic beast army. My people have also participated. Let's see who loses and who wins in the end. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the people on the square finally breathed a sigh of relief, though the look of horror had not yet disappeared from their faces. Sovereign, what should we do about this? The Saber Sovereign heard this and sighed. I'll inform the other martial sovereigns to prepare in advance. For this evil creature to act like this, he must have a plan. As for the participants in the ownerless zone, they can only rely on themselves. After speaking, the Saber Sovereign had already begun to contact the other martial sovereigns of Hwakia. At this time, in the ownerless zone, all the participants looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with horror. Some people even wanted to withdraw from the competition, but crushing the jade tablet had no effect at all. What should we do about this? Anya asked, her eyes filled with worry and tension. Then, of course, we're helpless, he replied indifferently. They're here. Prepare to meet them. He took a breath, feeling the aura coming from the front. The Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in his hand. In front, over 100 demonic beasts had already charged over, their entire bodies filled with a baleful aura. These were not the stray demonic beasts from before, nor were they comparable to the pack of black wolf demons from earlier. These were demonic beasts from deep within the ownerless zone, with powerful bloodlines, or descendants of demon kings, even demon emperors. The faces of Hanyai and the others changed drastically, their hearts filled with panic. At this distance, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. It's over. The jade tablet has lost its effect, a long-haired male student said, despair in his heart. In front, over 100 demonic beasts were all at the Sea of Ki realm. How could the 7 of them be a match? He, however, said nothing. The myriad soul banner in his hand instantly appeared, the resentful soul's dispatch. This time, he no longer held back, releasing all the resentful souls in the myriad soul banner to join the battle. What surprised him was that Hong Yai actually spoke with determination, having already drawn her longsword, ready to fight. Pata, human race. It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh. I miss the taste of your blood and flesh. A fox demon leading the charge, at the peak of the Sea of Ki realm, opened its bloody mouth, and charged forward to attack. It was the son of a demon king, with the blood of a demon king flowing in its veins. He smeared. The sword armor swirled, and a terrifying sword momentum descended, along with the head of the fox demon rolling on the ground. You want to eat me? Are you worthy? He snorted coldly. The resentful souls had already charged up. The sword momentum, mixed with lightning, directly charged into the group of demonic beasts and began a slaughter. Seeing this, Hong Yai also charged up, fighting a great battle with a peak Sea of Ki realm wolf demon. Damn it, if we die, we die. The other 5 also gritted their teeth, gripped their weapons and charged forward directly. The entire ownerless zone. It wasn't just his place that was being besieged by demonic beasts. The others were all facing similar situations. Wu Lujiao had just led Yang Shen to teleport to an open space and breathed a sigh of relief, only to see countless demonic beasts charging towards them from all around, having already surrounded them tightly. At the same time on the square, everyone's face was filled with worry. Their geniuses were still in the ownerless zone, besieged by so many demonic beasts. It was feared they wouldn't be able to hold on. If they all died in the ownerless zone, it was feared that their martial artists hall would also suffer a generational. But they had no other choice. They could only watch the image on the projection screen. After all, even the great Saber Sovereign had no way. What could they, who were merely at the Marquis realm, do? Look, that's the Luicity branch. Suddenly, a voice came. Everyone's eyes followed the direction the person was pointing. In the image was him. He was holding the Dragon Abyss sword as if in an uninhabited land, killing until his entire body was covered in blood. But it was all the blood of demonic beasts. He himself was not injured at all. At this moment, the strength of the indestructible golden body was revealed. On the contrary, Hong Yai and the others all had wounds on their bodies, and the situation was not very optimistic. After all, not everyone was as monstrous as him. Whose subordinate is this guy? Since when did a branch allow such a powerful person to appear? Are you kidding me? This guy kills demonic beasts easier than killing pigs. The hall masters of these branches said, each one astonished, their eyes fixed on him in the image. Lu Tiany's face was also filled with shock. In the end, he had still underestimated him. How strong was this guy's strength? Did he get stronger when he met a strong opponent? What was important was, what on earth was that thing billowing with black smoke behind him? Who is this person? Give me his information, the Saber Sovereign said, his tone carrying a hint of joy. After so many years, a true genius had finally appeared among the branches. Although this guy's methods were indeed a bit questionable, it couldn't erase his genius nature. Soon, information about him appeared in the Saber Sovereign's hands. He was still killing, having been besieged by the demonic beasts. Sensing his strength and terror, this group of demonic beasts changed their tactics and all ganged up to kill him. As for the injured Hong Yai and the others, leaving one demonic beast to hold them back was enough. At this time, the over 100 demonic beasts from before were now reduced to less than 30. But these 30 were all half-step Grandmaster realm demonic beasts. Even he, with a sword in one hand, the myriad soul banner in the other, and lightning on his head, was having a little trouble holding on. Surrender. Human, you are very strong, but against us, you are no match. Or choose to submit, follow me, and I can spare your life, a large, golden-furred lion said. Next to it was a large elephant, its entire body as white as jade, its strength also shockingly not weak. He took a breath, and then directly exchanged for 2 blood-burst heavenly thunders. Then, without any hesitation, he threw them out. A beast wants me to submit. Are you worthy? He said, and then directly charged out. The next second, an explosion suddenly sounded. Flames shot into the sky, the ground shook, and cracks spread out continuously. He was also affected by the shock wave and was directly thrown out. Hong Yai and the others, who were still in a daze, were directly sent flying, thrown far away. The light from the flames could be seen throughout the entire ownerless zone. Everyone and all the demonic beasts were drawn by this explosion. Everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts. Could someone have thrown an atomic bomb over here? But that shouldn't be. And since the revival of spiritual energy, the effect of hot weapons had been greatly reduced. After a long while, the flames dissipated. A large number of the original demonic beasts had been killed in the explosion, their bodies blown to pieces. Immediately after, he crawled out of the rubble, his entire body tattered, looking a little pathetic. But what surprised him was that at the center of the explosion, that large, shaggy white elephant had not died. Damn it, its skin is even thicker than those guys. Wan Lin, he couldn't help but say. Although this white elephant was not killed in the explosion, it was also severely injured. Its jade, white skin had also turned black, with many places burned, and its tusks had turned into a fire-boking stick. Anye and the others, their minds buzzing, climbed out of the rubble, their faces dazed, not knowing what had just happened. He hurriedly exchanged for a bottle of top-grade healing pills, spending 1,000 kill points. Although it was very expensive, since entering the ownerless zone, he had also accumulated nearly 10,000 kill points. After taking a pill, he could clearly feel his injuries recovering. Only then did he give one to Hong Ye and the others as well. What kind of pill is this? Its effect is probably not even comparable to the top-grade healing pills of the martial artists' hall. After taking the pill, a few of them said in shock, their eyes filled with deep shock. The top-grade healing pills of the martial artists' hall were worth hundreds of billions, but their effect was not as obvious as this. Su Chen, what on earth is this healing pill? Hong Yi said in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This was definitely the most effective healing pill she had ever taken. I robbed it. But you have to pay for this pill. Remember to charge me according to the price of the martial artists' hall. One pill for 100 billion. His words immediately stunned Hong Yi and the others. They stared at him blankly for a long time before finally saying a sentence. Can I throw it up now? No, he replied. I don't have any money. How about I offer myself to you? Hong Yi never expected him to demand money. Where would she get 100 billion? What do I need you for? What can you do? He glanced at Hong Yi. How could a woman be as fragrant as money? I can discuss $100 million projects with you. 100 billion. That would probably require many projects, right? Hearing this, he was at a loss for words. Why did these words sound a little off? As if understanding, he blushed a little and glanced at Hong Yi. It had to be said that Hong Yi's figure was very good, and her appearance was also very pleasing to the eye. Her pair of eyes were even more captivating. I am a decent person, he said. Hong Yi sneered. A decent person? Why are you fiddling with my hair? He didn't dare to continue, afraid that the cruel reality would destroy his noble character. The main thing was, it wasn't convenient here. He came to the side of the white elephant. At this time, the white elephant was still pretending to be dead. He directly kicked it over, tied its trunk in a knot, and then asked, What on earth are you doing in the ownerless zone? The white elephant let out a tragic scream in pain. It still wanted to resist but was struck on the butt by his hand channeling lightning. That numb and painful feeling made the white elephant jump up directly, screaming tragically. Not talking. Are you? He showed a sinister smile, directly pressed the white elephant down. I exchanged for a pack of strong laxatives for the white elephant to drink. He then struck the white elephant's butt with several more bolts of lightning, directly smashing its butt. Soon, the strong laxatives took effect. The white elephant's stomach churned, but the heart-wrenching pain in its butt made it not dare to defecate. This pain was truly too torturous. You, come over here and sew up its butt, he said to a buzzed-up man next to him. The buzzed-up man's face was dazed, his whole body stunned. After being hit a few times by him, he finally reacted, picked up a needle and thread, and began to work with a pained expression. But he also didn't know if it was because the white elephant really couldn't hold it in, but it directly sprayed out. The buzzed-up man was sprayed all over. The sour smell made the buzzed-up man's tears flow uncontrollably. He then quickly sewed up the white elephant's butt, and even kicked it a few times. The white elephant cried out in pain, tears flowing down its face. It really couldn't take it anymore. My father is the white elephant king. You dare to treat me like this, my father. But he basically didn't give it a chance to talk nonsense, directly breaking its tusks. They were even stained with blood. After wiping off the dirt, they were as white as snow and shiny, a rare treasure. He directly stored them away. Last chance. If you don't talk, I will. He took out another bag of laxatives. A look of human, like horror appeared in the white elephant's eyes. It looked at him as if looking at a demon. I don't know, I really don't know. The white elephant was finally scared, but it really didn't know. This matter was personally ordered by the great demon sovereign. My father is only a demon king, and is not qualified to know the inside story. Unless it's a descendant of a demon emperor. Perhaps they would know a little. Hearing this, he was stunned. "Where is the son of the demon emperor?" "I don't know either," the white elephant replied, not daring to hide anything anymore. "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead me to find him," he said, and then told the Buzz-But Man to loosen the white elephant's butt. The Buzz-But Man glanced at him with a resentful look but still did as he was told. After the white elephant was completely unable to defecate, he took out the myriad soul banner and also imprisoned all the souls of the surrounding demonic beasts. Then he rode on the white elephant and headed in one direction. This scene made the corners of Hong Ye and the others' mouths twitch. This guy was really the... Not only Hong Ye, but also the group of branch hall masters and Elder Mu and the Saber Sovereign on the square were silent. After traveling for an unknown distance, the white elephant stopped. But they were burnt to a crisp. A Buzz-But Man reluctantly offered a dagger. "They're all burnt. Should we just cut it off?" Uncontrollable tears streamed down Yang Shen's face. He seemed to see the rest of his life before him. After a long moment, he said in a low voice, "Well, it's better than nothing, right? Su Chen, tell me, how do you want to settle this today?" After a long while, Wu Luozhou finally couldn't take it anymore and asked. He ignored her and charged at Yang Shen with his sword. Seeing this, Yang Shen was terrified. Wu Luozhou tried to stop him again, but this time, she couldn't. A sword light flashed past, piercing through her thick defense and landed directly on Yang Shen. In an instant, he let out a tragic scream. And this time, it was really gone. It did fallen off. He was about to pick it up, but Su Chen swung his sword, and the sword light spun, directly shredding it. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, he was no longer whole. How great was this damage to him? Might as well just die. He had clearly developed killing intent. He charged forward, and a terrifying sword aura descended, severely injuring Yang Shen and damaging his foundation. Wu Luozhou coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face also turning extremely pale. She looked at him in disbelief. She had been injured by him. She was a top 3 existence on the genius rankings of the martial artist Grand Hall. What right did he have? But now was not the time to dwell on these things. He charged again, determined to kill Yang Shen. "Su Chen, as long as the Green Mountains stand, the water will flow forever. The next time we meet, I will personally take your head." In the next second, a card appeared in her hand. A flash of light, and their figures vanished without a trace. Teleportation talisman. Hong Yi cried out in shock. As expected of someone from the headquarters, so rich, at the same time, she was extremely shocked in her heart. The value of a teleportation talisman was very expensive. Even the Luochen branch had never sold one. Damn it, I couldn't kill that bastard Yang Shen. He was so disgusted that he felt he had to kill him, otherwise his Dao heart would be unstable. With that, he turned to look at the 2 traitors from before, a killing intent in his eyes. Sensing his strong killing intent, the 2 of them directly knelt before him and begged, "Elder Su, I was wrong. Elder Su, we were also instigated by that bastard Yang Shen. You are a man of great magnanimity. Please don't lower yourself to our level. I've always been very amiable. You guys are making this very difficult for me." He smiled and walked up to them. Hong Yi couldn't help but glance at him. "Are you sure you're very amiable?" In the next second, 2 sword gleams suddenly appeared, piercing through their foreheads. "You didn't choose to be a man, but a dog." Killing these 2, there was not a ripple in his eyes, as if it were a trivial matter. "Killing them will probably cause a lot of trouble," she couldn't help but say. Although these 2 were hateful, they are after all the nephews of 2 very prestigious elders in the Luochen branch. Those 2 elders will definitely not let this go. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have killed them. They were just 2 traitors. Since they're killed, they're killed. Hearing this, she didn't say anything more. But thinking of Wu Luozhou, she was a little worried in her heart. She was from the headquarters, and the granddaughter of an elder there. Now that he had offended her, their Luochen branch would probably be targeted. Not just by the 10 Halls Alliance, but from the headquarters itself. Thinking of this, everyone's heart grew heavy. "If you're worried, you can leave." He seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said directly, then turned to leave. But Hong Yi, after a moment's thought, directly followed. "So what if I'm worried? We are collected. If there's trouble, we'll bear it together." The others exchanged a look, and then also followed. According to the previous regulations, besides killing demonic beasts to get points, there were also some energy orbs placed in the no-man's zone by the martial artist Grand Hall. Obtaining one could increase their score by 100 points. Furthermore, these orbs could be used to receive the Grand Hall's baptism after the competition, absorbing the energy within to improve their cultivation and build their foundation. Many people had directly broken through to the Grandmaster realm after receiving the baptism. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. He turned to look at Hong Yai. Why don't I know about this? Why didn't the Hall Master tell me? Is there any requirement for this baptism? As long as you get an energy orb. At that time, the Grand Hall will activate a formation. Anyone with an orb can receive the baptism. But in the formation, there are 10 formation eyes, where the baptism received is the best. So it's fought over by many people. It later evolved into the top 10 positions. So every competition is not just about hunting demonic beasts to accumulate points, but also about people specifically looking for energy orbs. Hearing this, he stroked his chin. Such a good thing, naturally, could not be missed. There's no rule saying that energy orbs can't be snatched, right? He asked the question he most wanted to ask. Gaia was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to ask such a thing. Shouldn't he be asking me how to find these energy orbs? It seems there isn't. Hearing this, he grinned. Let's go rob. No. Let's go find some energy orbs. He almost blurted out his true thoughts, and hurriedly corrected himself. The others looked at him with a strange expression. As expected, this guy had no good intentions. At this time on the square, Luo Tiany's face was the ugliest. The person he had painstakingly selected had turned out to be a traitor. The most ridiculous thing was that these three were not eliminated by other branches, but by their own people. A killing intent appeared in his eyes. This time, after he returned, he would definitely purge the Luochen branch. These three were all recommended by the elders of the branch, who had patted their chests in assurance. Luo Tiany, what's with your branch? Are you going to kill all your own people by the end of it? A robust man beside him laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery, but also with killing intent. He had killed so many of their people. After he came out, he would definitely make him pay the price. Luo Tiany was unhappy in his heart, and was about to say something when a terrifying aura like an abyss suddenly descended. This terrifying aura was like an abyss and Mount Tag pressing down, making everyone unable to breathe, feeling an extreme horror. Even Elder Mu in the sky's face changed, and he directly fell to the ground. In the next second, the space became illusory. And then, a figure silently appeared in the air. Venerable Dao. After seeing the figure in the air, Elder Mu immediately saluted and shouted, "We welcome the Venerable." In the next second, all the branch hallmasters saluted and shouted, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. This person was the supreme leader of the martial artists Grand Hall, the current martial sovereign, a true powerhouse, known to the world as the Saber Sovereign. Previous competitions were all presided over by Elder Mu. No one had expected this big shot to appear this time. The Saber Sovereign said nothing, his eyes extremely grave as he looked in a certain direction in the no-and zone. This strange action confused everyone. Even Elder Mu was a little confused. But in the next second, another terrifying aura appeared, confronting his. The terrifying shockwave made the branch hall masters on the square unable to bear it, and they coughed up blood and fell to the ground on the spot. "Demon Sovereign, you've crossed the line," he finally said, the two auras clashing, seeming to have reached a balance. Then, in the deepest part of the no-and zone, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a burly man in black, with horns on his head and some scales on his forehead. "Have I crossed the line?" The Demon Sovereign laughed loudly, his whole body covered in a terrifying, killing intent. "These years, you've turned the outskirts of my territory into your training ground, constantly killing my people. You say I've crossed the line." He was the true king of this no-and zone, a great serpent who had cultivated into a flood dragon, reaching the cultivation of a martial sovereign. "This place was our territory before," the Saber Sovereign said, his eyes sharp, as if two peerless sabers were hidden within. "Haha, that was so many years ago. Do you have the face to bring it up now? If you have the guts, then take it back." Hearing this, he fell silent. The human race now had to guard against the aberrants in the abyss, and worry about the demonic race on the surface. It could be said that they were being attacked from both within and without. The situation was very bad. Where would they find the strength to reclaim their old territory? "Tell me, what do you really want?" Hearing this, a hint of amusement appeared on the Demon Sovereign's face. "These years, you've turned my territory into a training ground for your human race. I also want to take this opportunity to train my people a little. Don't worry, I understand the rules of the Kisi realm." The moment these words were spoken, the Saber Sovereign was immediately furious. A towering saber tore through the blue sky. "Demon Sovereign, you dare!" He was truly angry. He had heard the meaning in his words. This was a desire to send the strongest Kisi realm demonic beasts to participate. If it were the demonic beasts from the outskirts before, Those were all weak and insignificant, best for training. But if the demon sovereign sent his own demonic beasts to participate, the meaning would be different. After so many years of development, the demonic beasts in this no-and zone had already matured, even establishing their own kingdoms in the old cities of mankind, with a strict hierarchy. What do I not dare? The demon sovereign's face also turned cold. Then he said, "At worst, we'll start a war." Along with his words, the auras of a dozen or so martial sovereigns shot into the sky, followed by the auras of hundreds of martial kings. The auras below the martial king level were even more numerous. The terrifying killing intent directly condensed into a black flood dragon circling in the air. This was the demonic beast army. The Saber sovereign's face also changed. He never expected that in the years they had been busy guarding the abyss. The demonic beasts on the surface had grown to this extent, completely exceeding their imagination. And now there was even a demonic beast army. For the human race, this was not a good sign. "You want a war? I'll accompany you to the end." A pitch-black long saber appeared in his hand, pointed straight at the demon sovereign. "Old man, can you stop pretending?" The demon sovereign said with a laugh. "If you want to start a war now, my demonic beast army is enough to level this place in an instant. Your martial artist grand hall will be completely finished, and I don't want to confront you now. Your people have killed so many of my people over the years. I'm just letting my people participate in the training. This isn't too much, is it?" Hearing his words, the Saber sovereign didn't know how to reply, because he was speaking the truth. "Tell me, what is your real purpose?" he asked again. He didn't believe the demon sovereign had appeared just for this. There must be a conspiracy behind it. "Ha ha, what purpose could I have? It's just to increase the difficulty for your people a little. Speaking of which, you should thank me for helping you train your people." The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying aura directly sealed off the no-and zone. In other words, now, even if the competitors inside crushed their jade tablets, they would not be teleported out. The Saber sovereign wanted to say something else, but then the ground began to shake. A demonic beast army was approaching. "Ha ha ha, my people have also participated. Let's see who loses and who wins in the end." Shock. His face pale. His spear was even broken in two, falling to the side. The number one genius on the martial artists hall's genius ranking had been defeated by him just like that, and it was a crushing defeat. "And you still want me to apologize? Are you worthy? You're worthy of a hammer." He cursed directly. He had thought he had met a strong opponent, but he never expected it to be just this. He hadn't even been forced to use his full strength. Hu Honyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected that in the end, it would be him who lost, and so thoroughly. What was important was that he had lost in front of Wu Ludio. Now, his face was completely lost. At the same time, on the square, everyone was stunned, looking at the image on the projection screen. Among them, the one who had received the most attention from beginning to end was him. When they saw Fu Honyun appear, they all thought he was about to lose. No one was willing to believe that he could defeat Fu Honyun. He was the number one on the genius ranking of the martial artists hall, and he even had a prestigious status as the grand disciple of the Saber sovereign. As expected, the next second, the Saber sovereign was enraged. He directly tore open the void and disappeared from the spot. The peerless Saber sovereign would never have expected that the person before him, only at the Sea of Key realm, could defeat his undefeated genius grand disciple with one move. At this moment, even the Saber sovereign couldn't help but shake his head with a grave expression. "I have failed in teaching this disciple of mine." The demon sovereign next to him had a similarly grave expression, because he discovered that he had actually killed so many elite demonic beasts of their clan by himself. This couldn't help but make him feel a trace of threat. Soon, he had found the jade tablet on Fu Honyun's body, and taken it. He also conveniently took all the valuable things on him. What surprised him even more was that this guy actually had 37 energy orbs. One had to know that with enough energy orbs, one could directly refine them to the Grandmaster realm. After that, he looked towards Wu Lujiao, then rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Will you do it yourself, or should I help?" "But I suggest that I help." Seeing him look at her, Wu Lujiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood his meaning. She was instantly enraged, having never suffered such a grievance. "Su Chen, don't go too far. If you're so great, then kill me. Su Chen, if you dare to harm Lu Zhou in the slightest, I won't let you go even if I die," Fu Honyun said with a ferocious expression, as if carrying a very deep resentment. Feeling this resentment that could sustain a dozen evil sword immortals, he took out a wrench without any hesitation, and aimed straight for Fu Honyun's head, smashing it repeatedly. After a thorough beating, he finally stopped, sneering, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. This terrifying and bloody scene truly scared Wu Luozhou. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. But you have to let me go. Oh, sometimes I'm really with it." He was very helpless. "If I kill you, your things will be mine anyway." The moment these words were spoken, Wu Luozhou was truly stunned. She never expected him to say such things. Yai and the others standing next to her had strange expressions. They couldn't find any flaws in these words either. But this was Wu Luozhou, after all, the third ranked genius on the martial artists hall's genius ranking, with a martial emperor backing her. If he really killed Wu Luozhou after he got out, it was feared that he didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He snatched Wu Luozhou's spatial ring and directly drew his sword to thrust. But just at that critical moment, a powerful force suddenly descended, making his sword unable to advance another inch. Su Chen. That's enough. This is just a competition. In the end, you are all family. There are some grudges, but it's not necessary to go this far. Seeing this, Yai immediately looked up and saw a phantom figure standing in front of him, blocking his attack. This person was the Saber Sovereign from outside. This was just a clone of his. He saw this and said nothing, his brows tightly furrowed. He never expected to have alarmed even a sovereign to make a move. This kid is really... That's enough. After you leave the ownerless zone, this sovereign will give you a great fortune as a way of repaying your favor. If you have any trouble in the future, this sovereign can make a move for you once, the Saber Sovereign said. Although you are from a branch, you are also a part of the martial artists hall. With such a genius, if nurtured well, you will definitely become a great power in the future, which is beneficial to the martial artists hall, not harmful. Amai. Saber Sovereign, you're speaking too far ahead. After all, I am a member of the martial artists hall. We are all family. Could I really kill them? He immediately said with a grin, retracting the Dragon Abyss sword. The Saber Sovereign shook his head, feeling in his heart that this kid was really realistic. The next second, a stream of spiritual light from the Saber Sovereign's hand immediately entered the bodies of Fu Hongyun and Wu Luozhou. The wounds on their bodies began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, they were completely healed, just looking a little pathetic. Logically speaking, they have already been eliminated. But this time, the Demon Sovereign leading the demonic beasts here definitely has a plan. Before the Demon Sovereign shows his cards, I cannot act rashly. So, next, you will have to deal with it yourselves. Although the two of them are no match for you, they also have some skills. I hope you can put aside your previous grudges, let go of your prejudices, and join forces to stop the demonic beast's plot. The Saber Sovereign looked at him quietly. You were able to defeat Fu Hongyun, which proves that this time, among the younger generation of the martial artists hall, your strength is the strongest. He heard this and was puzzled. So you mean you want me to lead them? The Saber Sovereign nodded, but Fu Hongyun next to him was immediately unhappy. He was the leader of the younger generation of the martial artists hall. How could he listen to a young brat from a branch? If word of this got out, how could he have any face left? "Pen, you can't blame me," he said with a smile. The Saber Sovereign looked at Fu Hongyun and Wu Luozhou in silence. To be defeated by someone and still think you have conditions. Do you have any shame left? Is this what your masters taught you? The Saber Sovereign was a little angry. A loss is a loss. If you don't dare to face your own failure, then you will be a failure for the rest of your life. If you are not willing, you can withdraw now. I will take you out of the ownerless zone now. Seeing the Saber Sovereign angry again, Fu Hongyun and Wu Luozhou didn't dare to say anything, bowing their heads, a look of grievance on their faces. We know we were wrong. Only then did the Saber Sovereign nod with satisfaction. Immediately after, a small dagger the size of a thumb fell into his hand. At a critical moment, it can help you. The moment he finished speaking, the Saber Sovereign's clone also completely disappeared. But before he could examine this small dagger, a baleful aura came from behind him. The next second, he instinctively gripped the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. He turned around and saw a green-faced lion several jong tall slowly walking out. Around it, one demonic beast after another appeared in a flash, their powerful aura surrounding them. "White elephant, what's wrong with you?" The green-faced lion walked out and, seeing the pathetic state of the white elephant, couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, you're finally here." Ooh. The white elephant's tears immediately streamed down, its tone carrying endless pain and sorrow. As the son of a demon king, he had actually been reduced to a mount and tortured into this state. He had truly lost all face for the demon king. "Who injured you?" A pitch-black eagle cried out, landing on the ground. Its entire body also emanating a terrifying Kai and blood power. Second brother, it's him. It's him. He humiliated me. The white elephant's tears flowed even more. Hearing this, the cold gazes of the eagle and the green-faced lion immediately looked over, their eyes filled with the baleful killing intent of demonic beasts. It seems you'll have to pay with your life today. Hearing this, he was silent. Seeing this lineup, he also felt a little surprised and also felt it was very familiar. I'm not Tang Sansing. After a long while, he finally said this sentence. Do I have to wait for the three of them, Wan Lin, to save me? Cut the crap. I just want to know what you beasts are doing out here, he said, shaking off the random thoughts in his head. You are not qualified to know. The green-faced lion opened its mouth, and a stream of blood, red light shot out directly. At the same time, the eagle also made a move. The two descendants of the demon emperor charged at him at the same time. They were not stupid, on the contrary. They were very cautious. He, on the other hand, held the dragon abyss sword in one hand, and channeled his lightning technique with the other. The myriad soul banner suddenly appeared behind him, the resentful souls assisting Hong Yai, and the others to fight against the other demonic beasts. After all, they were descendants of the demon emperor, possessing the strongest cultivation techniques and martial arts among the demonic beasts, not at all inferior to him. Tu Honyun and Mu Lujiao also didn't dare to have any other thoughts, and hurriedly met the attack. Frieren unfettered sword art. 5 thunders rectification. In a flash, he threw out 3 blood-burst heavenly thunders. A violent aura spread out, and the terrifying shockwave spread to the surroundings. He fled far away. When the explosion dissipated, the green-faced lion and the eagle were still standing in the same place. Although they were a little injured and looked a little pathetic, they were all superficial wounds, not serious. This made him a little surprised. As expected of the descendants of the demon emperor, they were so formidable. So he immediately sought help from the system. System, is there anything that can suppress demonic beasts? Dame, searching for the host. The Heaven and primary martial art, great mighty heavenly dragon. When executed, can summon a golden dragon, which has a certain suppressive effect on the bloodline of demonic beasts. Exchange. He almost didn't think much and directly chose to exchange. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven and primary martial art, great mighty heavenly dragon. It has been automatically learned to the entry level for the host. Detected that the host has spent a large amount, rewarding the host with a drop of ancient true dragon essence blood. Using it in conjunction can have unexpected effects. The next second he just felt his whole body burn up, as if being burned by fire. His body immediately turned red. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great demonic beasts. They felt a little uneasy in their hearts and immediately charged up to kill him. But the next second, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. The true dragon essence blood had been completely fused. His upper shirt was torn, revealing the firm muscles inside the lines of his pack abs almost comparable to those of the great Reiters. A crimson true dragon tattoo, like a living creature, was swimming on his upper body. At this moment, his indestructible golden body had directly reached the great completion stage, his physical body even stronger than that of a demonic beast. Showing off in front of an expert, he shouted loudly, his voice like rolling thunder. In an instant, the world changed color. His immense power immediately transformed into a phantom of a giant dragon, roaring as it charged up. What was more terrifying was that this dragon phantom actually carried the might of a true dragon. The might of a dragon had a natural suppressive effect on demonic beasts. The green-faced lion and the eagle both had the blood of the demon emperor flowing in their veins, but at this moment, they also felt a fear from the depths of their souls, their hearts trembling a little. Tu Hongyun and the others naturally also felt this true dragon's might. But how could a human like you have a dragon's might? Even a simulated martial art couldn't be so realistic. The dragon phantom flashed past, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth. The green-faced lion and the eagle were directly sent flying, coughing up blood, their auras instantly weakening. He, however, did not reduce his killing intent, channeling all his strength. The phantom appeared again and charged up directly. The surrounding demonic beasts were all crushed. Some demonic beasts were directly shattered by the dragon phantom, turning into a pile of bones and blood. The demonic beasts that were pressing Fu Hongjun into a corner were all severely injured or directly exploded into bones and blood under this one move of his. Wu Luozhou was splattered with blood and was in a very pathetic state, but she didn't dare to complain. After all, at this moment, he was too strong, too terrifying. He just felt his whole body burn up. The dragon abyss sword appeared in his hand again, and he charged up directly. My father is the Green Lion Emperor, who commands 1,000,000 demon troops. You dare to kill me? My father is the Great Ping Emperor. You dare to kill me? The two descendants of the demon emperor said simultaneously. But his sword had already pierced through their bodies, causing their life force to drain away. But in the next second, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly grabbed the green-faced lion, sealed his wound, and left him with a breath of life. At this moment, the demon sovereign, who had been closing his eyes outside, also opened them. Sensing that breath of the true dragon, his expression also changed drastically. At this time, Su Chen had already sealed the green-faced lion's wound. While the lion was still stunned, he slapped him a few times, knocking out all his teeth. You thought I didn't dare to kill you? Idiot. I just want to know what you guys are planning. He had to know what the demonic beasts were planning. Otherwise, this situation was too passive. My father is the Green Lion Emperor. If you kill me, he will definitely not. The green-faced lion said again. But before he could finish, Su Chen had fed him a few low-quality healing pills and then directly bound his mouth. Seeing this, Fu Hongyun and the others were bewildered, not knowing what he was planning. But the white elephant beside him had a look of horror, as if it already knew the green-faced lion's impending fate, a hint of pain in its heart, as if recalling some unpleasant experience. Then, he took out his signature large wrench, dipped it in some iodine, and began to beat the green-faced lion madly, disinfecting as he beat. Boss Su is really careful, the buzz-cut man beside him said. As expected, there was nothing he couldn't do, only things they couldn't think of. At this moment, they were beginning to suspect if his ancestor was the Minister of Punishments. Are he going to talk or not? He asked as he beat. Damn, this guy's mouth is tough. The green-faced lion was already severely injured. And now he was being tortured like this. His limbs were directly broken, bones piercing through his flesh. Fresh blood flowing freely. Bossu. I think he's probably confessed already, the buzz-cut man couldn't help but say. Any more and you'll really beat him to death. Hearing this, he was stunned. Oh, is that so? Why didn't he say anything? The green-faced lion would never have expected that this brat, who was only at the Kisi realm, could torture him, a descendant of a demon emperor, to the point of doubting his life. What he expected, even less, was that this human had no morals at all. It was one thing to beat him to a pulp, but to even sew his mouth shut so he couldn't make a sound, and then to say that he didn't beg for mercy or confess. The buzz-cut man beside him also couldn't help but say to him, Boss Su, I think he's probably confessed. Any more, and you'll really beat him to death. Is that so? Why didn't he say anything? He instinctively said, hitting harder and harder, getting more and more excited. Hey, his mouth is tied up by you, the buzz-cut man carefully reminded him. Hearing this, he was clearly stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. His original intention was to prevent the green-faced lion's tragic screams from being too loud, but he had gotten carried away with the beating and forgotten about it. No wonder this guy didn't say anything. So that's why. Only then did he hurriedly loosen the green-faced lion's mouth. Sorry, I got too carried away with the beating and forgot. These words were even more heartbreaking. The green-faced lion was already too weak to bear it. Fu Hongjun and Wu Luojiao silently exchanged a look, suddenly feeling that he had treated them quite well. The green-faced lion shed uncontrollable tears. I don't know much either. This time, it was the demon sovereign who suddenly acted. I only know that a spatial rift seems to be about to appear here, which may connect to the outside of the starry sky. Connect to the outside of the starry sky. He was a little surprised, his brow furrowed. If so, that could also explain why the demon sovereign, a martial sovereign powerhouse, had suddenly appeared. Then why didn't the demon sovereign send the experts among the demonic beasts, but let Yukisi realm wands come instead? Fu Hongyun and the others beside him were also astonished. This news was truly too shocking. I'm not sure. My father said that there seems to be a rule suppression. That rift can only be entered by experts below the Kisi realm. Those above cannot enter. Where does that rift connect to outside the starry sky? Fu Hongyun asked hurriedly. But the green-faced lion had already stopped breathing. In the end, he still couldn't stand his torture and chose to commit suicide. He shrugged helplessly. Hey, you all saw it. I didn't kill him. He killed himself. Hearing this, everyone was silent, not knowing how he could say such words. This matter is of great importance. We must report it to the Saber Sovereign as soon as possible. The appearance of a spatial rift. No one can guarantee where it connects to, what kind of existence it connects to behind it. He naturally also knew the seriousness of this matter. But before he could speak, a terrifying aura descended. Ha, good. You actually have the essence blood of a true dragon on you. The heavens are truly helping me. The demon sovereign's voice suddenly thundered in his ear, making his mind go blank for a moment. Get lost, demon sovereign, if you want to fight. This venerable one will accompany you. The saber sovereign struck in an instant, blocking this fatal blow for him. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, only feeling a sharp pain in his head. If the saber sovereign hadn't acted in time, he would probably be dead. A martial sovereign was truly extraordinary. Saber sovereign, I only want this kid. If you are willing to hand him over to me, I will immediately withdraw my troops. The demon sovereign's eyes were fervent. His original form was a great serpent that had cultivated into a flood dragon. If he could obtain a drop of true dragon essence blood, his cultivation would surely soar. He might even have a chance to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon in the future. How could he not be tempted by this? Impossible, the saber sovereign said directly, his powerful aura confronting the demon sovereigns. He is very important to me. If you are willing to hand him over to me, I can give you a spirit stone mine. Otherwise, let's fight today. I will spare no cost to get him. The demon sovereign's tone left no room for negotiation. The saber sovereign frowned. The human powerhouses had not yet arrived. If the million-strong demonic beast army was mobilized, he couldn't hold them off. A pitch-black long saber appeared in his hand, humming. Then let's fight. A spirit stone mine. Although I am very tempted, it's still not enough for me to do something that heaven and earth will not tolerate. Seeing this, Fu Hongyun and Wu Luojiao both looked at him, not expecting him to be so attractive to the demon sovereign. How precious was a spirit stone mine? He said nothing. He wasn't worried about them. But that if the demon sovereign really started a war, once the saber sovereign was tied down, the demonic beast army not far away could arrive in an instant, and they couldn't hold them off. The demon sovereign's face was cold, the blood and kai around him transforming into a black dragon coiling around him. Its crimson eyes staring at the saber sovereign. Have you thought it through? You insect. You are really troublesome. If it weren't for the appearance of the abyss back then, and we had to go and fight the aberrants, you insect would have been killed long ago. Now you dare to be so arrogant. A loud laugh that made one's eardrums hurt rang out. A figure then appeared, standing in the void, looking like a middle-aged man, with a burly figure and muscles like coiling dragons. Battle Sovereign. The demon sovereign's voice became deep. He hadn't expected this fierce god to arrive at this time. He had once been chased for 100 miles by him. This guy was a true martial fanatic, a brute who only knew how to fight, and he was vicious when he fought. If it weren't for the matter of the abyss back then, who knows, he might have really died at his hands. Now that this guy had come, today's matter would not be easy to resolve. I only want him, the demon sovereign said, looking at him. He killed many of my young demon experts, and even killed the son of my clan's demon emperor. This deep-seated hatred. I must give them an explanation. Explanation? What the hell do you want an explanation for? If you're not convinced, then let them come out and compete with me. The battle sovereign sneered, his fighting spirit soaring, his expression as if he would start a war at any moment. A bunch of animals, and you call yourselves a demon race. If we weren't busy, we would have wiped you all out long ago. Would we have let you grow to this extent? This sentence left the demon sovereign unable to refute, because the strength of the demon race was indeed far inferior to the human race. They didn't have the strong cultivation talent of humans. If it weren't for the abyss, they would probably have really been exterminated by the human race. It's fine if I don't get him. The demon sovereign took a step back, but he must hand over the true dragon essence blood in his body to me. Haha, so that's your purpose. This insect really thinks that by getting the true dragon essence blood, it can transform from an insect into a true dragon. How ridiculous. The demon sovereign's face was very ugly. He was a martial sovereign of the demon race, after all. Now, being called an insect, he was definitely not happy. Everyone below looked at him in surprise. The true dragon only existed in legends. Where did he get the true dragon essence blood? Could there really be dragons in this world? Battle Sovereign, don't think I'm afraid of you. My demon race is no longer as weak as it used to be. The two of you may not be able to stop me today, the demon sovereign said. Behind him, the 10 demon emperors immediately released their auras. Then, another 10 demon emperors with extremely powerful auras appeared, standing behind him, including the Great Pen Emperor and the Green Lion Emperor. After knowing that their descendants had died at his hands, the two of them wished they could tear him to pieces and eat him alive right now. Then let's fight. The Battle Sovereign, being a brute who didn't like to dawdle, directly charged forward, releasing a terrifying aura, clashing with the Demon Sovereign. The Saber Sovereign also immediately acted, blocking the 10 demon emperors, and in an instant, brought them to the square. Everyone in the know and zone was sent away. The Great War erupted. You dared to kill my son. Today, the Green Lion Emperor, will make you pay with your life, even if I have to die in battle. And me too. The Great Peng Emperor also chimed in, his full combat power unleashed. The 10 demon emperors besieged the Saber Sovereign, and for a moment, he was also tied up. Behind them, the million-strong demon army also immediately mobilized. Over 100 demon kings directly appeared and rushed forward. On the square there were also several hundred at the Marquis realm, but below the Martial King level, they were all ants. They couldn't hold them off at all. Today, we will bathe the martial artist Grand Hall in blood, someone shouted, and the demonic beasts were as if injected with chicken blood. The ground also shook. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. Under the attack of the demon army, they couldn't hold on. Kill, a bunch of animals want to overturn the heavens. A Marquis realm on the square roared and then charged forward. Although he knew he was no match, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. They had all brought the determination to fight to the death. Even if they died today, they had to kill a few demonic beasts. They couldn't just let these young people die in front of them. Su Chen, if you are lucky enough to survive, remember to take care of Fenian for me, Luo Tiny said, then also charged forward. He clenched his fists. He was still too weak now. Below the Martial King level, they were all ants. Only by reaching the Martial King realm could one be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the strong. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. A thin figure stood in the void, dressed in white. The demonic beasts that had rushed up exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. Even the demon kings fell in an instant, fresh blood splashing. Those who approach will die. The man in white was also a martial sovereign, his voice as cold as ice. Only then did the Saber Sovereign let out a sigh of relief. This old guy had finally arrived. When the demon sovereign appeared, he had already contacted them. Luckily, these two arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous today. The demon sovereign's face was filled with unwillingness, his eyes filled with endless venomous resentment. He knew that with 3 human martial sovereigns here today, he couldn't snatch him. But the true dragon essence blood was really too important to him. As long as you let this kid hand over his true dragon essence blood. I am willing to tell you a secret, which is also the main reason I came here today. The overlapping spatial rift is about to open, the white-robed figure said, his eyes gray. He had already sensed that the space here was becoming unstable. The demon sovereign was silent, also sensing that the surrounding space had become unstable. This was a sign that a spatial rift was about to appear. That's right. A spatial rift is indeed about to appear here, connecting to the outer cosmos. But do you know where it connects to? The demon sovereign sneered. The moment these words were spoken, the 3 sovereigns were all silent. No one said anything. The appearance of a rift connecting to the outer cosmos was no small matter. Suddenly, the world changed color. Thunder rolled, and immediately after, a pitch-black rift began to slowly appear in their sight. Seeing this, the faces of the 3 sovereigns also changed drastically. This rift had already fully formed. Around the rift, the intersecting forces of rules carried with them a terrifying storm. The surrounding ancient trees were instantly destroyed, and the boulders turned to dust. He, standing very far away, also felt the terrifying force within it. He could clearly feel that with his strength, if he got close to that force of rules, he would be instantly erased. The rift has finally formed. The demon sovereign, on the other hand, was extremely excited, a fervent look in his eyes, as if he had been waiting for a long time. E3, if you are willing to let this kid hand over the true dragon essence blood in his body, the sovereign can also tell you what is behind this rift. If you don't talk, I'll beat you until you do. But the battle sovereign didn't care about these things. He immediately clenched his fists and charged up directly. The Saber sovereign, holding a pitch-black battle saber, also charged up. The white-robed figure, from beginning to end, stood in the void, a long hair fluttering, not making a move. But his terrifying aura was not something the Saber sovereign and the battle sovereign could compare to. The demon sovereign was stunned. He never expected the Saber sovereign and the battle sovereign to be so without martial ethics, directly gaining up on him 2 against 1, and even going all out. Soon, the demon sovereign was beaten until he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. I'll talk. The demon sovereign coughed up a large mouthful of old blood. He could see that although these 2 were human, their actions were very dog-like. He might not be human, but these 2 were definitely very dog-like. If he still didn't talk, he would really be beaten to death by these 2. This rift connects to an ancient battlefield in the outer cosmos. The demon sovereign wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, his eyes grave. You can also understand this ancient battlefield as an independent small space wandering in the cosmos, which then attached itself to the blue star. Gradually, over time, with the intersection and erosion of the blue star's space, this rift was finally formed, creating a connection between the two worlds. This ancient battlefield space not only connects to the blue star but can also connect to other planets or spaces. The demon sovereign said, his eyes even more fervent, as if he could barely contain his excitement. After hearing the demon sovereign's words, the three sovereigns also had a general understanding of this space, and their hearts immediately sank. If it was really as the demon sovereign said, then wouldn't the strong experts from the outer cosmos be able to enter the blue star through this rift? With the current strength of the blue star, they simply couldn't resist the descent of the strong experts from the outer cosmos. At their level, they naturally knew some things about the outer cosmos. There had been people on the blue star before who had broken through to the heaven, defined cultivation, and left the blue star. But there had been no news of them since. The records related to the outer cosmos on the blue star were very few. On what basis should I believe you? The Saber Sovereign questioned, not daring to be sure if what the demon sovereign said was true. The demon sovereign, on the other hand, smiled slyly. Immediately after, a blood-colored jade seal appeared in his hand, emanating a terrifying aura. Immediately after, the demon sovereign directly threw this jade seal into the rift. A terrifying force immediately came from within the rift. This spatial passage was actually rapidly stabilizing. Immediately after, a path immediately appeared. The demon race below even charged into the rift in an instant. Seeing this, the faces of the three sovereigns changed drastically. Demon sovereign, what on earth are you trying to do? The three martial sovereigns of the human race would never have expected that the 100-wide spatial rift before them had already taken shape. Wouldn't that mean that the strong experts from the outer cosmos could enter the blue star through this rift? But with the current strength of the blue star, they simply couldn't resist the descent of the strong experts from the outer cosmos. If it really opened, the entire blue star would be destroyed. Just as the three martial sovereigns were having a headache, the demon sovereign sneered slyly. Haha, you three immortal old farts, don't you want to pursue a higher realm? The moment these words were spoken, the white-robed figure immediately said angrily, do you want the blue star to be destroyed? What does it have to do with me? The demon sovereign laughed arrogantly. I will lead my people into the cosmos, and rely on the true demon race in the cosmos. As for the survival of this planet, what does it have to do with me? No, it still has a little to do with it. Because I have promised the great power of the demon race in the cosmos that I will give him the origin of this planet as a meeting gift. The demon sovereign's arrogant laughter made the three sovereigns feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their terrifying killing intent shot into the sky. They never expected the demon sovereign's plot to be so great. He dared to collude with people from the outer cosmos and sell out the blue star. The Saber sovereign immediately said angrily, about to cut down the demon sovereign. But at this time, the white-robed figure said, I think you still can't enter the ancient battlefield now, and the people from the outer cosmos can't enter the blue star either. The moment these words were spoken, the demon sovereign's face changed slightly. Immediately after, he smiled lightly. You immortal old fart, as expected, you still found out. The ancient battlefield is an independent space with its own rules. Only those below the Grandmaster realm can enter. After speaking, the demon sovereign was a little regretful. Otherwise, he would have entered long ago. What was the point of talking nonsense here? But my subordinates have already entered. As long as they can get the central hub of the ancient battlefield, they can change the rules. The demon sovereign laughed arrogantly. For this matter, I have planned for hundreds of years to finally contact the demon race in the outer cosmos. This time, I will definitely win. After speaking, the demon sovereign transformed into a 100-ton-long flood dragon, laughing arrogantly. The faces of the three sovereigns were very ugly. They had not noticed anything unusual before. They would never have thought that a small space would attach itself to the blue star, let alone that a rift was about to open. Send people in. At all costs, we must stop the demon sovereign's plot. Otherwise, the blue star will be really finished. The white-robed figure sighed and immediately reported this matter back. The seriousness of this matter had even surpassed that of the abyss. The Saber sovereign knew the seriousness of this matter and did not dare to delay, intending to let the younger generation of the martial artists haul in. But this was an ancient battlefield in the outer cosmos, after all. After they entered, no one knew what they would encounter. It was very likely that this trip would be a one-way one. The Saber sovereign's mood was still a little heavy. He turned around, and was about to speak when he was shocked to find that at the rift, he was holding the dragon abyss sword, the myriad soul banner erected in front of the abyss, and endless resentful souls dancing. "If you want to enter the rift, you have to pay," he said with a serious face. The demonic beasts were blocked outside. A white-fronted tiger with the bloodline of a demon emperor, who knows when, had been beaten to the ground by him, crying out in pain. "You get out of the way from it." This group of demonic beasts was about to be angered to death. In this situation, someone actually came out to demand a toll. The demon sovereign clearly also noticed this scene. His face dazed. He had been busy arguing with the three of them, the Saber sovereign, and had not noticed at all. "Kid, you're looking for death." The demon sovereign was enraged. A terrifying aura suddenly descended. He naturally also felt this aura. Without any hesitation, he turned and jumped directly into the rift. "I'll hang them up and beat them inside too." His voice came out, and the demon sovereign's face was extremely ugly. The three sovereigns were even more stunned. Why did this guy not play by the script and just enter the rift? "Sovereign, a Fu Hanyun, am willing to go and kill the enemy in the ancient battlefield and stop these bastards. A Wu Lujiao, am willing to go and kill the enemy." In an instant, more than half of the younger generation of the martial artists hall volunteered to go and kill the enemy. There were also some who were afraid of death, and hid in the back or were silenced by the Marquis realm experts and their families. Unable to speak, the Saber sovereign never expected so many people to volunteer to go and kill the enemy. But he still hurriedly said, "You must all know the dangers in this ancient battlefield. It is very likely that this trip will be a one-way one. You must think carefully. I am willing to use my flesh and blood to build the Great Wall and protect my Huaxia." Who knows who shouted a sentence. In an instant, countless people in the martial artists hall shouted in unison. The Saber sovereign's eyes were a little red. In the end, they were still just children. Then, Fu Hanyun took the lead and jumped into the rift, his figure disappearing without a trace. "Inform all the academies in Huaxia to send all the Sea of Qi realm students here. Inform the military. Inform the ancient martial families." The white-robed figure gave one order after another. The entire Huaxia began to boil, directly entering a state of combat. Martial kings personally guarded the abyss. All martial artists were dispatched, and the Sea of Qi realm experts of the major universities were also summoned, all rushing to the ownerless zone. At this time, in the abyss below Luo City Technical College, the three of them, Wan Lin, led the people in the academy to slaughter a village, and were then chased by a large army of aliens, running at an astonishing speed. But what was surprising was that the three of them had actually broken through to the Sea of Qi realm. After he left, the three of them took the 200,000 spirit stones he had left and cultivated wildly, almost sleeping on the spirit stones. Their strength naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. "Damn it. Wood King, that immortal old fart. Didn't I just kill your son? At worst, let Wu Tao be your son. Is it necessary to hunt me down like this?" Wang Lin cursed loudly, running for his life. But the next second, he saw Feng Yu appear in the abyss, right in front of them. Feng Yu suddenly made a move. A palm descended, and the large army of aliens was directly killed. Before the three of them, Wan Lin could speak, Feng Yu waved his hand and directly led them out of the abyss, then led a large number of students to leave Luo City Technical College directly. At this time, in a blood-colored space, the ground was pitch black, and the thick smell of blood in the surrounding air made people feel a little nauseous. He, on the other hand, was holding the dragon abyss sword and walking on it, his face a little unhappy. "I was too hasty. I never expected to be scattered after entering this rift," he muttered, looking at the blood-colored surroundings, his expression a little gray. He had naturally also heard the demon sovereign's words. If he guessed correctly, the three sovereigns must have already sent people in. What he needed to do now was to find them. Dang! Detected that the host is in an independent small space. Activating a side quest. The host is requested to find the central hub of this independent space and refine it. The system's sudden voice made his body stiffen for a moment, and he stood frozen on the spot. He was a little surprised. It had been so long. Why did the system suddenly give him a mission? The last time a side quest was activated was the time before last. Completing the mission will reward the host with a Marquis realm cultivation, the system said again. He heard this and was directly helped. Immediately after, he was overjoyed. Damn it. He was now only at the 4th star Sea of Qi realm. To reach the Marquis realm, there was still a Grandmaster realm in between. According to his current cultivation speed, who knows how long it would take. Heavens. Cultivation or not is not important. I just want to protect Huaxia. After speaking, he headed in one direction. But he had not gone far when a pitch black figure hovered in the air, its entire body billowing with black smoke. with only a pair of blood-red eyes looking at him. A murderous aura radiated from its body as it charged at him without emotion. He slashed again, but the thing instantly reformed. At the same time, one after another, figures appeared on the ground, like vengeful souls, without consciousness, only a sky killing intent. He was astonished, turning his head to look around. Only then did he discover that the ground was covered in bones, as if it were a mass grave. No wonder so many vengeful souls had appeared. Damn it, he cursed, putting away the Dragon Abyss sword. The myriad soul banner immediately appeared, planted in the ground. Fellow Daoists, why don't you enter my myriad soul banner to reminisce about old times? If you're unwilling, I'd also know a little bit of martial arts. 5 Thunder Orthodox Law, he shouted. One hand wielded thunder, his whole body crackling with it, while the other held the myriad soul banner. This image was a bit strange no matter how you looked at it. Black smoke billowed from the banner, and the sound of chains rang out. The pitch-black chains had a natural suppressing effect on these vengeful souls, directly imprisoning them within. Some of the souls that got close to him were directly struck by a bolt of lightning and dissipated into smoke, completely vanishing. But these vengeful souls seemed to have no emotion, no fear, and continued to press forward, wanting to tear him to pieces. Damn it. I've given you face, haven't I? He was truly angry. Both hands channeled lightning and struck the ground directly, blasting a large crater in it, revealing countless white bones, some of which had already decayed. Still coming. I'll grind your bones to dust. With that, he waved his hand, sending the bones flying up. Lightning struck down, and the bones were instantly turned to ash, scattering. This action actually made the vengeful souls pause, as if they were a little stunned. He wasn't done yet. A blood-burst heavenly thunder appeared, and he threw it into the large crater, then turned and ran. Along with a huge explosion, countless bones flew into the sky, directly turning to dust. The remaining vengeful souls were completely stunned, standing frozen on the spot, for a moment not knowing what to do. They had been dead for who knows how many years, and today, their bones were ground to dust by someone. He had already escaped from this place. These vengeful souls were endless. If he continued like this, even if he didn't die, he would be worn down to death. Only a fool wouldn't run. After confirming his safety, he took out the myriad soul banner and began to refine the vengeful souls within. The sound of wailing was endless, extremely tragic, but he was already used to it. 2 hours later, he let out a breath. These vengeful souls had been completely refined. At this time, his myriad soul banner had truly become one. It now imprisoned tens of thousands of vengeful souls. Hello, little one. Your myriad soul banner is not bad. Just as he was about to leave, a clear, bell-like laugh entered his ear, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a chill running down his spine. He turned around and saw, on a strange rock not far away, a stunningly beautiful woman in a black dress, blinking her large, sparkling eyes at him. He was slightly stunned. This woman's beauty was absolutely the most beautiful he had ever seen. It even made a gentleman like him dazed for a moment. What myriad soul banner? This is clearly my human emperor flag, he said with a righteous tone, which made the woman in the black dress stunned for a moment. Human emperor flag. She jumped down from the rock and came before him. A faint fragrance made him blush a little. Whose human emperor flag billows with black smoke like that? She said with a light laugh, looking at him. Even he himself felt his face burn when he said those words. This isn't black smoke. It's primordial purple kai that's so purple it's black. Of course, there's also the reason that these vengeful souls are smoking inside. Hearing this, the woman in the black dress was speechless for a moment, her small head filled with doubt. How on earth did you manage to say that? Then how about you give me your human emperor flag? I'll deal with those smoking vengeful souls inside for you, she said with a smile, having been tricked into his trap. Get the fuck out of here, he cursed under his breath. This person was coveting his myriad soul banner, and she was even talking about teaching the smoking vengeful souls a lesson. There were no smoking vengeful souls inside. Why wouldn't he know? As expected, the more beautiful a woman, the better she can lie. No woman is good. Are you an idiot? Do the vengeful souls of your family know how to smoke? You believe me even when I'm talking nonsense, he said, then put away the myriad soul banner. He could also see that this person had no good intentions. The woman in the black dress was stunned for a moment, her head buzzing, unable to react. How noble was she, the demon princess? And today, she was being cursed at. You're asking to die. Her expression changed drastically. A pitch-black whip that was emitting black smoke appeared in her hand, and she lashed out fiercely. To tell you the truth, this princess has taken a liking to this myriad soul banner of yours. Today, whether you give it or not, you will. Which Gita do you work at, princess? His words left her dazed, but she knew at a glance that they were not good words. She was immediately furious, her whole body enveloped in demonic ki, the cultivation of a PKC realm pressing down on him. 5 Thunder Orthodox Law. He shouted coldly. Endless lightning descended, and he charged forward, wielding thunder in his hands. This thunder technique seemed to have a suppressing effect on her, and he even managed to force her into a passive position. Can you leave here, name? She asked, shocked in her heart. He was only at the 4-star KC realm, yet he had such strength. In their demon race, he could also be considered a child of heaven. What's there to not dare? My name is Wan Lin. Do you have any objection? He sneered. The demon princess would never have expected that this human cultivator, who was only at the KC realm, would have a peerless myriad-souled banner that all demon races dreamed of. After the initial shock, she was also very decisive, lashing out fiercely at him with a whip. To tell you the truth, this princess has taken a liking to this myriad-soul banner of yours. Today, whether you give it or not, you will. Seeing this, he shouted coldly, and the 5 Thunder Orthodox Law immediately brought down endless lightning, directly suppressing her. Can you leave your name? She asked, shocked in her heart. He was only at the 4-star KC realm, yet he had such strength. In their demon race, he could also be considered a child of heaven. He sneered. What's there to not dare? My name is Wan Lin. Do you have any objection? Wan Lin. She carefully searched her mind but found no information about this name. He must be a child of heaven she had never heard of. Are you willing to join my demon race? With your talent and ability, you will surely be able to stand among the ranks of my race's demon kings in the future. Demon race. This was the first time he had heard this name. He thought to himself, this person must be from a powerful race outside the starry sky. If you are willing to help me find the central hub of this space, I can also consider it. Aha. She sneered. This time, entering the ancient battlefield, the geniuses of the 10,000 races, who didn't want to obtain the central hub of this space. I admit your talent is very good, but to want to obtain the central hub is just a dream, she said with a laugh as if she had heard something ridiculous. His heart sank. He hadn't expected this central hub to be so popular. It seemed it would be a little difficult to obtain at this time. Then farewell. He didn't want to stay, and was about to leave. She once again blocked his path. If you don't want to join my demon race, then you must leave this myriad soul banner behind. He didn't waste any more words and directly launched a sneak attack. The dragon of his sword in his hand suddenly thrust out, and a terrifying sword aura enveloped her. She seemed not to have expected him to use a sword. In a moment of carelessness, she couldn't dodge and was forced back. He pressed forward, and the sharp sword aura suppressed her. While she wasn't paying attention, he directly controlled her hands, twisted them behind her back, pinned her down on a nearby rock, and then quickly stripped the storage ring from her hand. Then, he punched her in the lower abdomen, sealing her ki. I'll be taking your storage ring. Wan Lin, do you know the consequences of this? You will be hunted down to the death by my demon race. She was immediately furious, but her ki was sealed. It would take some time to break it. Slap. He didn't care about her threats at all, raising his hand and slapping her perky buttocks, making a crisp sound. Feels not bad. I'll be leaving first. With that, he turned and ran, not stopping at all. Wan Lin, I swear, I will definitely tear you into 100 pieces. Her roar came from behind. He was already far away. Tearing Wan Lin to pieces, what does that have to do with me? He stopped and said. Wan Lin and the others were probably still at the academy. Even if this demon princess searched until her legs broke, she wouldn't be able to find them. It was just that he didn't know that the 3 of them had already entered the ancient battlefield. In a desolate land, the 3 of them, Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tom Yu, walked together. When they entered the rift, they were worried about getting separated, so they had tied themselves together. Didn't they say, boss, Su has already entered? How are we supposed to find him in such a big place? Who knows? But as long as we find the central hub and stop the demonic beasts, we'll probably find him. Wu Tao walked behind, his expression grave. There's someone ahead. The moment he finished speaking, they saw a burly man quickly approaching with horns on his head and a fierce tattoo on his face. 1-star KC realm. The burly man said in surprise. I didn't expect to run into such weaklings. Where are you from? To dare to enter the ancient battlefield to die with such weakness. It just so happens I need some help. Are you 3 willing to submit to me? I can protect you and ensure your survival. He spoke with contempt in his eyes. The 3 of them looked at the man before them seriously. They could carefully sense that he was only at the 5-star sea realm, yet he was so arrogant. Submit to your grandpa. Wang Lin cursed directly and charged with his saber. His motto was to take life and death lightly. If you're not convinced, then fight. Wu Tao and Tong Yu naturally also immediately attacked. The three of them teamed up. Their moves despicable and ruthless, and they quickly beat the man into a pulp, looting him clean. They even tore off his underwear and threw it aside. You dare to humiliate me like this? Do you know who I am? The burly man had never suffered such a grievance. Ha ha, who the hell are you? What do I not dare to do to you? Do you know who we are? Tong Yu sneered. His sword strike just now had left a cut on the man's buttocks. Hearing this, the burly man was startled in his heart, a little afraid. These three were clearly not as strong as him. But their combat power was formidable, and they had beaten him to a pulp. Such geniuses must have some background. This time, who knows how many forces had entered the ancient battlefield. A single slip-up could provoke an existence they couldn't afford to offend. He was a little scared. Who are you? He asked hurriedly. Ha! Listen up. We are from the Su family army. My name is Su Chen. Wang Lin stepped forward and said very seriously. Wu Tao and Tong Yu beside him stumbled, staring at him dumbfounded. Su family army. Why haven't I ever heard of it? The burly man's force had some strength in the starry sky, but he had never heard of any Su family army. Could it be a major force from outside the starry sky? But that shouldn't be. If it were, why would they come to a poor place like their starry sky? You haven't heard of it? Then today I'll let you hear of it. With that, Wang Lin took out a large wrench exactly like Su Chen's and rushed forward to give him a sound beating. Soon, the burly man was beaten into an idiot and tossed aside. Should we just kill him? Tong Yu said. A sword light flashed, about to finish off the burly man, but suddenly, a more powerful aura descended, blocking Tong Yu's sword light. Second brother, save me. The burly man immediately shouted. The three of them, Tong Yu's group, turned and fled without any hesitation. They could sense that the newcomer was at the peak of the Sea of Qi realm, with powerful combat strength. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be his match. You dare to mess with my Su family army? I'll remember this debt. Wang Lin shouted as he ran, afraid that others wouldn't hear his voice. Fortunately, this guy didn't give chase. Soon, the three of them, Wang Lin's group, had reached a safe place. Wu Tao was panting heavily. Only then did he look at Wang Lin. Old Wang, you're impersonating Boss Su like this, making enemies for him. If he finds out, it'll be a miracle if he doesn't beat you to death. I'm also doing it to find Boss Su. Look, if we act in Boss Su's name, when he finds out someone is impersonating him, he'll naturally come to check, Wang Lin said with righteous indignation. But you're slandering Boss Su, Tong Yu said in a deep voice, still feeling that something was not right. It's fine. Boss Su is so shameless. He definitely won't mind. Hey. Damn it. Are you filming me? Wang Lin said, seeing Wu Tao pointing his phone at him. He cursed directly and charged up to fight with Wu Tao. This Wu Tao was no good person either. He definitely wanted to take this video to snitch on him to Boss Su. On the other side, he was beating a peak Sea of Qi realm demonic beast to a pulp. This was a powerful demonic beast from the outer cosmos, but he had true dragon essence blood in him, which had a natural suppressive effect on demonic beasts. He directly hung it up and beat it, robbing it of all the good things on its body, and then left Tong Yu's name before calmly departing. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill it, but he sensed a more terrifying aura approaching. If he stayed, there might be danger. He had to get to the central area quickly. The central hub of the space was there. The traitors under the demon sovereign who had colluded with the cosmos demon race had probably already arrived at the central hub. But to open the central hub's divine temple, they still needed to find 10 keys. There should still be some time. These things were naturally all found in the spatial ring of the black-skirted woman. Otherwise, he would still be like a headless fly, not knowing what to do. At this thought, he also hurriedly headed towards the central area, a map of the ancient battlefield in his hand. What he wanted to go to now was not the central hub's divine temple, but an ancient city. It was getting dark. According to the rules of the ancient battlefield, night was when the resentful souls appeared. The entire ancient battlefield would be plunged into extreme terror. Surviving living beings, if they couldn't find the protection of the ancient city, would die very, very tragically. Soon, he arrived at the ancient city. There were already many living beings here. It was not strange to see him enter. Damn it. I heard a guy named Su Chen appeared on the ancient battlefield. This guy is vicious, despicable, and shameless. The moment he entered, he heard a living being on the side discussing, and he was stunned for a moment, a little dazed. Looking at the few living beings still discussing how had he become a despicable and shameless person, he frowned, very dazed in his heart. Just as he was about to step forward and ask, he heard a commotion from the side. Several figures in black armor quickly came out, all at the peak of the Sea of Ki realm. From a great distance, he could also feel the terrifying kite and blood power on their bodies, which had far surpassed the scope of the Sea of Ki realm. These are people from the demon race, a living being said, a look of horror in his eyes. The demon race was also an extremely powerful existence in this star region. They couldn't afford to provoke them. I never expected the demon race to also come to this ancient battlefield. It seems there really is a great opportunity. Some other living beings discussed, avoiding them from a distance. The demon race was also a famous race in the cosmos. Has anyone seen a person named Wan Lin? If you have any news, report it to the demon race immediately, a cold man said, his gaze sweeping around. The person who provides the information will be rewarded with a stalk of dragon blood spiritual ginseng. The man in black armor said, which immediately caused a cry of surprise from the surroundings. Dragon blood spiritual ginseng was an extremely precious treasure. It was said that this kind of treasure could only be born in places that had been stained with dragon blood, and it even had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Wang Lin. Never heard of him. I haven't heard of him either. But I've heard of a guy named Su Chen. In the Myriad Beast Forest, he does all sorts of evil, bullying men and seizing women. He's extremely perverted, not even letting men off. I've heard of him too. He also has 2 accomplices, even more despicable and shameless. The 3 of them are immoral, and he even call themselves the Su family army. But what the hell is the Su family army? How come I've never heard of it? Hearing this, he was dazed. Could it be the 3 of them, Wan Lin's group, had entered? But weren't they only at the kite and blood realm? What was that old man Feng Yu doing? But on second thought, with the personalities of the 3 of them, even if Feng Yu didn't let them come, they would probably sneak over. Could it really be the 3 of them? He thought in his heart, but was still not sure. After all, the 3 of them probably didn't have the guts to ruin his reputation. No. He stepped forward. His voice was also immediately noticed by the man in black armor. You know where Wan Lin is? He heard this and nodded. I saw a guy named Wan Lin in the Myriad Beast Forest before. This guy is despicable, shameless, immoral, and even indecently assaults good women. Alright. The man in black armor hurriedly stopped him and asked, what's your name? Can you be sure? My name is Wu Tao. This is 1,000 times true. I just don't know if that Wan Lin is still in the Myriad Beast Forest now. The man in black armor frowned and said nothing. He thought in his heart, feeling that it was not the 3 of them, Wan Lin's group. After all, the 3 of them were only at the Kine and Blood realm. Even if they had broken through to the Sea of Ki realm, that old man Feng Yu probably wouldn't let them come. If the 3 of them had sneaked over by themselves, from Luo City Technical College to the ownerless zone, who knows what year and month it would be. So the person who was ruining his reputation was very likely this Fu Hanyun. How detestable. He thought in his heart, preparing to follow the people of the demon race to find these guys. Tell me, what on earth did this Wan Lin do to be hunted down by you demon race? A white-robed man next to him asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen the demon race issue a kill order. This is a kill order personally issued by our little demon princess, the man in black armor said. He heard this, and cursed a few times silently. That black-girded woman was really vengeful, actually directly issuing a kill order on him. But what did hunting down Wan Lin have to do with him? Daring to provoke the little demon princess. This Wan Lin is also a wool. The person next to him was still talking. The man in black armor looked at him, and said again, wait until tomorrow morning. You will go with us to the Myriad Beast Forest. If your information is accurate, this stock of dragon blood spiritual ginseng will be yours. At this time, outside the ancient city, it was already covered in darkness. Tragic screams would occasionally come, and a terrifying aura spread continuously. He could clearly see a living being on the outskirts of the ancient city. The moment it was covered by darkness, it directly turned into white bones, its soul also burning, and then it turned into a strange force and merged into the darkness. This ancient battlefield was indeed very strange. Just as he was still calculating what to do next, his gaze happened to see a red figure. But this red figure was locked by chains, and next to it were several human race people, their entire bodies covered in blood, all locked by chains like locking up livestock. Suddenly a tiger-headed, upright walking creature came over, leading the chains in. He frowned, and when he focused his gaze, this red figure was actually Hong Yai. Su Chen would never have expected that in the spatial rift filled with the demon race, there would be a group of humans captured. When he focused his gaze, this red figure was actually his teammate, Hong Yai. In just an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. Hong Yai and the others were actually being treated like livestock, suffering all kinds of humiliation. However, at this time, the fox demon still did not know that his death was approaching, and was still laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, to think that there is such a low-class living being on this ancient battlefield. It's not bad to use them as slave warriors or maids and servants. Are you interested? Hearing this, a look of anger appeared on the faces of Hong Yai and the others, but they were severely injured and could not resist, only able to look at the fox demon with extremely venomous eyes. This beast actually treated them as goods to be sold. Some low-class living beings. Not interested. That girl looks not bad. What's the price? The surrounding living beings saw this, and some were already interested, asking, their gaze towards Hong Yai having a little more lust. I'll take all of these. However, at this moment, he walked over with a cold face. The fox demon looked him up and down, a hint of surprise in his eyes, then sneered. All right. 1 million spirit crystals will do. He said nothing. He only had 5 million spirit stones on him. And the spirit crystals the fox demon was talking about were a higher grade than spirit stones. Converted, the 5 million spirit stones on him could only be converted to 5,000 spirit crystals. The 1 million spirit crystals the fox demon was demanding was not even a fraction of what he had. The surrounding living beings were even more surprised. 1 million spirit crystals. You really dared to ask for that much. This number was also a very large number for them. Who would be crazy enough to spend so many spirit crystals just to buy a few low-class living beings? It was ridiculous. But some people could also see that this was the fox demon's intention, looking over with interest. This price of yours has no sincerity at all, he said coldly. At this time Hong Yai also noticed him. Tears instantly streamed down her face, but she still restrained herself from making a sound. After coming to the ancient battlefield, they had been separated. She had thought that with her peak C of K realm cultivation, even if she wasn't considered strong, she could at least protect herself. But after meeting this fox demon, she finally knew how ridiculous her thoughts were. She couldn't even withstand one move from the fox demon. Hong Yai had even despaired, and accepted her fate, intending to commit suicide. But she never expected to meet him here. Sincerity. Haha, a low-class living being like you dares to talk to me about sincerity. The fox demon laughed heartily. Come and be this prince's slave. The fox demon's entire body released a terrifying kai and blood power, transforming into a fierce tiger and charging at him. That's enough, he lied. Do you really think there's no one in my human race? An angry shout also came immediately. Immediately after, a woman in a blue dress with long hair fluttering immediately appeared. Her slender hands looked weak and powerless, but a light palm strike carried with it an extremely terrifying kai and blood power. The fox demon's attack also instantly dissipated. Jian Xuanyu. This prince's business is none of your business. The fox demon was immediately angry, his terrifying kai and blood power accompanied by waves of tiger roars. Insulting my human race. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Jian Xuanyu's entire body carried a cold temperament, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. A few low-class living beings are also worthy of being called the human race. Jian Xuanyu, are you sure you want to offend my golden stepping tiger clan for these few low-class living beings? Miss Jiang, they are just a few low-class living beings. Why must you be like this? Another fox demon came out, its kai and blood power even stronger than Hu Lai's. If you want to spend spirit crystals to buy them, then just buy them. The price is here. If you don't have spirit crystals, then don't come here and disturb our business. Even your big brother, Jian Xuan, doesn't dare to talk to me like that. Miss Jian, you should think carefully. This fox demon said again, glancing at Jian Xuanyu coldly. Anger filled Jian Xuanyu's heart, and she was about to make a move, but a figure in black immediately made a move and stopped her. Brother, they are also of the human race. Are you just going to stand by and watch our human race be humiliated? Jian Xuanyu said, a hint of anger on her face. The man in black was naturally Jian Xuan. He was conflicted. He wanted to act, but to offend the Golden Step Tiger clan for Hong Yai and the others was absolutely not worth it. Jian Xuan, they're just a few lowly creatures. They don't deserve to be called human. Just as he was struggling, a man with a gloomy face stepped out, then gave Su Chen a cold glance, followed by a contemptuous look at Hong Yai and the others. They were humans from the starry sky. After seeing them, they knew they came from a low-level planet. This kind of human had never been acknowledged by them. Anger appeared on Jian Chuanyu's face. She glanced at the gloomy man. "Thank you for your help, young lady. I'll handle this myself," Su Chen said in a low voice. He could already see that these humans from the starry sky didn't care about them at all, and didn't even see them as human. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. But on second thought, this was a martial arts era. Only the strong had dignity. The weak were looked down upon even by their own kind. It was like the rich on Blue Star, many of them looked down on their poor relatives. So what if they were relatives? If you didn't have money, people would look down on you. He wasn't surprised by this at all. Jian Xuan frowned, and glanced at him. The gloomy man beside him had a contemptuous look and said nothing more. Li laughed loudly. "Handle it yourself. I'd really like to see how you handle it yourself." He said nothing more and drew his sword, charging directly. The sword aura immediately enveloped them, terrifyingly powerful. In Li's eyes, this brilliant sword light also carried a deep horror. He never expected that he, who was only at the 4-star Sea realm, had already comprehended sword aura. This level of talent in the sword Dao was a top-ranking existence even in the entire starry sky. But the gloomy man also gave him another look, then sneered, "So what if he has comprehended sword aura? He's just a 4-star Sea realm from a low-level planet. How can he be a match for Li?" Li was also shocked, but he quickly recovered, releasing a terrifying power of blood and Kai as he rushed at him. There was no fear on his face, only an extreme gravity. He immediately urged the Dragon Abyss sword, and the sword gleam enveloped and trapped Li. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and with a single punch, a giant golden dragon appeared, its whole body radiating a terrifying dragon's might. This terrifying dragon's might made all the surrounding creatures feel a tremble from the depths of their souls. That pressure was as if it came from the deepest part of their souls. The ones who felt it most deeply were the surrounding demon race members, and Li naturally had to bear the brunt of it. At this moment, his eyes were filled with horror. This dragon's might made him feel as if he were facing a true dragon directly. But in this region of the starry sky, the true dragon had long since vanished without a trace, not even a hint of its existence. How could someone from a low-level planet like him have the essence blood of a true dragon in his body? But before he could think it through, the great mighty heavenly dragon had landed on his chest, directly sending him flying. That dragon's might had not yet dissipated, and rushed towards another tiger demon. How audacious! The tiger demon was furious. "You dare to attack me, and you're even sneak attacking me." But his strength was clearly stronger than Li's. After all, he was his older brother, named Yan. He immediately acted, blocking this dragon's might. But Su Chen had already charged at Li with his sword. Before he could react, his head was separated from his neck, fresh, hot blood splashing everywhere. At this moment, there was a dead silence. Li was a member of the Golden Step Tiger clan. Even in the starry sky, they were a very powerful force. The race spread throughout. How could he dare? Yan was even more stunned. For a moment thinking he had missing. He had actually killed his little brother. "Dead, you're dead. You dare to kill my little brother. Today, I will definitely tear you into 100 pieces. Do you dare to leave your name? What's there to not dare?" he said coldly, the Dragon Abyss sword humming. "My name is Fu Hongyan. If you're not convinced, then come and kill me." Hongyi and the man in black armor were immediately stunned. "Didn't you just say your name was Wu Tao? Then who is Fu Hongyan?" His motto when wandering the world was that his identity was his own to give. After all, he couldn't just give out his real name. "Very good, Fu Hongyan, right? I'll remember it. After the ancient battlefield closes, my Golden Step Tiger clan will definitely level your planet." Yan roared. But Su Chen had already charged, a golden dragon coiling around his body, the dragon's might spreading, suppressing Yan. With rolling thunder around him, he was quickly beaten, until he coughed up blood. Only then did he realize with astonishment how terrifying his strength was. Such a genius. Even in the entire starry sky, it was a top-ranking existence. But how could a low-level planet produce a child of heaven of this level? He was horrified in his heart. Before he could say anything, his terrifying move had already rushed forward. "Jing Chuan, you're still not going to act?" Yan shouted. His move was not only strong, but more importantly, it was despicable. He was almost castrated, which scared him into shouting. "Jing Chuan, as a member of the human race, it's one thing for you not to help. But now you want to help Yan. I really look down on you." Zhengchuanyu looked at the gloomy man beside her coldly. Jing Chuan smiled, folded the paper fan in his hand, and then said softly, "Chuanyu, where did you get that from? How are lowly creatures like them worthy of being called human? Even in the entire starry sky, not many people acknowledge them." and Hu Yan and I are very good friends. I naturally can't just stand by and watch him be bullied. On the contrary, you are about to be engaged to me. Why are you siding with an outsider?" With that, he stepped forward, and a terrifying aura was immediately released, his clothes fluttering, blocking his attack. "To Han Yun, you do have some skills. To have such talent coming from a low-level plant. I admire you very much. If you are willing, you can follow me from now on. I can give you an identity to stand firm in the starry sky. Let's just let today's matter go." You apologize to Brother Hu Yan, and will consider this matter settled. Anger appeared in Jian Xuanyu's beautiful eyes. She glared at him. "I would rather die than marry a scumbag like this." As for Su Chen, he looked at Jing Xuan coldly and sneered, "Who the hell are you, to come out here and bar?" Hearing this, anger appeared on Jing Xuan's face. With his terrifying background, when had anyone ever dared to speak to him like this? "Do you know who I am? Who my father is? Didn't your mother tell you? And who your father is?" "I don't know either. It's not me anyway. I've never even met your mother. I'm not taking the blame for this." Hearing this, the air suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. Jian Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, and after she reacted, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jing Xuan was even more frozen on the spot, his mind a blank, his blood as if it had frozen, only a heart pounding wildly. Then, a terrifying killing intent shot to the heavens. "Good, very good, you are the first person to dare to speak to me like this." He was truly furious, and immediately charged forward. "I admit you have some skills. Even in the entire starry sky, you can be considered a top-ranking child of heaven. But your birth has decided everything. In the end, you are just a lowly creature. By offending me, you have not only implicated your 9 generations, but the entire planet you are on." He fought fiercely with Jing Xuan. "You are definitely the biggest show-off I've ever seen," he said, then unleashed his flame demon tyranny, his own aura soaring in an instant. Jing Xuan was furious, the killing intent in his eyes growing even colder, as he launched a powerful and terrifying move at him. Show-off get struck by lightning. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed the 5 Thunder Orthodox Law. Lightning struck down on Jing Xuan. Although it didn't cause any damage, it made him look horrified. 5 Thunder Orthodox Law, he said in horror. "You are from the Daoist sect." Su Chen didn't know what the Daoist sect was. He only knew that Hua Xia had Taoism. Impossible, the Daoist sect had been in decline for 1,000 years. "You can't be from there." His face was even more horrified. Not just him, but even Zheng Chuanyu and Jiang Chuan now had looks of astonishment on their faces. "That's right. You can't reason with an animal like you." Luckily, this humble Daoist knows a little bit of martial arts. With that, he charged forward again. The 5 Thunder Orthodox Law and the great mighty heavenly dragon were unleashed at the same time, landing on the horrified Jing Chuan, directly beating him until he coughed up blood. "Die, you son of a bitch. After you die, I won't even let your soul go." Hearing this, he was even more horrified and turned to flee. He had already confirmed that he was from the Daoist sect, because only they could kill a person and then even scatter their soul. But what he meant was to imprison his soul in the myriad soul banner. "To Han Yun, even if you are from the Daoist sect, I will remember this grudge. Just you wait." He fled, his voice trailing back. Hu Yan also immediately fled. Jing Xuan couldn't even beat him. If he stayed, he would probably end up like his little brother, beheaded. He didn't give chase. After all, this time, the consumption was quite large for him. "Brother Fu." Jian Xuan cupped his fists, and was about to speak when he was cut off. "I am not Fu Hongyun. My name is Wu Tao." "Right, Wu Tao," he said with a very serious expression. However, the moment he finished speaking, Jian Xuan was stunned. "Then who is Fu Hongyun?" When he said his name was Wu Tao, he was completely stunned. "You are Wu Tao. Then who is Fu Hongyun?" Ong Yai beside him was also a little dazed. "Who is Wu Tao? Isn't your name Su Chen?" But she didn't say anything. He quickly untied the chains on them, and then exchanged for some healing pills for her to take. "Fu Hongyun is an old friend of mine," he replied casually. Jian Xuan and Jian Xuanyu were directly speechless. So he had just thrown out a fake name. The man in black armor standing beside him also had his mouth twitch. Why does this guy not look like a good person? "Brother Wu, you are really..." For a moment, Jian Xuan didn't know what to say. After a long while, he finally said, "Brother Wu, you've offended Jing Xuan. This guy is vicious and will definitely hold a grudge. I'm afraid that Wu Tao offended Jing Xuan. What does that have to do with me? He muttered. Blast. Jian Xuan didn't hear clearly. Nothing. If he wants to come, I'll just take him on. What's there to be afraid of? Hunton frowned. Jing Xuan's family has no small power in the starry sky. He may not be scary on the ancient battlefield, but after we leave, if he uses his family's power, I'm afraid. He didn't continue, but his meaning was already very clear. Su Chen thought for a moment, then said, it seems this guy can't be left alive. Hearing this, Jian Xuan for a moment didn't know how to reply. The people around them were even more horrified, staring at him, dumbfounded. Who would have thought that he would dare to touch Jing Xuan, and even have the intent to kill? After confirming that Hong Ye's injuries had recovered, he turned his gaze to Hu Lai's corpse beside him and put it into his storage ring. This is great for soaking in wine. Very nourishing, he said with a he. Then, as if sensing the strange gazes of the people around him, he quickly said, of course, it's not for me to drink. I have a friend who needs it. Everyone looked at him strangely, of course not because of who the wine was for, but because he actually dared to use the private parts of a golden steppe tiger to make wine. It's almost dawn. We should go too, Jian Zhuan said, looking outside. He said to him, this is my token. If you ever come to the starry sky, you can use this to find me at the Jian family. Jian Chuan Yu looked at him with a meaningful gaze, then left with Jian Xuan. Just then, the man in black armor spoke up. Brother Wu Tao, the darkness has faded. We should set off. Hearing this, he nodded. He was also prepared to go and see which bastard was ruining his reputation. As for the Wan Lin the demon race was looking for, he didn't care. Soon, he led Hong Ye, and followed behind the man in black armor towards the Myriad Beast Forest. At this time, in the Myriad Beast Forest, a young man in a black cloak had an angry expression. Behind him were more than a dozen men in black, bowing their heads. Still haven't found Wan Lin? The young man in the black cloak asked angrily. In front of the young man in the black cloak, 3 tied figures were looking at the scene before them with dazed expressions. These 3 were naturally Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tan Yu, who were still searching. These 3 have met Wan Lin, but according to them, this Wan Lin is extremely cunning and secretive. I'm afraid he already knows we are looking for him, a man in black said, looking at Wan Lin. Wan Lin, on the other hand, had a dazed expression. He still didn't know what on earth had happened. As usual, he had used his name to bluff. And then he had been tied up by these men in black. Yes, that bastard Wan Lin is sinister and cunning, cruel and ruthless. He probably already knew you were looking for him and has gone into hiding. Wan Lin said hurriedly, his voice full of righteous indignation, so vicious that he even cursed himself. Are you sure the person you met was named Wan Lin? Yes, I met that person. His name is Wan Lin. Wan Lin said very seriously. Wu Tao, and Tong Yu next to him also hurriedly nodded. That bastard Wan Lin is too detestable. He doesn't even spare the demonic beasts in the Myriad Beast Forest. He even once boasted that wherever he goes, even the ants have to cover their butts. Tong Yu said with a serious face. Wan Lin's face stiffened slightly, and he glanced at Tong Yu. It was I who saw this beast with my own eyes. He. Alright. Any more and it'll be something kids shouldn't hear. Wan Lin hurriedly stopped Wu Tao. This bastard was grinding his teeth in hatred. Damn it. These 2 were definitely deliberately ruining his reputation here. But now, Wan Lin was even more curious about which bastard was using his name to ruin his reputation. Could it be someone from Star River University? After thinking it over, Wan Lin could only think that it was someone from Star River University who held a grudge and had come to the ancient battlefield to ruin his reputation. It was truly detestable. Hey, can I ask, what did this Wan Lin do to you guys? Wan Lin thought for a moment, then looked at the young man in the black cloak and asked it. The young man in the black cloak glanced at Wan Lin coldly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If what you said is true, this prince will naturally give you some rewards. After speaking, the young man in the black cloak disappeared into the Myriad Beast Forest. Immediately after, these men in black untied the 3 of them, Wan Lin's group, and also disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until they were long gone that Wan Lin finally started cursing loudly, cursing very filthily. Who the hell is ruining my reputation? Damn it, when I find him, I'll definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. At the same time, a figure holding a silver spear limped out of the Myriad Beast Forest. Looking closely, wasn't it Fu Hongyun? It was just that Fu Hongyun now seemed to be a little injured, and looked very pathetic. He would occasionally turn his head back to confirm that no one was chasing him from behind. It wasn't until he confirmed his safety that Fu Hongyun finally sat down, panting heavily. He took out a healing pill and drank it, a trace of anger appearing on his face immediately after. Damn it. Who the hell is Jing Chuan? Fu Hongyun slammed his fist on the ground, grinding his teeth in anger. He had met a few people before and had originally planned to travel with them. But after they learned his name was Fu Hongyun, they had directly attacked him, saying he had offended someone named Jing Chuan, and that Jing Chuan had mobilized all his forces to kill him. At that time, Fu Hongyun was dumbfounded. When had he ever offended someone named Jing Chuan? He didn't even know this name. But they didn't listen at all, directly charging up to attack, their moves ruthless. Fu Hongyun couldn't hold on and could only flee in a pathetic state, finally escaping into the myriad beast forest and shaking off his pursuers. Behind. At this time, outside the myriad beast forest, he and the two men in black armor had arrived. This is the myriad beast forest. Are you sure Wang Lin is inside? I saw Wang Lin in here before. I just don't know if this guy is still in here now, he said with a serious face. In fact, he had never been to this place. That's the aura of the ninth prince. Another man in black armor's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have sensed something and immediately disappeared. A few breaths later, the man in black armor reappeared and led him into the myriad beast forest. The young man in the black cloak from before was standing inside. Seeing him arrive, he asked again, "You said you saw Wang Lin here?" "Yes," he replied, having already guessed the identity of the person before him. He was the ninth prince of the demon race, the older brother of the black-skirted woman. This feeling was really exciting. The people of the demon race were all looking for him. But no one expected the real culprit to be right in front of them. The ninth prince was silent for a moment before he said, "It seems Wang Lin is really in the myriad beast forest. But it's very likely that he already knows we are hunting him down. He might have entered the ruins." Just at this moment, a man in black stood out and said in a deep voice, "The little princess has sent a message. She is on her way to the myriad beast forest. She will transmit Wang Lin's image over later." Hearing this, the ninth prince nodded. "With an image, it will be much easier to find Wang Lin," replied and say, "We will enter the ruins first." After speaking, the ninth prince led his men deeper into the myriad beast forest. "Let's go." The man in black armor looked at him, and then handed him a stalk of dragon blood spiritual ginseng. Since the news has been confirmed, the reward should still be given. After all, they had witnessed his skills. He was someone who could even beat Jing Chuan to a pulp, and it was very likely that he was a member of the Taoist sect. They also didn't want to make an enemy of him. He took the dragon blood spiritual ginseng without any burden in his heart and directly stored it away. But hearing that the little princess was also coming soon, the name could be changed, but the appearance couldn't be hidden. If he ran into the little princess, it would be really embarrassing. At this thought, he hurriedly refused. "I'm not going into the ruins. I still have something to do. I'll leave first." The man in black armor heard this and said nothing, parting ways with him and following the ninth prince. "What on earth did you do on the ancient battlefield?" Hong Yi finally couldn't help but ask. This guy had already changed his name several times. "Just a few romantic encounters," he said indifferently. Hong Yi's mouth twitched. "I think that so-called Wang Lin is probably a scapegoat for you. Right? Oh, you're being too direct. I just want to see which bastard is ruining my reputation. I have strong reasons to suspect that bastard Fu Hongyun is holding a grudge and deliberately slandering me." Hearing this, Hong Yi's mouth twitched. Did Fu Hongyun slander him? She didn't know. But she knew that he had definitely slandered Fu Hongyun. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, he heard footsteps on the side. And then someone called his name. He turned his head and was also stunned. It was actually Fu Hongyun. Hong Yi was also a little surprised to meet Fu Hongyun here. Could it really be Fu Hongyun who was ruining his reputation? "It's really you guys." Fu Hongyun's face was full of excitement. Since entering the ancient battlefield, this was the first time he had met an acquaintance from the Blue Star, fellow countryman meeting. His eyes were filled with tears. He was so excited he wanted to give him a big hug, to let a smile erase all grudges. But the next second, he jumped up and sent him flying with a kick. Fu Hongyun hadn't even had time to react before he was sent flying backward, rolling into the grass on the side. "Damn it. It really is you, you bastard who's ruining my reputation," he cursed and rushed up to give Fu Hongyun a good beating. Fu Hongyun was even more dumbfounded. "What are you talking about? Why don't I know anything? Why can't he understand anything?" But he didn't care about these things. Just a flurry of blows. If Hong Ye hadn't stopped him, he would have taken out his large wrench and smashed him. "You bastard. I knew it was you. Damn it, you slandered me and ruined my reputation. My reputation as a pure and kind person has been completely ruined by you. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. As for the immoral things he had done, that was one Lin's doing. What did it have to do with him, Su Chen? Not long after, Fu Hongyun fell to the ground, his eyes lifeless. Then, as if he had collapsed, he burst into tears. Seeing this, he was directly stunned. Hong Yai was also a little dazed. Why was this guy crying? Crying so loudly, so aggrieved. But could it be that he had wronged him? Beth, wasn't it you who impersonated me? He asked softly. Why would I impersonate you? Boo. I don't know anything, and I'm being hunted down. They say I've offended someone named Jingshuan, and a group of people came to cut me down with sabers, chasing me all over. I still don't know what on earth is going on. I finally met you, and you send me flying with a kick. You say I've ruined your reputation. What have I done? The more Fu Hongyun cried, the louder he got, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. This scene directly silenced him. Hong Yai's mouth also twitched as she looked at him. Look how you've wronged the kid. As the number one on the genius ranking of the martial artists hall, you've wronged him to the point of a mental breakdown. I heard some bastard was using my name to ruin my reputation right here in the Myriad Beast Forest. I thought. He was a little embarrassed, then squatted down and patted Fu Hongyun's shoulder, his face full of sympathy. It seems we are in the same boat. How are we in the same boat? Hong Yai really wanted to say to Fu Hongyun at this moment, don't believe his bullshit. You can't even trust a single punctuation mark from his mouth. It seems the person who is slandering us must be the same person. He analyzed very seriously. Fu Hongyun's crying gradually stopped. He looked at him with an aggrieved face. Then who could it be? I haven't offended anyone since I came in here. Knowing that he had been tricked, he hurriedly said, you tell me, who wants us dead the most right now? These words stunned Fu Hongyun for a moment, and then he looked at him. Demonic beasts. Yes, it's those bastard sons of demon emperors, maybe even the son of that old bastard, the demon sovereign. The moment he said this, Fu Hongyun immediately fell silent. After thinking about it carefully, he felt it made sense. To be able to accurately say their names, they must be from the Blue Star. Besides those demonic beasts, no one wanted them dead, and no one would go out of their way to frame them for no reason, unless that person was very immoral. Damn it, Brother Su, you're right. I didn't think of that. Those damn demonic beasts are really detestable. Fu Hongyun had completely stopped crying, his eyes filled with resentment as he spoke. For a moment, Hong Yai didn't know what to say. For the first time, she discovered that the mind of the number one on the genius ranking of the martial artists hall was not very good. His legs had been tricked into being lame. Let's go. I don't know if that bastard is still in the Myriad Beast Forest, he said and pulled Fu Hongyun up. Fu Hongyun nodded, determined to kill the person who had slandered him. However, just a few steps later, he hurriedly called the system. System, is there anything that can conceal my aura and change my appearance? Invincible. Invincible. I never expected the system to actually have a demon mask that can change one's appearance at will. It's truly an indispensable treasure for killing, robbing, and doing illegal things. Immediately after, he used 3,000 kill points to exchange for it without any hesitation. The next moment, he transformed into a handsome man with long, flowing hair and a cold face. This is... Hong Yi said in disbelief. Even Fu Hongyun next to her was a little stunned, looking at him in shock. They were surprised to find that even his aura had changed. How on earth did he do it? I am the 108th generation successor of the Daoist sect, he said with a serious face. Even his voice had changed a little. Though at hearing this familiar tone, Hong Yai was certain that this person was him. When you're out and about, you give yourself your own identity. He recalled what Jing Xuan had said before about the Daoist sect. Although he didn't know what it was, it sounded pretty good. Let's go to the ruins, he said with a hee. Now, even if I meet the little princess, I don't need to be scared anymore. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a gust of wind quickly came from behind. Fu, please wait a moment. I wonder if you have ever met a pervert named Wan Lin. His body stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. This voice was a little familiar. He turned around, and sure enough, it was the little princess of the demon race. Behind her were more than 20 men in black armor, their auras powerful. He was terrified in his heart. A little later, and he would have been exposed. He looks roughly like this, she said, then took out a portrait. On it was his likeness. Fu Hongyun and Hong Yai were stunned and instinctively looked at him. The corner of her mouth twitched. She had actually guessed right. No wonder he didn't enter the ruins with the man in black armor before. He knew the little princess was coming, and he even changed his appearance. So that's how it was. This person is quite handsome, he said in a low voice. Yai and Fu Hanjun understood and remained silent. The little princess was also speechless, then said, "This doesn't change the fact that he's a pervert. If I catch him, I'll definitely castrate him. This guy is so handsome. What did he do to you? And you want to castrate him?" Yai and Fu Hanjun were silent. Just this point alone was enough for them to learn for a long time. His thick skin was unmatched. The little princess's face stiffened slightly, then she glared at him and said, "Have you seen him?" "No," he replied indifferently. She glanced at him, then left directly, heading deep into the myriad beast forest. "Brother Su, can you tell me what on earth you did to her?" Fu Hanjun revealed a cunning smile, and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Su is truly a role model for our generation. With that, he looked at Hong Ye and gave a meaningful smile. She immediately understood his meaning, and her face instantly turned red. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start. She could only steal a glance at him, wanting to see his reaction. He gave Fu Hanjun a sidelong glance. "I ran into this mad woman as soon as I entered. She wanted to rob me of my Myriad's banner, and even told me to join their demon race and become some demon king. A righteous person like me, how could I join the demon race? So I fought her for 300 rounds. She was no match for me, so she started calling for reinforcements without any martial virtue." Fu Hanjun and Hong Yi looked at him silently, their expressions as if to say, "Just keep making it up." Soon, they had reached the depths of the myriad beast forest. Not far ahead, a towering palace appeared in their sight. Like a ferocious tiger sitting majestically in the forest, a sky-high murderous aura spread out. Outside the palace, countless demonic beasts were sitting majestically, as if waiting for something. At the other end of the demonic beasts were countless creatures from the 10,000 races of the starry sky. It seemed that all the creatures were waiting for something. He stopped. It seemed this competition for the ruins was also very fierce. Before he could continue, the demonic beasts that were sitting majestically suddenly stood up. In the next second, all the demonic beasts roared, their ferocious might spreading, rushing straight to the heavens. The sky immediately turned blood red, transforming into the phantom of a fierce tiger that fell upon the palace. The palace slowly opened. "The divine hall has opened," one of the leading demonic beasts said, then led its team into the palace. "No wonder there are no demonic beasts in the myriad beast forest. So they're all here," Fu Hanjun said, then also entered the palace. After a flash of strange light, the three of them appeared on a large square, surrounded by the 10,000 races of the starry sky who had just entered. After entering, these creatures scattered in all directions to seek their own opportunities. "Let's go. Whether we can get the key depends on this time," he said, then also disappeared from the square. Not long after he left, the three of them, Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tung Yu, also appeared here. Behind them were more than 10 people, including Lu Qingfeng. "Su family army. Follow me," Wan Lin said. Among these dozen or so people, besides Lu Qingfeng, there were only 3 from Luoqing Technical College. The rest were from other academies. After meeting the 3 of them, they were all recruited into the Su family army. As for why they agreed, it was naturally because the 3 of them had used their loving fists to persuade them. More than 10 people followed behind him. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but say, "Wan Lin, why are you guys here too?" "Damn it, don't call me Wan Lin," he immediately flared up, glaring at Lu Qingfeng. Who knows which bastard had used his name to ruin his reputation. "Damn it, now a group of people from the demon race are hunting me down." "No, they're hunting down someone named Wan Lin," he said angrily, grinding his teeth. He had used Su Chen's reputation to do things, but he never expected that one day he would also become a victim. The corner of Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, remembering what he had said after meeting him just now. "Hey, what do we do now? Where do we find Boss Su? Who knows? This ancient battlefield is so big and extremely dangerous. When the central divine hall opens at the end, we will definitely meet him. But a shameless person like Boss Su shouldn't be so quiet after coming in here. Could it be that he was killed?" Wan Lin said excitedly. "Then wouldn't I be able to be promoted and officially become the monarch of the Su family army?" "No, I have to change the name to the One Family Army now," he said excitedly. Wu Tao took out his phone and started filming again. Lu Qingfeng for a moment didn't know what to say, and could only follow the 3 of them towards a large hall. At this time, Su Chen had already led Hong Ye and Fu Hanjun into the great hall. Coincidentally, they ran into the 9th prince. After seeing Hong Ye, he immediately attacked. A giant hand of blood and Kai descended, directly imprisoning her. Where on earth is Wan Lin? He said, then took out his portrait. He was about to go crazy. Damn it. When the little princess had given him the portrait, he had almost couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He naturally recognized that this wasn't the guy he had just met a moment ago. After going around in circles, it turned out to be this bastard. The two men in black armor were even more trembling with anger, kneeling on the ground. Thinking that they had even given the dragon blood spirit, ginseng to him, they were furious, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Now, seeing Han Ye, the anger in the ninth prince's heart could no longer be contained. He directly imprisoned her and questioned her. Weren't you following him just now? I don't know any Wan Lin, she said with difficulty, out of breath, her face red. He immediately acted, breaking the ninth prince's imprisonment. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Attacking a girl? What, a member of the demon race? Do is none of your business. The ninth prince was furious and suddenly attacked. He also directly charged forward, and the two of them immediately clashed. Only then could Han Ye breathe, taking deep breaths. As expected, being by his side was a dangerous thing. I don't know any Wan Lin. After you left, he also left. I don't know him, she said with a serious tone. She really didn't know any Wan Lin. On what ground should this prince believe you? Believe it or not. With that, another terrifying bolt of lightning descended, fiercely attacking back, sending the ninth prince retreating. Who are you? I have never heard of such a character as you in the starry sky. The ninth prince looked at him, his eyes gray. His thunder technique was too tyrannical, and it made him a little wary. This humble one is the 108th generation successor of the Daoist sect, he said with a serious expression, his whole body crackling with lightning, his presence awe-inspiring. When you're out and about, you give yourself your own identity. Sure enough, in the next second, the ninth prince's expression changed drastically. He looked at him in surprise. 5 Thunder Orthodox Law. No wonder, he said softly. No wonder this thunder technique is so terrifying. So it's the 5 Thunder Orthodox Law of the Daoist sect. It's just that the Daoist sect hasn't appeared for several hundred years. Everyone in the starry sky thought it had completely declined. Who would have thought that a successor would appear now? Could it be that the Daoist sect is about to re-emerge? He thought to himself and didn't attack again. Wan Lin wasn't here. It was useless for him to attack. More importantly, his strength could not be underestimated. It wasn't worth it to fight him to a draw here. You are from the Daoist sect. The two men in black armor looked at him in surprise. Is there a problem? He asked, a hint of lightning in his eyes. The two men in black armor immediately fell silent, remembering in the ancient city. That Wan Lin who pretended to be Wu Tao, didn't he also use the 5 Thunder Orthodox Law and even defeat Jing Chuan? The ninth prince also immediately looked over. I wonder what the Daoist friend's name is, and what is your relationship with that Wan Lin? He was silent for a moment before speaking. I do not know this so-called Wan Lin. But you say he also knows the 5 Thunder Orthodox Law. I think he must have stolen the secret, unteachable technique of my Daoist sect. It's also possible that he has received the inheritance of a senior of my Daoist sect who has passed on. In short, I will investigate this matter clearly. Hearing his words, the ninth prince was silent for a moment before smiling. It seems it was a misunderstanding. I wonder what the Daoist friend's name is. This humble one is the ninth prince of the demon race, Lu Chuanqi. Yu, he replied with a serious expression. The corner of Han Ye's mouth twitched. So you really won't give out your real name. You specialize in harming the people around you, don't you? For a moment, she even began to suspect if she had ever taken the blame for him. Brother Tom, you must also be here for the key inheritance, right? How about we go together? The ninth prince asked. In fact, he still had some doubts in his heart. No need. My Daoist sect emphasizes following one's heart. We don't like to compete with others. What is mine will not run away. What is not mine, I will not force. He had a look of following his heart. But in fact, he was thinking, that key was originally mine. In that case, I will not disturb Brother Tung any longer. We will meet again if fate allows. With that, the ninth prince led his people away. Ninth prince, they definitely know Wan Lin, a man in black armor said. I know, he said in a low voice. You too, go and follow them. Remember, be careful. This Tung Yu's strength is on par with mine. Don't be discovered. With that, his face was grim, and only then did he leave. Seeing him leave, Su Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. But he was worried that he had been exposed. It might really be troublesome. Let's go quickly. That old sixth is definitely still suspicious. Who knows if he'll send someone to monitor us. How do you know? He asked, looking at him. He glanced at her. Isn't that how it's always played out in the movies? These princes are all full of schemes. Fu Hanyun, on the other hand, looked at him with a face full of resentment and suspicion. He was no fool. Hearing what the man in black armor had said just now, and connecting it to the appearance of him in the portrait, how could he not know who had framed him? Su Chen, you explain it to me, Fu Honghyun said through gritted teeth. He smiled embarrassedly, knowing he had been exposed. You listened to my explanation. But Fu Honghyun had a resentful look. I won't listen. I won't listen. Hearing this, his face immediately darkened. The wrench in his pants was also stirring. Discovered, 43. Choose use arrow up, and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. The matter of him slandering Fu Hanyun was finally exposed. Fu Hanyun gritted his teeth in hatred. It turned out he was the idiot who had been tricked and led around in circles. He laughed awkwardly, knowing he had been exposed. You listened to my explanation. But Fu Hanyun turned his head away. I won't listen, I won't listen. If you won't listen, then forget it. He glanced at Fu Hanyun, turned, and directly walked away. This scene completely stunned Fu Hanyun. Why didn't he play by the script? Shouldn't he have come to coax him? You wait for me. Fu Hanyun swore that after he got out, he would definitely give him a good beating. But absolutely not now. At this time, the three of them, Wang Lin's group, were in a fierce battle with a horned creature. Locked in a tight fight. Damn it. You dare to mess with my Su family army. You're looking for death. I am Su Chen. If you're not convinced, then come and cut me down. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and charged up, his voice very loud, echoing throughout the great hall. He, who was just about to run away, also heard this voice. His body paused for a moment. Damn it. I finally found you, you bastard. He cursed him, then ran in the direction of the sound. At this time, in the great hall, the horned creature snorted coldly. What Su family army? They've roamed the cosmos, and have never heard of it. Immediately after, he threw a punch, carrying with it a violent force. He was also at the peak of the Sea of Ki realm. This one punch directly knocked the three of them, Wang Lin's group, back several steps. Only then did they manage to stand firm, looking at this guy with some surprise. Damn it, this guy is too strong. We can't beat him. When they entered the ancient battlefield, they had just broken through to the Sea of Ki realm. Now, they were all at the second star Sea of Ki realm. This speed was already very fast. But in the cosmos, the living beings who entered the ancient battlefield were all at the peak of the Sea of Ki realm. In comparison, they were still too weak. You big-horned monster. This debt of today. Su Chen will remember it. In the future, I will repay it 100-fold. Wang Lin knew he was no match and left a harsh word before preparing to flee. At this time, he had already rushed over. Seeing the three of them, Wang Lin's group, he was also a little stunned. How did these three guys also get in here? Is that guy Feng Yu really that relieved? He naturally also heard Wang Lin's words. His face was a little gloomy, and he found it ridiculous. So it was you three bastards who were ruining his reputation. Very good. Really very good. At this time, the big, horned monster snorted coldly and charged up again. A low-class living being dares to threaten me. Seeing this, the three of them, Wang Lin's group, wanted to run, but it was too late. They could only passively meet the attack. Soon, they were beaten until they coughed up blood, their faces pale. Damn it. I'm afraid we'll have to die here today. Wang Lin coughed up blood continuously. We haven't even found Boss Su yet. I don't know if Boss Su can avenge us. Tong Yu's hands were trembling, and the sword in his hand had also dimmed. He was also severely injured. The big, horned monster smiled sinisterly and charged up. But just at that critical moment, a flag billowing with black smoke suddenly appeared, blocking the way in front of the three of them. A cold and terrifying aura instantly spread out. A resentful soul appeared silently, blocking the attack of the big, horned monster. Emma seeing things. The military banner of the Su family army. Boss Su. Wu Tao turned around in surprise and searched everywhere, and then his gaze fell on him at the door. It was just that at this time, he was wearing a mask, and they didn't recognize him. But they were very familiar with this myriad soul banner. A look of astonishment and confusion appeared on Wu Tao's face. He stared at him. But he couldn't be sure, because the person in front of him, regardless of his figure, appearance, or aura, was different from him. Who are you? Why is the military banner of my Su family army in your hands? Wu Tao questioned coldly, his voice as cold as ice. Wang Lin and Tong Yu also immediately looked over, Their eyes filled with killing intent, their expressions as if they would kill him if he couldn't give a reasonable explanation. "It's me. I'm wearing a mask." He hurriedly transmitted his voice, using his own voice to reach the three of them. Hearing this familiar voice, the faces of the three of them suddenly changed. They looked at him with some horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. But how on earth did he do it? They still couldn't believe it. Seeing this, he took out the emblem of Lucidity Technical College again. Only then did they have a little bit of faith that he was real, that he was really Boss Su. Wu Tao shouted with joy, as if he had seen a savior. Tang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Wang Lin retreated to the back, worried that he would be beaten to death if he knew he had ruined his reputation. He slowly stepped forward. The endless resentful souls in the myriad soul banner immediately dispatched, directly surrounding the big, horned monster. The tragic screams made the surrounding people look over in horror. Myriad soul banner, naturally. Someone recognized the myriad soul banner. A look of horror immediately appeared on their faces, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. In the cosmos, the myriad soul banner was known as the exclusive weapon of demonic cultivators, and demonic cultivators had never been recognized by people. Once they appeared, they would definitely be hunted down by a large number of martial artists. Therefore, in the cosmos, there had been no demonic cultivators for a long time. Yet today, they had seen the legendary myriad soul banner. In an instant, they felt a little horrified in their hearts, and a sense of fear immediately enveloped their entire bodies. Myriad soul banner, it's actually the myriad soul banner. You are a demonic cultivator. You are actually a demonic cultivator. The big, horned monster screamed tragically, constantly fighting with the resentful souls. But the number of over 10,000 resentful souls was extremely large. Moreover, these resentful souls were all found after he entered the ancient battlefield. They already carried a violent aura, and their cultivation was all at the 9th star or peak of the Sea of Ki realm. No matter how strong the big, horned monster was, it was no match for this endless stream of resentful souls. "Damn you, this is clearly my human emperor's banner. This swirling purple kite is the humming purple kite that I have cultivated," he said with a serious face. The three of them, Wang Lin's group, had already determined that the person in front of them was definitely him. After all, only he could be so shameless. Whose human emperor's banner is filled with resentful souls? Who are you trying to fool? Who knows who said a sentence? The surrounding living beings all nodded, expressing their agreement. Your black smoke is billowing. You still have the face to say it's humming purple kite. I just want to contain them in the human emperor's banner, and wait for the right time to grant them salvation, he said very seriously, his cold gaze looking at the living being who had just spoken. Or you can go into my human emperor's banner and ask them. No, I still have something to do. I'll leave first, feeling his cold gaze, his tone carrying a faint killing intent. This living being was directly scared and turned to flee. The others also didn't dare to stay and fled directly. The big, horned monster was finally beheaded by his sword, dead beyond death. Boss Su, I've had such a hard time looking for you. Wu Tao hurriedly came over, his tears and snot streaming down his face as he spoke. Tang Yu also came over with an excited look, almost giving him a leg massage. Lu Qingfeng and the others standing next to him were a little at a loss. Boss Su, do you know how hard I've been looking for you? This ancient battlefield is full of strong experts from the outer cosmos. They beat me. Bullied me. Alright. He directly interrupted Wang Lin, sneering. I think you've been having a lot of fun impersonating me. Haven't you? Feeling his coldness, Wang Lin immediately took a few steps back and pointed at Wu Tao. It was all Wu Tao's idea. Wu Tao sneered, took out his phone, and handed it to him. Please wash the fur. Wang Lin's face was ashen. He wanted to run, but was pressed down and tied up by Tang Yu and Wu Tao. Lu Qingfeng sighed. He was still not as good as them. Why didn't he think of charging up and tying up Wang Lin first? The other students were dazed, not knowing what on earth had happened. Why had they suddenly turned on each other and become enemies? An Ye and Fu Hongyan stepped forward, also a little dazed. Alright, it's just a small matter. I am not so angry with you. This ancient battlefield is full of dangers. The three of you ran in here without even anything to protect yourselves, he said, and then took out the myriad soul banner and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin had a dazed expression, so surprised he didn't know what to do. He had actually given the myriad soul banner. No, the military banner of the Su family army to him. Remember, your name is Wang Lin. Don't impersonate me again in the future. He patted Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin was so excited he was incoherent. I am Wang Lin. I was born Wang Lin. And I will die Wang Lin. I want to be a good person. Wan Lin shouted loudly, ecstatic. Hong Yai and Fu Hanjun next to him's mouths twitched, and they quietly took a few steps back. This bastard was really a dog, specializing in harming the people around him. Oh, boss said. Wan Lin seemed to have thought of something, carrying the myriad soul banner and coming to him excitedly. What's wrong? He asked. Wan Lin frowned, and then said, before, outside, we met a few guys who were hunting down a person named Wan Lin. If you use this name, will there be? Look, you're scared, he said, shaking his head, and made a move to take back the myriad soul banner. But Wan Lin held on tightly, not letting go at all. A name is just a title, he said with a serious face. You can be named Wan Lin, I can be named Wan Lin. Everyone can be named Wan Lin. It's just someone with the same name and surname. What the hell are you afraid of? Hearing his explanation, Wan Lin was enlightened. A smile immediately appeared on his face. He immediately understood. Wasn't it just a title? Someone with the same name and surname. The people they wanted to hunt down warned him. What the hell was he afraid of? Bossu, I've seen the light, Wan Lin said excitedly, carrying the myriad soul banner and looking at Tong Yu and Wu Tao with triumph. Tong Yu just frowned, smelling a hint of something unusual. But he said nothing, just stood behind him. Let's go. We must get the key in this ruin, he said, and then continued to advance. Wan Lin also swaggered along behind. Soon, he led them to a secret room. This place was like a scripture repository, filled with all kinds of precious martial arts and cultivation techniques, which directly made their eyes widen. Ha ha ha. With these martial arts and cultivation techniques, what does my demon and alien race have to worry about not rising? Just at this moment, a loud laugh immediately came. A man in black quickly approached. What was surprising was that this man in black had 2 bumps on his head, as if he was about to grow horns. Behind him followed a large number of demonic beasts, their kai and blood powerful. With these cultivation techniques and martial arts, and relying on the cosmos demon race, the rise of our demon race is a certainty. The man in black's face was full of excitement. Only then did he notice them on the sight. In an instant, the man in black's face changed, and his cold gaze fell on him and Fu Hongyun. Fu Hongyun. The man in black actually called out Fu Hongyun's name. Fu Hongyun also looked over, his gaze falling on some of the demonic beasts behind the man in black, and his face immediately changed. You bastards, I finally found you, Fu Hongyun said coldly. These demonic beasts were the subordinates of the demon sovereign, who had entered the ancient battlefield from the Blue Star, wanting to open the ancient battlefield to let the strong experts from the outer cosmos into the Blue Star. Aha, what a surprise. Since we've met, then you can go and die. He was the son of the demon sovereign, and also the leader of the demonic beasts who had entered from the Blue Star. At this time, the demonic beasts behind him immediately charged up. They were all descendants of demon emperors or demon kings, their kai and blood powerful, selling out the Blue Star in exchange for your so-called rise. A bunch of bastards. Fu Hongyun also charged up. The son of the demon sovereign just smiled lightly. The Blue Star is just a low-class planet. It has rule suppression, and the martial Dao is limited. In a lifetime, one can only cultivate to the martial sovereign realm. To go one step further, one can only enter the cosmos. But the path from the Blue Star to the cosmos has long been cut off. So I am not selling out the Blue Star but creating a brand new path to the cosmos for the Blue Star. Then do you know? These people from the outer cosmos will steal the origin of the Blue Star when they enter it. Once the foundation is stolen, Blue Star will be completely crippled. Then that has nothing to do with me anymore. The demon sovereign son said with a light laugh. They have decided to rely on the demon race of the starry sky and stand firm there. As for Blue Star, it has no relation to them anymore. Ungrateful stray dogs. He snorted coldly and charged. He had been worried about not being able to find these bastards, and now that he couldn't possibly let them go. The demon sovereign's son sneered, and then his body transformed into a flood dragon, rushing at him. Shock, shock. Sensing the might of the true dragon on him, the demon sovereign's son was completely astonished. A lowly race. How can you have the bloodline of a true dragon? Who on earth are you? However, his next words directly broke his defenses. I am your father. With that, the great mighty heavenly dragon, and the 5 Thunder Orthodox law attacked directly. In just an instant, the demon sovereign's son was severely injured, coughing up blood continuously, his eyes filled with horror. Senior brother, save me. He hurriedly crushed a beast bone, and a powerful aura immediately spread out. Useless trash. You had to make this prince act so quickly. What's the use of you? An angry shout came through. The demon sovereign's son didn't dare to make a sound. Suchen was also knocked back by this powerful aura. A dazzling golden light dissipated, and an exquisite carriage appeared here, pulled by a few unknown demonic beasts. Seeing this carriage appear, The demon sovereign's son had an extremely respectful look on his face. He hurriedly saluted. Senior brother, this person has the essence blood of a true dragon. He has a natural suppressing effect on demonic beasts. But true dragon essence blood? Really? Of course it's real, a rare find, one of a kind. He didn't wait for the demon sovereign's son to speak and spoke up himself. The corner of the demon sovereign's son's mouth twitched, as if he were looking at an idiot. The carriage door immediately opened, and a large golden lion, several jump tall, slowly walked out. True dragon essence blood. The true dragon has been extinct for thousands of years. Where did you get the essence blood? The large lion questioned, then said, it doesn't matter anymore. Are you willing to hand over the true dragon essence blood to this prince? This prince can grant you the status of a battle slave, to follow by my side from now on. Hearing this, he had a blank look on his face. Why do these guys like to take in battle slaves so much? It seems I also have to take in a few. If you are willing to submit to me and be my mount, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I must taste what stewed lion tastes like, he said coldly. Then, a golden dragon coiled behind him, and endless lightning flashed. The large golden lion laughed loudly, as if it had heard something ridiculous. A hint of killing intent appeared in its eyes. Haha, take this prince as a mount. This is the first time someone has dared to speak to this prince like this. Do you know? This prince is from the Golden Flame Sacred Lion clan, even in the starry sky. We are a peak demonic beast overlord. No one has ever dared to say they would take a member of my clan as a mount. Since you are unwilling, then this prince can only kill you and refine your true dragon essence blood. The large golden lion laughed in charge, its mouth spitting out endless golden flames, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature. Under this high temperature, the space was slightly distorted. Seeing this, Wan Lin and the others knew it was bad, and hurriedly dodged, preparing to give the myriad soul banner back to him. But he had no intention of using it, and struck out with a palm. A golden dragon coiled and charged, bringing with it the true might of a dragon. The 5 Thunder Orthodox law was unleashed at the same time, and endless lightning descended. He charged forward like a war god. The cultivation of this large golden lion was much stronger than Huyan and Hu Lai's. Even he had to go all out and treat it seriously. The demon sovereign's son sneered. He didn't believe he could defeat the large golden lion. This guy was from the Golden Flame Sacred Lion clan, a demonic beast overlord in the starry sky, with a powerful bloodline. At the peak of the Kisi realm, he had long since torn apart a peak Grandmaster realm martial artist. As expected, you have some skills, but that's all. The large golden lion laughed, its mouth spitting out endless golden flames. He also felt this burning sensation, his skin stinging, and his blood and Kai power couldn't resist this burning sensation. Great mighty heavenly dragon, he shouted, urging the true dragon essence blood. The terrifying phantom of a giant dragon charged, all the essence blood in his body boiling. Boss Su, this is... Dong Yu looked at him in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a fellow sword cultivator, the sword aura on his body seemed to be sublimating, with a feeling of about to break through. He was now at the level of sword aura. If he broke through again, it would be to the level of sword intent. He was only 18 years old, to comprehend sword intent at 18. But who on Blue Star could compare? Sure enough, in the next second, a world-shaking change occurred in the sword aura on his body. The terrifying sword aura directly transformed into sword intent. The appearance of this sword intent, accompanied by the might of the true dragon, was a direct crush. A hint of horror also appeared on the large golden lion's face, as if it couldn't believe it. This is sword intent. Who on earth are you? How can you comprehend sword intent? The large golden lion retreated in horror. But this terrifying sword intent was not something that the power of blood and K could resist. It directly slashed at him. In an instant, his entire body was covered in wounds, fresh blood flowing freely. The intense pain made him roar, wanting to flee, but his even more terrifying sword intent had already enveloped and imprisoned him. He was shocked to find that his blood and Kai power could not resist this invincible sword intent at all. I am the prince of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion clan. If you dare to kill me, my clan will not let you go. With that, he turned to run, but how could he let him escape? He raised his hand, and a sword intent pursued, and the terrifying sword intent immediately enveloped the demon sovereign's son. Before he could even let out a tragic scream, he was directly crushed, his corpse falling to the ground, turning into a 3-time on flood dragon. Seeing this, Wan Lin directly rushed up and collected the corpse, his mouth watering. He had lived for so long, but had never eaten flood dragon meat. Fu Hanyun and Hong Yai's mouths twitched, looking at the three of them in surprise, discovering that they were fighting over the corpse. To be honest, Fu Hanyun's eyes were also red. After all, this was a flood dragon. The scales on its body were the best for refining battle armor. And there were also the bones and tendons, all top-grade materials, hard to find, and had never even appeared on Blue Star. I'll give you a chance. Be my mount or be my food. I've never eaten stewed lion before, he said coldly. Horror appeared in the large golden lion's eyes. It wanted to break free of his invincible sword intent, but it was useless. I submit, it said hurriedly. In the face of death, it still chose to live. As long as he withdrew the sword intent, it would have a way to escape, and then it would find him for trouble. Hearing this, he directly asked the system, I don't believe this guy will really submit to me. System, is there any way to control a demonic beast? Searching for the host. Soul Nether Prohibition Technique. It can leave an imprint in the opponent's soul, control them, and at the same time, take their life at any time. The system's voice rang out. He exclaimed, good stuff. As expected of the system. There's nothing I can't think of that the system can't find. He spent 1,000 killing points to exchange for it, then looked at the large golden lion with a sinister expression. I have submitted to you. Can you withdraw your sword intent now? It said. Of course, he smiled. Then, an imprint quickly shot into its forehead. A strange feeling spread throughout its body. What did you do to me? It looked at him in horror. Nothing, he smiled, then withdrew the sword intent. The large golden lion turned to flee, but in the next second, it fell directly to the ground, roaring in pain. An animal is an animal. I knew you would play this trick. He sneered, walking up to it, and slapping it a few times. Soon, its head was swollen like a pig's head. Still running, he said, then directly took out the large wrench. What on earth did you do to me? The large golden lion was really scared, its body trembling. It had a feeling that if he wanted to kill it, it would only take a single thought. In other words, its life was already in his hands. Obediently be my mount. If you have any other ideas, I can turn you into stewed lion with a single thought. He kicked it up, then killed all the demonic beasts on the carriage. What are you planning to do? I would rather die than pull a carriage for you. The large golden lion understood his intention and roared in horror. However, not long after, it was already pulling the carriage, its expression fawning. Master, is the carriage I'm pulling stable? One Lin and the others were directly stunned by this scene. Their mouths agape. Such a powerful demonic beast with such terrifyingly powerful blood and kai had become his mount and was even pulling a carriage for him. If we bring this back to Lukin Technical College, wouldn't it be so cool? Boss Su, can I sit for a while? Boss Su, our brotherhood is as deep as the sea. Let me sit in the carriage for a bit. Father, I want to ride in the carriage. Tong Yu and Wu Tao ran over, their eyes filled with fervor. Wen Lin even directly called him father. There was no other way. This carriage pulled by a large golden lion was really too cool. The gasoline guzzling big bulls and small horses on Blue Star were all trash in front of this. Are they always like this? Fu Hongyun's mouth twitched. Looking at Lu Qingfeng. Bong Ye also looked over. Actually, they are not from Luoqing Technical College. Lu Qingfeng said softly. Sometimes, I really feel like I can't take them out. Brother Chen, with our relationship, you have to let me sit for a bit, right? Lu Qingfeng said as he ran over. No one could refuse a large lion pulling a carriage. The matter of you hitting me with a wrench before, I won't hold it against you anymore. Brother Chen. Brother Chen, he shouted even louder than Wang Lin. Seeing this, Fu Hongyun's mouth twitched, his eyes looking at the carriage with fervor. Let alone on Blue Star, to have the Prince of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion clan pull a carriage. Even in the entire starry sky. It was an extremely shocking existence. The large golden lion roared. It could tolerate pulling a carriage for him, but to pull a carriage for Wang Lin and the others, it would really rather die. You have quite a temper, don't you? Wang Lin held the myriad soul banner and cursed, then retreated to pack up. Let's go, he said. The cultivation techniques and martial skills in here are all of a high grade. There are even a few heaven and martial skills. If we bring these back to Luoqing Technical College, how can we worry that it won't develop? Soon, the three of them had collected everything here. Even the floor tiles were pried up. He was also very speechless. Just as they were about to leave, a few men in black armor appeared here, their eyes falling on Wang Lin. Is that the myriad soul banner in your hand, sir? What damn myriad soul banner? This is the banner of my Su family army, Wang Lin cursed. The man in black armor frowned, then asked again. I wonder if you are Wang Lin, sir. That's right, I am Wang Lin. I won't change my name whether I'm walking or sitting. This myriad soul banner. No, this Su family army banner is mine, Wang Lin said arrogantly, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Fu Hongyun and the others hurriedly distanced themselves from him. Su Chen also quietly drove the carriage, preparing to flee. The men in black armor exchanged a look and immediately crushed the tokens in their hands. Only then did Wang Lin realize something was wrong. Chasing after him, intending to flee. Boss Su, wait for me. He turned around, looked at Wang Lin with a dazed expression, and then said, who are you? Do we know each other? The moment he finished speaking, a powerful and terrifying aura immediately descended. The ninth prince and the little princess appeared here directly. The main hall was quickly surrounded. All the men in black armor had icy expressions, drawing the long sabers from their waists and pointing them straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was completely stunned. He was holding the myriad soul banner, clearly a little flustered. He stared blankly at him, but he quickly dodged, his expression as if to say, we don't know each other, which directly stunned Wang Lin. Wang Lin. The ninth prince's face grew even colder. He saw Wang Lin's appearance clearly. At that moment, he really wanted to tear Wang Lin to pieces. Wasn't this the group of people they had captured in the Myriad Beast Forest before? At that time, it was this guy who said that Wang Lin had gone deep into the Myriad Beast Forest. It was just that the person in the little princess's portrait and this Wang Lin didn't look alike. Are you Wang Lin? The ninth prince questioned coldly, his endless demonic ki surging. Anyone could feel the ninth prince's icy killing intent. No, he's Wan Lin. Wan Lin was completely stunned. Although he didn't know what on earth had happened, he also knew that if he admitted it now, he would probably be beaten to a pulp in the next second. Ku Honghyun's face was dazed. He stared blankly at Wan Lin, really wanting to say a sentence. Do we know each other? Damn it. You want to pin this on me. This myriad soul banner is yours. The ninth prince ignored Wan Lin's words and asked coldly. A cold and terrifying killing intent had already enveloped Wan Lin's entire body. This time, regardless of whether the person in front of him was Wan Lin or not, he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Anyway, it's not mine, Wan Lin said. Worried that admitting it to him would get him beaten to a pulp, he decisively threw the myriad soul banner on the ground, intending to leave. Stop. Did this prince say you could leave? The men in black armor around quickly surrounded Wan Lin. Wan Lin had an angry expression, then pointed at him. This is my big brother. If you have any problems, go find my big brother. The ninth prince followed his gaze and looked at him. The next second, his pupils contracted violently. The demon race prince would never have expected that the ordinary young man before him. His mount was actually a golden flame sacred lion. One had to know that this was the overlord of the demonic beasts in the cosmos. Moreover, if they were not mistaken, this guy was also the prince of the golden flame sacred lion clan. Now he had actually become a mount. How was this possible? But after bowing his head and thinking for a few seconds, the demon race prince's gaze returned to its icy coldness. Brother Tong, didn't you say you didn't know Wan Lin? He heard this, his face unchanging. Only then did he slowly speak. This is a little brother I just took in. To be honest, we're not close. The moment these words were spoken, Wan Lin looked at him with an astonished face, even more surprised than Tong Yu. Tong Yu didn't understand why the ninth prince would call him by his name, while Wan Lin couldn't believe he would say such words. Boss Yu, our brotherhood is as deep as the sea. But he said with a serious face, keep brotherhood in your heart. If there's a problem, you can't reach me by phone. I don't want to help with small matters, and I can't help with big ones. Wan Lin had a dazed expression, a little unsure of what on earth had happened, but he roughly had some guesses. You people, I just want to ask what on earth Wan Lin did. Why the hell are you so determined to hunt down Wan Lin? Wan Lin looked at the ninth prince and asked, just wanting to verify the guess in his heart. The little princess heard this and was immediately enraged. Her entire body was also billowing with demonic eye, her cold and beautiful face clearly showing anger. Elater, you still have the face to ask us why we are hunting you down. Do you think you can just erase what you did to this princess with a single sentence? The moment these words were spoken, Wan Lin and his group were all stunned on the spot. This beautiful lady, have we met before? Wan Lin had already guessed 7 or 8 parts of it in his heart. Some bastard had done some indescribable things to the little princess, and then framed him for it. Don't think you can deceive me just by changing your appearance. This princess has plenty of ways to make you reveal your true face, to make you admit it. His face was a little unsightly. He hurriedly stepped forward to Wan Lin's side and patted his shoulder. Wan Lin, if we've done something wrong, then let's admit it. Don't try to deny it. As Wan Lin's big brother, I express my deep sorrow. This guy actually did such an unconscionable thing, even daring to hit the little princess's butt. This is truly an unforgivable crime. I suggest that Wan Lin present his butt. However the little princess wants to hit it, she can. As long as she can vent this anger, it's fine. Hearing his words, Wan Lin chuckled, glanced at him coldly, and had already identified this dog in his heart. The little princess heard this and her eyes became grave. A hint of bright light appeared in her eyes and it immediately fell on him. Even the ninth prince didn't know what on earth that leisure had done to her. How could this guy know it so clearly? Feeling the little princess's strange gaze, he was also stunned for a moment. Could it be that he had been exposed? Impossible. His acting skills, combined with a mask, were absolutely top-notch. It was impossible to be discovered. Basu, I'm very curious. How did you know what I did to the little princess? I'm the one involved, how come I don't know anything? Wan Lin asked coldly, his arms crossed as he looked at him. He was awkwardly stunned, wishing he could slap himself twice. His mouth was too fast again. I was too curious. I didn't tell anyone about this. Yu, how did you know? The little princess said, her icy aura already enveloping him. Of course, it was Wan Lin who told me, he said with a serious face. It was clear they didn't believe him. Hey, Yu, swear that if there is half a false word in what I have said. Yu. Shut up. Boss Yu, Brother Chen, Father, I beg you. I have no enmity with you, I haven't even taken a wife yet. Please have mercy with your words. Yu hurriedly interrupted him, his face full of agitation, his whole body trembling, tears in his eyes. He just wanted to live. He didn't want to die in such an unclear way. He had even started to calculate in his heart. After leaving the ancient battlefield and returning, he must create a few more names and identities. Otherwise, who knows when he would be harmed. Hey, I was just talking nonsense. It doesn't count. He was a little embarrassed. This time, all his covers had been blown. At this time, everyone's gaze was focused on him, especially the ninth prince and the little princess, their gaze is fixed on him. Boss Su, Our brotherhood is as deep as the sea. I just want to live. Tong Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. Wu Tao was still smiling slyly, but the next second, he felt something was wrong and hurriedly looked at him. Boss Du, tell me honestly, have you ever impersonated me? You guys see, what are you saying? Could I be that kind of person? Even he himself had no confidence. Wu Tao and Tong Yu said nothing, but their expressions seemed to be saying, isn't that the case? It seems brother Tong Yu doesn't want to use his real identity to meet people. But I am very curious. Are you only hiding your identity from us? Or are you hiding your identity from everyone? The ninth prince became more and more suspicious and had already approached. The little princess's face was also cold. Realizing that something was wrong, she had already surrounded him. The golden flame sacred lion was even more dazed and shocked, his heart filled with horror. Who would have thought that this guy had also offended the little princess of the demon race? In the cosmos, who didn't know that the old demon emperor of the demon race doted on his daughter? And after the little demon princess was born, she became the darling of the entire demon race. The old demon emperor had even sent troops to raise a clan for the little princess, which was enough to see the little princess's status in the demon race. I'd like to know if the little princess still remembers what that bastard looked like back then. Wan Lin turned to the little princess and said with a sneer. The little princess snorted coldly, and a portrait of Su Chen appeared. It's this person. Wan Lin took the portrait and looked at it. It was clearly his appearance. He immediately sneered. I wonder if I can provide accurate and useful information. Can the princess give me some rewards? Wan Lin asked with a smile. Wan Lin, our brotherhood is as deep as the sea, he said. Wan Lin looked over and sneered. Now you know the brotherhood is deep. Of course you can. The little princess looked at him, almost certain that the person in front of her was the one who had taken advantage of her back then. Hearing this, Wan Lin stepped forward, but before he could say anything, the ninth prince's terrifying aura descended, directly enveloping and suppressing him. Immediately after, the men in black stepped forward and captured Wan Lin. Wan Lin still wanted to struggle, but it was useless. The strength of these men in black was all at the peak of the Sea of Qi realm, extremely powerful. I am very curious. How on earth did you not only change your appearance but also your figure and aura? But I think all of this is no longer important, right? Su Chen. The little princess said with a sneer, her voice carrying an endless coldness. This method was not rare. In the cosmos, there were plenty of talented people. They were used to these methods. But they had never seen anyone as ridiculous as him. Alright. I originally wanted to live with you in a different identity, but I never expected to be met with suspicion and step-by-step pressure. Well then, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm Su Chen. As for the misunderstanding with the little princess before, I was also very helpless. You wanted to buy my myriad soul banner and even forced me to make a move. I am not wrong about this, am I? I was just acting in self-defense. At most, it was excessive defense. But in a fight, who can guarantee what will happen? So, an accidental touch can be considered normal. Haha, you say it so lightly. You accidentally touched me. You were acting in excessive defense. The little princess was immediately angry. She never expected his face to be so thick, to say such words. When you took advantage of me, I had already stopped making a move and had fallen into your hands. The ninth prince heard this and was immediately angry. A terrifying aura once again descended, enveloping him. But this little bit of pressure was nothing to him. He didn't even need to speak. The golden flame sacred line had already released its own aura, resisting this pressure. Golden flame, do you also want to be an enemy of my demon race? The ninth prince questioned, his heart filled with anger. Of course not. But if he dies, I will also die. The golden flame was bleeding in his heart. Of course he didn't want to be a mount, but he had been hit by a strange trick. You believe this kind of trick? The ninth prince said coldly. He could see that the golden flame didn't seem to be lying. It seemed to be true. In an instant, the ninth prince also fell silent. After a long while he spoke again. You move aside. After I capture Su Chen, I will return your freedom. The golden flame was very moved in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only bow his head in silence, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, he also didn't make things difficult for this two-faced running dog, Golden Flame. He turned to look directly at the ninth prince. The next second, the myriad soul banner appeared in his hand. Endless black smoke was released, in an instant covering the sky and the earth. Countless resentful souls screamed tragically, and a terrifying baleful aura spread out. As expected, it's the myriad soul banner. You are indeed a demonic cultivator. But I am curious, how do you, a demonic cultivator, know the five thunders rectification of the Daoist sect? Because our current Daoist sect is the evil Daoist sect. The five thunders rectification is also the evil five thunders rectification, he replied seriously, which stunned the ninth prince for a moment, his mind buzzing. Only then did he say, it's fine. It's not important anymore. No matter who you are, you can't escape death today. After speaking, the ninth prince had already charged up. The little prince is following closely behind. The two of them actually took the initiative to attack him. He on the other hand directly urged the myriad soul banner, and endless resentful souls charged up. At the same time, the ground shook violently. Countless rifts spread out in an instant, and the divine hall began to shake violently. In just a blink of an eye, everyone fell into a deep, gaping chasm. It happened too suddenly. No one had time to react. The rift closed in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. Even the divine hall was instantly restored to its original state. In the rift, he fell onto a blood-colored ground, surrounded by a blood-colored fog. The air was filled with the smell of blood, making one feel nauseous. Even he took a moment to recover, his face a little pale. Around him, some people couldn't help but vomit. "Bossu, this is..." Sungyu walked over, shocked, not knowing what had just happened. He said nothing, discovering that the area was densely packed with figures. It must be that all the creatures in the divine hall had come here. The little princess and the ninth prince stood up, also with looks of astonishment on their faces. Their eyes searched, then fell on him. The killing intent in their eyes was immediately released, and they charged at him. But in the next second, a terrifying aura immediately descended, suppressing the little princess and the ninth prince so they couldn't move. Seeing this, his pupils also contracted. He quickly scanned the surroundings and found that all the creatures that had attacked were suppressed, unable to move. What's going on? Where is this? I want to get out. A wave of fear began to spread along with the roars of a demon. Everyone's heart was tense. They had no idea where this was or what had just happened. Look, suddenly, a terrified voice rang out. Everyone's eyes looked up at the blood-colored space. A giant, blood-colored tiger phantom appeared, carrying an incomparably terrifying aura. An ancient fierce beast, the ninth prince said in astonishment. This aura is definitely from an ancient fierce beast. Only an ancient fierce beast could have such a terrifying aura. This giant, blood-colored tiger phantom must be the master of this divine hall. Just as everyone was still extremely shocked, the giant tiger suddenly roared. The next moment, a line of blood-colored words appeared in front of it. "Welcome, everyone, for unlocking the first trial to the White Tiger Divine Hall. Next will be the second trial. Only half of the creatures present can survive. The time is unlimited. If you cannot complete it, you will remain here forever. The game begins." The moment the words fell, the terrifying suppressing force immediately vanished. The ninth prince and the little princess immediately stood up and looked at him. Their expressions were grave. The myriad soul banner appeared in his hand, and countless vengeful souls appeared, circling around him. Wan Lin and the others also quickly appeared behind him, their expressions extremely grave. It was their own business how they fought and harmed each other, but when faced with danger, they would immediately unite. "Su family army," Wan Lin shouted, and all the people from Luocheng Technical College gathered around. At the same time, in the blood-colored space, the remaining creatures had also begun to form teams. The battle began almost in an instant. The sounds of killing and screaming rang out. The great melee had completely erupted. The little princess charged at him, but she was stopped by the ninth prince. This guy is not easy to deal with. This must be the trial of the divine hall, related to the key inheritance. Don't waste time on him. He can't run away from here anyway. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation appeared on the little princess's face. She also knew that the urgent matter now was not to find trouble with him. But she was furious, about to explode with anger. She had never been so slighted in her entire life. "Let's go." In the end, she still didn't attack him and charged at the surrounding creatures instead. Seeing this, he also let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if the little princess and the ninth prince charged up and tied him down, it would be troublesome. Although this great melee said that only half the creatures needed to be eliminated, the number of kills would definitely have an impact on the future. "Let's do it. Be careful of the demon race," he said, controlling the vengeful souls in the myriad soul banner to charge in all directions. At this moment, he completely unleashed himself, transforming into a killing machine, constantly slaughtering the surrounding creatures. With one hand, his swordsmanship was superb. With the other, he wielded the 5 Thunder Orthodox Law, and unleashed the great mighty heavenly dragon. The golden dragon roared, and he had the myriad soul banner to assist him. At this moment, he was like a demon god stepping out of hell, bathed in blood, his cloak stained red, and the area around him was completely cleared by him, littered with corpses. So satisfying. The more he killed, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but shout. The creatures he killed were directly imprisoned by the myriad soul banner. This terrifying scene naturally fell into the eyes of the remaining creatures. Those who still wanted to attack wisely avoided him, not daring to provoke him anymore. The little princess and the ninth prince were still killing. Hearing the sound, they looked over and were terrified by the scene. They never expected him to be so strong. After a large-scale massacre, his cultivation directly broke through to the 5-star Sea realm. Damn it, is he the lowly creature, or am I? Golden Flame, at the back, looked at him with horrified eyes. When he had fought him before, he hadn't felt he was this powerful. But now, his terror made him feel a sense of extreme horror. If he had encountered him in this state, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand a few moves before being killed. Thinking this, he felt a little relieved in his heart, feeling that being his mount didn't seem so unbearable. "Golden Flame, come here," he shouted. In the next second, Golden Flame hurriedly trotted over. He immediately mounted him. Kill for meh. He had really gone crazy with killing, and began to take the initiative to attack. The three of them, Wan Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu, also decisively attack, but it was impossible for them to be like him. This Su family army. Are they all evil cultivators? That motherfucker is Su Chen. I've long heard of his name. Now that I've seen him, this guy is not only utterly devoid of conscience, but also a wolf in sheep's clothing. Some of the surrounding creatures couldn't help but think to themselves, hurriedly avoiding him and fighting with other creatures. He didn't care, avoiding the little princess and her group, and went on a rampage through the blood-colored space, leaving only a pile of corpses in his way. As time passed, the ground was already covered in corpses. Suddenly, a terrifying suppressing force also immediately descended. Everyone was suppressed and couldn't move, including him. But he didn't care. He had already killed enough. Congratulations, everyone, for successfully passing this trial. Now, rewards will be distributed based on the number of kills. The words in the void appeared once again. First place, Su Chen. In the next second, a blood-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping him. He felt his whole body unable to move. An indescribable power was circulating through his body. His cultivation, in this moment, broke through once again, directly reaching the sixth Starkey realm. How could it be him? The little princess was unwilling in her heart. Seeing him receive the reward was even more unbearable than not receiving one herself. Then came the second place, third place, and a series of blood-colored lights appeared along with the words, descending. 10 creatures received rewards. And the rewards were also different. Soon, he had finished receiving his reward, and he was overjoyed in his heart. Boss Su, what's your reward? Wan Lin asked curiously as he approached. He chuckled lightly. In short, it's very strong. Wan Lin gave him a sidelong glance. Before he could say anything more, the remaining creatures had also finished receiving their rewards, each one with a happy expression. It was just that no one had expected the first place to be him. But on second thought, it made sense. In this entire blood-colored space, only he had directly killed his way through. The third trial begins. The blood-colored words changed once again. Everyone was on high alert, not knowing what the next trial would be. Along with a tremor of the ground, a giant white tiger statue appeared, lifelike. In the white tiger's mouth, a key carved from white jade was floating. That's the key to the central divine hall, someone shouted. And all eyes turned to the mouth of the statue. There was indeed a key there. A grave look appeared in his eyes. They had to get this key. They had to get it at all costs. For the creatures of the starry sky, the ancient battlefield was just for training and finding some ancient opportunities. If they could get this small world, it would naturally be even better. A small world was an extremely precious and rare existence even in the starry sky. But for them, getting the central hub of the space was to protect Blue Star. Once the rules of the ancient battlefield changed, the experts of the starry sky could enter it, and then they could enter Blue Star through it. If the foundation of Blue Star was stolen, then it would be completely crippled. I heard that the ancient battlefield is attached to a planet where the spiritual energy has just begun to recover. As long as we can get the central hub of the space and change the rules, the experts of my clan can enter that planet through here. A planet where the spiritual energy has just recovered. If we can get the foundation, my clan will stand at the peak of the starry sky, some of the creatures said loudly. Clearly already aware of Blue Star's existence. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, just the running dogs under the demon sovereign had entered in such large numbers. It was very normal for the news to have leaked. Sure enough, along with this news spreading, the creatures present were all extremely shocked, their eyes even more fervent. In the starry sky, they knew too well the value of a planet where the spiritual energy had just begun to recover. Its value was immeasurable. Su Chen, we must get this key. The central hub of the space cannot fall into their hands. Fu Hanyun approached and said, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Before, he was the number 1 on the genius rankings of the martial artist Grand Hall, so glorious. But after coming to the ancient battlefield, he realized how weak he was. He was not even his match. This sense of disparity made him feel helpless, enveloped by a sense of powerlessness. Now, facing such a situation, he even felt a sense of not knowing what to do. Su Chen, I'm begging you, in the future, I will repay you even if I have to be a horse or an ox. You don't need to say it. I'll do it, he said, looking at him. Then he added, there's no need to be a horse or an ox. You can just be my horse and ox. With that, he took a step forward, his eyes extremely sharp, surrounded by the vengeful souls from the myriad soul banner. Those with fast speed had already reached the foot of the statue. Just as they were about to act, a blood-collared bolt of lightning suddenly descended. This person was directly struck stiff. In an instant, countless blood-colored lightning bolts descended, and thunder rolled. What was even more surprising was that within the lightning, thunder tigers condensed from it appeared, charging and attacking. Golden flame, charge, he rode on its back. The corner of its mouth twitched. It glanced at him. That motherfucker is lightning. If I charge up, won't I be struck to death? I know. I'm afraid of death, that's why I'm telling you to charge, he said very seriously. Golden Flame was immediately speechless, not knowing what to say. At this time, the little princess had already acted, also controlling lightning to confront it. The blood-colored lightning and thunder tigers didn't have much of an effect on her. Seeing this, he also immediately acted, unleashing the five thunder orthodox law and charging directly, his whole body enveloped in lightning. The moment these blood-colored lightning bolts descended, they were directly swallowed by him. The charging thunder tigers were not enough for a single punch from him. This blood-colored lightning was naturally very powerful, but for a creature who cultivated thunder techniques, it was just a low-grade sword. Insignificant. Su Chen, this key is mine. After I get it, I'll come and settle the score with you, the little princess sneered. That's if you can get it, he sneered back, having already chased up to the top of the statue. The moment the two of them met, a fierce battle immediately broke out. Seeing this, the people around them also sped up, wanting to sit back and reap the rewards. But he and the little princess were clearly not to be trifled with, directly knocking down the creatures that had managed to climb up with great difficulty, and then fighting among themselves. You've got some skills, the little princess said coldly. At this moment, the two of them had become the main characters. Everyone was watching, having given up on getting the key. After all, this was just one key, not the central hub of the space. Haha, that's natural. I could beat you before, and I can beat you now. Want to try? He laughed, but this laugh was as cold as ice. A trace of blood flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. Immediately after, his entire body was enveloped in a crimson light. This is the reward I just received. I'll use you to test it out. The next second, a terrifying crimson light shot into the sky, and a sharp killing intent instantly enveloped the little princess. That terrifying killing intent, accompanied by a sky full of baleful aura, made the faces of the surrounding onlookers change drastically. The ninth prince's face changed first. He was about to charge up and help the little princess. I'll handle this myself. The little princess was enraged by his words and didn't need the ninth prince's help, charging at him herself. But under this terrifying killing intent, the little princess just felt her movements become sluggish, and a sense of fear suddenly arose in her heart. This was a feeling the little princess had never had before. For a moment, the little princess's face turned pale. His entire body was accompanied by a terrifying killing intent. He raised his hand, and the dragon abyss sword shot out a beam of sword armor. At this moment, his entire body carried a murderous intent. Endless slaughter. He snorted coldly in his heart. This was the reward martial art he had just received, and it was also a high-grade heaven-rank martial art. Not only did it increase his own combat power, but it could also form a domain around him. Any living being that entered it would be suppressed by this domain. The next second, he had already charged up, his sword light extremely terrifying. The little princess was a little panicked in her heart, but immediately after, she formed a hand seal, and a terrifying demonic eye emanated from her entire body. Blood demon heavenly seal. The little princess snorted coldly. The billowing demonic eye, accompanied by a dark black seal, collided with his attack. The terrifying shockwave immediately caused the surrounding ground to crack. The two of them were once again locked in a fierce battle. It had to be said that the little princess was worthy of being the princess of the demon race. She possessed many powerful martial arts, and the magic treasures on her were not few. The battle with him was a bit of a stalemate. Wang Lin and the others had a worried look on their faces, really wanting to go up and help. But the ninth prince was blocking the front. The men in black made a move in an instant, charging at Wang Lin and his group. As long as they captured them, he didn't believe he wouldn't surrender. Slap. But the next second, another crisp sound rang out. This slap had landed on the little princess's butt. The burning pain immediately made the little princess's face flush red. Su Chen, I'll kill you. Angry, the demon princess was completely enraged. She never expected that she, the dignified demon princess, would be openly spanked on the butt by a young brat. Su Chen, I'll kill you, the little princess roared and then charged at him. He also didn't indulge the little princess, swinging his sword and charging up, fighting and retreating. He soon reached the top of the white tiger statue. He reached out and grabbed the key inside. Instantly, a terrifying aura descended. A terrifying suction force came from within the white tiger statue, as if it wanted to suck him in. At the same time, a spatial rift also appeared, a terrifying force seeming to want to send all the living beings within it away. The key has been taken. We're about to be forcefully sent away. Who knows who shouted loudly. The next second, they disappeared without a trace. Worry appeared in the ninth prince's eyes. He ran towards the little princess, wanting to lead her away together. But the little princess acted as if she didn't see the ninth prince, her eyes fixed on him. The anger in her heart making her feel as if she was about to lose her mind. Seeing him get the key, she couldn't stand it even more. It was even more unbearable for her than not getting the inheritance herself. At this thought, the little princess charged up unwillingly and directly grabbed his clothes. He also had a dazed expression, about to throw a punch to send the little princess flying. But an even more terrifying suction force directly latched onto his arm, and then directly sucked both him and the little princess into the white tiger statue. The white tiger statue instantly closed up again. The ninth prince charged up in horror. Sister. But it was useless. Wang Lin and the others shouted loudly, crying for their fathers and mothers. Of course, it wasn't for him, but because they were being teleported away. The ninth prince angrily wanted to break the white tiger statue, but the next second, he was also directly sent away. The rift closed, and the blood-colored space fell into silence, returning to its original appearance. The corpses of the living beings who had died within it instantly turned into blood water, becoming nutrients. Bossu, haha. Boss Su, you died so tragically. Haha. Boss Su, don't worry. With me here, the Su family army will not fall. Woo woo. Ha. Wan Lin and his group were sent to the Myriad Beast Forest. They were surprised to find that the Divine Temple, which had already collapsed, had been restored to its original state. It was just that they could no longer enter. And he and the little princess were still inside. Having come out. Wan Lin couldn't help but shout loudly, but he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth, even laughing like a goose. Next. What do we do? Tong Yu couldn't help but say. Although he has gotten the key, he is now trapped inside and hasn't come out yet. I suggest we wait temporarily outside the Myriad Beast Forest. Since the key has been obtained by Boss Su, then the opening of the Central Hub's Divine Temple will have to wait for him to come out. I think Boss Su is probably receiving the inheritance now, Fu Hongyun said in a deep voice. With their strength, if they act alone, it's very easy to be slaughtered by the genius strong experts in the cosmos. The best way is to wait for him to come out here. I think that's a good idea. It's fine. Boss Su isn't here. Wan Lin, I'll take this responsibility myself. We will continue to act, go to the next ruin to fight for the next key. I suggest we go to the location of the Central Hub's Divine Temple and wait for Boss Su. If any other situation arises, we can also deal with it easily. In an instant, 3 opinions appeared. Everyone fell into silence. How about we raise our hands to decide? Tong Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, alright. Wan Lin thought for a moment, and felt it was feasible. Those who decide to stay, raise your hands. Fu Hongyun, Hong Yi, and Tong Yu all raised their hands. Those who wanted to go and fight for the next key raised their hands. And those who wanted to go to the Central Hub's Divine Temple raised their hands in turn. Along with the 2 groups of people raising their hands, Tong Yu calculated for a moment, then said very seriously, the answer is already very obvious. Fu Hongyun and Hong Yi will stay. You guys go and fight for the key. You guys go to the Central Hub's Divine Temple and wait. Tong Yu said very seriously, feeling that he was truly a genius. In an instant, everyone looked at Tong Yu. Damn it, you're a real genius. At this time, the 9th prince had naturally also come out. He was leading his men to frantically attack the Divine Temple, wanting to get in. If the little princess had gotten the key and was receiving the inheritance, that would be one thing. But the important thing was, the little princess had not gotten the key. She had been dragged along with him, forcefully taken in. No one knew what on earth would happen behind it. I think we should leave first. Who knows? Damn it, didn't you guys want to stay? Why are you running so fast? Wan Lin hadn't even finished his sentence when he turned around and found that the people who had been shouting about staying and waiting for him just now had all run away. Wan Lin cursed silently and also hurriedly fled, quickly disappearing into the Myriad Beast Forest. Who knew if that bastard 9th prince would go crazy and come looking for trouble with them later. At this time, in the Divine Temple, inside the white tiger statue, he just felt his body become weightless, as if he was in a starry sky. He opened his eyes and saw endless stars twirling around him. Is this inside the white tiger statue? He was a little surprised in his heart. He looked around and immediately saw the figure of the little princess appear. Damn it, are you a princess or a pair of dim pants? Why are you so clingy? Why are you clinging to me? He cursed, really unable to stand it anymore. I'll kill you. The little princess charged up again, only to find that her kai and blood power couldn't be used. Her own cultivation had disappeared to who knows where. At this moment, she was like an ordinary person. At this moment, the little princess was panicked in her heart. He also found that his cultivation seemed to be gone. At this moment, he was also like an ordinary person in this vast and endless starry sky. The little princess saw this and only then breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he rubbed his hands, a sly smile on his face, and he stepped forward. Little princess, right? You've been chasing me like this. If I don't collect a little interest, I'd be letting myself down. Hearing this, the little princess kept retreating, truly panicked in her heart. You leecher, what do you want to do? I am the princess of the demon rays, princess. So what if you're a princess? Even if you shout until your throat is sore, it'll be useless here. He let out a laugh characteristic of a villain, which made the little princess terrified to the extreme. Her back went cold. She turned to run, but he had already grabbed her clothes. Let go of me. The little princess snapped. But without her cultivation, she was just an ordinary girl at this time. How could she be a match for a big man like him? Soon, she was pressed to the ground and tied up. Run. Go on. Run. Scream. Even if you shout until your throat is sore, it'll be useless. He laughed heartily. To even prevent the little princess from shouting, he directly took off the little princess's sock and stuffed it into her mouth. Tears welled up in the little princess's eyes. She huddled pitifully on the ground, a jade-like foot exposed, so white and flawless that he couldn't help but take another look. Seeing him approach, the tears in the little princess's eyes had already streamed down. But very quickly, she was stunned. He had made a move. But it seemed he hadn't. Damn it. Are you the little princess of the demon race? How are you so poor? You don't have a single valuable thing on you. I was even planning to get rich off you. Damn it. You're as poor as me. Damn it. He searched the little princess's entire body and found nothing valuable. He immediately couldn't help but curse loudly. The little princess's eyes widened. She seemed to be in disbelief. She had even been prepared, but he had given her such a move. Only then did the little princess breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. But she glared fiercely at him, starting to doubt if he was a man. She even had a little lack of confidence in herself. Tell me, where are your valuable things? He said fiercely, taking the sock out of the little princess's mouth. The little princess looked deeply into his eyes, and then said, wasn't my spatial ring already robbed by you from the beginning? Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. It seemed that was really the case. Nonsense, that's clearly my stuff. He tapped the little princess on the forehead and said with a serious face. The little princess said nothing, but she had already cursed him 1,000 times in her heart. She, a great beauty, was here, and he was only thinking about valuable things. Don't you want to do anything else to me? After a long while, the little princess couldn't help but ask. Her appearance, she didn't dare to say it was #1 in the cosmos. But it was definitely top tier. Who knows how many people were pursuing her, yet now he made her doubt her own appearance. He was stunned for a moment, and then tapped the little princess on the forehead again. You're actually lusting after my body. No wonder you kept clinging to me. A man must protect himself when he goes out. With no woman in his heart, his sword will naturally be defined. Just as he was calculating in his heart how to deal with the little princess, a phantom of a giant tiger suddenly appeared in front of him. The tiger's roar shook the starry river. He held his breath, not daring to make a sound, because he discovered that this tiger had bad breath. He too. The white tiger spoke in a human voice, its cold eyes looking at him, and then at the tied-up little princess. Only one person can receive my inheritance, so only one of you two can remain. The white tiger's voice echoed, a hint of teasing in its eyes. He however didn't pay attention. Directly speaking, then I choose for her to die. The little princess also struggled to stand up and shouted loudly, he dies, senior, this person's character is corrupt. He cannot be allowed to humiliate you, to corrupt your inheritance. I am the one with the key. I came in here fair and square. Not like you, a thief who sneaked in. You still have the face to say I am shameless. The white tiger was directly stunned, dazed on the spot. Why was the plot development not as he had imagined? Weren't they supposed to sacrifice for each other in the novel, to act out a tragic love story? Novels were indeed all fake. That dog Thor tricked me again. The tiger cursed silently in his heart. Senior, this female thief is from the demon race. She does illegal things, all sorts of evil. Let her die. The little princess glared at him even more, grinding her teeth in anger. Senior, this person is a despicable, shameless person. If he gets your inheritance, it will be a humiliation to you. Forget it. My inheritance is in there. As for which of you can get it, that's your business, the phantom white tiger said helplessly. The moment he finished speaking, a stone door suddenly appeared in the starry sky, slowly opening. The real key is also in there, the white tiger's voice echoed again. By passing the illusion trial, you can receive my inheritance and also get the real key. He held it for a moment, took out the key in his hand, a little dazed. Could this be fate? The key in your hand can't be considered fate. It can only be considered a part of the real key. But since you've already gotten it, your chances next will naturally be a little greater. Hearing this, he frowned tightly. The white tiger saw this, and before he could speak, it hurriedly said, Go on, go on. This illusion trial is also your final trial. The little princess heard this, a look of joy on her face. She never expected the real key to not be the one in his hand. This news was truly more joyful for her than anything else. Immediately after, the ropes on the little princess's body were automatically untied. The little princess hurriedly thanked the white tiger. Her figure moved, and she immediately appeared on the steps in front of the stone door. A gentle white light appeared, and the little princess's body stiffened, slowly closing her eyes. Vaunted. This overend will give you a great fortune. The white tiger said with a sly smile and directly sent him to the steps. He didn't immediately close his eyes but blinked and walked around the little princess once, then took out a fluorescent pen and drew a large turtle on the little princess's beautiful face, and even wrote 3 large words on her forehead, I am guilty. After doing these things, he slowly closed his eyes, his body suddenly stiffening. Seeing this, a sly smile appeared on the white tiger's face, and another white light flashed. This time, his and the little princess's bodies directly disappeared without a trace. Real, real, fake, 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 real, real. Is it real or is it fake? It's up to you to grasp it yourselves. He.